Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
As Xu Yuan considered the clues he'd uncovered so far, a chilling thought crossed his mind, a conspiracy theory that oddly enough made perfect sense. Why would a woodland mansion, of all places, need a prison? And why was there an alchemy pot inside that prison? It all seemed too deliberate to ignore. As if someone or something wanted this mystery to be discovered. If the theory was true, then the strange incident they just encountered might be tied to a deeper secret within the mansion. A secret that left behind breadcrumbs, waiting to be followed. Yet, despite having pieced together a rough idea, Xu Yuan was still unsure of his role in this unfolding plot. Was he supposed to slay the monstrous villagers lurking within? Or were they imprisoned victims, waiting for someone, him, to rescue them? He had no answers. Only questions. And so, Xu Yuan decided the only way forward was through. No use standing around, he said. Let's keep exploring. With Big Orange and Ken at his side, Xu Yuan moved cautiously through the prison. Though the first cell had posed no immediate danger, he treated each one with the same level of caution, searching thoroughly, alert to every detail. Cell after cell revealed more of the same: emptiness, dried blood, and silence. After about half an hour, they'd finished searching all the cells on the left wing, nothing but dead ends. Then a noise echoed from the right. Startled, the trio rushed toward the source, where Xiaoyu was supposed to be on watch. What they found was unexpected. Xiaoyu was chasing a defender, but something was off. The creature was unarmed, no axe in sight. More strangely, it didn't fight back. Instead, it dodged Xiaoyu's attacks and fled in panic, as though terrified. Xu Yuan's instincts flared. Something was very wrong with this guardian.
"Don't attack it," he called out.
"Drive it into a corner, trap it." Following his orders, Xiaoyu and the others quickly herded the strange guardian into a cell corner. Once secured, Xu Yuan approached cautiously.
"What happened?" he asked.
"We found this guy in the last room," Xiaoyu explained. "At first, we thought he'd attack, but instead, he panicked and ran like he saw a ghost. I've never seen a guardian act like that." Xu Yuan stepped closer and looked into the creature's eyes, and froze.
Green.
His eyes were green.
This wasn't a true guardian.
It was a villager, mutated to resemble one. Xu Yuan's theory clicked into place. This guardian was the result of some kind of experiment, one that had failed, leaving the poor villager transformed but not completely. "Show me the room where you found him," Xu Yuan said quickly. Xiaoyu led the way. Inside the cell, Xu Yuan examined the surroundings. Unlike the others, there was no blood here, only a strange cloudy residue in the alchemy pot.
His heart sank.
"Quick," he said urgently. "Get that guardian back into this cell." Everyone moved at once. They brought the mutated villager back into the room, just as the sound of approaching footsteps and muffled voices echoed from the corridor. Xu Yuan's eyes widened.
"Hide. Now."
Everyone ducked into nearby cells, staying hidden behind bars and shadows. Moments later, 3 figures entered the prison wing, a demon summoner flanked by 2 powerful guardians. Xu Yuan peeked through the crack in the cell door. High-level demon summoner, HP 500. Advanced guardian, HP 500.
His breath caught. Hiss.
They were high-tier enemies. Xu Yuan had soloed bosses before, once even a 5,000 HP behemoth, but this was different. They weren't alone, and combat in this setting would surely draw more enemies. From another cell, Ken whispered, "Do we take them down?"
Xu Yuan shook his head. Wait. He had a hunch.
Something had been bothering him ever since they discovered the mutated villager. Why didn't anything trigger when they found him? This place wasn't randomly designed. It was meant to guide players toward something, and Xu Yuan suspected this strange encounter was a test. If the system hadn't triggered anything earlier, perhaps putting the guardian back in his original cell was the key.
And now, here they were.
He watched closely as the demon summoner approached the cell. The 2 guardians opened the door and dragged the trembling figure out. The summoner studied him, spoke a few words to his minions, then turned and walked away. But the moment he disappeared down the corridor, the guardians raised their axes, ready to strike. Xu Yuan's eyes blazed. He opened the team chat and gave the order.
Stop them.
Don't let them kill that guardian. After everything they'd just seen, Xu Yuan could now confirm. His conspiracy theory about the woodland mansion wasn't just speculation.
It was real.
The bloodstains in the cells? They were remnants of failed experiments. Villagers twisted by cruel rituals, discarded when they didn't transform correctly. The ones that succeeded? They became them, the so-called guardians. Xu Yuan had saved the strange guardian not out of pity, but instinct. Something about that mutated figure felt too important to ignore. It had triggered a series of strange events. There was no way this failure was insignificant.
He was a clue, perhaps the clue.
When Xu Yuan pushed open the cell door, the two nearby guardians snapped to attention, their eyes locking onto him. With a growl, they raised their axes and charged. Xu Yuan didn't flinch. A glowing shield enveloped him as he stepped forward, knocking an arrow to his bow.
Focus on the other one, he commanded.
All 5 of you together. The enchanted bow in Xu Yuan's hands, imbued with knockback 2, sent the guardian stumbling backward with every shot.
It couldn't close the distance.
Xu Yuan kept his distance, striking relentlessly until the first guardian collapsed. With one down, he pivoted to support Ken and the others, quickly bringing down the second foe. As the final guardian fell, Xu Yuan noticed 2 items drop to the ground, a battered axe and a parchment. He picked them up, eyes narrowing. The axe wasn't ordinary. It was an imitation of the guardian's weapon, an item that, when equipped, allowed the player to disguise themselves as a guardian.
The catch?
It only lasted 10 minutes, matching the axe's durability. The parchment was even more valuable, a full map of the woodland mansion. Every room marked, every corridor detailed. Getting lost was no longer a concern. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before everyone's eyes. Event progress, strange guardian. Why does this guardian seem so different? Discover his secret to uncover something unique. Strange guardian rescued, 1. Xu Yuan exhaled, finally relieved. His gamble had paid off. This wasn't just a random encounter, this was a hidden quest line. And now they had direction. They needed to find and free more guardians like the one they just saved. The rest of the team stared at Xu Yuan in awe. Boss, you're a genius. If we'd killed him, we'd have missed the entire quest. Learned so much today, just wow. Xu Yuan knew the truth. If he hadn't stumbled upon that conspiracy theory, he might have overlooked the strange guardian entirely. Most players would have missed the clue. That's what made this ruin so difficult. It wasn't about combat. It was about uncovering the hidden layers. Unlike simple dungeons where loot was the reward, this mid-tier ruin demanded insight, exploration, and attention to detail. No doubt, the final reward would be just as special. Xu Yuan turned to the team. Lock the strange guardian back in the cell, he ordered. We can't let him wander. He's safest there until we know more. The group followed his instructions, securing the guardian again. With the immediate threat resolved, Xu Yuan unrolled the map. They'd only explored half of the first floor. The other half still remained untouched. We'll finish the first level first, he said. There shouldn't be any major threats here, but keep an eye out for clues. Everyone nodded and followed him, now more motivated than ever. Outside the mansion, the Black Forest. While Xu Yuan and his team delved deeper, the rest of the Cube People Guild's elite squad sat idly outside the mansion's sealed gates. This ruin's insane. We can't even get in. I wonder how the boss is doing inside. This mansion is massive, it's gonna take a while to clear. I finally get to team up with the boss, and I'm stuck out here.
Ridiculous.
Their chatter was interrupted by an eerie sound echoing from the trees.
A deep, unnatural roar. Everyone froze.
What was that? One whispered.
Zombie.
No, doesn't sound like one. Wenwu narrowed his eyes.
Something felt off. Stay hidden, he ordered.
Little Fat and I will check it out. The others nodded, quickly digging shallow trenches and hiding themselves, just in case. Wenwu and Little Fat crept toward the source of the sound. They hadn't gone far before they stopped, shocked at what they saw. A procession of calamity-stricken villagers was marching through the trees. Leading them was a fearsome captain astride a marauding beast, waving a tattered banner marked with the symbol of ruin. Behind him were 3 guardians, each gripping 2 ropes in hand. But the ropes weren't tied to livestock. They were dragging villagers.
Prisoners.
The group was headed straight for the woodland mansion.
Wenwu's heart dropped.
Xu Yuan was still inside. If these creatures got in and found him. Without hesitation, Wenwu pulled up his interface and messaged Ken.
Boss urgent.
A large group of calamitous villagers is heading straight for the mansion.
Wenwu told Ken the news almost as soon as he saw this group of disaster-stricken villagers. When Ken received the news from Wenwu, he was immediately shocked. He did not dare to hesitate, and immediately told Xu Yuan the news. Wenwu, they said that a large group of calamity villagers are coming back soon. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Why don't you play cards according to the routine? It feels like the monsters of this medium-sized relic have their own thoughts. It's too difficult. No wonder there is no one on the first floor. It turns out that they all went out. Xu Yuan immediately frowned when he heard Ken's words. He didn't expect that there would be an emergency in this medium-sized ruin. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought for a moment, and asked Xiang Wendao in the team channel. Wenwu, did you bring the villagers with you when this group of calamitous villagers returned? Wenwu's side was surprised when he received Xu Yuan's news. Boss, how did you know they brought the villagers? It's so strange that they actually tied the villagers with a tether. After Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. Originally, Xu Yuan was going to let everyone go to the cell to hide. After all, the cell side is slightly safer. That's why Xu Yuan asked Wenwu if these calamitous villagers had brought the villagers back. If they hadn't brought the villagers back, the chances of them visiting the cells would have been slim. If they had brought the villagers back, they would have gone to the cell 100%. Ken saw that Xu Yuan did not speak for a long time, and he was also a little anxious. After all, time is not waiting for now, and if you wait, those disaster-stricken villagers may return. Boss, what now? Xu Yuan signaled Ken to be calm, and after thinking for a moment, he thought of a way. Xu Yuan looked at the environment in this room, which was a study. There are 2 rows of bookshelves in the room, and behind the shelves is a dead corner for Tibetans. So Xu Yuan said to everyone, "You guys go hide behind the bookshelf." When everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they all looked at each other and hesitated. At this time, the Big Orange said with some worry, "Boss, although you can't see it at first glance behind this bookshelf, the monster will definitely be exposed when it walks in." Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words and was about to explain something. At this moment, a noisy voice came from outside the woodland mansion. It seems that the villagers have returned. Quick! Xu Yuan didn't have time to explain more, and pushed everyone in. Everyone was surprised to see that after Xu Yuan pushed them in, he didn't mean to come in to hide. "Boss, come in." "Boss, what are you doing? Do you want to lure them away alone?" When everyone thought that Xu Yuan was going to take the risk of his life and go to lead these calamitous villagers away, I saw Xu Yuan take out the axe from his backpack. The moment Xu Yuan took the axe, he turned into the appearance of Wei Daifu. Seeing this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and only then did they understand what Xu Yuan was going to do. After Xu Yuan became a guardian, he has been wandering around the library. At this time, the disaster-stricken villagers also entered the woodland mansion. They soon discovered Xu Yuan, and a group of disaster-stricken villagers immediately came over. After Xu Yuan saw their information, his back cooled. These guardians are all high-level guardians, and the captain who carried the banner of Calamity was actually at the level of a leader. Boss Calamity Captain, 1000 HP. Seeing this, Xu Yuan's heart sank. Was it discovered? Just when Xu Yuan was ready to change weapons and fight a wave, that Captain Wave came over and said to Xu Yuan, "What are you hanging around here? Go and put the newly arrested villagers in jail." Xu Yuan was a little stunned when he heard Captain Wei Daifu's words. How can he actually understand the words of Captain Guardian Daedolf? Although the defenders had communicated before, they were basically all kinds of humming, and they couldn't understand what they were saying at all. At this time, Xu Yuan actually understood their words. Xu Yuan thought about it. It should be the role of the axe. After disguising himself as a defender, he can also understand their words, and he should be able to communicate with them. Xu Yuan thought of this, cleared his voice and replied, "Okay, I'll go." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he looked at the captain of the Guardian in front of him vigilantly. He was afraid that the captain of the Guardian in front of him would find a flaw. After hearing Xu Yuan's answer, Captain Wei Daifu left directly. Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, everyone in the library was also surprised when they saw this scene. What is the boss talking about? I don't understand. It should be the effect of that axe. It's good that the boss wasn't discovered. Scared me into a sweat. Just after Xu Yuan let his guard down, the captain of the guard took a few steps, but he seemed to feel that something was wrong, and suddenly turned back. He walked towards Xu Yuan, looked up and down, and asked with some doubt, "Wait, what are you doing here?" Captain Guardian said, ready to enter the library. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately replied, "The last villager before did not succeed, and the leader ordered me to kill him. I just finished my mission and am preparing to go back to life." Xu Yuan's words can be said to be flawless. After all, the experiment here is only known to the people in their woodland mansion. When the captain of the Guardian heard Xu Yuan's words, he did not have any more doubts. "Put these villagers in and go back together," the captain of the Guardian said and left. Xu Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the captain of the Guardian leave. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Xu Yuan immediately took over the 2 villagers in the hands of one of the guardians. They followed the villagers to the prison and imprisoned them. "Okay, let's go back to life. I hope that the villagers can be transformed successfully this time." After the 2 guardians had finished their work, they were ready to go back to life. Xu Yuan followed these two guardians to the 5th floor of the woodland mansion. When he came to the 5th floor, Xu Yuan heard various screams coming from various rooms. At this moment, the system prompt popped up. Explore the labs and you'll find something. After Xu Yuan saw this system prompt, he understood the next task direction. Xu Yuan looked at the map of the 5th floor. Although the rooms on the 5th floor were not as many as the 1st floor, there were more than 10. It will take at least half an hour to explore it all. This is still a conservative estimate, because Xu Yuan must follow these two defenders to regain their lives first, and then find an opportunity to explore. Xu Yuan glanced down at the durability of the camouflage axe. Originally the durability of this camouflage axe was only 10, if it could be camouflaged for 10 minutes. After such a toss, the durability of the camouflage axe is now only 5. There are only 5 minutes left. Xu Yuan saw the durability of the camouflage axe and frowned. There are only 5 minutes left to disguise time, let alone explore the entire 5 layers. It is very dangerous to follow these guardians to regain their lives. In case something happens at that time, the durability of the camouflage axe is exhausted, which is equivalent to a sheep entering the tiger's den. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but get a little nervous. He was going to find an excuse to leave to see if there was a way to get another axe of disguise. At this moment, the two defenders who came up with him spoke. Head, how did you get out? Leader, a total of 6 villagers have been captured on this trip, and they have been put in jail. Xu Yuan heard the words of the two guardians and looked up. The head of the two guardians is a demon summoner with red eyes. Xu Yuan glanced at the information of this demon summoner, and suddenly shuddered. Demon summoner leader, HP 2000. This demon summoner leader actually has 2000 HP. Just as Xu Yuan observed the leader of the demon summoner also happened to look at Xu Yuan. After the two sides looked at each other, Xu Yuan quickly looked away. After the leader of the demon summoner saw Xu Yuan, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately pushed away the two guardians in front of him and approached Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan's heart sank, and looking at the eyes of this demon summoner leader, he should have doubted himself. The blood-red eyes of the leader of the demon summoners seemed to be able to see everything. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly sent a message on the guild channel. Ken, make some movement? Quick. At this moment, only by letting Ken make some movement downstairs can he escape. When Ken received Xu Yuan's news, he did not dare to hesitate, and after a few words of instructions to everyone in the Big Orange, without the slightest regard for his own safety, he immediately rushed in the direction of the door. As soon as Ken appeared at the door, he was discovered by two high-level marauding beasts at the door. Moo, moo. They immediately let out a loud roar. Seeing this, Ken directly put his equipment and some important things into the latent box that Xu Yuan gave him. He was ready to die. As soon as the leader of the demon summoner approached Xu Yuan, he heard the siren of the plundering beast downstairs. It was obvious that the safety of the woodland mansion was more important than the suspicious person in front of him. The leader of the demon summoner immediately withdrew his gaze and ordered, "Go and see what's going on. By the way, bring another villager up when you come up to regain your life." Seeing this, Xu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, the predator's sirens had sounded throughout the woodland mansion. The monsters of the woodland mansion are basically pouring out except for the boss level. Xu Yuan roughly counted, and the monsters that poured out of the nest were almost 100 small. Among them, there are more guardians and fewer demon summoners. These monsters dispatched are basically high level, and there are very few beginners. Xu Yuan guessed that the beginner should be the kind that had just changed from the villagers. Looking at this dense army of monsters, even Xu Yuan felt his scalp numb. The difficulty of this medium-sized relic is indeed extraordinary. And these are just little Luoluo, the really powerful are those boss-level monsters. Surrounded by monsters, Xu Yuan soon came to the first floor. When he saw Ken's body lying in the doorway, he suddenly had some mixed tastes. Xu Yuan was able to survive because Ken sacrificed himself. After coming to the first floor, the monsters saw Ken's body and looked around. After noticing anything unusual, they all dispersed. Xu Yuan and the two guardians before came to the cell. Xu Yuan followed behind the two guardians, who had just entered the cell. The durability of Xu Yuan's camouflage axe was exhausted. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately drank a bottle of stealth potion. Although Xu Yuan beat these two defenders, he was afraid that these two defenders would shout. The monster army just now has not gone far. If they are called by these two guardians, it will definitely be a dead end. After Xu Yuan became invisible, he immediately sent a message to the oranges. Come to the cell. These two guardians are absolutely to kill, and they also have to kill quickly, not giving them time to reflect. After Big Orange and the others received Xu Yuan's news, they immediately rushed to the cell. Xu Yuan was invisible for a long time, and the two guardians found that Xu Yuan was missing. However, they didn't think much about it, and they didn't pay attention to Xu Yuan in the first place. Their task was to quickly take the villagers to their lives. After the two guards opened the cell, they dragged out a shivering villager. Then he prepared to bring the villagers back to regain their lives. At this moment, 3 arrows shot at one of the guardians. After Xu Yuan attacked the guardian immediately discovered Xu Yuan. They immediately attacked with axes. And at this time the big oranges also arrived. Although these two guardians are strong, they cannot withstand the siege of everyone. He soon fell to the ground. After the guardian fell, 2 camouflage axes burst out on the ground. Xu Yuan was pleasantly surprised when he saw this. Originally, I was still worried about the axe of camouflage, and I couldn't explore the 5th layer in the future. Now it seems that as long as you kill the guardian, you have a chance to drop the axe of disguise. That's good to say. At the moment when Xu Yuan picked up the axe, everyone received a system reminder. Event progress, how are their villagers here? Try to rescue the villagers, you will get their gifts. When Xu Yuan saw this system reminder, he understood what he had to do to complete the incident of this medium-sized ruin. To put it simply, it is to rescue the villagers. Whether it has already failed the experiment or has not yet begun to be experimented. Anyway, just save the villagers. It is estimated that just on the 5th floor, the system prompted, let Xu Yuan explore the laboratory, but also for the purpose of saving the villagers. In the laboratory, the villagers who are being tested must be detained. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he completely understood. But what is true deliverance? Releasing them is also considered to have rescued the villagers. Killing all these monsters in the woodland mansion can be regarded as saving the villagers. However, these 2 schemes do not seem to be bad, and the difficulty can be said to be comparable. If you want to release the villager's door, you must kill the marauding beast at the door. But if you can't drop the marauding beast at the door in seconds, the cry of the marauding beast will attract all the little luoluo. So, let them go and kill them all. In fact, there is not much difference. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. There are more than 100 monsters in this woodland mansion, and most of them are high level. If you want to clean it all up, it will definitely take a long time. The main thing is that the buildings in this woodland mansion cannot be destroyed. If it can be destroyed, it can be a fire on the mountain, and troubles are far away from me. This medium-sized relic is indeed very tricky. But I can only take one step to see one step at a time, and now that you have obtained the camouflage axe again, let's go to the 5th floor first to see if there is any new progress. Xu Yuan took the 2 axes in his hand and looked at the durability of the axes. The durability of both camouflage axes is 20. Xu Yuan tried to put 2 axes on the workbench to synthesize them to increase durability. The results were unresponsive. Xu Yuan had to give up. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan handed an axe to the big orange, and then said, "You go up with me, Xiao, Wang, Ahao, you are here to guard. If any guardians come, you will inform us immediately." The reason why Xu Yuan let the big orange go up with him was also just in case. Just now, the leader of the demon summoner already had some doubts about him. If he had taken the villagers up by himself this time, it would have been even more suspicious. For now, first of all, we must calm down the leader of the demon summoner, and then slowly make plans. Okay boss, be careful. After Xiao and the others heard Xu Yuan's words, they all found a cell and hid in. After Big Orange took the camouflage axe, he brought it with him, and then prepared to take the villager upstairs with Xu Yuan. At this moment, the villager suddenly spoke. "Please, let me out." This villager seemed to have an IQ and knew that it was Xu Yuan who had saved them just now. Xu Yuan was surprised when he heard the villagers speak. Logically speaking, this kind of hostage-like role is basically the type at the mercy. And this villager is different. Judging by Xu Yuan's intuition, this villager must be a more critical role. Xu Yuan thought of this and asked the villagers, "Even if we let you go, you won't be able to run away. I believe you will see the 2 marauding beasts at the door when you come in." When the villagers heard Xu Yuan's words, they shook their hands busily. No, not from there. When Xu Yuan heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. The villager seemed to know something. Could it be that he knew how to bypass the door and escape from this woodland mansion? Xu Yuan immediately asked the villagers. "It's not from the main entrance, where is that going out?" When the villagers saw Xu Yuan asking, they suddenly became vigilant. After thinking for a moment, he said to Xu Yuan, "If you want me to tell you, it's okay, but you have to grant me a request." When Xu Yuan heard the villagers' words, he immediately nodded and agreed. The villagers' request is equivalent to Xu Yuan's current task. You say. The villagers saw that Xu Yuan agreed, so they said, "If you rescue the people in our village, I will tell you how to escape." Xu Yuan heard this, thought about it, and asked, "How many people from your village were brought in?" Knowing the task, of course, it is necessary to determine the quantity. The villagers seemed to have calculated in their hearts and said, "The people of our village were all brought in from the front and back, and the first ones were the village chief and deputy village chief. There were 15 people in total." After Xu Yuan heard the words of the villagers, he calculated it. At present, on the side of the cell, including this villager and the strange guardian, there are a total of 7 people. The rest are the rest of the villagers, which means there are 8 more people to rescue. These 8 people must be in the laboratory upstairs. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to the villagers, "I know where the rest of us are, but you have to cooperate with us to go up, otherwise you won't be able to save any of them." The search for someone must be sought, but now the leader of the demon summoner is still waiting over there to send the villagers over. If it had been any later, he would have found the problem. So if you want to save other villagers, you must bring this villager with you. This villager also knew very well in his heart that there would definitely be no good results if he was brought up. After thinking about it, he said to Xu Yuan, "Are you sure you can get them all out after you take me up?" Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but none of you can run away if I don't take you up." When the villager heard this, he hesitated for a moment. Sacrificing him alone may be able to save the entire village. After thinking for a moment, the villagers made a decision. Okay, I'll go with you. Seeing that the villagers had made a decision, Xu Yuan immediately asked. Then you tell me the way to leave first, in case there is any accident, everyone will not be able to get out. After this villager was sent up, he was absolutely dead for the rest of his life. Although Xu Yuan will still save him at that time, he may not be himself at that time. It might turn out to be that strange guardian. So it must be the first way to leave. At this time, the villagers did not go on the road. But think about it, villagers are just data set by the system. The system will not let players know another way to leave so easily. The method of leaving the village chief also knows, rescue the village chief and you can leave. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This villager really can't figure out anything. However, at present, I finally know the specific tasks and the number of villagers rescued. At least I don't have to blindly wander around the woodland mansion. Seeing this, the Big Orange asked Xu Yuan with some doubts. Do you believe him? He is obviously locked up for the first time, why would he know how to leave? When Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words, he couldn't help but smile. The game is holographic, causing the Big Orange to be more into the play, and there will be such a question. But in the end, this is just a game, and the villager in front of you is just a bunch of data written by the system. Looking at it from the outside, you can see that the appearance of this villager is just a hint given by the system. Whether we believe him or not, our plans haven't changed. When Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he thought about it, and it was true. Whether this villager says these words or not, they will take this villager up to the 5th floor. When Big Orange thought of this, he didn't say anything more. Xu Yuan and Big Orange took the villagers to the 5th floor. After coming to the room of the leader of the demon summoner, Xu Yuan pushed the villagers to the front and lowered his voice and said, "Head, people have brought." At this time, the leader of the demon summoner was tinkering with the turbid liquid in the alchemy pot in the laboratory. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, he nodded, and the work in his hand did not stop, but he just pointed to a cell on the side and said, "Shut up over there." Seeing this, Xu Yuan and Big Orange were relieved. Fortunately, the leader of the demon summoner did not look up. Xu Yuan and Big Orange locked the villagers in a cell in the laboratory of the demon summoner's leader. Before leaving, Xu Yuan whispered to the villagers, "Hold on, I'll come and save you." At this time, the villager's face was full of gratitude. Xu Yuan's voice fell, and he received a system prompt. Gain the trust of the villagers. Seeing this system prompt, Xu Yuan smiled. It seems that he made the right bet. Xu Yuan had long known that this villager was just a data, but he still risked being discovered by the demon summoner and said such a word to the villagers. It was because Xu Yuan felt that it might not be so simple to save other villagers later, because they are definitely going to appear in the image of apologists. And why do those villagers believe in the guardians? So the breakthrough must be in this villager. That's why Xu Yuan said such a thing to him. In this way, with the trust of this villager, it will be much easier to rescue other villagers at that time. When Xu Yuan received the system prompt, the Big Orange also received the system prompt. Big Orange was still surprised after receiving the system prompt, and when she looked at Xu Yuan, she found that Xu Yuan did not have a surprised expression on his face. And Xu Yuan also looked like everything was expected. This scene shocked Fa Orange. When she saw this, she knew where Xu Yuan was wrong with herself. Xu Yuan can see the overall situation, and he can see such a small thing. However, it is such a small thing that plays a key role. Big Orange naturally understands how important it is to gain the trust of the villagers. After Xu Yuan and Big Orange put the villagers in a cell, they left the laboratory of the leader of the demon summoner. Xu Yuan looked at the durability of the camouflage axe. There were still 15, that is, there were still 15 minutes left. If two people explore together, the rooms on this floor will definitely not be able to explore. So Xu Yuan said to the Big Orange, "We split up and contacted me immediately if anything happened." "Well, good. You be careful." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he handed the map to Big Orange, and he had come to this floor, and basically the room was clear. Big Orange was coming for the first time, so the map would be better for her. Xu Yuan was in charge of a room in the front corridor, and Big Orange was in charge of a room in the back corridor. After Big Orange took the map, the two parted ways and began to explore separately. Xu Yuan came to a room next to the leader of the demon summoner, although this room was also a laboratory, but there was nothing inside. There was also a cell in the room, and Xu Yuan carefully opened the cell, only to find that there was nothing inside. After seeing that there was no gain in this room, Xu Yuan began to continue exploring the next room. Big Orange is also exploring the rooms, and there is no harvest yet. Fortunately, there are currently no other monsters in the 5th layer, and if there are, it will be very troublesome. Xu Yuan explored 5 rooms in a row, but found nothing. There were traces of experiments in the room, but the villagers were gone. Just when Xu Yuan was a little curious about where the villagers had gone, the Big Orange finally found something. "Top dog, I'm in the 5th room over here, come here." Xu Yuan saw the news of the Big Orange and immediately walked to the room where the Big Orange was. At this time, the Big Orange was simply scared into a cold sweat by the scene in the room. In this room, it is full of mutilated animal carcasses. Pigs, sheep, cows, horses, all of these animals. And these animal corpses, all without heads. And, weirder, what's even weirder is the opposite of those animals. There is a dead villager here, but this villager has only one head. Body parts are gone. Although a lot of the loot in the game is heads. For example, the head of the coolie fear, the head of the withering skeleton. But those heads are monsters, so they look fine. Players kill monsters every day, so it's no wonder that these things are not surprising. Big Orange was originally a bold girl, but the heads of the villagers that appeared in this laboratory really startled the Big Orange. After Xu Yuan received the news, he quickly rushed to the room where the Big Orange was. Once inside the room, see this scene behind the scene. Even Xu Yuan was stunned, looking at the corpses of this headless animal. With the head of this villager, Xu Yuan was shocked. Is it? The legend of the marauders is true. The legend of the marauding beast is actually similar to the conspiracy theory of the previous woodland mansion. They are also the result of human experiments. After the appearance of the marauding beast, some great gods came to a shocking conclusion based on the appearance and cry of the marauding beast. You are a marauding beast, and you are actually the product of human experiments by this group of calamity villagers. The marauding beast, from the point of view of appearance, really resembles a cow. However, if you look closely at the marauding beast, you can find that the head of the marauding beast is almost exactly the same as that of the villagers. From its long nose, you can see that this is not a cow at all. How can a cow's nose be so long and the same as the villagers? Moreover, the head of the marauding beast is not the head of the calamity villagers, but the villagers? Because his eyebrows are one-line eyebrows, not the angry eyebrows of the demon summoner or the guardian. And coincidentally, the villagers are a word eyebrow. And it is obvious that the mouth of the marauder beast is sewn up. If it's a cow, then why sew its mouth? Even after attacking the marauding beast, some low-frequency hum sounds can be heard in its roar. But this voice comes from the villagers. And the entire marauding beast looked scarred and covered in blood. Also as a monster, this is not the case with other monsters. The marauding beasts basically appeared with the villagers of Calamity. And after the disaster-stricken villagers appeared in the village, it was a one-sided slaughter. The villagers had no resistance, so how did the marauding beast get hurt? Could it be that its scars and blood were caused by villagers with no chickens? So, all the signs of this, on the surface, the predatory beast may really not be a cow. It is a synthetic beast that the villagers ruthlessly cut off the heads of the villagers and combined them with the bodies of cows. Originally, Xu Yuan didn't quite believe this statement before. But after seeing the scene in this room, Xu Yuan also had to doubt the authenticity of this statement. Headless animal carcass, and a complete villager's head. Doesn't this just validate this statement? The Big Orange saw Xu Yuan coming over, and quickly ran to Xu Yuan's side. Boss, you're finally there, scared me to death. Xu Yuan saw the frightened expression of the Big Orange and immediately comforted. It's okay, you just have to think it's a game, it's all a bunch of data, it's not true. Xu Yuan didn't know how to comfort the Big Orange. After all, such a scene would make even Xu Yuan shudder when he saw it, let alone the Big Orange. Although the words are indeed what Xu Yuan said, these are one. But the holographic of the game is too good, individuals will have an immersive feeling when they come in, and it is too difficult not to be afraid. When Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, although he was still a little afraid, he felt a lot more in his heart when he heard Xu Yuan comfort her. And with Xu Yuan here, she won't either, but she just feels a little panicked. Well, I'm okay. This villager has obviously been killed, so is our task incomplete? Big Orange asked Xu Yuan with some concern. After all, their task was to rescue these villagers, but at present, it was obvious that the villagers in front of them had failed to rescue them. Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words, thought about it, and said, if the task cannot be completed, it is estimated that it will give us a hint, and there is no information prompt at the moment, which means that there is no problem. Xu Yuan said this and approached the head of the villager. He wanted to find some clues from the heads of the villagers. And when Xu Yuan saw the information of the villagers' heads, the whole person was stunned. Above this skull are displayed 5 words, Village Chief's Head. The Big Orange was very afraid, so he never dared to approach this head. Just seeing Xu Yuan approaching, he reluctantly followed and leaned over. When she saw the words above her head, the whole person was surprised. This? How is it the head of the village chief? Didn't that villager just say that only the village chief and he knew how to escape? Big Orange seemed a little unable to believe the facts in front of him. The most crucial person in achieving this task is the village chief. And at this moment, the head of the village chief is in front of them. Isn't this telling that hope is broken? Xu Yuan was taken aback when he saw this, and Xu Yuan did not expect that this head was actually the village head. He looked at the head and thought, there must be a reason for this, and since this head is here, it must have its use. If not, there would be no name on the skull. So this head should be where the key point is. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan tried to pick up the head with his hand. As a result, the head of the village chief was really picked up by Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately came to his senses. The head of this village chief should be an item. The next thing should be used, otherwise it will definitely not be available. It's just that this setting is too perverted. Under such a real situation in the game, only Xu Yuan dared to go up and get this head. Others must have avoided this scene when they saw it, let alone picked up the head of the village chief. When the Big Orange saw Xu Yuan pick up the head of the village chief, the whole person was stunned in place. Seeing this, Xu Yuan explained, this should be a mission item, don't think too much. Although Xu Yuan said this, the Big Orange still felt a little mad. While the two were chatting, suddenly a guardian walked in. Seeing this, Xu Yuan and Big Orange were shocked. Xu Yuan also thought that the guardians would attack them. Unexpectedly, the guardian muttered and came over. Obviously someone came over, and let me run. The guardian muttered and came to Xu Yuan's side and said to Xu Yuan, "You too, send the head to the secret room." When Xu Yuan heard the words of the guardian, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Originally, after exploring so many rooms, not a single villager saw it, only the head of a village chief, which can be said to be clueless. At this time, this guardian came at a really good time. The secret room he spoke of should be the place where the villagers were detained. Xu Yuan immediately nodded when he thought of this and responded, "Okay." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he turned the Big Orange on the side and was stunned. The Big Orange reacted and immediately followed. The Big Orange himself forgot that they are still in camouflage. The two followed the guardian to the last room on the 5th floor. This room is a statue room, and a statue of a calamitous villager is arranged out of wool in the room. When the guardians came here, they came behind the statue. I saw a pressure plate placed behind the statue. After the guardian stepped on the pressure plate, he saw that the wool at the nose of the statue suddenly turned into a door. Seeing this, Xu Yuan and Big Orange were surprised. I didn't expect that there was actually a secret door here. It seems that the villagers must have been imprisoned here. Xu Yuan and Big Orange followed the guardian into the secret door. When I opened my eyes again, I found that they were already in a secret room. The lights in the secret room were dim, and you could smell a disgusting stench everywhere. As soon as Xu Yuan and Big Orange arrived at the secret room, they heard various cries of pain. All the things in the secret room made Xu Yuan and Big Orange feel panicked. After Xu Yuan sorted out his emotions, he observed the situation in the secret room. The secret room is not too big, and you can see the head at a glance. The chamber is divided into two parts, one is the cell area and the other is the experimental area. The cell area was definitely holding the villagers, because Xu Yuan had already heard the villagers' cries. And over there in the experimental area, there is a bed. On the bed lay the carcass of a headless cow, and two horns. A demon summoner stood by the bed. When the demon summoner saw Xu Yuan, they came in with their heads in their hands and said to this side, "If we missed a good time, we would have one less heroic warrior." The guardian who led Xu Yuan and Big Orange overheard the words of the demon summoner and was about to say something. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately took the head of the village chief and handed it over. "This is the head you want." When the demon summoner saw Xu Yuan hand over his head, he didn't say anything more. He picked up his head and began to rise upside down. After Xu Yuan approached the demon summoner, he looked at the attributes. Dr. Summoner, HP 100. Xu Yuan was a little surprised when he saw the attributes of this demon summoner. This demon summoner is actually a doctor, and his HP is only 100. When Xu Yuan saw this information, he immediately noticed some information. This doctor summoner should also be a key figure in the mission. Otherwise, it is impossible to have only 100 HP. Just now, the guardian saw that Xu Yuan handed over his head to the demon summoner, so he left first. At this time, in the secret room, only Xu Yuan, Big Orange, and the demon summoner doctor remained. Xu Yuan immediately replaced the camouflage axe with a 3-shot bow, and after pulling the strings, he aimed at the demon summoner and shot over. After Xu Yuan's 3-shot bow enchanted, the damage of one arrow was 75, plus the damage of the fire arrow, that is, 80 damage. These 80 damage points can be hit hard enough to severely damage Dr. Demon Summoner, and it will not kill him. Dr. Demon Summoner was concentrating on his research at this time, and did not notice Xu Yuan's change at all. It wasn't until Xu Yuan's arrow shot over that Dr. Demon Summoner discovered the problem. Dr. Demon Summoner, seeing this, did not attack himself. Instead, he ordered the Big Orange beside Xu Yuan to attack Xu Yuan. Since Big Orange was still in disguise, Dr. Demon Summoner thought she was an guardian. Seeing this, the Big Orange also replaced the axe of disguise. Seeing this, Dr. Demon Summoner was shocked. He put down what he was holding, pulled his legs and ran. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately forced over. The Big Orange also knew very well, and also forced it up. At this time, Dr. Demon Summoner was blocked in a corner by Xu Yuan and Big Orange, and he shivered, afraid that Xu Yuan and they would kill him. Seeing this, Xu Yuan knew that his thoughts about this Demon Summoner doctor were right. If it is a normal Demon Summoner, after discovering the enemy or being attacked, it will definitely counterattack. And this Demon Summoner can only run, and seems to have no attack power at all. At this time, after the Demon Summoner was forced into a corner, he muttered something. Seeing this, Xu Yuan changed the axe of disguise back. Only then did he understand the words of Dr. Summoner. "I didn't do it, I was forced, it's none of my business." When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Listening to the meaning of this Demon Summoner doctor, it seems that there is another secret in this matter. Xu Yuan looked at this Demon Summoner doctor and thought for a moment according to his words. This Dr. Summoner obviously didn't look like a calamity villager. So this Dr. Demon Summoner has a great possibility of being a villager. But for some reason, it fell here. If he is a villager, then he must know the village chief just now. Xu Yuan recalled the way Dr. Demon Summoner got the head of the village chief, and he didn't look surprised at all. And it doesn't seem to be recognized at all. There are only two possibilities for this. The first possibility is that he is very cold-blooded, and even his village chief's head can be regarded as if he does not know him in front of him. The second possibility is that he doesn't recognize the head. If he didn't know this head, it meant that he and the villagers that Xu Yuan had just brought up were not villagers from the same village. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he asked Dr. Xiang Demon Summoner, "Do you know Big Fool?" This fool is the name of the villager just now. Fortunately, this name is easy to remember, otherwise Xu Yuan will definitely not remember what the villager's name is. When Dr. Demon Summoner heard Xu Yuan's words, his eyes immediately widened. Xu Yuan could tell from his expression that he definitely knew the villagers who were stupid. This also confirms that he is a villager in the same village as Big Fool. Therefore, there is only one possibility at present. Xu Yuan thought of this and asked Dr. Xiang Demon Summoner, "You're the village chief, aren't you?" When Xu Yuan asked this demon summoner doctor, his eyes kept looking at him. When this demon summoner doctor heard Xu Yuan's words, his eyes immediately changed from surprise to fear, and then to escape. And the change in his eyes also happened to illustrate one thing, that is, Xu Yuan was right. When Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he was surprised. Aren't all the village chiefs dead? The heads are all placed here, how can this demon summoner in front of him be the village chief? Although Big Orange was still a little confused, he didn't interject. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dr. Demon Summoner immediately shook his head desperately and denied it. "What village chief? I'm not. The village chief is dead, and that head just now is the village chief," the demon summoner said, and pointed at the head on the bed. When Xu Yuan heard this, he deliberately said to the demon summoner doctor, "Oh, yes. That may be my mistake. It seems that the village chief is not here. Hey, it seems that the big fool is going to die in vain." From the time Xu Yuan asked Dr. Demon Summoner just now if he recognized the villagers as stupid, Xu Yuan noticed the strange look in Dr. Demon Summoner's eyes. His eyes are complicated, there is remorse, there is unwillingness, and longing. When Xu Yuan mentioned the name Big Fool, Dr. Demon Summoner's eyes were obviously a little moist for a moment. These were all seen by Xu Yuan. Therefore, this also shows that the relationship between Dr. Summoner and Big Fool is definitely not as simple as the village chief and the villagers. And the Big Fool also said that only he and the villagers knew how to get out of here. Xu Yuan deduced from this that the village chief and the Big Fool may be related, maybe father and son. Therefore, Xu Yuan mentioned the Big Fool again in Dr. Demon Summoner, and it is estimated that he will sacrifice in vain. "I just want to provoke Dr. Demon 1. Xu Yuan's voice fell, and sure enough, as Xu Yuan expected, Dr. Demon Summoner was shocked. He who was originally forced to make a promise in the corner, suddenly rushed over like a changed person, grabbed Xu Yuan's arm and asked, "What did you say? What's wrong with the Big Fool?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately determined that this demon summoner doctor was the village head. "The Big Fool has been arrested, and now he is being held in the cell of the leader of the demon summoner. I am afraid that he is a murderer. Oh, by the way, he sacrificed himself to save the village chief." What Xu Yuan said was indeed the truth, and the Big Fool really sacrificed himself to create time for Xu Yuan and them. No. When Dr. Demon Summoner heard this, he shouted and wanted to rush out like crazy. Xu Yuan immediately stopped him. "When you go out like this, you are looking for death. The fool sacrificed himself to create an opportunity for us, that is, let us come and save those detained villagers." Xu Yuan had already determined that this Dr. Summoner was the village chief, so he no longer went around the corner with him. Told him directly to come over. When Dr. Demon Summoner heard this, his whole body froze, and he held his head and cried loudly. Why do this to me? I've done what they're told." When Xu Yuan heard the words of the demon summoner villager, he finally roughly understood what was happening. At this time, the surprised Big Orange on the side finally couldn't help but speak. "Boss, this village chief is actually a traitor. On the surface, this village chief is indeed a traitor, but through the eyes of the village chief and his words, you can see that he has bitter intentions." Seeing the Big Orange ask like this, Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "He's not a traitor, he's just thinking of a dad who wants to protect his children, and a village chief who wants to protect his fellow villagers." When Xu Yuan saw this, he basically knew what was going on. It is estimated that after the villagers robbed the village for the first time, they arrested the village chief. And this village chief is estimated to have some skills, and as a result, the villagers of the disaster took a fancy to his talent. So they kept him and made him work for them, promising not to touch the rest of the village again. So he agreed. Unexpectedly, these disaster-stricken villagers still swept up their village and tied up his son. This is why the village chief knows how to leave the woodland mansion. After hearing Xu Yuan's words at this time, the whole person was stunned, and then looked at Xu Yuan with a grateful face. "Thank you. For so long, he has always been a traitor in the eyes of everyone, and he just did his best to do what he could to protect everyone." Big Orange heard the conversation between the two, and only then did he understand everything. She couldn't help but cast adoring eyes at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's insight was too strong. If it were someone else, there might be no way to find these clues. That head, obviously already marked, the head of the village chief. Maybe many people's tasks are carried out here and they are directly cut off. Or, after coming in, he will directly kill this Dr. Summoner. As a result, the task should fail. Xu Yuan completely relied on his own insight to promote the entire incident. At this time, Dr. Demon Summoner no longer hid his identity. He said bluntly, "You're right, I'm the village chief. It started a long time ago. Xu Yuan saw that the village chief was about to tell them a long story, and immediately interrupted. Village chief, you don't need to say, I know it. Now the priority is to rescue the big fool and other villagers quickly, and if you are stupid, you may really have to die in vain. When the village chief heard this, his eyes immediately widened and he was a little puzzled. Just now, Xu Yuan also said that the big fool had been sacrificed, but listening to the meaning of his current words, the big fool didn't seem to be dead yet. The village chief asked Xu Yuan with some surprise. What do you mean, isn't the big fool dead yet? Xu Yuan nodded. Well, before I came, the demon summoner leader hadn't started experimenting. Now, the only one who can save him is you. When the village chief heard this, he did not hesitate for a moment, and immediately agreed. Anything goes, as long as I can save my child. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to the village chief, you go and lure the leader of the demon summoner. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, share. When the village chief heard this, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. He seemed to be a little unable to believe Xu Yuan's words, so he asked again a little tentatively. What did you say? I brought the leader of the demon summoner. Xu Yuan nodded. Yes, you heard me right. If you want to save your son, you have to bring him here. At present, the big fool is in the room of the leader of the demon summoner. If he wants to save him, he can only lead the leader of the demon summoner to another place. The demon summoner boss has 1000 HP, plus skills like insight. Xu Yuan and the big orange definitely can't lead it. At present, only the village chief can call him to move. After all, the village chief has also worked here for a long time, and he must have gained the trust of the leader of the demon summoner. Otherwise, it would definitely be tied up, and it would not be possible to make people move. After hearing that Xu Yuan was sure, the village chief suddenly became a little scared. The reason why the village chief became the appearance of the demon summoner was the hand of the leader of the demon summoner. The village chief still clearly remembered how the leader of the demon summoner treated him at that time, and that scene had left a lingering shadow in his heart. When the village chief thought of this, his body immediately trembled unconsciously. Seeing this, the big orange asked Xu Yuan, have you figured out how to deal with the leader of the demon summoner? Bringing him here can save the big fool, but when he goes back and finds that the big fool is gone, it will be troublesome. If everyone is dispatched to find it, then we still have Xiao. They are all in danger, and even these villagers may not be able to escape. The consideration of the big orange is still very reasonable. If the leader of the demon summoner found that the big fool was missing, he would definitely look everywhere. And the leader of the demon summoner is obviously intelligent, and he also knows that the big fool is the son of the village chief. Such a coincidence, the village chief called him over, and the village chief's son disappeared. He would definitely suspect. At that time, it will definitely be trouble. Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words, thought for a moment, and asked the village chief, what's the way to leave Woodland Mansion? Seeing this, the village chief pointed to the carcass of the cow on the bed and the head of the villager. The methods are them. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said with a puzzled expression. What? The village chief saw that Xu Yuan did not understand, so he walked to the bed. Then Xu Yuan saw an extremely disgusting scene. The village chief burrowed directly into the body of the headless cow, and then took the head and brought it to the head. Seeing this, the big orange only felt that his stomach was turning over, and he couldn't stop retching. Even Xu Yuan felt a little unbearable when he saw this picture, and he really tasted it. Seeing the expressions of the two, the village chief said with an embarrassed wry smile, the only way to use this method can the Woodland Mansion. They had also arrested my son before, and that's how I sent him out. Xu Yuan originally thought that the village chief knew what secret passages and so on, and could go out, but he actually used this method. Xu Yuan suddenly couldn't accept it, so he asked, isn't there any secret passage or anything like that? So many villagers can't all be transported out like this. You cow. And the head, it's not enough. When the village chief heard this, he sighed and shook his head. There is no secret passage, the leader of the demon summoner is very cautious. I only have 2 sets of disguised things here. After Xu Yuan heard the village chief say that there were only 2 sets of disguised things, he immediately fell into thought. The 2 sets that appeared here definitely could not be accidental. After all, this relic was equivalent to a large-scale mission. One ring after another, what appears at each node is a clue to the task. The amount of this camouflage stuff is certainly a hint. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly seemed to think of something. You give me a set and I'll try. When the village chief heard Xu Yuan's words, he nodded and went to get his things. When the big orange on the side heard Xu Yuan's words, he looked at Xu Yuan with a shocked expression. She couldn't help but think of the picture when she waited for Xu Yuan to bring it. Although she liked Xu Yuan very much, she still couldn't stand it when she thought of that picture, and the result was another dry gag. Seeing this, Xu Yuan patted the back of the big orange, and said helplessly, not all told you, this is the data, all arranged, don't think too much. When Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he smiled reluctantly. If I don't change my face when I see this picture, will you think that I am not a normal woman? When Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words, he couldn't help but feel that what Big Orange said was indeed quite reasonable. As the two spoke, the village chief had already brought the things over. The village chief brought over the skin of a hollowed-out marauding beast. This thing is much better than the village chief just demonstrated, at least it looks like a marauding beast. After Xu Yuan took the skin bag handed over by the village chief, this skin bag immediately became a usable item. The skin bag of the predator beast. After use, it can be disguised as a predator beast, and it will appear after being attacked or attacked. Sure enough, as Xu Yuan expected, this was an important item to transport the villagers out. Xu Yuan tried to use the skin sack, and the result immediately turned into a predatory beast. Xu Yuan tried to make 2 calls, but the result was also a moo sound. It's really 100% restored. The big orange on the side was stunned when she saw this, and she reacted immediately. This is a quest item. After Xu Yuan put away the skin bag, he nodded towards the big orange. Well, there's a way. These 2 skin bags should correspond to the 2 marauding beasts at the door. The meaning of the village chief is already clear. There is no secret passage in this place, and you can only go through the main entrance to get out. At the main entrance, there were 2 marauding beasts. If you want to send all the villagers out at once, the only way to do is to kill the marauding beasts. But after the marauding beast is killed, there will be a new one immediately after the guardian comes up, and there will be no vacancy at the door. So you need to plunder the beast's skin. After having the skin bag, after killing the marauder, the player can disguise himself as the marauder and stand at the door. After the guardians left, the villagers could swagger out directly from the door. The current idea is there, but there is a difficulty. That's how to kill these 2 marauding beasts in seconds. Xu Yuan thought of this and set his sights on the village chief. The village chief's role in the woodland mansion is obviously to develop marauding beasts. Then, he must know how to deal with the marauding beast, _. Xu Yuan thought of this and immediately asked the village chief. You know how to deal with the marauders, right? When the village chief heard Xu Yuan's words, he was first stunned, and then after thinking about it, he said. They were originally combined creatures, human heads, and cow bodies, and the reason why they were so strong was that they were injected with potions in the later stage. If you want them to be weaker, you have to start with potions. When Xu Yuan heard the village chief's words, he immediately felt that there was a drama. Fortunately, I asked more, otherwise I would have to fight with the 2 high-level marauding beasts at the door. Those 2 marauding beasts were both 500 HP, and Xu Yuan couldn't kill them in seconds. Then do you have a potion to deal with them? After thinking about it, the village chief began to rummage around the laboratory, tinkering with the bottles and cans in the laboratory. At this time, the big orange looked at Xu Yuan and asked, Are you trying to kill the 2 marauding beasts at the gate and then we'll replace them and let the villagers leave? Although Xu Yuan did not directly explain his plan, the big orange saw Xu Yuan's various actions and had already guessed Xu Yuan's plan. Xu Yuan nodded. Well, yes. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Big Orange thought about it and said, That's a good idea, but what will happen to the village chief then? Didn't you ask the village chief to lure the demon leader down, and after the demon summoner leader came down, the village chief would definitely not be able to leave. I feel stupid and the village chief 2 people, can only save 1. Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words and thought for a moment. Previously, Xu Yuan asked the village chief to lure the demon leader down, just to be stupid. But if the leader of the demon summoner is led down, and then goes back and finds that the big fool is gone, he will definitely be the first to take the village chief. It is estimated that it is still difficult for the village chief to escape. If he wasn't stupid, the village chief would definitely have enough time to escape. But the village chief is clearly not willing to do so. And to save the big fool, I believe that the big fool is not willing to escape alone. After all, the first place was ready to sacrifice. That's trickier. Xu Yuan thought of this and thought about it carefully. Isn't this relic too simple to clear the level without defeating the final boss? Although there are layers of levels inside, you may lose important mission clues if you are not careful. But these clues are not very forceful. And, initially, the name of the event was Woodland Mansion. Although Xu Yuan already knew what was in the Woodland Mansion, these were all things that Xu Yuan knew before. Other players don't know that maybe the mission does this, and they know that the marauding beast is a synthetic beast composed of the head of a villager and the body of a cow. But the grudge between the demon summoner, the guardian, and the villagers, the player is still not clear. So how can you find out the real secret of Woodland Mansion? Xu Yuan felt that it should be necessary to defeat the leader of the demon summoner. If he is not defeated, the secrets of Woodland Mansion will never be revealed, and the tragedy of Woodland Mansion will continue to repeat itself. The bane is here with the leader of the demon summoner. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of this. It seems that there is going to be a big war. If it is really as Xu Yuan thought, then there will really be a big war. The 1000 HP of the demon summoner leader, coupled with the unknown skill, is indeed terrifying enough. And the ability of the demon summoner is to summon fangs and annoyance. These are very annoying things. When Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he looked at Xu Yuan with some surprise. You wouldn't be trying to kill the demon summoner leader, would you? Xu Yuan looked at the Big Orange and nodded helplessly. I think that only by killing him can you get the last treasure. Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, and after thinking for a moment, he figured it out. She couldn't help but sigh. It turned out to go around, and you still had to fight him. Originally, Big Orange thought that the task of this relic only needed to save people. But I didn't expect to fight the final boss. In this way, the difficulty of this medium-sized relic is too high. Although the Big Orange followed all the way, there was no danger, and the basic killing of monsters was also to promote the mission. But Big Orange understands how difficult the task is. If Xu Yuan was not there, and the Big Orange came to this relic by himself, he would definitely have failed the mission a long time ago. There are many times this mission that requires the player to make a decision. It's like saving the strange guardian before, saving the big fool, and threatening the village chief. These are all places where decisions need to be made. And Xu Yuan, every decision is right. And these skills, judged by some dialogue, subtle expressions, are simply textbook-level ways to clear the level. None of these NPCs are real, they are all written data. Xu Yuan asked every question to the point, and only then would there be a boost to the next plot. I'm afraid only Xu Yuan can do this. When Big Orange thought of this, he admired Xu Yuan more and more. The next time with Xu Yuan, I really benefited a lot, and the way I think about problems will change in the future. The Big Orange was thinking about it, and he saw the village chief excitedly coming over with a bottle of potion. Found it? This is it. This is used on marauding beasts, they are not so strong. After Xu Yuan took the potion, he looked at it. Splash-type weakness potion, after use, the health of the predator decreases. Acts only on predatory beasts. It's much simpler. With this weakness potion, it should be possible to kill the marauding beast at the door in seconds. The next step is to kill the marauding beasts at the gate, let the little fish take the marauding beasts' skins and let the villagers go. Then ask the village chief to call the leader of the demon summoner. When the time comes, send someone to take the big fool away, so that it will be foolproof. At that time, you only need to defeat the leader of the demon summoner, and this relic should be able to clear the level. Xu Yuan thought of this and immediately sent a message to Xiao and them. Pick us up at the cell, we'll come down right away. Xiao and his party waited in the cell for so long, they were almost suffocated, and they immediately replied after receiving Xu Yuan's message. Okay boss. After Xu Yuan informed Xiao Yu, he put away the skin bag and medicine that the village chief had given him. Then asked the village chief, the cells here are all the villagers from your village, right? When the village chief heard this, he nodded helplessly. Yes, they were all arrested with me and then imprisoned here. Fortunately, the experiments conducted by the leader of the demon summoner on them have failed, and now they have changed their appearance and have no memory. Originally, the leader of the demon summoner was going to kill them, and I said I needed them to do experiments to save them. Xu Yuan understood when he heard this, and then said to the village chief, do they listen to you, and when the time comes, if you want to go out, you must not let them run around. When the village chief heard Xu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. They see that I don't bark, so why listen to me? Xu Yuan heard the village chief's words and thought about it. Now the appearance of the village chief is the appearance of the demon summoner, and those villagers must have a shadow over the demon summoner. Xu Yuan thought about it and said, I'll try. After saying that, Xu Yuan walked to the side of the cell and opened one of the cells. The villagers inside had already turned into the appearance of a guardian, and when he saw the cell open, he immediately jumped out. When he and Xu Yuan looked at each other, his whole person suddenly became quiet. Then he muttered, friend, trust. At this time, the village chief on the side saw this, and his jaw was dislocated. How could this be? Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled. This is thanks to the stupidity of the son of the village chief. If it weren't for the stupidity that gave Xu Yuan the villagers' trust buff, these villagers who failed the experiment would definitely not be able to take them out. Looking back like this, Xu Yuan had to sigh that the difficulty of this relic was really great. Fortunately, I thought of this at that time, otherwise, I would have been busy until the end, and the villagers would not be able to take it out, wouldn't it be empty and happy? And at this time, the Big Orange, seeing this scene, understood the role of Xu Yuan's last words to the big fool at that time. It seems that this simple sentence is also the key to completing the task. After Xu Yuan tried to communicate with the villagers began to follow Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan asked him not to make a sound, he would not make a sound. Xu Yuan asked him to stop, he would stop. It can be said that he listened to Xu Yuan's words very much. Xu Yuan was relieved, then said to the villagers, you wait for me in the cell first, I'll be you later. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the villagers nodded and returned to the cell by themselves. The village chief looked at all this in confusion the whole time, and he didn't know what to say. After solving the problem of the villagers in this cell, it is time to solve the problem of the villagers who are being held on the other side of the prison. Village chief, you are waiting for us here, don't act rashly, we will be back immediately. After Xu Yuan said a few words to the village chief, he left with Big Orange. The two took this disguised axe to the prison smoothly. Xiao, Wang, and Ahao saw Xu Yuan coming over and immediately walked out of the cell. Boss, wait until you get back. Xiao, the three of them can be regarded as suffocating. After Xu Yuan saw them, he nodded and then said, I'll have a task for you later. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he went straight to the cell where the villagers were held. After opening the cell, he looked at each of the villagers. With the blessing of trusting buff, the villagers immediately trusted Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan temporarily let them return to the dungeon first, and then said to Xiao, let's go, let's deal with the marauding beast at the door. Xiao, Wang, and Ahao were immediately surprised when they heard Xu Yuan's words. Boss, isn't it? The marauding beast at the door is a high level? 500 blood, we will definitely not lose it in seconds. Let them call it out and we'll die. Did the boss have any way to deal with them? Xu Yuan heard everyone's words and nodded. There is a way to deal with it. I want you to cooperate with me to kill them in seconds. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he handed Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahao a bottle of stealth potion to each other. Xu Yuan and Big Orange's disguise time is still there, so there is no need to drink the invisibility potion. And the small fish they need, otherwise, the marauding beasts will roar as soon as they find them. After Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahao drank the invisibility potion, they followed Xu Yuan and Big Orange to the gate. Before and after coming to the marauding beast, the predatory beast did not notice the difference between Xu Yuan and the Big Orange. After Xu Yuan walked to the side of the marauding beast, he took advantage of the marauding beast's lack of attention and dropped a splatter-type weakness potion between the two marauding beasts. After the potion is broken to the ground, it takes effect immediately. I saw that the HP of the two marauding beasts immediately changed from 500 to 100. Hit. Seeing this, Xu Yuan saw the timing, and immediately changed into a 3-shot bow and shot towards a marauding beast. Seeing this, the Big Orange also reacted quickly, and immediately made up 2 knives. Another marauding beast was also under siege and soon died. The 2 marauding beasts died directly without making any sound. Seeing this, Xiao and the others were excited. Boss, this marauding beast died without saying a word, can we escape? Yes, this villager should also be rescued, right? Can the brothers outside also come in? Before Xiao and the others finished speaking, they heard hurried footsteps. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately handed the skin pouch of the marauding beast to Xiao and Aiwang. Quick, put it on. Then Xu Yuan immediately pointed his bow at Ahao. An arrow was fired. At this time, because Ahao had just drunk the invisibility potion, all the armor on his body was down. Xu Yuan shot Ahao to death with 1 arrow. Since the PvP mode of the game is released, Xu Yuan only needs to open the PP mode to attack any player, without being restricted by guilds and teams. That's why he was able to kill Ahao. Just after Ahao went to the end, Xiao, Aiwang and Big Orange were all surprised to see this. What's going on? Boss, why did you kill Ahao? Boss, why did you do something to Ahao? This boss shouldn't be fake. The 3 were surprised to see Ahao being shot by Xu Yuan. They couldn't figure out why Xu Yuan would kill Ahao at this time. Seeing the sound of footsteps approaching, Xu Yuan didn't have time to explain, but just ordered solemnly. Don't talk, put your skin bag on and stand where the original 2 marauding beasts stood. Orange, change into an axe of disguise. When everyone saw that Xu Yuan was so serious, they didn't ask more, so they all did so. After everyone set up their positions, a large number of guardians hurriedly walked over at this time. After the guardian came over, he saw Xu Yuan and Big Orange standing here, and there was a human corpse beside them. The guardian asked with a puzzled look. What's going on here? Xu Yuan cleared his throat and said, a human broke in, but I found it and it was solved. Although the guardian looked puzzled when he heard this, he seemed to be the same when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but mutter. Obviously the alarm of a predatory beast was issued. What's going on? The guardian observed the 2 marauding beasts at the door, and found nothing unusual. Although a little puzzled, the guardian beckoned the other guardians to leave. Xu Yuan was relieved to see the guardian leave. In fact, at that time, Ahao was forced to do so, because Xu Yuan felt that even if he killed the marauding beast in seconds, if you don't make a sound, there will be monsters coming. Sure enough, Xu Yuan's intuition was right. There is really no way to kill Ahao, because the only things that can be camouflaged are the camouflage axe of Xu Yuan and Big Orange, and the skin pouch of the marauder that has just been handed to Xiao and Aiwang. As far as Ahao was alone, the time for the stealth potion also passed. If Ahao is discovered, it will definitely be dangerous. And this group of monsters rushed down must be because of the predatory beasts, if there is no other emergency. When they saw Xu Yuan and Big Orange dangling around here, they would definitely be suspicious. So Xu Yuan could only take Ahao. At this time, after Big Orange, Xiao, and Aiwang saw such a situation, they all understood why Xu Yuan killed Ahao. It's good that the boss is fast to reverse, otherwise it will be dangerous. When Xiao and Aiwang saw this scene, they also immediately told Ahao what was going on. After all, Ahao was killed by Xu Yuan for no reason, and he must be in a state of confusion. After Ahao knew the reason why Xu Yuan killed him, he didn't think much about it, but just replied, "It's okay, I alone can solve everyone's crisis, it's worth it." After the guardian left, Xu Yuan let Xiao and the door, and he and Big Orange came to the cell. First, the villagers from the cell were transported out. As soon as the villagers were transported out, a system showed them up. End of rescue of villagers 5. After the villagers downstairs were rescued, it was upstairs. After Xu Yuan and the Big Orange came to the 5th floor, Xu Yuan said to the Big Orange, "The durability of the axe of camouflage is almost over, let's go our separate ways. You first hide in the room next to the Demon Summoner's leader lab, and I'll go find the village chief. As soon as he comes out, you leave with a Big Fool." Since Big Orange also has the same villager's trust buff as Xu Yuan, even if Big Fool turns into a strange guardian, Big Orange can take him out. The Big Orange nodded and then parted with Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan came to the secret room, he quickly took the villagers in the secret room downstairs. After these villagers were sent out, the number of rescues prompted by the system also increased. Number of rescuers completed, 1-3. At present, only the Big Fool and the village chief remain. After Xu Yuan sent these villagers out, he immediately turned back to the secret room again. At this time, the village chief was already anxious, and he was afraid that the big fool had already encountered an accident. Seeing Xu Yuan returning, he immediately rushed to Xu Yuan's front and pulled Xu Yuan's sleeve. When the hell will I be able to save my child? Seeing this, Xu Yuan calmed the village chief. Go and summon the demon leader now. Seeing this, the village chief immediately took action. The village chief just walked to the door of the secret room, but was stopped by Xu Yuan. Do you know how to close this place? After the leader of the demon summoner came in, it was enough to deal with him. If he summoned all those mobs in, it would be over. Therefore, if you want to kill the leader of the summoner, you can only trap him here alone. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the village chief thought about it and said, yes, but if it's closed, we won't be able to get out. When Xu Yuan heard this, he didn't care. This is the setting of the village chief. If it is closed here, it will definitely not be able to get out. But if you defeat the leader of the demon summoner, it means that the event mission of this relic has been completed, and there must be a way out. After luring him here, just close this place. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the village chief hesitated, and after thinking about it, he finally made up his mind. Xu Yuan's words were equivalent to telling him to prepare for death. As a father and a village chief, it is enough to see your children and villagers go out safely. At this time, the expression on the face of the village chief suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. After helping them do so many bad things, it's time for retribution. He muttered as he left the secret room. The village chief soon arrived at the demon summoner's leader's laboratory. After arriving at the laboratory, the village chief looked around, but he didn't see the big fool. The leader of the demon summoner saw the village chief come in, looked at him with some doubt, and asked, "What are you doing here?" The village chief did not dare to look into the eyes of the leader of the demon summoner. He schemed his eyes and said with a swallow, "There were some problems with the experiment. Please take a look." Seeing this, the leader of the demon summoner put down the work at hand and looked at the village chief with contempt. "I can't do such a little thing. I really don't know what I left you to do in the first place," the leader of the demon summoner said, and followed the village chief out of the laboratory. The big orange, who was waiting in the room next to the laboratory, saw the leader of the demon summoner being taken down, hurriedly ran to the laboratory of the leader of the demon summoner to look for the big fool. As a result, I rummaged through the entire laboratory, but I didn't see any trace of the big fool. Big Orange immediately sent a message to Xu Yuan. The big fool is gone. Xu Yuan was waiting for the arrival of the leader of the demon summoner in the cell of the secret room, and he was puzzled after receiving the news of the big orange. "Are you sure it's gone? Do you look again? See if there is a secret room in the room or something." Regardless of whether the leader of the demon summoner succeeds or not, the great fool cannot disappear out of thin air. And Xu Yuan and Big Orange sent Big Fool to the laboratory, and it didn't take long until now. Therefore, Xu Yuan suspected that the leader of the demon summoner had hidden the Big Fool. After receiving the news, Big Orange carefully rummaged through every corner of the room, but the result was still fruitless. "I looked for it a few more times. There are no secret rooms or anything like that. I didn't see any trace of the Big Fool." When Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The disappearance of the Big Fool out of thin air undoubtedly adds difficulty to the task. If you think about it, it seems that there is no need for the leader of the demon summoner to hide the Big Fool, because he has not noticed anything unusual all this time. So where the hell did the Big Fool go? As Xu Yuan was thinking, he saw the village chief bring the leader of the demon summoner to the secret room. After the leader of the demon summoner came to the secret room, he asked the village chief with a look of annoyance, "What went wrong?" Come and see," the village chief said, and led the leader of the demon summoner to the bedside of the laboratory. The village chief pointed to the head on the laboratory bed and said to the leader of the demon summoner, "You see, there's something wrong with this head." Seeing this, the leader of the demon summoner leaned down and observed the head on the laboratory bed. At this moment, I saw the village chief pick up the knife in the laboratory, aim it at the head of the demon summoner, and pierce it. At this time, the leader of the demon summoner immediately reacted and immediately dodged away. The knife in the village chief's hand plunged into the head on the laboratory bed. Seeing this, the leader of the demon summoner was immediately furious. With a wave of his hand, he saw two fangs popping out from the feet of the village chief, biting the village chief's feet deadly. The leader of the demon summoners didn't seem to want to kill the village chief. If the leader of the demon summoner moved the killing intent, it would not just bind the village chief. When Xu Yuan saw this, he seemed to understand. At this point, it is expected that the two will have a conversation, and players should be able to learn the secrets of the woodland mansion through their conversation. Sure enough, after the leader of the demon summoner tied up the village chief, he snorted coldly. "Looks like you know it all." At this time, the village chief did not speak, but just looked at the leader of the demon summoner viciously, eager to devour him alive and peel him alive. Seeing this, the leader of the demon summoner smiled with disdain. "You don't keep your life, you have long been the same as them, you are not satisfied, you still have to talk to me about conditions." The village chief sneered when he heard the leader of the demon summoner say this. "You keep me because I use it for you. Do you think you still have humanity? Look at yourself, human." When the leader of the demon summoner heard the village chief's words, he touched his own face, and then laughed loudly. "Aren't you and me the same now? But you turned your back on me for the sake of those outsiders. At this time, Xu Yuan, who was hiding in the cell, was surprised when he heard the words of the leader of the demon summoner. Listening to the meaning of the leader of the demon summon, it seems that he has known the village chief since before. And it seems that something happened between them that caused the leader of the demon summoner to become like this. Xu Yuan didn't expect that there were so many stories in between. Unexpectedly, the relationship between the leader of the demon summoner and the village chief was not simple. Xu Yuan thought of this and continued to listen. When the village chief heard the words of the leader of the demon summoner, he shook his head and said helplessly, "I didn't turn my back on you." When the leader of the demon summoner heard this, he snorted coldly. "To this day, I still remember your faces that day. It was a rainy night, and the monsters outside were all waiting to be fed. And you kicked me out of the village because of some unwarranted things. You are the leader, you are the village chief?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. There is actually such a relationship. I didn't expect that the leader of the demon summoner was actually the younger brother of the village chief. When the village chief heard this, his eyes immediately turned red. Although for so many years, he was full of resentment and fear towards his own brother. But he still felt guilty in his heart, because as he said, he expelled him with his own hands. "You said you wanted to protect the whole village, and I said yes. We do research together, we do experiments together, in order to become stronger so that you can achieve your dreams. Finally, one day, you became the village chief. And you, listening to those ignorant people, expelled me with them. You turned your back on me, you kicked me away. Now that it has fallen to this, I tell you, this is your retribution." The more the leader of the demon summoner spoke, the more excited he became. This was the wound in his heart, which was why he became the last picture he was. His favorite brother betrayed him and hurt him, so he wants revenge. When the village chief heard this, he was already crying. He remembers the happy times when he experimented with his brother. But what is perfect in the world? There will always be so many last resorts in life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When the leader of the demon summoner heard the village chief's words, there seemed to be a trace of emotion in his eyes. For so many years, in fact, what he wanted to hear the most was these 3 words. He didn't care what the others did to him. But in front of him is his dearest brother, his only relative. Hearing the village chief's words, the eyes of the demon summoner slowly changed from red to normal green. Xu Yuan was surprised to see the change in the leader of the demon summoner. Could it be that the final BSS doesn't have to be fought, and can be touched by love? At this moment, the leader of the demon summoner seemed to have sensed something. The eyes suddenly turned red again. He looked at the village chief and smiled. "Humph, do you want to play the affection card with me? Well, I'll play the emotional card with you. I have already developed a method of immortality, and in the future, our brothers can do research together forever and ever. No one will turn their backs on anyone again." The leader of the demon summoner giggled when he said this. "Oh, right. Thanks to my nephew, your son." When the village chief heard the words of the leader of the demon summoner, he immediately lost his mind. "What did you say? What's wrong with you making a big fool?" The village chief's leg was bitten by fangs and could not move, but he still struggled desperately to reach the leader of the demon summoner. It's just that the more he struggled, the tighter his fangs clenched. The bones at his ankles were exposed, and his feet were already bloody. But he didn't feel the slightest pain, because at this time the pain in his heart had already taken over his whole body. The leader of the demon summoner looked at the village chief with an appreciative look, and he was satisfied with the village chief's reaction. "I just want to see you dressed like this. I just want you to understand my pain," the leader of the demon summoner said, and took out something from his arms. It's a golden humanoid doll-like thing. Its head is the appearance of a villager, and its eyes are green. Its body exudes a breath of life. Xu Yuan was surprised when he saw what the leader of the demon summoner took out. Isn't this the immortal totem? Could it be that the leader of the demon summoner has taken away the soul of the big fool? When Xu Yuan saw this, he could be considered to understand. It seems that the conspiracy theories of the great gods in the MC about the Woodland Mansion have all become true in this game. It seems that what is sealed in the immortal totem is indeed the soul of the villagers. After the village chief at this time saw the immortal totem, the whole person fell. He raised his hand tremblingly, pointed to the immortal totem in the hand of the leader of the demon summoner, and asked, You succeed." The leader of the demon summoner saw the village chief's reaction and laughed proudly. "Ha ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it, I succeeded. Your son's soul is sealed here by me, as long as you have it, no one will be able to kill me, ha 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 ha." When the village chief heard this, the whole person was stunned. This experiment was first proposed by him. But I never found the right method, but I didn't expect that the experiment was successful in the end. But the price of success was bought with his son's life. When the village chief thought of this, he was already a little stunned, and he laughed presumptuously. "Ha ha 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 ha, the initiator has no follow. This is my retribution." After the village chief finished speaking, he struggled to get the knife that had just fallen from the ground, trying to end himself. At this time, Xu Yuan saw this and quickly rushed out. "Don't." Xu Yuan's move was indeed a bit presumptuous, but if the village chief was allowed to end himself, the mission was estimated to fail, right? Xu Yuan just listened to the meaning of the village chief. It was a dead totem. Although the big fool has been sealed inside, the village chief may know the way to free the big fool. However, Xu Yuan was not sure. He also rushed out with the mentality of gambling. After Xu Yuan rushed out, the leader of the demon summoner didn't seem surprised at all. He sneered. "Humph, finally out. The leader of the demon summoner had sensed something wrong early on, and he had long known that someone was hiding here. That's why he will stimulate the village chief and lure Xu Yuan out. Seeing this, the village chief looked at Xu Yuan with a surprised expression. Why did you come out? When Xu Yuan heard the village chief's words, he shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. I promised Big Fool to take you out. When the village chief heard this, he was stunned, and then tears dripped down Dauda, and he muttered. It's useless. He can't stand it anymore. The leader of the demon summoner looked at Xu Yuan, as if he remembered something, and then said, So it's you. I said how can it be so familiar? Xu Yuan saw that the leader of the demon summoner recognized him, and seeing that the durability of the camouflage axe was about to end, he simply replaced it directly. After replacing the camouflage axe, Xu Yuan changed into his original appearance. When the leader of the demon summoner saw Xu Yuan's appearance, he immediately smiled contemptuously. Huh, human. You are not small, dare to spread wild in me. Seeing this, Xu Yuan didn't beep with the leader of the demon summoner, and after directly putting a shield on himself, he pulled his bow and aimed at the leader of the demon summoner. Due to the urgency of time, this arrow is not in a full bow state, and only hits more than 50 damage. This damage is like tickling for a demon summoner boss with 1000 HP. The leader of the demon summoner saw Xu Yuan start attacking him, and immediately entered a state of battle. Dense fangs immediately appeared on the ground. Xu Yuan knew the distance of the demon summoner's fangs attack, so he immediately distanced himself from the demon summoner. Although he was accidentally touched by a fang, the shield effect was still there at this time. After Xu Yuan opened the distance, he immediately shot a full string of arrows at the leader of the demon summoner. The leader of the demon summoner immediately shot 80 points of blood from Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's 2 attacks caused 1/10 of the damage to the leader of the demon summoner, which was also very good. In the case of one pair, Xu Yuan is not at all vain to summon the leader of the devil. After all, those bosses in the Twilight Forest before were 5000 HP at every turn. Xu Yuan can deal with it, and these 1000 blood are not difficult for Xu Yuan. The fangs of the leader of the demon summoner attacked Xu Yuan, and he drew his sword, which was still easy to dodge. But the demon summoner is difficult, he will summon annoying ghosts. And this demon summoner leader, Fangs alone summoned more than ordinary demon summoners. There must be more annoying ghosts than ordinary demon summoners. Originally, it was annoying enough for ordinary demon summoners to generate 2 to 4 annoying ghosts at a time. If it is at most, it will definitely be difficult. And the amount of annoying ghost blood summoned by this demon summoner leader must be higher than that of ordinary people. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but start to worry a little. While defending against the attack of the demon summoner, he looked at his backpack to see if there was anything that could deal with the annoying ghosts. After opening the backpack, Xu Yuan's gaze was immediately attracted by the immortal totem in the bag. Before going out, Xu Yuan brought a few immortal totems just in case. It seems that this can come in handy. Xu Yuan looked at the leader of the demon summoner and smiled confidently. I have what you have, I have too, _. Xu Yuan finally felt at ease when he saw the immortal totem in his backpack. There are a total of 3 undead totems in the backpack, that is, 3 lives. With Xu Yuan's operation, he can definitely defeat the leader of the demon summoner. Xu Yuan has been changing various weapons to attack the leader of the demon summoner. When he had fangs, he took out his sword to block it, and after closing the distance, he attacked with a 3-shot bow. Once the shield is ready, he approaches the leader of the demon summoner, draws his sword, and flies to attack quickly. The shield disappeared and accidentally dropped blood, so he took out the vampire scepter and sucked a wave of blood. Under Xu Yuan's fancy attack, the leader of the demon summoner kept dropping his health. When Xu Yuan and the leader of the demon summoner were fighting, the big orange had already come to the door and joined Xiao and Aiwang. Xiao and Aiwang still continued to stick to their posts, not daring to slack. They saw the big orange coming over and hurriedly asked, "How's the boss over there?" Big orange shook his head. "The boss hasn't replied to me for a long time, I guess he should be fighting the demon leader at this time." Xiao and Ngawang were surprised when they heard Big Orange's words. "Does the boss fight alone? Is there any danger? Shall we go over and help?" Big Orange heard the words of the two, shook his head and smiled. Originally, the Big Orange was worried at first, but think about it. Before, when Xu Yuan brushed the Twilight Forest alone, those bosses had more blood than the leader of the demon summoner, and Xu Yuan was able to kill them alone. A demon summoner leader should not pose a threat to Xu Yuan. So the Big Orange is no longer worried. Just leave it to the boss, you continue to stand guard, I'll find a place to hide, we just wait for the good news from the boss. Xiao and Ngawang nodded when they heard this, and they were indeed a little worried. Under Xu Yuan's steady attack, soon, the health of the leader of the demon summoner came down to 500. After Xu Yuan saw the amount of blood of the demon summoner, he became cautious. Just now, the leader of the demon summoner has not summoned the annoying ghosts, and seeing that the amount of blood has dropped to half, it should be time to summon the annoying ghosts. Sure enough, as Xu Yuan expected, when the demon summoner leader's HP reached 500, white smoke immediately appeared above his head, and a high-pitched horn-like sound came out of his mouth. This is the characteristic he wants to summon annoying ghosts? Soon, white smoke filled the air, and from the white smoke, 8 grey ghosts, with a pair of wings and swords in their hands, suddenly burst out. After these annoying ghosts were summoned, they immediately swooped towards Xu Yuan in unison. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately replaced the shield scepter and turned on the shield. After the shield scepter delivered 5 attacks for Xu Yuan, it shattered in response. But there were 8 annoying ghosts, and there were still 3 annoying ghosts attacking Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's blood volume was suddenly only 2 blocks left. What a high attack! And just when Xu Yuan was thinking of a way to deal with it, the leader of the demon summoner at this time slowly approached Xu Yuan. Taking advantage of Xu Yuan's lack of attention, he immediately launched a fang attack. Seeing this, Xu Yuan's heart sank. Not good. The leader of the demon summoner is really treacherous, taking advantage of the annoyance to sneak up on Xu Yuan in between attacking Xu Yuan. This also made Xu Yuan have no time to react at all. At this time, the shield scepter was in the CD, and in order to avoid this attack, Xu Yuan could only replace his sword drawing and perform the backward jump skill. But the current time does not allow Xu Yuan to do this at all. Xu Yuan looked at the immortal totem on the backpack bar, and without thinking, he took it out. Right now, you can only be saved with an immortal totem. The fangs of the leader of the demon summoner had already attacked, and Xu Yuan took the immortal totem in his hand. When the leader of the demon summoner saw the immortal totem in Xu Yuan's hand, he was surprised. How could you have this? Originally, the leader of the demon summoner was still a little surprised, but in the next second, he laughed heartily. Because Xu Yuan's immortal totem did not take effect, Xu Yuan was directly killed by the fangs of the leader of the demon summoner. And at this moment, Xu Yuan was also stunned. He only felt that his eyes were dark. He could be sure that he was dead, because at the last second, the immortal totem in his hand did not work. It may be because it is against the leader of the demon summoner, so the undead totem brought outside does not work. In this ruin, perhaps only the immortal totem in the hand of the leader of the demon summoner is useful. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he immediately regretted it. This was something he never expected, and he actually dropped the chain at this last moment. All the previous efforts were in vain? Xu Yuan thought of this, somewhat unwillingly. He remembered that he also had a few enchanted golden apples in his backpack. Although the situation at that time was too late to finish eating the golden apple, Xu Yuan could eat one when the leader of the demon summoner summoned the annoying ghost. In this way, he will not lose blood so badly, nor will he be attacked to death by the leader of the demon summoner. Hey, if only I knew to be cautious. Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little remorseful. Was it really that he was too confident? One miscalculation and a loss in the whole game. Just when Xu Yuan was a little decadent, Xu Yuan found that something didn't seem right. Although Xu Yuan is dead, after so long, there is no system prompt after death. Generally, after death, the system will have the option to respawn for players. Players press respawn to respawn at the spawn point they set. At this time, this option did not come out. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was surprised. Am I not dead? At this moment, the darkness in front of Xu Yuan's eyes suddenly disappeared. Xu Yuan was as if his soul was out of his body, and he could see that his body had fallen in place. He could clearly hear the laughter of the leader of the demon summoner, and he could clearly see the regretful expression on the village chief's face. What's going on? Just when Xu Yuan was puzzled, a person appeared beside him. Xu Yuan was immediately surprised when he saw the big fool in front of him. To be precise, the big fool in front of him is no longer a big fool, but like Xu Yuan, he exists in the way of a soul. After seeing Xu Yuan, the big fool smiled and said, "Everyone called me stupid. It seems that fools have foolish luck. I really didn't look away. You found the village chief, and also fulfilled your promise to save me." When Xu Yuan heard the stupid words, he smiled helplessly. "But I still failed." Hearing this, the big fool shook his head and said, "No, you've made it." Xu Yuan was a little stunned when he heard the stupid words. Big silly, what does this mean? Why didn't he die directly after he died, but he saw the big fool of the soul body? Could it be that all this is a task arrangement? The player has to die once. Just as Xu Yuan was thinking, the big fool looked at Xu Yuan and said to Xu Yuan, "Thank you." After the big fool finished speaking, he disappeared. Just when Xu Yuan was a little confused, he saw that the eyes of the immortal totem in the hand of the leader of the demon summoner seemed to flicker. Then the immortal totem emitted a dazzling golden light, and those rays of light immediately converged and entered Xu Yuan's body. Seeing this, the leader of the demon summoner was stunned. He immediately rushed towards Xu Yuan's body, and then kept trying to grab these golden rays with his hands. No, how could it be? No one knows better what is happening now than the demon summoner leader. This is the big fool exchanging his soul with Xu Yuan's soul. He decided to sacrifice himself in exchange for Xu Yuan's soul? This is the true meaning of the immortal totem, one life for another, one soul for another. And what the leader of the demon summoner never expected was that he had worked so hard to study the immortal totem for so long. It would actually act on the dead human in front of him? The leader of the demon summoner naturally couldn't catch these beams. This is the will of the big fool, and he is willing to exchange his soul and Xu Yuan. After the last beam of light fell, Xu Yuan also woke up. At this time, in Xu Yuan's state, there is an additional bottom buff, the same state. Shelter of the Great Fool, immune to annoying attacks. When Xu Yuan saw this state, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. This stupid shelter is also too awesome, right? In this way, the effect of annoying ghosts is completely gone. Just as Xu Yuan was thinking, the leader of the demon summoner at this time could be described as angry. He immediately summoned more annoyed ghosts to come out. Xu Yuan only saw that more than 20 annoyed ghosts were summoned densely packed in front of him. They attacked Xu Yuan together. When Xu Yuan saw this, he understood. It seems that the sacrifice just now is necessary, otherwise without this buff given by the big fool, the leader of the demon summoner will definitely not be able to deal with it. These more than 20 annoying ghosts attacked together, and no one could bear it. But Xu Yuan doesn't have to be afraid at all now. Under the protection of the big fool, Xu Yuan is already immune to the attack of annoying ghosts. These annoying ghosts attacked. Xu Yuan did not mean to dodge at all, but rushed towards the leader of the demon summoner in the face of the annoying ghost's attack. Xu Yuan picked up the sword and faced the leader of the demon summoner. The damage of the fangs of the leader of the demon summoner was also completely offset by the enchanted golden apple that Xu Yuan ate. Xu Yuan no longer wanted to drag on with the leader of the demon summoner, he just wanted to finish him quickly. At this time, the leader of the demon summoner was shocked to see that Xu Yuan was actually immune to the attacks of the annoying ghosts. At this time, he was already in a state of defeat. Without the help of annoyance, he could only rely on the output of his fangs. But the fangs couldn't hurt Xu Yuan at all, and the leader of the demon summoner instantly entered a passive beating situation. His HP also dropped rapidly under Xu Yuan's attack. The leader of the demon summoner looked like he was dying, and his HP was only 100 left. Xu Yuan was about to end him, but at this time, the village chief opened his mouth to block him. Don't kill him. Please, don't kill him. The village chief's tone was pleading, although his brother was heinous and had done so many bad things. They even attacked the village chief's son, but the village chief still did not want to see his brother die. Seeing this, Xu Yuan looked at the village chief with some puzzlement and said, "He killed your son, do you still want to intercede for him?" When the village chief heard Xu Yuan's words, he wiped his tears and said, "He did a lot of wrong things, and he really killed my child. But it's all my fault that he got to this point." At this time, the leader of the demon summoner on the side couldn't help but snort coldly when he heard the village chief's words. "Humph, you're less pretentious here. I don't need you to intercede for me." Saying that, the leader of the demon summoner deliberately attacked Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan pulled up his three-shot bow and shot an arrow towards the leg of the leader of the demon summoner. As soon as the leader of the demon summoner was hit in the leg, he fell to the ground. This arrow caused more than 50 damage, and did not kill the leader of the demon summoner. Seeing this, the village chief knelt down directly, and at this moment he was already in tears, and he kept pleading with Xu Yuan. "Please, don't kill him." In fact, Xu Yuan had no intention of killing the leader of the demon summoner, because Xu Yuan always felt that killing the leader of the demon summoner was not the most perfect ending. And the village chief has been pleading like this. Xu Yuan feels that there will definitely be different developments in the future. When the leader of the demon summoner saw the village chief pleading with Xu Yuan like this, he suddenly had mixed tastes in his heart. Even if he killed his son, would he be able to forgive himself? Which is the real you? What was ruthlessly banished to me is now trying to protect me. Which is the real you? When the village chief heard the words of the leader of the demon summoner, he finally couldn't help but tell the truth. "Do you know that if I didn't kick you out, they would burn you alive?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he finally understood the reason for the matter. It seems that the village chief is indeed a good big brother, and he has taken on everything alone in order to protect his younger brother. When Xu Yuan heard this, he became more and more interested in the final direction of the incident. It seems that it is right not to kill the leader of the demon summoner, but I don't know what the end will be. When the village chief said this, he was also helpless. He originally wanted to keep this secret hidden, but he didn't want his brother to die and not be able to forgive him. For so many years, the village chief has been keeping this secret and just wants to bear this matter alone. He could understand the feudal superstitions and uneasiness of the villagers, but he could not convince them to believe his brother. This is also the best way to protect everyone and protect your younger brother under the balance of pros and cons. I was going to leave with you, but just the day before, I found out that your sister-in-law was pregnant with a big fool. I'm sorry for you. It's all my fault. When the village chief said this, the whole person curled up. He cried very sadly, and he could see that he regretted it. However, at that time, he made such a move. He couldn't bear to leave his wife and children behind. When the leader of the demon summoner heard this, his face was full of shock and disbelief. His eyes slowly changed from red to green. Tears poured out of his eyes. He touched the tears on his face and laughed. After so long, I will finally cry again. He had not shed a tear since hatred had blinded him. He is ruthless, he just wants revenge. He is doing brutal human experiments, just to take revenge on the villagers. And his immersion in studying the immortal totem was just for the dream of Yuanxian brother with him. It's just that his path is off. He didn't understand until now that his brother, who he trusted and liked the most, had always protected him, had never turned his back on him. That brother still protects himself as before. When the leader of the demon summoner thought of this, the knot in his heart finally opened. He looked at the village chief with tears in his eyes and smiled. "Brother, I'm sorry." When the village chief heard the name of the leader of the demon summoner, tears gushed out in an instant. "It's been 15 years, I haven't heard that in 15 years. Xu Yuan was quite moved to see this, and it was not difficult to see the deep friendship between the two. At this moment, the leader of the demon summoner suddenly picked up the eclipsed immortal totem, and some strange sounds began to come out of his mouth. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately became vigilant. Is there still a final big transformation? At this moment, I saw a lot of golden light suddenly burst out from the leader of the demon summoner. As soon as these golden rays came, they were all absorbed by the immortal totem. Xu Yuan was immediately surprised when he saw these golden lights. These rays he had seen were the same ones that appeared when the fool resurrected himself before. And at this moment, Xu Yuan's eyes suddenly turned black and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the village chief was immediately surprised. The village chief was about to say something, but saw that the leader of the demon summoner also fell. At this time, Xu Yuan became a soul state again. And in front of him stood the leader of the demon summoner and the big fool. The leader of the demon summoner saw that he had successfully replaced the big fool, and smiled at the big fool with satisfaction. In the future, honor your father, he is a good father, a good brother, and a good village chief. Seeing this, the big fool was surprised. He originally thought that after his replacement Xu Yuan died, his soul would already be shattered. But I didn't expect to be replaced by the leader of the demon summoner. When the big fool heard this, he walked up to the leader of the demon summoner, hugged him, and said, "Thank you, uncle." When the leader of the demon summoner heard the big fool call him, tears flowed down his eyes. At this time, he was a little regretful. If he hadn't made the big stupid soul into an immortal totem, will the three of them be able to live happily together without hatred from now on? But where in the world is there regret medicine for sale? The leader of the demon summoner was already very relieved at the moment. He had done so many bad things, and the final ending was already very happy for him. It is enough to be able to resolve conflicts with my brother and listen to my nephew call him uncle. The leader of the demon summoner thought of this, smiled, and then pushed the stupid soul onto his body that collapsed to the ground. And he turned into golden light and entered Xu Yuan's fallen body. When Xu Yuan opened his eyes again, the big fool was already hugging the village chief. Although the big fool at this time has turned into the appearance of the leader of the demon summoner, this ending is already very good. After all, the leader of the demon summoner had done so many wrong things and killed so many villagers, he would definitely be punished. At this point, the whole incident should be considered the end of it. But Xu Yuan waited for a long time, and did not wait for the system message. This suddenly made Xu Yuan puzzled. At this moment, the village chief came over and said to Xu Yuan, "Thank you, great warrior. At least I can die with my child." When Xu Yuan heard this, he remembered. The secret room is closed, which means that the two must be sent out for this event to be completed. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little headache. How the hell can I get out? The village chief also said before that after this place was closed, he could not go out. Xu Yuan thought of this and thought for a moment. If the way out is not to look inside, it is to burst in from the outside. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly remembered the skin bags of the two sets of marauding beasts. So he quickly sent a message to Xiao and them. "Xiao, after you bring the skin bag, do you have any skills or something?" Xiao saw Xu Yuan's message and immediately replied, "There really is, there's a collision." Seeing this, Xu Yuan hurriedly asked, "Is it able to break blocks?" "Yes, boss, how do you know?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately said to Xiao, "Let Orange take you and Ngawang to the secret room." This plundering animal skin bag seemed ordinary, but it did not expect more than one use. It's actually the key to breaking out of this secret room? After Xiao relayed Xu Yuan's words to Big Orange suddenly hesitated, and she immediately sent a message to Xu Yuan. "Boss, I'm afraid this won't work. You know, as soon as the marauding beast leaves, there will be monsters coming immediately." Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words and thought for a moment. When he looked up at the big fool, he suddenly paid attention. Isn't the look of the big fool the best cover? It's okay, let them come, I have a way. Xu Yuan had already verified that after killing the marauding beast, a large number of monsters would immediately notice it and rush over. So Xu Yuan guessed that there should be a response mechanism in the place where the marauding beast was. As long as the monster in the place where the marauder is located disappears, the AI of the other monsters will notice it and will automatically come over. If they detect that the marauding beasts are missing, these monsters will bring 2 more marauding beasts to take their place. Anyway, the monsters will always keep the presence of marauding beasts at the door. So, as soon as Xiao and Awang leave, the monsters will immediately find out, and then they will guard the door again with the marauding beasts. But even if the monsters brought the marauding beasts to guard the door, it didn't matter, Xu Yuan naturally had a way to get out. "Remember, you all drink the stealth pill water." Xu Yuan instructed the Big Orange again. After all, they had to go up to the 5th floor, and once the marauding beast disappeared on the 1st floor, the monsters would notice it and drive them down from the upper floor. So it will definitely come across. Seeing this, Big Orange handed the invisibility potion to Xiao and Aiwang. Fortunately, before Xu Yuan and Big Orange separated, Xu Yuan was afraid that the durability of her camouflage axe was not enough, so he gave Big Orange a few more bottles of stealth potion. The Big Orange has never been willing to use before, but I didn't expect to save it, and this time it really comes in handy. After Xiao and Ngawang replaced the marauder skin bag, they immediately drank the invisibility potion. After drinking the invisibility potion, everyone immediately walked towards the direction of the 5th floor. When the 3 of them came to the staircase, they saw the monsters coming down. All 3 were afraid of alarming the monster, and they all moved slowly up against the railing. Fortunately, these monsters were attracted by the disappearance of the marauding beasts, and they did not find them. After the three came to the 5th floor, Big Orange led Xiao and Awang to the door of the secret room. Boss, here we are. The Big Orange came to the door and sent a message to Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately replied. Well, let them change into the Marauder skin and start bumping. Good. After Xiao and Ngawang changed into the Marauder skin bag, they immediately used the collision skill. Under the combined impact of Xiao and Ngawang, the door of the secret room, along with the surrounding walls, was smashed. Seeing this, the Big Orange immediately entered the secret room. At this time, the village chief and the big fool in the secret room panicked when they heard the movement. Hero, what's going on? Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and comforted them. It's okay, you can go out. After the Big Orange came in, Xiao and Ngawang also followed one after another. As soon as they came in, they came together. They were about to talk to Xu Yuan, but they saw the village chief and the big fool on the side. Xiao and Ngawang couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear. How can there still be a demon summoner here? Groove? What's going on? The village chief and the big fool smiled awkwardly when they saw Xiao and Awang's reactions. The two of them really don't look like good people. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile and explained. Don't be afraid, they're good people. Xiao and Awang relaxed when they saw Xu Yuan say this. Then Xiao looked at Xu Yuan and said, Boss, the marauding beast should have been replaced at the door, don't we kill them again if we want to go out? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled, and then pointed to the big silly. Follow him, and this woodland mansion can walk sideways. Since the leader of the demon summoner gave his body to the big fool, the appearance of the big fool now is the appearance of the leader of the demon summoner. There are some differences between the appearance of the demon summoner leader and the other demon summoners, and these monsters must know him. So as long as there is a big fool, this woodland mansion, there is no place he can't go. When everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they understood. Yes, why didn't I expect that? He's the boss of this woodland mansion, who dares to stop him? Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to the big fool, I'm going to trouble you to take us out later, don't show your flaws. Although the big fool has the skin of the leader of the demon summoner, the personality of the big fool and the leader of the demon summoner can be described as completely different, and Xu Yuan still has to tell him a few words. Seeing this, the big fool nodded. You have done so much for us, leave this little thing to me. Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then instructed everyone. The village chief still shows his true face, just follow the big fool. The little fish Ngawang still carries a plundering animal skin bag. I walked in the middle with Orange drinking the invisibility potion, so that nothing was lost. After Xu Yuan made arrangements, everyone did so. Everyone left the secret room and encountered two guardians. When they saw the big fool, they all lowered their heads. Headman, where are you going? The big fool was a little flustered when he saw them, but when he saw that they were respectful to him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Shun also pretended to say, Where am I going to report to you? Get out. Seeing this, the two guardians immediately dared not make a sound in fear, and they rolled away. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little funny, and the big fool also acted. However, it is also certain that the monsters recognize his appearance. Under the leadership of the big fool, Xu Yuan and the others came to the door safely. At this time, after the two marauding beasts at the door saw the big fool, they also leaned down, as if they were saluting. In this way, Xu Yuan and his group, led by the fool, swaggered out of the woodland mansion. After walking out of the woodland mansion, the village chief and the big fool both excitedly took Xu Yuan's hand. Thank you, hero. Your bravery will be remembered by all. After the village chief and the big fool finished talking, everyone in Xu Yuan's team who entered the ruins obtained a permanent buff of a village hero V at this time. After the village chief finished speaking, he also gave Xu Yuan a drawing. Xu Yuan took a look at it. It was actually a synthetic drawing of a marauding beast. When Xu Yuan was about to take a look at the synthetic content of the drawing, the full server announcement also sounded at this time. Congratulations to players Steve, Ken, Big Orange, Little Fish, Aiwang, and Ahao for completing the medium-sized ruins, Woodland Mansion incident. Event rating SSS. At this time, all the players were surprised when they saw this news. Do they remember that Steve didn't clear the Twilight Forest not long ago? How come he cleared the medium-sized ruins again and got an SSS rating? Steve guy is really busy. It feels like he has never rested. Well, that's what it means to work more. I heard that many guilds have also obtained the key for this medium-sized ruin, but none of the guilds can pass it. Normal, it's Steve who takes the lead. This medium-sized relic is quite difficult, not exploratory. It is said that you have to complete the event to get the reward, just like passing a mission. And there doesn't seem to be any task prompts. This is too perverted, right? Hey, I'd better rest easy and wait for the strategy. At this time, the guild leaders who already had the keys to medium-sized relics were surprised when they saw this news. Is Steve a pervert? Can this pass? We tried for a long time. Why can't he touch the door? How the hell did he get through? They went for the first time. Can this relic be passed without trying more than 10 times? Do you want to buy the raiders again? Although the guild leaders of these guilds are not the same as the relics that Xu Yuan has passed, basically medium-sized relics are rewarded by completing events. So it's just a change of set without a change of medicine, and each relic has a story of each ruin. They also all know how difficult this medium-sized relic is. Basically it affects the whole body. Even if the choice of a small place is wrong, there is no way to continue. That's why they were surprised. Xu Yuan actually passed the first time they went, and they also got an SSS level rating. At this time, Ken and Ahao had died back to their birthplace, and they thought that this relic would not be their share in clearing the customs. But seeing this full server system message, the two were immediately excited. Although Ken and Ahao are both dead, but their deaths were a strong impetus to the whole event. Without Ken's sacrifice, Xu Yuan was definitely discovered by the leader of the demon summoner early in the morning. And without Ahao's sacrifice, Xu Yuan could not successfully steal the beam and change the column. So the deaths of both men played a decisive role in the incident. This time, the medium-sized relics are very rich. The first is the buff of the permanent village hero V that everyone has. This buff can enjoy discounts at the villagers, and some things can be exchanged for 1 emerald. Although Xu Yuan already has a marauder farm and there is no shortage of emeralds, with this buff, Xu Yuan can exchange fewer emeralds for more materials. The villagers' materials can be said to have everything, and they will directly change the line of what they want in the future, and there is no need to send people to collect them at all. Whether it's food, bows and arrows, equipment, enchantment books, etc., there will definitely be everything in the future. Then there's the composite diagram of the marauder beast. Xu Yuan looked at the composite diagram of the marauding beast. A marauding beast creature egg consists of a pumpkin head, an undead totem, a lapis lazuli and 6 leather. The synthesized predator is a small predator, not yet an adult. Feeding is required. It can be fed with emeralds. A modified version of the marauder can be ridden by the press and will fight with its master like a tamed wolf. And its blood volume is very thick. The blood volume of the juvenile marauding beast is 100 points, and the adult predator beast has a full blood volume of 500 points. The skills of the improved marauder still inherit the skills of the marauder, but they have been enhanced. Although the collision of the marauding beast can destroy blocks, it is only limited, and it can only destroy some blocks such as flowers and plants. However, the impact of the improved marauder can destroy all blocks below 50 hardness. Obsidian has a hardness of 50, so the improved marauder is able to destroy all blocks under obsidian. This is indeed a big reinforcement, and his cost may be high for others. After all, the immortal totem is not so easy to burst out. But for Xu Yuan, his cost is not too cheap, it is simply a gift for nothing. In the future, Xu Yuan can completely get a marauding beast army to come out. Think of that scene, a group of people riding marauding beasts and rushing forward, just like opening a mountain. Just as Xu Yuan was thinking about this, he was suddenly interrupted by the cheers of the big oranges. Oh my god, this first pass reward is so good. This kind of reward is there? You don't say, I thought there was a bug, and the reward was not issued. When Xu Yuan heard this, he immediately looked at his backpack. He glanced and saw only 2 fragments. Xu Yuan looked at it, it was a key fragment of a large ruin. Xu Yuan looked at this and suddenly had some doubts. Is that enough to cheer? At this moment, his gaze inadvertently swept over his equipment bar. As a result, the whole person was stunned. Generally, there are basically 5 in the equipment column. They are hats, armor, pants, shoes, and a column showing what you are holding in your left hand, shield. At this time, Xu Yuan's equipment column had 1 more item. That item was actually an undead totem-like equipment slot. Xu Yuan tried to put the immortal totem on it. It was found that the undead totem in his hand disappeared, and the undead totem was directly retained in the equipment slot. That is to say, with the equipment bar of this undead totem, you don't have to hold it in your hand to use the undead totem. It's equivalent to taking it directly on your body. In this way, it is much more convenient. You know, the use of the immortal totem must be held in the hand, and it cannot be effective when placed in the backpack. This is very inconvenient. Now with this equipment slot, as long as you put the immortal totem in, you don't have to care. Putting the immortal totem on it is equivalent to renewing one's life. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel that this reward was indeed very good. Just when he thought the reward would be like this, he found that he also had an extra item in his backpack bar, and that one also has the icon of an immortal totem. When Xu Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. The icon of the undead totem that appears in this backpack bar, can it be said that this is a backpack for an undead totem? Xu Yuan quickly clicked on the immortal totem icon in the backpack bar. I saw that in the entire column, there were only 9 empty seats. Xu Yuan tried to put all the immortal totems on his body into it, then looked at his backpack bar, and the position of the immortal totem in the backpack bar was still as empty as just now. This means that the immortal totem has a separate backpack slot. So can the immortal totem in this backpack bar be directly added to the continuation of the equipment column? Xu Yuan thought of this and said to the big orange, "Here, open PvP and kill me." When the big orange saw Xu Yuan make such a request, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. She hurriedly shook her hand. "Boss, don't joke." Xu Yuan saw that the big orange did not dare, and said to her with a firm look in his eyes, "Kill me, I'll make sure of something." Seeing this, the big orange had to agree to Xu Yuan's request. "That? You want me to do it? You are not allowed to blame me after that." Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Don't blame you, come on." After that, Xu Yuan unloaded all the equipment on his body, which was also convenient for the big orange to kill him quickly. Big orange picked up his sword and slashed towards Xu Yuan. Since there was no armor, Xu Yuan quickly reached the bottom of his blood. But Xu Yuan did not fall, but after flashing an undead totem buff on his body, he began to slowly recover his health. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly looked at the equipment column. Sure enough, as Xu Yuan expected, the immortal totem had been automatically continued. It's a lot more convenient, and a lot of places are available. It is equivalent to Xu Yuan being able to carry 10 lives on his body every time he goes out. How scary does this have to be? Originally, Xu Yuan was already difficult to die, and now if he wanted to kill Xu Yuan, it was impossible at all. Unless it's a titan creature coming over. When everyone saw Xu Yuan's happy look, they all gathered around. Boss, why do you want Sister Orange to kill you? Yes, boss, I don't take you to waste the immortal totem like this. Boss, that immortal totem bar is really too convenient. Xu Yuan saw that everyone was coming over, so he smiled. Yes, the backpack of the undead totem is also very convenient, and I can prepare more undead totems for you to bring with you in the future. When everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they were all confused. What immortal totem's backpack? And this kind of thing. Boss, is your reward different from ours? When Xu Yuan heard this, he was suddenly a little stunned. Did you only reward the equipment slot? Everyone nodded. Xu Yuan then understood that it seemed that only he had rewarded the backpack bar. It is estimated that this reward is also distributed according to the different contribution value of each person. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he asked everyone, then do you have key fragments that reward large ruins? Everyone looked at their backpacks. I have a piece here. I have this piece too. I didn't. Small fish and Ngawang have a piece, but large oranges do not. But think about it, although all the actions of Xiao and Awang were commanded by Xu Yuan, but the two of them actually played a crucial role in the incident. So a piece of fragment will be rewarded. The fragments in Xiao and Awang's hands, plus Xu Yuan's hands, had a total of 4 large ruins key fragments. There are still 6 pieces left to make it together. Judging by what this medium-sized relic gives, each of the other medium-sized relics should give something related to the ruins. And the things that must be given should be very good. However, no matter how good the medium-sized ruins are, they will definitely not be able to withstand the large ruins. So other medium-sized ruins can be left for big oranges to explore. Anyway, Xu Yuan also brought them back. They're also kind of overwhelmed. This thing still relies on understanding and sensitivity to tasks, as well as judgment of the overall situation. Other things, that is, change the soup without changing the medicine. Let them explore and test how well they have learned. After the village chief and the big fool said goodbye to Xu Yuan, they left. Xu Yuan and everyone also immediately converged with the people of the guild elite group and returned to the main city. At this time, the entire main city was full of people. It turned out that Thowork's dragon ship cannon had been completed, and in addition to the dragon ship cannon, there were many red lanterns in the sky. At this time, Thowork and his group had begun to change the appearance of the entire main city based on the dragon ship cannon and these red lanterns. The first thing to change was the largest building in the main city, which was Xu Yuan's residence. After the appearance of Xu Yuan's residence was changed, it became more spectacular. After Xu Yuan's residence was changed, it also looked like a golden splendor. At this time, the sky has become dark, and the golden city tower and the red lanterns shining brightly make it look like a dream in the starry night. The whole scene can only be described in 2 words. Let me introduce you to this game, which is called Someone Else's World. Seeing this picture, I really have some tears. My Huaxia architecture is awesome. Seeing this building, I finally know how Kaiangluyo in the words of the ancestors came about. These red lanterns are really amazing. Originally, I always thought that the red lantern was a bit vulgar, but I didn't expect it to be so spectacular here. What kind of people are all in the Cube People Guild? Are they all immortals? This scale, this magnificence, this is what the main city of Huaxia should look like. After Xu Yuan and the others returned, they were also shocked to see such a spectacular scene. I have to say that the group of Thowork people is really a sneaky work. While Xu Yuan and everyone were still enjoying the spectacular scenery in front of them, Ken walked over. Xu Yuan smiled when he saw him come over. Whose idea did this red lantern come up with? Ken smiled. How's that? Isn't it spectacular? Xu Yuan nodded. Indeed. When Ken heard this, he smiled mysteriously. This red lantern is more than just pretty. When Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he looked at Ken with some surprise and asked, "Oh, come on, what's the use of this other than looking good?" Ken saw Xu Yuan so curious and smiled. "I can't explain clearly, you wait, I'll go and call the owner of Minjiazhuang to you and let him tell you." After Ken finished speaking, he went to call the owner of the Bright Moon Estate. Xu Yuan heard Ken say that he wanted to call the owner of the Minjiazhuang, and he could basically guess that it was 8 or 9 and 10. These red lanterns should have a similar function to the dragon ship cannon, all designed to cover the devices inside. I just don't know what the device inside is. Xu Yuan was waiting for Ken while enjoying the beautiful scenery of the main city. After a while, Ken came over with the running panting Bright Moon owner. As soon as the Bright Moon Estate Lord saw Xu Yuan, he ran to his side, looking like he wanted to invite credit. "How's it going, boss, are you okay?" Xu Yuan saw the expression of the Bright Moon owner and said with a smile. "It's not just okay, it's awesome." Xu Yuan knew the character of the Minjiazhuang Lord, and he just wanted to be affirmed. Therefore, Xu Yuan did not shy away from his own praise. Sure enough, when the owner of the Bright Moon Estate heard Xu Yuan's words, he flew up happily. Ha 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 ha, I also feel awesome. Boss, the red lantern is the vector cannon you asked me to study before. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. When Xu Yuan came into contact with the vector cannon before, its volume was still a little large. The main thing is that the vector gun has 360-degree all-round coverage, so its central control room is large. But looking at the volume of the big red lanterns in the sky, they were all very small, which couldn't help but make Xu Yuan a little puzzled. Are you responsible for one angle per cannon? Hearing Xu Yuan's words, the Bright Moon Estate Lord nodded. Well, yes. I have also tried an all-round vector gun with a central control, but in that case, the volume is not to mention, and the location is still required. It has to be in the middle of the main city. But if it is placed in the middle of the main city, although it can be covered by buildings, it is not very beautiful. Later, after consulting with Thowork, we decided to keep it in the air like a dragon ship cannon. Then I broke down the whole vector cannon, and now the vector cannon in each lantern can control an area and be more accurate. When the time comes to use it, it will be good to send one person in each direction to control it. After Xu Yuan heard the explanation of the Bright Moon owner, he thoroughly understood. The owner of the Bright Moon Estate still understands how to be flexible. In this way, each vector cannon exists independently. In this way, when the time comes, the players of the guild will be better able to get started. There will also be no situation where it is difficult to operate the central control part. After all, many players do not understand redstone very well, if it is according to the central control system of the vector super electromagnetic gun. That's definitely hard to get started. And after this distinction, each area can radiate. The accuracy has also improved a lot. Xu Yuan thought of this and looked at the dragon ship cannon and red lantern in the sky of the main city. These decorative buildings, in the eyes of other players, may just be good-looking buildings. They would never have imagined that there were still violent weapons of destruction hidden in these beautiful buildings. When the time comes to use it, it will definitely shock many people. The reconstruction of the main city has also made many players excited. Although they are not members of the Cube People Guild, they are all players in the Huaxia region. They naturally hope that the main city recognized by everyone can have Chinese elements in it. It is also a sense of national pride. Ancient Chinese architecture has always shocked China and abroad. With the development of science and technology, it is rare to see this ancient national-style building in reality. Many people struggle to appreciate them. And in the game, it really allowed them to appreciate the irresistible charm of a Chinese national-style building. And, the most frightening thing is that Thowork has only changed Xu Yuan's residence, and the rest of the place has not changed. If all the renovations are completed, it will definitely be a golden wonder. Players also take screenshots and take photos from various angles. These breathtaking views were sent to the forum. The spread of these pictures made the forum popular in an instant. After these images were sent, a polling post popped up on the forum. The title is called Comment on the Most Awesome Main City in Huaxia District. Below this post, the first picture is the main city of the Cube People Guild. There are also many other guild main cities in the back. Although the main cities of each guild are not small, they are also very good looking. But compared to the main city of the Cube People, it is less magnificent. Of course, there is no suspense in the outcome of the vote. The Cube Man Guild leads by a big margin. After all, this is the Huaxia district, and players still like Chinese-style buildings more. The remodeling of the main city of the Cube Man Guild has stimulated the inner impulse of some building party players. The main city of the Cube People does not have any bells and whistles, basically red wool, wooden boards, and the like. But it can be combined to create such a magnificent landscape. It also inspired them. This incident also promoted a creative boom of the construction party. Originally, the construction party has not been very popular. After this incident, the players finally understood the charm of architecture. I also understood the horror of the construction boss. They also began to demand their matchboxes. Many players of the construction party even send direct private messages to the official private message, wanting to officially produce some architectural decorations. Like what chairs and so on. In this way, it can also make the building more beautiful. At the strong request of the builders players, a few days later, the official sent a bombshell message on the forum. The construction competition will start in one day. All the builder players were excited when they saw the official news. These construction parties are finally useful. The reason why Minecraft is a game that is popular is because it is very playable. There's something for everyone. Some people like farming, some people like to do architecture, some people like to explore, and some people like to study redstone technology. These hobbies, in this game, can all be satisfied. But for now, after the game holography, it is indeed not so friendly to the construction party. After all, games can't create a creative mode. If the construction party wants to do construction, they can only collect materials or something by themselves. In this way, it has added a lot of difficulty to the construction party. After the emergence of this architectural competition, it may bring some benefits to the construction party later. In this way, the construction party can also have more fun. After Xu Yuan returned to the main city, Xu Yuan rested for 2 days. This time has been one thing after another, busy endlessly. Xu Yuan is really a little tired. In the past few days when Xu Yuan was resting, he synthesized some improved versions of marauding beasts. After the marauding beasts were synthesized, Xu Yuan scattered them outside the main city. In the past, outside the main city, it was basically necessary to arrange some players in the guild to take turns. After all, after night, there will still be monsters in places outside the main city where there is no light. This is also very dangerous for players who travel at night. Now that there are marauding beasts, there is no need to worry about this problem at all. There is no need for players outside the city to handle it, and it is enough to have these marauding beasts. These marauders do not attack the player, but actively attack various monsters. And their bloody attacks are also very high. Dealing with those zombies, ziobi, and the like, it is simply a piece of cake. And after these marauding beasts were released, Xu Yuan was surprised to find that the experience of the marauding beasts after killing monsters was directly absorbed to his side. This is equivalent to Xu Yuan carrying an experience machine with him. Although experience is of little use except enchantment, what is there to give in vain? In the future, there may be a time when the experience is urgently used, which can be regarded as a precaution. When the improved version of the Cube Man's Marauder was put into use, players were shocked. Originally, they saw the marauding beasts appear outside the Cube People Guild, and they were all scared to death, but they did not expect that the marauding beasts did not attack them at all. Instead, it will actively attack those monsters. Some daring players, after approaching the marauding beasts, wanted to try to subdue these marauding beasts, but they were surprised to find it. These marauding beasts actually have masters? The names on the heads of these marauding beasts are all Steve's marauding beasts. When these players saw the name on the head of the marauding beast, they immediately dismissed the idea. The appearance of marauding beasts outside the city has also attracted unanimous praise from players, because these tall monsters are much more secure than the players stationed. Of course, in addition to the praise, there was more shock to Xu Yuan. Even Xu Yuan can get this kind of thing. And even if you can get it, Xu Yuan doesn't take it seriously at all. Such a great predatory beast, if it were anyone else, it would definitely not leave him. And when it came to Xu Yuan used them as a gatekeeper. Steve Guy is really how. Although these marauding beasts are strong, there will definitely be casualties outside all the time. The big guy is not distressed at all. Yes, if I had such a predatory beast, I would definitely provide for it. The casualties should be fine. These marauding beasts have 500 HP, and it seems that they will slowly return blood after escaping the war. Really strong. This Nima is simply a city guarding beast. How about we form a group to steal one? Then don't you want to be killed? The marauding beasts will definitely only obey Steve's orders. You say, can we find Steve Boss to buy one? Maybe you can really buy it. This predatory beast is obviously not in Steve's eyes at all. As everyone spoke, they began to plan to see if they could buy 1 or 2 marauding beasts from Xu Yuan. At this time, the guild leaders were also thinking like this. They all knew that this marauding beast must be Xu Yuan's reward for clearing the medium-sized ruins. And judging from what Xu Yuan did, what Xu Yuan got was not a plundering beast. It's a bit like a way to breed predators. Otherwise, how could so many marauding beasts be put outside the city without feeling distressed at all? Although they also want to know the strategy of clearing the ruins. But they knew that the strategy could not be bought with any amount of money. Therefore, they can only lower their eyes a little to see if they can buy some marauding beasts. After all, these marauding beasts are indeed very powerful. You can use them as meat shields. The guild leader also immediately contacted Ken, asking if he could buy marauding beasts. After receiving the news, Ken immediately relayed the message to Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan heard this, he refused without hesitation. Although Xu Yuan can mass-produce predatory beasts, Xu Yuan will definitely not let the predatory beasts fled now. The marauding beast is still very powerful, and if you sell individual guilds, you are undoubtedly strengthening the strength of other guilds. Therefore, Xu Yuan will not sell it now. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to Ken, marauding beasts are certainly not for sale. By the way, you will release the news now, just say that I will open the Twilight Forest. Go inside and explore, 200 gold per person. The opening right of the Naga courtyard is 1000 gold per person, and if you form a group, you can get a discount. Xu Yuan said this, thought about it and asked Xiang Ken. By the way, the last time Long Tang went to fight Naga, you said that there was a limit to the number of people. How many people came? Ken said after thinking about it. 100 people. I guess all bosses have a limited number of people. Hearing this, Xu Yuan nodded and continued. Well, the right to open the Naga courtyard, if the group is discounted, the picture is auspicious 8,888 gold. Ken couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Will this 8,888 gold be too expensive? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, it's not expensive at all, you just have to tell them that the right to open the Naga courtyard is the key to the entire copy, and they will be willing to spend the money. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately complied. As Xu Yuan said, the opening right of the Naga courtyard is the first key to the copy of the Twilight Forest. Everything will only begin after beating Naga. Even if players kill Naga, it will be difficult to find the complete order of Twilight Forest boss kills. Although after Xu Yuan clears the level, the system has broadcast the boss's first kill, careful players should be able to detect the boss's killing order. But even if they find the killing order of the bosses, not to mention that the bosses are very powerful, even if it is an underground labyrinth, it is enough for them to drink a pot. When Xu Yuan explored the underground maze before, even he, as an old driver, was trapped in the maze for so long, not to mention other players. And they don't know that there is a maze map core in the maze, which can synthesize the maze map. Therefore, every boss and every map in the Twilight Forest is a huge challenge for players. Even if Xu Yuan opens the copy of the Twilight Forest now, it is unlikely that anyone will be able to see the final boss him in the next month or two. It is even more unlikely that someone will clear the level. Him's perverted attributes want to clear this copy. With the current level of players' equipment, it is absolutely impossible. Even Xu Yuan, whose equipment and technology are the most top-notch, has no way to guarantee whether he can kill him, let alone other players. Ken posted the news on world channels and forums. Subsequently, he also sent private messages to the presidents of various trade unions. When the players learned the news, they were excited. They had already taken a fancy to the weapons in Xu Yuan's hands, and they could also determine that those weapons were produced by the Twilight Forest. Opening the Twilight Forest is undoubtedly a good thing for everyone. At present, the growth of many players' equipment has been stagnant for a long time, and players naturally want to improve well by entering the Twilight Forest. And the price given by Xu Yuan is not too expensive. A single entry copy is 200 gold per person, and then the right to open the Naga courtyard is 1000 gold per person, but the group can be discounted by 8, and 100 people only need 8888 gold. That is to say, after everyone forms a group outside, as long as one person pays 200 gold to enter the copy, plus no 188.88 gold copy opening rights, everyone can fight the Naga boss. In this way, 288.88 gold per person can hit Naga. You know, the Naga boss will draw the sword. When the players learned the news, they immediately began to form various groups on the World Channel and Forum. Twilight Forest Naga Courtyard has been formed. There are currently 20 people. 288.88 Jin has entered the group alone. Target Naga boss, come with good skills, draw the sword and bid. Twilight Forest quest for a group, don't fight the Naga boss. Steve is finally willing to open the Twilight Forest copy. At this time, there were naturally many people on the forum, but one post was put at the top. The name of this post is Inventory of the Drops of Each Boss in the Twilight Forest. Personal opinion may not be all correct. This post is a rough estimate of the output of the Twilight Forest boss, and the data is based on the equipment in the hands of Steve bosses in each timeline. Naga boss output, draw the sword. Note, there are two models of this drawn sword. One looks long, like an embroidered knife, and the other looks like a new knife. Both of these knives have appeared in Steve's hands, so I guess that this knife is estimated to be upgradable. Lich King boss output, Zombie Scepter, Shield Scepter, Scepter that shoots Shadow Pearls, exact name unknown, I've only seen these so far. Minotaur boss output, unknown, it seems that Steve boss hasn't changed weapons or anything since then. Hydra boss output, unknown, it should not be an output weapon. Phantom Knight boss output, I estimate that it should be the axe that killed the president of the underworld in the 1v5,000 person battle. Let's call it an axe. Twilight Ghost boss output, unknown. Snow Monster boss output, unknown. Ice Queen boss output, unknown. Final boss X output, unknown. But these last few bosses, there may be a boss whose output is the colorful bow that Steve boss holds. Although the output of many bosses in the back of this post is unknown, the previous inventory is still very clear. After all, Xu Yuan rarely appears in everyone's field of vision, and Xu Yuan is not the kind of person who likes to show off. Therefore, players can only judge the output of the boss based on the timeline of the weapon appearing in Xu Yuan's hand. However, the output of the previous Naga and Lich King bosses alone is enough to make all players salivate. Drawing swords and various scepters has long been a dream weapon for all players. After all the players saw this inventory, they were all smashing pots and selling iron, and no matter what, they had to scrape together money to go to the Twilight Forest. At this time, the guild leaders also contacted Ken immediately. President Ken, our guild is going to enter 500 people, give us a discount. Can the opening power of the Naga courtyard be bought out? The money has been transferred to you, and I am bringing the people from the guild here. The guild leaders naturally knew that this was a good opportunity, and before 500 gold coins alone, everyone didn't even touch a hair. Not to mention fighting bosses, now 288.88 gold can enter a person, and can also fight bosses. Who doesn't hit who is stupid. After Ken saw the news from the guild leaders, he immediately relayed it to Xu Yuan. A lot of them are already on their way here, and they're going to hit Naga. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said after thinking about it. Tell them that the progress of the same quest, plus the 5 Naga courtyards on the map every day, can only brush up to 15 Naga. If you want to brush again, you have to reset the progress of the quest. When Ken heard this, he immediately relayed it to the guild leaders. Limited to 15 Naga a day, first come, first served. At this time, when the guild leaders heard this, they all panicked. Quick, hurry to the Cube Man main city. If the money is sent, it should be a deposit. Can you charter the venue? The guild leader heard that there were 15 Naga a day, and they all found Ken impatiently. And when the players heard the news, they were all surprised. They didn't expect that there was a limit to the number of articles to fight a boss. You know, the number of players in the full server is still very terrifying. How can these 15 Naga satisfy their appetite? And if you limit the number of bosses, in case which guild throws 10,000 gold, you will directly buy out all 15. And then what if you raise the selling price from it and earn the difference? As soon as this news was issued, all the players were also a little dissatisfied, but they were not good to say anything. After all, it was already very good that Xu Yuan could let everyone enter the Twilight Forest. But the players' meaning immediately reached Ken's ears. Ken also relayed the news to Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan listened, he smiled and said, "It's impossible for the guild to buy it out, and if any guild dares to raise the price at will, then they won't want to enter the Twilight Forest again. Whoever wants to get a piece of the pie in Xu Yuan, it is definitely impossible." Ken was quick to get the word across. Twilight Forest will not be bought out, and if anyone wants to earn the difference, everyone is welcome to report it to the Cube People Guild. After the Cube Man Guild gave a response, it can be regarded as calming the hearts of the players. Half an hour after the message was sent, the main city of the Cube Man was packed with players. These are all players who have come to explore the Twilight Forest. The players all had excited expressions on their faces, all talking about the Twilight Forest. Groove. I thought I was rich enough, but I didn't expect there to be so many rich people. Now 200 gold coins are nothing, it's still very good to earn. My brother earns 100 gold a day by farming 200 gold is just 2 days. Hey, it's a pity that Naga has 15 a day. What's the pity? Let others explore the way first, let's go to understand the environment first. Yes, I heard that after entering the Twilight Forest, the equipment is all gone, and everything starts from scratch. Ken looked at the crowd of people in the main city and was surprised. He didn't expect that there were already so many players with spending power now. Although 200 gold is not much, it is not less. After Xu Yuan reset the Twilight Forest, he asked Ken to start giving these players permissions. The players also entered the Twilight Forest one by one. It took Ken a full 3 hours to give all the players their permissions. And it is in the case that the players in the team can give in bulk. This is kind of exhausting Ken. However, after seeing the benefits, Ken suddenly felt that all the hard work was worth it. Ken immediately found Xu Yuan and said with a look of excitement, "Guess how much profit this time will be?" Xu Yuan was still the first time to see Ken so uncalm, and seeing Ken's excited look, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Well, 2 million. 15 naga is more than 400,000. Xu Yuan roughly calculated that if you buy 2 million gold, it is almost the cost of more than 10,000 people. Hearing this, Ken shook his head, spread his hand, and gestured with a 5. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. 5 million gold. Ken nodded heavily. Although he already knew the number, he still felt horrible to hear this number. That's 5 million gold. Just opened the Twilight Forest, and earned 5 million gold? What a terrifying money-making machine. You know, although the game is developing rapidly under the drive of Xu Yuan, in the end, it is still the early stage of the game. Not even in the medium term. This can be seen from the price of gold. In the current market, the exchange ratio of real money and gold coins is 1 to 10. That is, 10 pieces can buy 1 gold coin. Xu Yuan's first time in opening the Twilight Forest alone was equivalent to directly earning 50 million. Moreover, the Twilight Forest is not like other copies, and after swiping once, you don't need to brush it. The Twilight Forest is not a one-off, there are so many bosses in it, players definitely have to explore many times to have a chance to win. Therefore, as long as players enter the Twilight Forest once, they will enter the second and third times. And now many players are actually out of a wait-and-see attitude. Once someone enters the Twilight Forest, after some small strategies, there will definitely be a large influx of players. Twilight Forest quest, definitely a money mill? At the moment in the Twilight Forest, the pig spirit exchange is simply pediatric. When Ken thought of this, he admired Xu Yuan from the bottom of his heart. When Ken was at the peak of the guild, he couldn't make 50 million a day. And Xu Yuan, just relying on such a copy, can already make a lot of money. However, these are slowly accumulated by Xu Yuan's strength. Xu Yuan was also surprised when he heard Ken's words. He himself did not expect that the consumption intensity of players is actually so high now. However, this is also in line with Xu Yuan's wishes. Players will basically spend their savings in the Twilight Forest quest. In this way, Xu Yuan has accumulated more funds. The main city can also be expanded, and most importantly, the simulation space can be expanded a little more. If the simulation space is expanded, it will undoubtedly be a huge money-crushing machine. Xu Yuan thought of this and asked Ken, "What happened to the wool you collected before?" Ken heard Xu Yuan's words and replied, "Basically a box of each color was collected." Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and nodded. In this way, it is completely sufficient. Then Xu Yuan thought about it and said, "When the time comes, when this group of players are almost out, arrange for someone to take wool to find puzzle sheep for things." Well, good. Just as Xu Yuan and Ken were talking, Thowork suddenly pushed the door and came in. Xu Yuan was a little surprised to see Thowork. "What's wrong?" Thowork looked at Xu Yuan and said with some pleading, "The content of the architectural competition is out, can we participate in the architectural competition?" When Xu Yuan heard Thowork's words, he was suddenly a little surprised. He immediately opened the forum, and the post at the top of the forum was the official information about the design competition. Architecture competition at a glance. The content of this architectural competition is copy design. Players can design various game replica scenarios according to their imagination. After the construction competition, the champion will be officially implemented into the game, becoming the first player in the game to participate in the construction copy. The construction contest will start in 5 hours, and all players can sign up. Once the construction contest starts, players are teleported to a specific map to compete. The time limit is 3 days. Players are invited to get ready and participate. Xu Yuan was stunned when he saw this official news. Copy design. This was indeed something that Xu Yuan did not expect. And the official will also implement this copy. In this way, this architectural competition is not just about the appearance. Some devices and the like in the replica should also be in the scoring criteria. And if you want to implement this copy, in other words, the person who won the championship is fully aware of all the structures of this copy. Even some of the mechanisms in the copy, the designers are clear. After all, this game is not like other games, and the mechanics of this game can be made by Redstone. This means that the designer knows exactly what is in the copy. This is a decisive factor for clearing the quest. The designer is the prophet of the copy? The living map? Xu Yuan thought of this, looked at Thowork who was waiting for his reply on the side, and said, I can let you attend, but I have one condition. Thowork and others signed a contract with Xu Yuan, so Xu Yuan's consent is required to participate in the competition. Thowork and a few of them like architecture so much, they finally look forward to the official architecture competition. Of course they want to participate. And I heard that the reward for first place may be more building mods. This is not too tempting for the construction party. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Thowork nodded without hesitation. I can promise anything, as long as it allows us to participate. Xu Yuan heard Thowork's words and smiled. Don't be so confident, my conditions are not simple. After Thowork heard Xu Yuan's words, he became a little flustered. He couldn't help frowning, thinking, what are Xu Yuan's conditions? Xu Yuan saw Thowork's expression, patted him on the shoulder, and said, my condition is, you have to win the championship. When Thowork heard this, he looked at Xu Yuan with a surprised expression. He didn't expect Xu Yuan's conditions to be like this. When Thowork heard this, he couldn't help but laugh, and he said with a confident look, otherwise, boss, what do you think we are racing for? When Xu Yuan heard Thowork's words, the two looked at each other and smiled. Xu Yuan and Thowork are still very similar in personality, either they don't do it, and they do their best if they want to do it. If this architectural competition is said to be ordinary compared to architecture, Xu Yuan will not care so much. But when it comes to game copies, then Xu Yuan must fight for it. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he said to Thowork, you let the Bright Moon Estate Lord go with you too. When Thowork heard this, he looked at Xu Yuandao with some doubt. Why did the owner come with us? Didn't he study Redstone? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, since it's a copy design, it's not just about architecture. The organs in the copy should also be included in the criteria for judging. Thowork immediately understood when he heard this. Originally, he thought that the copy design only used to design the scene. Now think about it, if you simply design a scene, it is similar to ordinary buildings, and it does not conform to the concept of copy design. Thinking of this, Thowork nodded. Okay, let's go get ready. Thowork was about to leave, and then said to Xu Yuan as if he had thought of something. Boss, do you want to join us too? When Xu Yuan heard Thowork's words, he was suddenly a little puzzled. Well, what am I going to do? Although Xu Yuan understands architecture and redstone, he is not as sophisticated as Thowork and Minjiu Zhuang. So if he goes, it shouldn't help much. Thowork looked at Xu Yuan and smiled. I understand architecture, and the owner of Minjiu Zhuang knows redstone. But when it comes to understanding copies, no one can surpass you. Since this architectural competition is a copy design, I think that if you have the boss, you can give us some ingenuity. When Xu Yuan heard this, he understood. However, it is also true that as Thowork said, when it comes to understanding copies, no one can compare with Xu Yuan now. A good copy, its set, mechanism is of course important, but its plot, as well as various linkages, is more important. Just like the woodland mansion before, some designs are involved in the whole body. Xu Yuan thought of this and agreed. Okay, then I'll go with you. Xu Yuan was originally preparing to go to the End Land these days, and now Xu Yuan has enough strength to kill the End Shadow Dragon. And the knife in Xu Yuan's hand is also time to be replaced. The Ender Dragon's Yen Demon Knife is a demon knife, which can be said to be one of the strongest swords. Yen Devil's essay is also very handsome. Most importantly, after killing the Ender Dragon, the seal of the dragon creature will be lifted. The eggs that Xu Yuan got before can also hatch. In this way, you can quickly reach Europe to kill dragon creatures and obtain better equipment. However, for now, it seems that we can only go after the construction competition. After all, the construction competition involves the next copy, and it is also crucial. Thowork saw Xu Yuan agree, and his face couldn't contain his joy. If Xu Yuan is present in this competition, it will be stable. The architecture of his own team plus the redstone technique of the owner of the Mingyu Zhuang, plus Xu Yuan's understanding of the copy, definitely able to make an epic quest. In the preparation of Thowork ETAL, 5 hours passed quickly. System announcements sound on time. Construction contest has started. Players can enter through the system interface. All the personnel on Xu Yuan's side were ready to go, and after seeing the system message, everyone entered the competition area through the system interface. The competition area of the building competition is a large square, which is supposed to be a place for players. There is a twisted space in the middle of the square, and the space should be the playing field. Xu Yuan guessed that the creative mode should be able to be used in the distorted space. Xu Yuan was thinking about this, and the players who came in began to chat. Oh, Yuer is here too. This square is quite big, and there are really many people participating here. Sure, this architectural competition is not a random design of other things, but a copy. I see that many guild people are coming. On Xu Yuan's side, the lineup participating in the architectural competition this time can be said to be very strong. First of all, the architects of the Thowork team, and then the owner of the Bright Moon Estate in charge of the Red Stone, plus Xu Yuan. Yuer also followed this time. Xu Yuan saw that the players of the first echelon elite group were still free, so he also let them participate. Although they can't give any opinions, they can still act as tool people. After all, if you want to design a copy, the amount of engineering in it is still very large. This time the match gathered the only 2 female players in the Cube Man Guild, Yuer and Big Orange. This is the first time Yuer and Big Orange have met. Due to the fact that Yuer has few online presences, Big Orange is basically not in the main city of the guild, so the two have not encountered it before. But this first time they met, they couldn't wait to stage a palace scheme. Yuer and Big Orange both have a good impression of Xu Yuan. You know, a woman's sixth sense is very strong. They immediately sensed each other's thoughts. The two immediately began to compete for favors. Brother, what are you bringing people from the elite group for? Yuer blinked her eyes and looked at Xu Yuan, and after Yuer became acquainted with Xu Yuan, she also changed her name to Brother Xu Yuan. It's also a little more intimate. When Big Orange saw Yuer like this, he immediately rolled his eyes. She immediately retorted. We don't understand architecture, but we understand copy, and some of the replica mechanisms mentioned by the boss, we can understand it as soon as we hear it, and we can implement it. If I tell you, you may not understand. The players were jealous when they saw the 2 women, and they were all sour. Hey, don't think about it, don't think about it, the girls have masters. Lemon is delicious. Brothers, don't be sour, if I were a sister, I would definitely like the boss. Hey, this matter tells us a truth, if you are strong enough, you don't need to chase the sister at all, the girl is sent to the door. Throughout the waiting area of the square, many guild leaders and some guild vice presidents were present. They all lead the design team invited by their guild. Everyone knows how crucial this competition will be for the next copy. Since Xu Yuan opened the Twilight Forest earlier, many guild leaders led the guild people into the Twilight Forest and couldn't catch up. But this competition is very important, so I can only let the vice presidents bring people in. Many guild vice presidents saw that Xu Yuan was also there, so they all started talking. Even Steve came over. It seems that this competition is indeed extraordinary. I wasn't happy before the president asked me to bring someone over, but I didn't expect Steve to come. It's over. Steve is coming. I think this champion. Come on, Steve isn't omnipotent, and he doesn't know how to build. Yes, we hired a high-priced design team, and we can't compare to him. Among these guilds, many of them invited the team over at a high price outside after learning the news. Some guilds even put down the blood book and asked the game scene design personnel to come and guide them, because they all know that this tournament is a good opportunity to capture the next dungeon. About half an hour later, the entire waiting area was already crowded. At this time, the registration channel and the entry channel into the competition are also closed. Large screens around the square lit up. Competition rules. Players entering warp space will be randomly teleported to any area on the same map, and players can build anywhere on the map. Teams cannot destroy blocks built between each other. Competition time, 3 days. After Xu Yuan saw this system prompt, he was suddenly a little surprised. They thought that everyone was actually teleported to a map to create, so that there would not be a situation of plagiarism, and in this case, the candidate location may also cause friction with other players. Logically, there must be no fighting in this map. Xu Yuan couldn't figure out why the competition had such a setting. It's a little confusing, but anyway, let's talk about it first. Xu Yuan led the players straight to the twisted space in the center of the square. After a short period of darkness, when Xu Yuan and the others opened their eyes, they had already arrived at a grassland. After coming to the competition map, Xu Yuan opened his backpack and looked at it. As expected, the game was changed to creative mode. In this way, Xu Yuan's advantages are reflected. Xu Yuan can use the command. Although it is already a creative model, there are still some instructions to improve efficiency. For example, teleporting, setting the activation of the trigger device, filling a fast area with a specific block, and so on. These can all be done through instructions. Other players don't know this. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to the people of the Thowork team, you should have the scenery you want to create in your hearts, and now all of you are scattered. There is a place that suits your design. Send me the coordinates. When everyone on the Thowork team heard this, they all nodded and began to move separately. After all, making a copy of such a thing definitely requires a geographical environment. If the geographical environment is not good, you have to build the landscape yourself, which takes a lot of time. As soon as the talents of the Thowork team left, a group of people happened to come to the location where Xu Yuan was. When this group of people saw Xu Yuan there, they immediately walked over. The ID of the person headed by this group is Yuda. After Yuda saw Xu Yuan, he walked to Xu Yuan with an arrogant look and said, "Isn't this Steve's big guy? The big guy has taken a fancy to this fast place." Seeing this, Xu Yuan ignored him. This kind of little luoluo came to brush the sense of existence. Yuda looked around after speaking, and then smiled. "Steve's vision is really good, this place is good, I like it, I want it. Everyone in this quest is in creative mode, so there is no way to kill each other." So Yuda floated up, "You can't grab things with Xu Yuan outside, and you can always grab things with Xu Yuan when you come to this competition map, right? Anyway, Xu Yuan also has nothing to do with him, he is sure that Xu Yuan wants to take the ranking, and he will not spend it like this with them. That's why he came over so arrogantly to grab a position." At this time, everyone in the guild was enraged when they saw Yuda's attitude. "Let our boss make way for you. I'm afraid you're tired of living, right? Don't forget, this map can only keep you for 3 days. Since the last war, no one has really dared to mess with the Cube People Guild. This Yuda also ate the bear heart leopard gall, and dared to come up like this to provoke. Of course, this Yuda is not stupid, and he has been recording since the beginning. He just wanted to record Xu Yuan giving him a position, so that he could go out in the future to show off. Although many players in the game sincerely admire Xu Yuan, there are also many players who are not used to Xu Yuan. But in the game, they can't do anything to Xu Yuan, but in this map, Xu Yuan can't do anything to them anyway. It's also good to be prestigious. Okay, then we'll spend it here, and you don't want to start construction. Although we can't destroy your things, we can add bricks and tiles to you. Yuda can be regarded as the 2 characters of the rogue to the fullest. He just wanted to defeat Xu Yuan's majesty. Outside, Xu Yuan was able to make a move, but when the game map came, he had to obediently get out of the way before he let him go. When the players of the elite group heard this, they gritted their teeth one by one. Although the crowd is not ready to start construction here, when Thowork finds a place, everyone will definitely pass. In any case, it was all as this Yuda wished, and he succeeded. "UTM, wait for me, in 3 days, you don't want to have equipment on you. I tell you, don't regret your decision today." Seeing this, Xu Yuan raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. When the players saw Xu Yuan's reaction, they all quieted down. Xu Yuan looked at Yuda and said with a smile, "I'll give you a minute to disappear from my eyes. Otherwise..." Before Xu Yuan's words were finished, he was interrupted by Yuda. "How else what? Can you still kill me?" When Xu Yuan heard Yuda's words, he just smiled and did not continue to pay attention to him, but said to the big orange on the side, "You count for me, count down to a minute. Begin." When the big orange saw Xu Yuan say this, he didn't ask much, so he began to count. 60, 59, 58. Yuda saw that the big oranges began to count, and smiled even happier. "I'd like to see what tricks you can play. Girl, don't count the seconds, count faster." At this time, Yuda's teammates were a little unable to look away, and they looked at Xu Yuan's expression. His eyes were cold, which made people shudder. Everyone began to persuade Yuda Deo. "Forget it, let's go, it's not very good here." "Yes, why bother? Do you want to go out and play by then? If you don't go, we're leaving. We don't want to be burdened by you." When Yuda saw everyone say this, he said impatiently, "What do you know? How many people want to see this scene?" When everyone heard this, they were a little hesitant. Indeed, as Yuda said, if Xu Yuan is allowed to leave, he should be able to gain some fame by relying on this matter. When everyone hesitated between walking and not walking, there were already 10 seconds left in the countdown. 10, 9, 8. At this time, Yuda looked at Xu Yuan with interest, and he decided that Xu Yuan couldn't do anything with him. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown to the big orange, Yuda was still a little nervous. He looked at the surrounding environment, and there seemed to be no change. There was nothing to do, and Yuda suddenly laughed proudly. "Pretending? Ha 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 ha. Let's get out of here." Before Yuda's words were finished, everyone saw Yuda disappear out of thin air. At this time, everyone was shocked. Whether it's Yuda's teammates or the guild elite group, they all looked around, looking for the traces of Yuda. "Groove? What about people? Boss, did you change him into nothing?" "Nonsense, of course it's the boss, didn't the boss say give him a minute?" At this time, Yuda found that his eyes were black. When he opened his eyes, he didn't know where he was, as if he were in a suspended position. The horror is that he who originally had no blood bar actually kept losing blood. A few seconds later, his eyes went black. The system panel appears. "Yuri dead. You fell out of this world." At this time, Yuda's teammates were terrified. They originally thought that Xu Yuan couldn't take Yuda, but he didn't expect that in this mode, Xu Yuan would be able to make Yuda disappear directly in front of him. Where did Yuda go? What just happened? How the hell did this work? Yuda's teammates are in a state of panic and confusion at the moment. They didn't know what Xu Yuan had done to make Yuda disappear here in a second. At this time, one of the teammates in Yuda's team opened the team column and prepared to look for Yuda's traces. When he saw the avatar of Yuda darkened in the team column, his whole person was stunned. Billion. Yuda is dead. In the case of teaming, the darkening of the avatar in the team column represents death. What? How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. This mode can't die at all. Although the teammates did not believe it, they all opened the team column. When they saw the darkened avatars of Yuda in the team column, they were all shocked. Yuda is really dead. How could this pattern die? How the hell did Steve do it? He didn't even do anything at all. How did Yuda die? At this time, everyone in the Yuda team felt their scalps numb, and they looked at Xu Yuan standing in front of them. The look of horror on his face could not be concealed. Although they didn't provoke Xu Yuan like Yuda just now, they didn't persuade Yuda either. If Xu Yuan blames it, it is estimated that they will have the same fate as Yuda. When they thought of this, they all trembled, for fear that Xu Yuan would take the knife on himself next. Steve guy, it's none of our business. Yes, it was all his idea alone. Use this place if you like, we'll get out of here. We don't know him well. It's a partner to compete. You have a lot of adults, don't be familiar with us. Yuda's teammates knew that their lives were in Xu Yuan's hands, and they all pleaded with Xu Yuan. At this time, the players of the guild elite group heard the words of Yuda's teammates, and they all sneered. Yo, now that the relationship is clear, we didn't see you grab that mad dog just now. You're all teaming up, tell us you're not familiar with him. You didn't leave just now, didn't you acquiesce to his opinion? You guys are called accomplices on the outside, understand? After the guild elite group sneered, they were all discouraged. So they looked at Xu Yuan. Boss, give them a void too. This group of people also has no skills, and they didn't stop that Yuda before to say that it was cowardly. This kind of person still has to bother the boss to do it? Do you think the boss is idle? The players are expressing their own opinions. Some want Xu Yuan to kill them all, while others feel that these people are not worth Xu Yuan's wasted time. While everyone was arguing, Xu Yuan received a message from Thowork. Boss, find a good place. Coordinates 6847, 70, 367. Xu Yuan saw Thowork's message and replied, good. The members of the elite group were still talking, and Xu Yuan returned the news to signal everyone to calm down. Then Xu Yuan looked at Yuda's teammates and said a word coldly. When Yuda's teammates saw Xu Yuan say this, they were all grateful. Yes, let's get out. Thank you Steve for your grace of not killing. Walk around, go fast. Yuda's teammates soon left with a roll of ropes. In fact, Xu Yuan was not prepared to deal with them. Xu Yuan's previous method of dealing with Yuda was actually the simplest in the creation mode, teleportation. Just enter /TP plus the player's name plus coordinates to teleport the player to the specified coordinates. Xu Yuan directly gave Yuda a y-axis 100 coordinates. Anyone who has played MC knows that the y-axis 100, that is, the void. In creative mode, falling out of the void also dies. The computer version will, the mobile version will not. Here the computer version is the mainstay. So he sent Yuda away peacefully. In fact, if Xu Yuan is a little more ruthless and directly sets a range movement order for Yuda, Yuda will not be able to go anywhere. It's equivalent to going to jail in disguise. But Xu Yuan still had some scruples. After all, everyone is here to participate in the competition, although there is no official rule about what can and cannot be done. In case Xu Yuan locked up anyone, he ran to complain. Xu Yuan didn't matter. It would not be good if it affected the work. So it is enough to give Yuda some punishment. With the transmission instruction, it will be much easier to do when someone grabs the position, not to mention Dabibi, please go directly. After seeing Yuda's teammates leave, Xu Yuan told the players of the elite group the coordinates. They were then told the instructions to transmit. There is no need to conceal these things for their own people. After all, in addition to this map, Xu Yuan's simulation space can be instructed. These instructions don't work much outside. Tell them in the map, lest Xu Yuan have to help them teleport one by one, which also wastes a lot of time. All the elite members were curious and entered /TP 6847, 70, 367 in the dialog box. When they pressed the OK button, they found themselves teleporting to this coordinate immediately. A group of people suddenly appeared in front of Thowork. Thowork was taken aback. Where did you come from? When the players saw Thowork in front of them, they were all excited. Lying groove, boss, this Nima, too godly. Cool, in a second. Boss, this can be. Just now, the boss used this method to send that Yuda away, right? Boss, it's all teleportation, why aren't we dead? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled at everyone. Why, you want to try it too? When everyone in the elite group heard Xu Yuan's words, they all waved their hands desperately. No. Excuse me, bother. Forgive us for not being blessed. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, okay, stop making trouble, let's work. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he told Thowork the method of transmission, and then Thowork told the method to the people who were looking for the scenery. Everyone also teleported over immediately. Xu Yuan flew up and looked at the terrain chosen by Thowork. Throughout the region, there are mountains, plains, and ice fields. The whole terrain can be said to be more complicated. However, these intersecting terrains have one thing in common, that is, each terrain is basically surrounded by high mountains. Even if there is no landscaping, with the blessing of these mountains, the entire area is extremely majestic. The momentum is extraordinary, and it is not small at all. I have to say that Thowork's vision is indeed very vicious. This kind of place is naturally good, coupled with the landscaping, it is absolutely majestic, and it can give people a shocking feeling at a glance. Xu Yuan fell behind and praised Thowork. Well, the place was well chosen. It seems that you are going to do it in different scenes. After Thowork heard Xu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Xu Yuan actually looked at his own scene selection and could see that he wanted to do it in different scenes. Thowork nodded when he heard this. Well, yes. I still like the Chinese style of architecture, made of atmosphere. If you want to make a copy, the monsters inside must also be Huaxia's monsters, and I haven't thought about the monsters yet. When Xu Yuan heard this, he thought for a moment. Since Thowork is ready to make a Chinese-style building, and the scenery is so majestic and atmospheric, the boss in the quest must also be domineering. Speaking of Huaxia's more powerful monsters, what Xu Yuan could think of was the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the sunmyo, the 4 divine beasts of the flood and wilderness. Of course, some people feel that the Qiao, Kakai, chaos, and gluttony are the 4 divine beasts of flooding and wilderness. But Xu Yuan felt that the 4 divine beasts of the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the sunmyo were more representative. It will also be more atmospheric to make. There will be some feeling of fairy qi, gluttony, poor and strange, giving people the feeling of more fierce beasts. They don't quite fit the site chosen now. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to Thowork. Otherwise, you will use the blue dragon, white tiger, Suzaka, and sunmyo as prototypes to build their residences. The residence of each sacred beast is a small copy, in which Xu Yuan collects the immortal souls of each sacred beast, and then reaches the final 4-elephant instrument disc, and after opening the instrument disc, he gets a reward. When Thowork heard Xu Yuan's opinion, he couldn't help but be amazed. He agreed without hesitation. Okay, just do it. This also echoes the scene here, and it is absolutely very grand to make. Even if he simply listened to Xu Yuan's understatement, Thowork already had goosebumps on his body. Not to mention that putting such a scene into reality is absolutely shocking. The conversation between Xu Yuan and Thowork happened to be overheard by others. They're all the same as Thowork, but it's already shocking to hear the idea. These 4 divine beasts just represent the 4 elephants, which is also very representative of Huaxia. And it's also atmospheric enough. Lying Groove, if this is really finished, how handsome it will be. This idea definitely has a head. You are in charge of planning, we are in charge of coolies, and that's it. When everyone heard this idea, they were full of enthusiasm. Seeing that everyone was so motivated, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, in 3 days, to make 4 elephants and to make a ceremony, this is not a small amount of work, don't be tired at that time. Xu Yuan naturally knew what a huge amount of engineering this was. Although Xu Yuan also brought a lot of people here, there were less than 40 or less than 50 people when it was full. And there are more than 30 people who don't know how to do architecture, and they can only do some basic things. For example, the sculptures that built the 4 elephants must not let them come, or the people from the Thowork team. So time is still pressing. When all the players heard Xu Yuan's words, they all said with firm eyes, Boss, you look down on us, right? In the past 3 days, I am not offline, I am here 24 hours a day. Dare you want to go offline before? Ha 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 ha, it's been exposed. Xu Yuan saw that everyone was full of spirit, so he clapped his hands. Okay, save time, everyone listen to Thowork's arrangement, it's done. After such a long time, everyone heard these familiar 4 words again. With smiles on their faces, they roared in unison. It's over. Thowork also immediately assigned tasks to everyone. Come, this place over here, I need a lot of towering stone pillars, like those spikes, I'll let them show you first, you just zoom in. Here, you need to dig some down, and I want that feeling, starting from all sides towards the middle, not digging too deep. You guys go up from here, almost 200 or so high, anyway, it's about the same when there are clouds around. Come on, this side of the glacier, I want a spiral downward feeling, you guys out of ice. Thowork already has a general plan for the entire scene, so the arrangement is also divided according to each block. Soon, under the deployment of Thowork, the members of the elite group began to get busy. Xu Yuan saw that everyone was busy, and he couldn't say anything if he was idle, so he asked Thowork, don't arrange something for me to do. Thowork heard Xu Yuan's words and smiled awkwardly. This. How dare I arrange for you? Xu Yuan smiled when he heard this. The grassland mountainous terrain over there by the river, you are going to do the scene of the white tiger, right? When Thowork heard this, he looked at Xu Yuan with a shocked expression, and he nodded. You can see this. Xu Yuan smiled when he heard Thowork. Leave this place to me, you design something else. When Coachwork heard Xu Yuan say this, he was stunned at first. Originally, Thowork was still a little hesitant. After all, Xu Yuan had not shown his talent in architecture in front of him. So Thowork felt that Xu Yuan might not be very good at architectural design. Then he thought about it. Even the concept of this copy was designed by Xu Yuan, so when he designed it, he must have conceived every scene. And he himself offered to do it, then it is absolutely impossible to have only the kung fu of a 3-legged cat. When Thowork thought of this, he didn't have any scruples. He nodded. Okay, then I'll entrust the white tiger to you. After Thowork finished speaking, he and the team began to get busy. Xu Yuan came to the grassland mountainside by the river. In fact, there was already an idea in Xu Yuan's mind. In fact, among these 4 divine beasts, the white tiger is the most difficult one to perform. Because the white tiger is what everyone usually sees. Therefore, the shock and domineering sense are weaker than the other divine beasts. If you want to design the domineering white tiger, you have to work hard. Many games of mythical beast modeling and the like want to highlight the domineering sense of the white tiger, usually make the modeling of the white tiger very large. But big doesn't mean domineering. Domineering is such a thing, which can never be expressed by being big. After Xu Yuan had an idea in his heart, he immediately implemented it. There is a mountain range next to this river, which is perfect for making that kind of antique tower. After Xu Yuan selected the block, he immediately began to build it here. Everyone started working together, and the efficiency was also very fast. Although the elite players can't design, they strictly follow what the TheWork team says. This also makes it a lot easier for the people on the TheWork team. Everyone is busy with their own things, and they don't feel the passage of time at all. During this period, a few players also passed here, but after they saw that it was Xu Yuan and their team, they all consciously let go. And some scattered players who did not pay much attention to the ranking were quietly watching the feat that Xu Yuan's team was building from a distance. Although there is no prototype yet, all the players are not stupid, the site selection is so grand, and the things made are absolutely awesome. Lying Groove, Steve's team is really bullish. Are they going to do it in separate venues? Done. I don't think I like building myself, I think I like watching others build. I feel like I can watch it for 3 days. Indeed. It's really a pleasure to see others do it so smoothly. These scattered players are also very cute. He didn't go to the competition, and he ran to Xu Yuan's side one by one to make fun. Originally, TheWork was afraid that these people would copy their own buildings. But then think about it, in 3 days, TheWork they were able to finish this copy enough, how others copied it. Thinking that there were no worries or doubts after this, I also went with them. These scattered players look back and see, and do not forget to take various photos. Although the building is not yet finished, in their eyes, this is already a champion work. Keep more photos now, and when the time comes, you can also take them out and pretend. When Xu Yuan was busy with the game, the Twilight Forest was also bustling. Since the guild needs to be taken care of, Ken did not compete with Xu Yuan and them this time. Ken, under Xu Yuan's arrangement, entered the Twilight Forest to investigate the progress of each player. The Twilight Forest was already such a place, plus a total of 40,000 people had entered the map. The whole map is very lively, and players are spread over every inch of the map. Basically, you can see a player by walking a few steps. Of course, in addition to the lava swamp, entering the lava swamp without clearing the boss in front of the level is equivalent to looking for death. After players enter the Twilight Forest, since everyone is on the same progress, there are naturally various situations of resource grabbing. Animals are okay and can be refreshed, but minerals are gone. Therefore, minerals have become a vital thing in the Twilight Forest. After all, if you want to explore the Twilight Forest, you can't do it without equipment. As a result, the entire map of the Twilight Forest was almost dug through by these players. Whether it is mines or underground minerals, they have become the target of players' crazy grabs. Ken felt unsteady walking on the road of the Twilight Forest. He could feel that the land under him was all hollow. Due to the fact that too many people come into the map at one time and the resources are limited, the strength of players has also been limited. 15 Naga who were booked did not kill a single one. When Ken saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. If so many people come to the map every time, no one will gain anything. Over time, if there is no income, everyone will definitely not come. In this way, Xu Yuan's financial path was also broken. Thinking of this, Ken immediately told Xu Yuan about the condition of the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan saw Ken's news and thought for a moment. Ken's concern is correct. If players have to fight with others in the quest, they will not be promoted at all. Then they will definitely not want to come a second time. After all, spending money to buy sin. The equipment is almost a little worse. After surviving this period, with new equipment, it is good to get new equipment. If everyone thought so, then this copy of Xu Yuan would be completely idle. Xu Yuan thought of this and replied to Ken. In this way, let's limit the number of people first, and the maximum number of people in the copy is 10,000 per day. In this way, everyone will not be without a gaming experience. Hold steady and wait until I get back. In fact, there is a big and unavoidable problem in the current opening of the Twilight Forest. That is, everyone enters the same quest, so everyone in the quest progresses the same. That is, if someone passes through Naga, the Lich King's barrier is opened. Others are also accessible, so there is less fairness. Xu Yuan currently has an idea, but he needs to implement it to know if it can be done. Because the Twilight Forest has an entrance, if you make a few more entrances, after entering, will it be on a different map? If so, this can completely solve this problem, and Xu Yuan can also brush the puzzle sheep faster. And if he can open more quests, Xu Yuan can also let the people of the guild enter the dungeons and brush more Naga. Improve the quality of equipment for guild players. After all, the Twilight Forest has been open until now, and Naga's body has drawn 2 swords. The people of the guild elite group have also carried the diamond sword for a long time, and it is time to change weapons. Xu Yuan and Ken continued to get busy after speaking. After a whole day, the outer contours of the houses on Xu Yuan's side were almost complete. Although the part of the house on Xu Yuan's side looks very simple, the sense of design is still very sufficient. The whole house follows the shape of the mountain next to the river. The house blends in with the mountain, and there is no sense of obtrusion at all. TheWork, who was busy on the side, passed by the place where Xu Yuan made the landscape, and was surprised to see the building that Xu Yuan had made. He didn't expect Xu Yuan's architectural skills to be so strong. The styles of those ancient buildings made by Xu Yuan are different, but they are integrated into a whole. And the design of the roof is also particularly fine and good-looking. Boss, I didn't expect you to hide deeply. Thowork is more and more admired by Xu Yuan. Originally, Thowork initially thought that Xu Yuan was more knowledgeable about PvE and PvP, and he might not know much about buildings and redstones like other players. After all, everyone's energy is limited, and there is a specialization in the art industry. Like Thowork, they are like this: time is spent on construction, naturally there is no time to explore. The owner of the Bright Moon estate was the same, his time was spent on the redstone, and he was not interested in anything else. But on the other hand, Xu Yuan understands everything, and he understands more than just the skin. Thowork also heard the owner of Minjiu Zhuang say before that Xu Yuan is also good at playing redstone. The redstone technique of the Bright Moon owner was still refined through Xu Yuan's inspiration. It's already remarkable that there are so many things at once. Now Thowork was surprised to find that Xu Yuan could actually build. And what you make is no worse than what the people on the team make. Thowork couldn't help but think about a problem. Who is Xu Yuan? He had never seen a player so versatile. However, Thowork is very glad that he chose to follow such a boss. After this competition, if this work wins the championship, then the Thowork team is also famous. This is also the dream of Thowork, to be able to make a little bit of a name for themselves. After Xu Yuan heard Thowork's words, he smiled and said, "Where is this? The main play has not yet been made." Thowork heard Xu Yuan's words and smiled. "You are more professional than our professional team. You robbed us of our jobs, how can we eat?" After the two chatted casually, Thowork got busy again. Xu Yuan's design also gave Thowork a lot of inspiration, and other architectural styles can actually echo what Xu Yuan did. In this way, it is also more coordinated. After a whole day of hard work, Xu Yuan's side basically completed the work on house construction. Next is the main play, the sculpture of the four divine beasts. It's time for the next morning. The official started the live broadcast directly on the forum. Since the entire map is equivalent to an official server, the official can broadcast the game from a bystander's perspective. The official live broadcast room was immediately crowded with players. After all, the champion work is a later copy, which must be seen first. After players entered the official live broadcast room, they found that the official broadcast was broadcast in the form of a carousel. That is, each team will have some shots and then cut to the next team. In this way, everyone can see the work of each team. After all, this is already the second day of the competition, and at this stage, the basic framework of many works should be ready. So you can also see some clues coming. All the players looked at the works of these participating players with interest and discussed enthusiastically. Dig, these people are really not vegetarian. It's all pretty good. Hey, until now, I can only ride a matchbox, leaving bitter tears. These contestants are so strong. All of them are engaged in such a big scene. After all, many guilds have been dispatched, and this time is not a joke. Yes, I heard that many guilds have also paid a lot of money to hire game scene designers. When the players marveled at these buildings, everything in the picture at this time was broadcast to Xu Yuan's work. At this time, what the players saw was the place that Xu Yuan was building. Xu Yuan's current progress is already making statues. But Xu Yuan did not make a statue of the white tiger first, but a sculpture that seemed to be a dragon emerging from underwater. Since Xu Yuan has not finished yet, everyone can only judge according to the part that Xu Yuan has done. When all the players saw this scene, they were all stunned. They just felt like their goosebumps were rising. The previous buildings, everyone only felt very strong, very powerful, ornamental. And seeing the building made by Xu Yuan, the goosebumps of all the players came out. I wipe, this ancient style building, not to mention that I thought I was born on this mountain. It's spectacular, isn't it? SHHHH, H is the hidden dragon going to see. I see Steve Boss. Groove, this is Steve Guy alone. This man is a pervert, even construction he can. It's from the bottom of the water, it's a dragon, right? Even the water surface where the dragon came out was replaced by ice cubes. Why are there still red oozing squares on the dragon? What the hell is Steve going to do? Hey, where's Steve's teammate? Just when the players thought that Xu Yuan's team was in this one building. At this point, the official lens began to zoom out infinitely. When everyone saw the full picture of the building of Xu Yuan's team, they were all frightened and speechless. Not the right person? Steve Boss, they are not the right person. This big production. I think the officials should be stunned. Is there still suspense in this Nima game? The players only felt that the official camera had been pulled a long way before showing the entire panorama. When other works were just broadcast, the official did not need to extend the perspective at all. It is enough to see how huge the scene and buildings on Xu Yuan's side are. All the players were dumbfounded. This is a feat. Although the most spectacular thing at the moment, the sculpture of the 4 elephants has not yet been built. But when people saw these derived buildings, they were shocked enough. Excuse me, this is the same game I play. Garbage building, give me 100 years, I can build one of them. The movie is good, but the picture quality is too bad, it's all mosaic. Official, don't say much, the championship is already there, please implement it as soon as possible, thank you. The first time I felt the beauty of the ancient style building was to see the main city of the Cube People Guild, and this is the second time I felt the charm of the ancient style building, which is really domineering. This is what a macho man should see. At this moment, the players have already held the works of Xu Yuan's team to the sky. If such a work does not win the championship, what work can win the championship? At this time, even the director team arranged by the official side was shocked when they saw Xu Yuan's works. This work, I feel like I'm going to win the championship. Be confident, get rid of the feelings. This is not a grade at all from those just now. How handsome would this copy be if it were implemented? It feels like our copy designers probably won't be able to design something like this. Absolutely really. If it really wins the title, this quest will definitely become a classic copy of the game. No suspense. Basically, the official broadcast room gives each team about 5 minutes of broadcast time. Since the director team was also shocked by the work, they also wanted to see more of the work. So this time gave Xu Yuan's side 15 minutes, which is enough to see that this work is excellent. But the official definitely did not allow such favoritism, and then it was a last resort, and the director team continued to start the rotation. After all, the director team is already a little biased, and if they continue to play Xu Yuan's work, the official will not agree. On the official side, cut the picture, and you can see the question mark on the screen full of barrage in the live broadcast room. Can you be a little bit? Hurry, broadcast it back to me. What the hell, why, haven't seen enough of this. All said, just that was the champion work? We don't look at anything else. The players haven't seen enough, and seeing the official cut, of course, 10,000 are dissatisfied. But there is no way, the director team does things as required. The official side cut the screen, and immediately received a large number of complaints from players. The official side couldn't get the players, so they quickly replied. After all team works are rotated, the official will select excellent works for split-screen display. When the players saw this, they did not continue to make trouble. Since the official reply has been given, players can only wait. It's just too boring to wait. After all, after reading Xu Yuan's works, and then looking at other works, I really can't get into the eye. It's over, my eyes are raised by Boss Steve, I can't look at these. These are too petty. Not good looking, pass. Hurry up and broadcast, change back after broadcasting. After about an hour or so, all the entries were finished in turn. 8 works were officially selected for split-screen playing. Among them, naturally, there is the work of Xu Yuan and their team. Although the other 7 works are worse than those of Xu Yuan's team, they are all luxurious and atmospheric. There is a work in Xu Yuan they designed, a bit of a sense of indistinguishability. They did not design antique buildings, but lair-style buildings. The reason why they can compete with Xu Yuan's team is because their location is very special. They chose the site in Hell. The whole atmosphere of Hell plays a good role in their architecture. In addition, their construction area is also very large. So at first glance, it looks particularly spectacular. It feels like a copy, and I feel that living here must be a very powerful boss. This building is from the Abundance Guild, and their guild is ranked in the top 5. They also paid a lot of money to hire a designer this time. At present, among these works, the works of the Abundance Guild can compete with the works of Xu Yuan's team. At this time, the players also began to stand up. I think this work of the Abundance Guild has the potential to be the first. Steve's work is very fairy, but it doesn't feel like the oppression of that copy, and Abundance knows that it is a large copy at a glance. The scene on this side of Abundance is obviously not as grand as Steve's side, right? Steve's side is indeed magnificent, but it will be difficult for the official to design the boss at that time. How to say, Steve's side is majestic and shocking, and Abundance is not a good thing to look at. Ha 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 ha, it's not a good thing at first glance, I laugh. To put it simply, Steve's side is like a place where divine beasts are guarded, and Abundance is a fierce beast. The analysis upstairs was really thorough. After the official live broadcast, after receiving the news, Ken also came to the live broadcast room for the first time. After seeing these works, Ken also felt that the competition was abundant. Ken immediately sent a message to Xu Yuan. The official live broadcast has started. I looked at it. Only the works of the Abundance Guild can compete with us. Do you want to deal with it? Although the most important thing in this competition is the strength and design of the players of each team. But as the competition nears the last minute, the competition is getting fiercer, and after seeing the opponent's work, it is necessary to make some small changes. Xu Yuan asked after receiving Ken's message. What kind of buildings are they? Ken sent a screenshot of the building directly to Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan saw the building of the Abundance Guild, he thought for a moment and immediately had an idea. Xu Yuan found the work and said a few words to him. After listening to it, the work couldn't help but scream. Xu Yuan's method is simply the end of the harvest for them. I'll implement it. After listening to it, the work was ready to implement it according to Xu Yuan's method, but was stopped by Xu Yuan. Don't worry, change it when the last day is almost over. When the work heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately cast a look that I understood. Seconds. The architectural competition continues enthusiastically. The official channel also broadcasts the progress of each team live 24 hours a day. It was already the afternoon of the second day of match day, when some of the fast-moving teams were already putting the finishing touches. And Xu Yuan's side has just completed the external effect of the entire building. It wasn't until Xu Yuan and they were all finished that the players could see what the theme of Xu Yuan's copy of their team was. Lying Groove, Steve Boss, what they did was actually a 4-elephant. Blue Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku, Sonmyo. Absolutely, my god. When I didn't make these sculptures before, I felt that it was already very shocking, and when I made the sculptures, it was simply dedicate my knees. Damn, I hope this is the champion work, and I want to get into such a copy too. Steve Boss's white tiger is really amazing. If a white tiger pestle is there, it can't reflect its domineering, and Steve Boss directly let it bite a dragon in order to enhance the might of the white tiger. Upstairs, that's a Jiao, 3 claws for Jiao, 4 claws for a lash, and 5 claws for a dragon. Steve Boss is obviously a Jiao. Steve is still exquisite. It is true that the white tiger cannot bite a dragon in its mouth. I really didn't expect Steve to do so well in architecture. Really admired. After seeing the panorama of the copy made by Xu Yuan's team, the players were all amazed. Many people think that this copy of the 4 Beasts of the Fled Desolation is the champion work. But there are also many people who feel that Xu Yuan is too immortal and has no gloomy feeling of copy. On the contrary, it is a copy of the Abundance Guild, and the atmosphere is very in place, and it is the feeling of a copy at a glance. The Abundance Guild naturally also had someone outside observing the works of Xu Yuan's team. After learning about the work of Xu Yuan's team, they also made some improvements to their own work. They increased the space of the entire quest to make the whole quest look even more magnificent. Of course, the amount of work is also a little bigger. The works of Xu Yuan's team and the works of the Abundance Guild actually have a great sense of contrast. The overall feeling given by Xu Yuan here is the immortal world. And the overall feeling of abundance over there is the demon world. The two works also feel like they are currently competing with each other, at least in appearance. However, since the theme of the construction competition is copy, it's certainly not just about appearances to win. The content of the entire copy is also one of the criteria for judging. After Xu Yuan finished the appearance of the work, he began to lay out the internal structure. In terms of copy layout, Xu Yuan is relatively familiar, and the owner of Minjiao Zhuang is familiar with red stones after all. Therefore, Xu Yuan and Minjiao Zhuang were fully responsible for the interior of the building. This is also a lot of work. After all, this kind of thing, there is no repetition to speak of, the interior and mechanism of each room are different. Fortunately, in terms of room interior, the work can help somewhat, otherwise it will definitely be too late. After a whole day of hard work, Xu Yuan and Minjiao Zhuang finally finished arranging the interiors and all the mechanisms in all the buildings. At this point, there is still an hour left before the end of the game. All the teams began to put the finishing touches. Xu Yuan called Thowork and said to him, "You can make those cracks in the ground under Sun Mu's feet first." Thowork nodded and immediately started building with the people on the team. This is Xu Yuan's method designed to deal with the Abundance Guild, and this method can definitely overwhelm Abundance over. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were surprised to see that Xu Yuan's team had started construction again. After all, the game is coming to an end, and most of the teams are now doing testing. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to be doing something again. "Brother Steve, what else are they going to do? I don't know. I think it's perfect. Is this done? There's only an hour left." It is estimated that Steve is also under pressure. After all, there are competitors. All the players were talking fiercely, and they were all looking forward to what kind of thing Xu Yuan's team would add in the end. About 50 minutes later, Thowork had built the cracks under their Sun Mu feet. Xu Yuan looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes left before the end of the game. Even if Fenjiao found Xu Yuan's response, it was too late to change. So Xu Yuan said to Thowork, "Pour magma." Thowork immediately asked the team to take the magma bucket together and start pouring magma in the ravine that had just been made. Soon, these ravines were filled with magma. Moreover, in the magma, Thowork et al. Also made some long strips of shape out of red concrete and red glass. Looking at it from afar, it looks like a blood stain. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't help but feel a little numb in their scalps. They had to admire Xu Yuan. In this short 10 minutes, Xu Yuan used this method to directly bring up the entire grade of the work. Xu Yuan knew what Fenjiao's work was, so if he wanted to overwhelm them, he would directly add the elements of hell to his building. In everyone's mind, the element that best represents hell is magma. So Xu Yuan directly asked Thowork to make some cracks under Sun Mu's feet and fall the magma. Add some blood-stained blocks on top. In this way, it is equivalent to telling everyone that what Feng Yu made was pressed under the feet of Sun Mu. He couldn't even get out of the scene, so he was directly trampled to death by Sun Mu. At this time, all the players also understood Xu Yuan's meaning, and they only felt that their scalps were numb. This means that the Xian tortoise stepped on the ground and directly trampled the beast underground to death. Steve Guy is so ruthless. Just add such a little thing, and directly declare that abundance is not qualified. The boss you made is just the ants under my feet. I wipe. It's amazing. This last stroke of magic simply makes the game suspenseless. Originally, at the beginning, although many players liked the works of Xu Yuan's team, the works of the Abundance Guild were indeed very good. Between the two works, because the styles are completely different, it is difficult to distinguish and it is difficult to compare. After all, everyone's favorite style is different, and some people like the wonderland feeling of Xu Yuan's team. And some people like the oppressive feeling of the Abundance Guild, the feeling of being breathless at any time. Voting on two works has also been initiated on the forum before. As a result, the two works were indistinguishable, and the works of Xu Yuan's team won more than 100 votes. But more than 2 million people voted. so these 100 votes don't mean anything at all. Of course, it is uncertain whether this vote will have moisture, but at least it can show that both works are loved by everyone. But after Xu Yuan's last stroke of God, the balance in the hearts of all the players was suddenly tilted towards Xu Yuan's team. Xu Yuan's last stroke of genius directly raised the grade of his work a lot. People don't like to be inferior, and naturally they don't like what they like to be inferior. Xu Yuan's approach is very clever, and the work adds the element of magma. He has made his own work related to the work of abundance. If you say, people who have not seen two works before, see these two works for the first time, I will definitely feel that the works on the side of abundance are a dimension on the side of Xu Yuan. When the players saw this, they immediately felt a little distressed about the Abundance Guild. Hey, Fenjai's hard-working work, Steve Boss crushed him under his feet in 10 minutes. No way, IQ crushed. This magma is added. Not only has it crushed the Abundance Guild, but Sun Mu's domineering spirit has also come out. It's really absolute. Yes, I didn't add it before. I always felt that the fairy chi was too full, less domineering. This is indeed a stroke of God. In terms of appearance, I think there should be no suspense. At this point, the game has ended, and the official live broadcast room is closed. Xu Yuan and they were all teleported to the waiting area. The judging mechanism this time consists of official judges and public judges. The official will show all the works first, and players have half an hour to like the works. The official will sort out the 8 works with the most likes, which is the top 8 of this competition. Subsequently, 3 professional judges will be sent by the official. They are the famous game scene designer, Arwen, the famous game copy designer, Play, and the famous game experience officer, Ronin. These 3 are still very famous in the gaming circle. The first is that these 3 will score and eliminate the exterior, interior, and interior design of the replica. If one of the 3 judges scores below 60, the entry will be eliminated. Each of the 3 judges was able to give a score below 60 twice. In other words, this round, up to 6 works will be eliminated. Then the next works are scored by the public judges. After the match, each player in the game gets a chance to vote. Players can vote for their favorite titles. Then, based on the scores of the 3 judges and the scores of the public judges, the final winner was selected. It can be said that the judging mechanism this time is still very rigorous. After the game, Xu Yuan and they were teleported to the waiting area. At the moment, they can't leave without permission, because after the quarter-finalists come out, when the judges visit their work, they need them to go over and explain the design concept of the copy. After all, a copy is just an empty shell, and what makes a copy exciting is its plot. Just like the Woodland Mansion, the Woodland Mansion is also a copy, and the appearance of this copy is indeed not great. But the plot is indeed very exciting. While the players waited, they chatted identically. Thowork walked to Xu Yuan's side and asked Xu Yuan. The exterior is there, the interior is there, the mechanism is there. The plot of the whole copy. Have you figured it out? When Xu Yuan heard this, he shook his head and said, I didn't think about it. After Thowork listened, he looked at Xu Yuan with a surprised expression. He originally thought that Xu Yuan had already thought of the plot, but he didn't expect that Xu Yuan hadn't thought about it yet. In the case of copies, the plot is also very important, right? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, other people's architecture, the plot is really important, ours is not necessary. When Thowork heard this, he was stunned, and then thought for a moment. What Xu Yuan said seems to be reasonable, and their architecture can be said to be clear at a glance. It is the 4 elephants of flood and waste. And the stories about the 4 elephants of the flood and desolation can be said to be very many. There is no need to explain or design the plot at all. Hearing this, Thowork nodded and smiled. It's me who makes the pattern small. Half an hour passed quickly. The quarterfinals of the competition were also born. The most liked is undoubtedly Xu Yuan, their 4 elephants of flood and wilderness. The second is the cave behemoth of the Abundance Guild. There are also 6 works with a big gap between the number of likes and the first and second. So everyone treated it as a thank you for participating. After the selection of the 8 finalists, the 3 judges invited by the official also entered the competition map. As soon as they entered the match map, the official live broadcast turned on again. To be fair, all 3 judges will comment on the work during the live broadcast. Since these 3 judges are also quite famous, their fans are not few. As soon as the official live broadcast room opened, a large number of players poured in. It's coming, Arwen's little fan brother is here. The waves are here. The waves are the worst to serve. Indeed, Ronin is indeed a mother, and the requirements are too high. Playful designers who have designed classic copies. This professional layman, will he not be able to look at any of them? This is not a good serving lord. It feels like they might just use up both low decentralizations. I'm looking forward to their complaints, ha 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 ha. Indeed, these 3 alt-MS are poisonous tongues. After the 3 judges of Arwen, Play, and Ronin entered the competition map, they immediately came to the location of the 8th place in the 8 finals according to the coordinates given by the official. After they teleported, they all looked at each other after seeing the work in front of them. Can this level also reach the quarterfinals? 30 points, no more. I don't want to listen to design concepts. Okay, then it will be eliminated directly, and I don't need to go in and look at the internal structure. Although the work of this 8th place cannot be compared with Xu Yuan's works, it is still good. Decent, not bad, and there are some highlights. The result was like garbage in the eyes of the three judges of Arwen, Play, and Ronan. All the players in the live broadcast room were surprised when they saw this. Although they had long known that these three people were strict and their eyes were above the top. But this work stands out from so many works, and it is also an 8th. It felt worthless in front of the three of them. So my matchbox isn't a minus. These three judges are too high-minded. It is estimated that these works that compare the lower rankings will not enter their eyes. Actually, there are some highlights in this work. Isn't it too unfair to veto it just by looking at the appearance? In the eyes of players, these three judges are really too harsh. But in fact, from the perspective of these three judges, it is easy to understand. They have all seen the world. What scene have they not seen? What copy have they not seen? Moreover, they themselves eat this bowl of rice. So their eyes are very poisonous, and they can see the advantages and disadvantages of this work at a glance. After about half an hour, the three judges had judged all the entries of the bottom 6 teams. As expected, the three people, each with 2 low decentralizations, all used up. That is, they looked at the works of 6 teams and eliminated the works of 6 teams. When the players saw this, they were all speechless. It seems that it is destined to be a fight between Steve and the Abundance Guild. These judges are really demanding. Actually, I think a lot of works are actually okay. When we didn't see the works of Steve Boss and the Abundance Guild before, we also felt that the other teams did a good job. The 3 of them have never seen the 2 best works, have not been compared, and have eliminated so much. Do you think they won't even look at the work of Steve and the work of the Abundance Guild? The first 2 works are still very weighty. Wait and see. I want to see what they say about the top 2 works. Seeing that the 3 judges were so strict, the players couldn't help but worry about whether their favorite works would pass safely. At this time, Arwen, Play, and Ronan in the map were a little disappointed. Originally, they came with a lot of passion. But none of the works just now can live up to their eyes. This inevitably makes them a little disappointed. The difference between professional and amateur is really big. Well, forget it. Isn't this the first time it's a competition? In these previous copies, none of them I want to go in and experience it. Am I making this money a little too easy? When the 3 of them said this, they all sighed. Although they are only judges, they also expect to see excellent works and hope to discover talented people. Originally, their expectations were quite big, and these works were evaluated, which instantly made their mood fall to the bottom. Okay, let's go to the 2 works with the highest likes. I hope we don't come for nothing. I've heard that these 2 works are the 2 most likely to win the championship, and they should be pretty good. There are only 2 of these works eliminated by us. Of course, they may win the championship. After the 3 judges sorted out their moods, they came to the work of the Abundance Guild, which ranked second in the number of likes. As soon as the 3 of them teleported over, they suddenly had a bright feeling. Hey, this is good, the location is very smart, this atmosphere comes out at once. Finally saw someone who could get in. Well, the overall scene is also very well arranged, it has that flavor. I'd rather go in and try this copy. Since all the entries were located in the main world, the 3 judges naturally had some visual fatigue. This sudden change in scene, coupled with the fact that the works of the Abundance Guild were originally of high quality, the 3 judges immediately felt their eyes brightened. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room heard the comments of the 3 judges, and many players who liked this work immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I can finally have them in the eye. Then I won't worry about Steve's big guy's flat and 4 elephants. It feels like the Ronan is going to work, ha 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 ha. He's been fishing for so long, and finally he has a place to get him. After receiving a unified opinion, Arwen, Play, and Ronan immediately began their respective judging work. Arwen is responsible for looking at the detail and rapport throughout the set. Playfulness and Ronan enter the building. Playfulness is responsible for examining interior issues, while Ronan is the test replica exploratory. The 3 of them were each busy for about half an hour before they fully studied the entire work. After the 3 converged, they each gave their views on the work. The first is Arwen, who is in charge of the scene. The scene is well integrated, the location is smart, and the whole work is like a natural generation, which is a very good work. If I had to rate it, for exterior, I would give it a 92. The playfulness of the entire copy design was also highly evaluated. The whole copy design is very good, there are its highlights, and it is not easy to complete such a work in 3 days. I give 95 points. And the game experience officer Ronan also gave a high rating. Although this copy is just an empty shell, the design inside is very poignant and makes me, who has played so many games, want to try. Score, 95. The scores given by the 3 judges can be said to be very high compared to their previous scores. Although those teams were eliminated before, only one judge could give a low score for each elimination, and the others still had to be above 60. And the 3 of them basically gave a score of 62 and 63. Even 65 will not exceed. It is enough to see how high the vision of this group of people really is. At this time, the 3 of them actually gave a high score of more than 90. When the players in the live broadcast room saw this, they were all shocked. Isn't this the champion's work? The natural environment of this hell is indeed good, so watching the live broadcast is very feeling, and the immersion must be very shocking. I'm starting to worry a little bit that Steve's work won't be able to spell this. There's a word called preconception. Originally, the 2 works were indistinguishable. Seeing that the three judges gave such high evaluations and scores, those who liked the works of Xu Yuan's team couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, the geographical advantage of abundance is indeed very good. Bring in the teams from this production. We want to hear their production ideas and the story of the copy. At this time, the three judges also asked the official to bring in the people from the abundance team. After all, it is a copy, and the production concept and storyline are still very important. After the design team of the Abundance Guild came in, they told the three judges about the design concept of their copy and the plot of the copy. After the three judges listened, they all nodded. Well, the plot is good, I'll add 3 extra points. Then I'll add 3 points too. This plot makes me look forward to it even more, and I add 3 points. After hearing the design concept and copy plot of the Abundance Guild, the three judges all agreed and added 3 points to the Abundance Guild. That is, the current score of the Abundance Guild has come, 95, 98, 98. This score can be said to be already terrifying. At this time, the people of the Abundance Guild were also excited, and the judges' scores were already very optimistic. At that time, we will operate the votes of the public judges, so that the champion will definitely be stable. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were also surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the three judges would actually add up the score. At this time, those who liked the works of Xu Yuan's team were all anxious. Don't mind, there are better ones behind. You can't give a steady, this score. Yes, you give this to the back. There is no room for improvement. It's all 98 points. Then when you see Steve Guy, isn't that going to give a full score? Hurry up, go say the last work. Xu Yuan's side was in the waiting room, and he could also see the live broadcast. Xu Yuan saw that on the barrage, it was all the barrage that players were anxious about their works, and he couldn't help but feel that these players were cute. This is obviously that the emperor is not in a hurry, and the eunuchs are in a hurry. At this time, the people of the guild elite group were also a little nervous. After all, the scores given by the three judges just now were really too high. Boss, we were a great loss for our last appearance. If these judges saw our work, they could still give them such high marks. Heck, why don't these people think about another work in the back? Seeing the eager looks of all the players, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile and comfort everyone. Haven't you heard, the best ones are left last. Xu Yuan was not worried at all. On the contrary, the higher the score these judges gave Fenjiao, the happier he was. Since you have seen that Fenjiao's works have given such high marks, then when the time comes to see their works, won't you have to give full marks? The Thowork team on the side and the owner of Minjiao Zhuang were also the same as Xu Yuan, and they were not flustered at all, because they are confident enough that their works will definitely be able to defeat the works of the Abundance Guild. After the three judges reviewed the works of the Abundance Guild, their spirits were different from before. They finally saw something that satisfied them. Next is the last one. I heard it's the main play. The number of likes is first, and the second place just now is hundreds of thousands. I want to see and see. I heard the grapevine that this first number of likes is the work of the first guild of this game, and I heard that this amount of likes is operated and has moisture. If there is moisture, just look at it. Like this kind of national like, voting and other things, there will definitely be someone operating in the dark. But the Cube People Guild would never do such a thing. After all, this game is still very intelligent. If the amount of dark box operation is very large, a report is accurate. Therefore, Xu Yuan also repeatedly stressed with Ken before that he should not operate in the dark. Xu Yuan's team's work can get the second place hundreds of thousands, and the first number of likes depends entirely on hard power. Definitely not because of some crooked way. Of course, there are many people who are sour to take the first place by hard power, and naturally there will be people who splash dirty water. These three judges are also very impartial, and naturally their judgment will not be affected by these gossip. After the three of them judged Fenjiao's work, they entered the coordinates of Xu Yuan's work. When the three entered the coordinates, they felt that something was wrong. This other work, no matter how high the y-axis is, it is about 150. How can this directly be more than 300? Maybe the building was made on the mountain. It can't be more than 300 in the mountains. The coordinates officially given to the judges are basically the coordinates of observing the mode and being able to see the panorama of the entire building. So there will be such a coordinate as y-axis 150, and even such coordinates can be transmitted past. After teleporting, the judges are in the best position to see the panorama. The highest position they received before was only 150, and as a result, Xu Yuan's works came directly to more than 300. Although the three judges were a little puzzled, they still followed the coordinates and teleported over. The three of them teleported over, and they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Groove. This is Suzaku. At this time, the three judges were on the disc hanging in the sky in front of the giant bird. They are the whole giant bird seen from the perspective of looking up. The three of them had only one feeling in their hearts at this time, that is, shock. Although the three of them had seen the world, just the Suzaku terrace in front of them made everyone's goosebumps stand up. They immediately flew up and approached Suzaku in front of them, carefully examining them. This feather tail is made of fluorite, right? How beautiful is that night? This is really a big touch, and I guess I think it's modeling when I look at it from a distance. It's so meticulous. The brick text of the entire Suzaku Day is also very exquisite. When everyone was admiring the work in front of them, Arwen was very excited. Look at the landscaping around. At this time, the judges noticed that under the entire Suzaku Terrace, there was actually a valley-type depression. And this depression is not yet naturally formed, it is artificially made. Because every part of the valley is dyed with the red color of Suzaku. Such a large amount of engineering. Done in 3 days. It took 2 days for this Suzaku sculpture to make, right? It's terrible. At this time, the judges thought that this was the panorama of the copy, so they were ready to score. It's the same old way, let's check our respective projects and score them. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room burst out laughing after hearing Arwen's words. Just now these 3 high-end postures, but now it is like a hillbilly entering the city. Wake up, this is one of the 4 elephants. Hey, you haven't seen the others yet? What's the hurry? Ha 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 ha. Looking at their expressions, I think Steve's work is stable. If it were me, I guess I think it might be like this. After all, this Suzaku Terrace alone is shocking enough. The 3 judges were preparing to score, and the results were all received from the official. Zoom out a little further. Where you are is only part of the work. The official is actually helpless, because Xu Yuan's scene is too big, there is no way to give a comprehensive bystander position. So just give one at random. When the 3 heard the official response, they were stunned. What? It's not all. And when the 3 judges heard this, they immediately raised their perspectives a bit. There seems to be a dragon in the eastern sky. There seems to be something in the north. It seems to have a big tree. I saw a white tiger. The west. The 3 judges said this, and this is what is strange. The 4 elephant divine beasts of the Hong wilderness belong to 4 directions: east, Qinglong; south, Suzaku; west, White Tiger; north, Sunmyo. These are the 4 elephants of the flood and desolation. My goosebumps are already rising. The 3 couldn't wait to see the full picture of the entire copy. However, the 4 elephants were in different directions, so the 3 had differences. Of course, I'll go see the green dragon first. Look at Sunmyo, I want to see what that tree is. Look at the white tiger, don't you see that there seems to be a dragon over there? Everyone has something they want to see, and for a while they have forgotten their status as judges. One by one, they quarreled endlessly, and they couldn't wait to fight. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room laughed when they saw this scene. This may be the charm of the work, which can make these 3 things forget the purpose of their coming. They're here for sightseeing, not to rate. Wake up, you're the judges? None of the 3 could beat anyone, so they decided to go their separate ways and look at each other. The official side saw that the 3 people seemed to be ready to part ways, so they immediately sent a message. Big brother, what are you doing? You are the judges. The 3 people reacted when they saw the official news, and they themselves were judges. The 3 smiled awkwardly. In this way, let's not fight, we will see it anyway. Yes, yes, or look at them one by one. Okay, I'm for it. The 3 finally agreed. They are now located in Suzakude in the south, and the White Tiger Pagoda guarded by the White Tiger Town to the west. After the 3 came to the White Tiger Tower, they saw the shape of the entire White Tiger Tower and sighed from the bottom of their hearts. The location was really well chosen. The building is also in place. It was perfect. The Chinese-style building pokes me too much. This jiao is really the finishing touch. If there is only one white tiger here, it will not reflect its domineering at all, and with the foil of jiao, the entire aura will come out. At this time, the 3 people have not looked at the work with a judgmental eye at all. Instead, it is seen with appreciation. They didn't even feel qualified to judge the work. Because all the details, the ideas, the location of everything, are so perfect. It feels like a natural fit. It doesn't look like it's artificially carved at all, it's like it's naturally generated. And this is the highest level of architecture. Seeing that the playfulness and Ronan were reluctant to miss here, Arwen thought about it and proposed. Let's take a look at the other 2, and then turn around and study them carefully. Arwen is also curious about other scenes. Fun and Ronan agreed without hesitation. The 3 soon reached the east. The buildings on the east side stand in the sky, giving people a sense of sacrosanctity. The whole building is extended with the green dragon as the main body. The green dragon stands tall in the sky, not angry and self-threatening. The whole scene made the 3 people's hair stand up. This group of people are really immortals. That's awesome, isn't it? It's over. I feel that my job is not guaranteed. At this time, Arwen, Play, and Ronan saw the scene in front of him, and only felt that sweat hairs stood up, and goosebumps kept bubbling out. In order to allow the judges to judge the work more intuitively, the official turned off all the lights and shadows. Even if all the light and shadows were turned off, the scene in front of them made the 3 of them feel the supreme majesty from the green dragon. If it is really installed by then, turn on the light and shadow, how shocking will it be? The 3 looked at the scene in front of them and only felt a little dizzy. I'm such a person who can speak well, I can't speak. I would like to thank the team who made this work from the bottom of my heart. They were an eye-opener for me. This is really already a super level. When the 3 judges arrived here, they were a little unable to move again. They really want to take a closer look at this hentai dragon hall in all directions. Okay, go to the next one. I'll come back later and study it carefully. Arwen reminded humanity. Although Arwen is in the same mood as them, there must be someone who is a little more rational. After all, they are the judges and are still working. We can't all lose our measure. After everyone heard On's words, they nodded reluctantly and finally moved away. Next is the Sunmu of the 4 elephants in the north. After the three came here, they were instantly shocked by the landscaping of the entire venue. These stone pillars. It's all scenes created by the contestants themselves. This workload. There's really something about this landscaping, and as soon as you come here, the whole atmosphere comes out. This team of players is really excellent in all aspects. At this time, Arwen looked at the scene where the entire Sunmyo was located, and couldn't help but sigh. They really put a lot of effort into it. When Playful and Ronan heard Arwen say this, they glanced at each other, and they both came over and asked, "Well, how do you say that? Is there any allusion to these 4 elephants?" Since Arwen is a scenographer, his knowledge is still very broad. Stories like the 4 elephants of the flood and the beast, the background, and so on, is something that a scene designer must understand. Therefore, Arwen naturally also understands the 4 elephants of the flood and desolation. The image of Sunmyo in the 4 elephants of the flood and desolation is a spiritual object of the combination of turtle and snake, which is the main water of the 5 elements. It lives in the North Sea, in charge of the waters. When the Playful and Ronan heard this, they looked at the Sunmyo in front of them, and they were a little puzzled. "Well, then you still said that they worked hard. This Sunmyo is not right, the snake is gone." "Yes, and doesn't Sunmyo live in the North Sea?" Arwen heard the words of the Playful and Ronan, and shook his head with a smile. Let's take a closer look at the difference on the ground in this place. After hearing Arwen's words, both Fun and Ronan quickly moved to the ground. After taking a closer look, they found that there were many kinds of dead corals on the ground of the entire scene. When the Playful and Ronan saw these dead corals, they were suddenly a little puzzled. How can there be dead coral? Well, isn't that the ground? Arwen saw that both Fun and Ronan had found the dead corals, so he said, "It's really land now, but before it was the bottom of the sea." When the Playful and Ronan heard this, they suddenly came to their senses. So it is. Then why is it drying up here? After knowing that Xu Yuan wanted to express the meaning that this place was originally the bottom of the sea, the two began to puzzle again. Since this is originally the bottom of the sea, and it is still a place guarded by Sunmyo, why did this place dry up? Seeing the two of them asking like this, An pointed to the magma-filled rift at Sunmyo's feet and said, "My guess is that it should be the monsters under the sea that have dried up the entire sea." After Sunmyo found out, he ended the monster at once. You can see this from the magma and blood that comes out. When the Playful and Ronan heard this, they immediately realized, "Groove? It's really, ... Looking at this magma, it reminds me of my last work." When Arwen heard the words of the two, he couldn't help but smile and said, "I don't know if it's a coincidence or a deliberate design. This work uses a little detail, and it directly makes the previous work completely unable to compete with itself." At this time, when Playful and Ronan heard Arwen's words, they both nodded in agreement. "It's really. As soon as you tell this story, I immediately imagined that underwater beast as the boss of the previous work. Indeed. Just such a little echo, I have to make people think of awe." At this time, the three of them couldn't help but admire the people from Xu Yuan's team, and with such a small detail, they completely defeated their opponents. And this small detail added to his own story, and it is not obtrusive at all. At this time, Playful and Ronan looked at Sunmyo in front of him, as if remembering something, and said, "By the way, Arwen, didn't you say that Sunmyo is a combination of turtle and snake?" "Yes, if there is no snake, it is not Sunmyo, right?" Arwen heard the words of the two and smiled. "You see, the trunk of the tree on Sunmyo's back doesn't look like a snake hovering on it," Arwen said as he led the two to the trunk. The Playful and Ronan were shocked when they saw this. "It's really lying groove, absolutely, I haven't seen it from afar." Seeing this, Arwen continued, "You see, there is also a pool of water under this tree, and this pool of water is passing through Sunmyo's body and preparing to flow to the ground. Does this also mean that Sunmyo defeated the monster and is ready to restore the entire sea area with his divine power again?" When the Playful and Ronan saw this scene and heard Arwen's story, he immediately felt his scalp numb. A single building can tell a story. Admire. This is the highest level of architecture. Through a building, the surrounding environment, you can tell a story. Really cattle. Arwen's words were also transmitted to the ears of everyone in the live broadcast room through live broadcasting. When the players heard Arwen's words, they looked at the work on the screen and were shocked. "Originally, I was still thinking about why Sunmyo was not in the sea, but now everything makes sense. Too, at the beginning, I thought, I didn't see the snake, how can I call Sunmyo?" was explained by Arwen like this, and instantly understood. It turns out that Steve Boss, they are not doing architecture, but writing stories. It's really awesome. It turns out that Steve Boss, their buildings all have a story. You can see from the previous White Tiger, Steve, they are not a simple building. It's not easy to do this, they can still think of all kinds of stories, I really convince. And the final stroke of God should be the improvisation of the scene, and the result is added to the story, which is not abrupt at all, which is the most terrifying. Hiss. Stop it. It seems to be true. Yes? Steve was the last to ask the team to add rift and magma. Defeat enemies while enriching your own story, the best of both worlds, really bull batch. In fact, before Arwen explained, some players who understood the 4 elephants of the flood and wilderness felt a little inappropriate after seeing Xu Yuan's Sunmyo. After all, everyone who understands that Sunmyo lives in the sea, and Sunmyo is composed of turtles and snakes. If you don't see the sea, everyone can still understand. After all, there is no sea area in the place where Xu Yuan has decided. If you are biased towards Sunmu and go to the sea area, the other environment next to the sea area is not suitable for the other 4 elephants. Therefore, if you really want a sea area, you can only build a sea area yourself, which will take a lot of time. Therefore, there is no sea area that everyone can understand. After all, time is limited. But the snake is gone, and everyone can't understand it. Because all players saw the works of Xu Yuan's team through live broadcasts. The live broadcast is generally to extend the distance and watch from a full perspective, so everyone does not see that the trunk of the tree is actually the shape of a snake circling up. Now Arwen has also explained all the highlights of everyone's doubts, and the players have no doubts at the moment. All that remained in their hearts was shock. Arwen saw that both Playful and Ronan understood the story of the whole scene, so he said, "Well, I can finally enjoy each work carefully, let's start working." The Playful and Ronan were excited when they heard Arwen's words. They have long wanted to appreciate this masterpiece. I can finally appreciate it. There's no limit to the time for this rating, right? In fact, the 3 of them have already scored the whole work in their hearts. It's just that they don't say it. With the graded oil head, they can appreciate such excellent works more. The 3 of them immediately got busy. At this time, everyone in Xu Yuan's team was excited when they heard the words of the 3 judges and their expressions. Looking at the attitude of the 3 judges, it is absolutely stable. Hey, you said that these 3 judges didn't know how to act, so obvious. Ha 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 ha, indeed, I'm afraid that others don't know that they already think we are champions. Just now, when they looked at Fenjiu's works, they still had an attitude of evaluation, but now they look at us, it's just sightseeing. I just want to see how many points these 3 judges give us. Everyone was talking lively. Thowork walked to Xu Yuan and said, "This Arwen is indeed professional, say everything you want to express." In fact, this story of Sunmu was thought of by Xu Yuan. Thowork they also know that Sunmu lives in the North Sea, but at the moment there is only one river in the entire scene, and there is no sea. Originally, Thowork was going to use that river as a site for Sunmu. But that river was in the west, so the orientation was at odds with Sunmu. Later, Thowork prepared to artificially create a sea. But the time is limited, the number of people is limited, even if everyone helps to do it together, it is estimated that only a lake will be built. If you let Sunmu be in this man-made lake, then the whole momentum will immediately weaken. After Thowork noticed this problem, he immediately told Xu Yuan. Thowork wanted to try again to find a new, seaside location. But it was vetoed by Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan vetoed him, he gave him this proposal. Xu Yuan's proposal simply saved the entire scene. And it also adds a sense of story to the scene. With Xu Yuan's inspiration, several other scenes of Thowork also added some sense of story. This also makes the building itself not rigid at all. The whole atmosphere has also become strong. Thowork has sincerely admired Xu Yuan until now. Xu Yuan heard Thowork's words and smiled. That's what he eats, of course. But I have to thank him for explaining it, otherwise many people will definitely be confused and say that we are messing around. Thowork heard Xu Yuan's words and nodded. Well, indeed. Our work should be stable. This copy can be implemented, it will definitely be well received. Xu Yuan heard Thowork's words and smiled. Be confident and get rid of what should be. When Thowork heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, I was just too reserved. This work should not be able to be implemented, but absolutely can be implemented. Arwen, Play, and Ronan each conduct their own professional explorations. When Arwen and Playful were studying the structure of the building, they suddenly saw a system message displayed in the lower left corner. Player Arwen was killed by a random arrow. When Arwen and Playful saw this system message, they were stunned. What's going on? Why did you die? Isn't this a creative mode? At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room saw the sudden death of the Ronin, and their faces were full of question marks. What's going on? The judges are dead. Ronin, have you been sneaked attack? A confused look. Isn't that creative mode? You're going to die. Killed by random arrows. So, was he killed by an arrow in Steve's copy? At this time, everyone was puzzled. This judge's review work died suddenly, and everyone saw it for the first time. While everyone was discussing hotly, Arwen received a message from Ronan. Give a coordinate. After Arwen sent the coordinates to the Ronin, he asked the Ronin. What's going on? Why is it dead? Is there a bug? When Arwen's message was sent, he saw that the Ronin had appeared beside him. Arwen looked at the Ronin and asked, "What the hell is going on?" At this time, I saw the Ronin said with an embarrassed face. I was too careless. Seeing this, I also came over. What the hell? How did you die? Seeing this, the Ronin touched his head a little embarrassed. I entered the quest to explore all in survival mode. I have so many years of experience in the game, there is still no problem with an empty shell copy. I didn't expect to overturn. In order to better judge a quest, Ronin generally turns on survival mode before entering the dungeon. Ronin's intuition for replicas is still very sharp, and basically wherever there is a mechanism or something, it can be easily avoided. Before the Abundance Guild their copy, Arwen was also detected in survival mode. There was no, so entering Xu Yuan's copy of their design Arwen also opened the survival mode. But I didn't expect that he, a game expert, overturned. Arwen and Playful were shocked when they heard this. Ronin's reputation is still great in the game industry, and he is naturally very technical. Although Ronin has not played this game before, it is completely intuitive to go through an empty shell copy and do not need to fight monsters or anything. When it comes to copy intuition, Ronin still has a say. As a result, even the Ronin fell behind. And that's just a shell copy? Although Arwen and Playful don't understand some of the mechanics and mechanisms in the copy, but even professionals like Ronin have mixed their heads, which is enough to see how sophisticated the internal design of this copy is. Is this copy so powerful? Even if the appearance is good, even the design inside is so good. I really don't understand. Just 3 days, I can actually design this group of people really. When the Ronin heard this, he also sighed from the bottom of his heart. As soon as the copy came in, I felt very professional. It really felt like it had been carefully designed by professionals. I'm going to die not because I'm careless, but because the design of the copy is really wonderful. If this copy is implemented, without saying much, I will immediately apply for an account and switch to this game. The previous Ronin was also a senior gamer, and he was a top-notch existence in any game. His understanding of games is still very deep, so he later got the title of Game Experience Officer. Since his name, he has often been invited to experience various new games, and he has spent a lot less time playing games himself. The game Minecraft did not invite Ronin to experience before, although the game is popular, but Ronin has not had time to play this game. The main thing is that Ronin has always felt that this game has no playability and no operability. But after experiencing the copy designed by Xu Yuan and their team, Ronin has a new understanding of the game. So the Ronin would say that. And, even for this quest, it's worth moving to this game? Arwen and Playful couldn't help laughing when they heard Ronin's words. Wait for the copy to be installed. I think you will apply for an account directly after work. I think I can also set up an account to play and find inspiration in it. Ha 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 ha, where to fall, where to get up. At this time, the words of the three also fell into the ears of all the players in the live broadcast room. The players were also amazed. Ronin said they were going to play this game. Didn't Ronin only do evaluations first? Didn't he play much? Gee, I feel that this copy has a funny head. It actually attracted Ronin. You guys say Ronin and Steve Boss, who is powerful. In this game, Steve Boss is definitely more than Ronin Cow, and this copy was researched by Steve's team. Indeed, in this game, Steve is still strong. At this time, the players actually knew very well in their hearts that this work of Xu Yuan's team was already the champion's choice. First of all, in terms of appearance, it is naturally needless to say. What else is there to say about these judges who are directly shocked to forget that they are judges? Then there is the internal structure of the replica. Needless to say, the professionals are directly on the head. Both of these are definitely passable. The next item is the story of the copy. Previously, Abundance also added points through the plot story of the copy. Therefore, all players are also looking forward to the copy story of Xu Yuan's team. I feel like Steve Boss, their copy plot story must be very exciting. I hope these 3 judges will finish the test quickly and listen to the plot story. I feel like these 3 have been stalling for time. One Sun Yu watched it for half an hour. Ha 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 ha, it's not delaying time. If you are immersed, it is estimated that you will be watching it longer than them. The 3 judges were still slowly evaluating Sun Yu here. They've been watching it for half an hour, and they still don't have enough to go. At this time, Xu Yuan was indeed a little impatient in the waiting room. Shouldn't they have to watch a scene for an hour? Thowork heard Xu Yuan's words and smiled helplessly. Looking at the urine sacs, it should be. At this moment, Xu Yuan didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. Although these judges look at it carefully, it shows that their work is excellent. But Xu Yuan naturally didn't want to spend time here. After all, he still had a lot of things to be busy with. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to everyone, I still have something to do. Retreat first. Don't wait here if you have something. Let's all disperse. When the players heard Xu Yuan's words, they were immediately stunned. Boss, what do you say? My god, boss, are you so willful? These judges have to tell us to go over and talk about the plot of the copy. We must not go. Although it is already certain that the work of Xu Yuan's team can win the championship. But everyone felt that it was definitely inappropriate to leave in this way. Moreover, in the end, I have to talk about the plot of the copy. At this time, after thinking about it, the big orange stood up and said, the boss is very busy, otherwise this is the case. The boss, you go first, tell us the plot, and we will talk. Big Orange's proposal was immediately approved by everyone. After all, everyone also knows that Xu Yuan doesn't have anything to do like them. Originally, the construction competition lasted for 3 days, but it was delayed long enough. Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words and smiled. I didn't design any plot. When everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, their faces were all incredulous. Boss, are you kidding? No plot? Oh, it's all this time. Boss, don't tease us. When Xu Yuan heard this, he shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I'm not kidding, I didn't amuse you, there really is no plot. When everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they all looked at me, and I looked at you. Seeing this, Thowork walked up to Xu Yuan and said, if you have something to do, just leave first, just leave it to me here. Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded, said goodbye to everyone in the guild, and then exited the waiting area. As soon as Xu Yuan exited the waiting area, everyone gathered towards Thowork. Why did you let the boss go? Yes, although our work is quite well received, the plot of the copy is a plus. Did the boss tell you all the plot? That's why he said he was leaving. Seeing this, Thowork smiled helplessly. Are you so unconfident? Our work, without a copy plot, can't get the first. When everyone heard this, they thought for a moment. The work does have a point, and a single copy plot doesn't really have much impact on the overall rating. After everyone figured it out, they stopped asking. About another 2 hours passed. Arwen, Play, and Ronan finally finished studying the entire copy. This whole copy, 3 people studied it. It took more than 3 hours in total. It's arguably the longest ever reviewed copy. In fact, the 3 were originally prepared to delay a little longer, but the officials sent them news. Under official pressure, they also had to speed up some progress. After the 3 of them studied the copy, they finally came to the scoring session. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were also excited. Damn, finally waited. Well, if only we could take a look at the Ronan's perspective, so we can also see the inside of the quest. Are you thinking about farting and eating? Let everyone see the inside of the copy. Isn't the championship's advantage all gone? Yes, the reason why everyone wants to grab the first place is because the designer knows the internal structure of the copy. Quick score, fast score. At this point, the 3 judges discussed with each other, and then began the formal scoring session. Let's start with scenographer Arwen. The whole copy scene, to me, gave me the feeling that there were only 2 words, shocking. These scenes, even 3D modeling, take a long time, and I really don't know how the players on this team can create such an amazing work in 3 days. For this work, I did not look at it with the standard of judgment at all, but always maintained a teachable attitude. Thank you to the players of this team for bringing us such a perfect and unparalleled work. I am also honored to be able to comment on this work. The score I gave is 100 points. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were shocked when they heard the score given by Arwen. I wiped my, and directly got 100 points. Onda, don't you even listen to the plot of the copy. That's a perfect score, my god. Arwinda has always been strict, not good to serve. Abundance their work. Arwinda gave the lowest score. This to Steve's big guy, directly gave full marks. So, players roughly guessed that maybe Arwen would give a high score such as 97 or 98, because it is still necessary to reserve some extra space for the plot. But I didn't expect that Arwen didn't even listen to the plot, and directly gave full marks. It is enough to see Arwen's love for this work. At this time, the people of Xu Yuan's team in the waiting room couldn't help but cheer when they heard Arwen's score. Great? Yes? Arwen has vision. How do I feel? We don't need to talk about the plot. After Arwen finished grading, it was his turn to play. Actually, Arwen said all the things I wanted to say. The design sense of the whole copy can be said to be very powerful. Here I will not spoil. When the time comes to implement it, everyone will understand. I just want to say that this copy will be a classic copy of this game. There is no one. In the future, it is estimated that many people will also fall into this game because of this copy. So, my rating is 100 points. Another 100 points? At this time, everyone was shocked. It was already 200 points. If Ronan also gives 100 points, then this work is a full score work. And judging from the Ronan's previous attitude, the probability of Ronan giving 100 points is also very high. At this time, it seems that there is no suspense. 200 points. Even if the Ronan does not give 100 points, his score cannot be low. The total score adds up to definitely higher than Abundance unless the Ronan is bought. However, this possibility is almost zero, and the official judges are unlikely to be bought by the contestants. Everyone waited and waited for the Ronan to give a final rating. Seeing this, Ronan smiled and said, "I'll join the family after work." Naturally, it is necessary to curry favor with a wave first. 100 points. When the Ronan announced the score, the entire live broadcast room boiled. Lying Groove, 300 points. Is this a perfect score? Oh my god, don't they listen to the plot of the copy? I guess I don't listen. There is no room for extra points. Although it is really gratifying to say that Steve's work has received full marks, I still want to hear the plot of the copy. Although everyone already knows the result of the competition, the players have seen such an excellent work. I want to know what kind of wonderful copy plot awaits everyone after such an excellent copy. At this time, after the 3 judges finished judging the scores, they were all ready to leave work. At this moment, the official sent them a message. Have you forgotten that there is another event? Invite the contestants to come in and talk about the concept of the quest and the plot of the quest. The official side naturally thought that the 3 had forgotten this activity, so they reminded them. At this time, the 3 of them really looked at each other and smiled. Then, Arwen stood up and said, "Everyone must be wondering why we didn't even listen to the plot of the copy, so we just gave full marks. Actually, in my opinion, this work has shown us a lot of copy plots. Just like the Sunmyo I explained to you before, it's a big copy plot. And the white tiger, which bites a moth in its mouth, is also a copy plot. Why does Suzaku guard the disc, and why is there a glacier under the green dragon? These scenes are all showing us their story. The contestants, the whole story has been expressed in every scene. When people are there, they can definitely feel it. Although these storylines may be my guess, this is also the most attractive thing about a copy. Just by looking at the scene, there are so many stories that come to mind." When Arwen said this, he couldn't help but smile and continued. "Actually, we don't want to listen to the plot of the copy, we have a selfish heart." Everyone in the live broadcast room was surprised when they heard this. And selfishness. Don't mind, you don't want to hear what we want to hear. What Arwen said is also quite reasonable. Indeed, those stories are already in the scene. Arwen looked at Playful and Ronan, and both nodded, signaling Arwen to continue. All three of us loved the work and we all wanted it to be implemented. So, we wanted to keep some copy of the suspense. When everyone explores, it will be more interesting. In fact, this is also the common idea of Arwen, Playful and Ronan, because they really like the work. At present, this copy is for the three of them, except for the plot and concept of the copy, they have studied other parts. So they want to keep themselves a little surprised. When this copy is implemented, the three of them want to come and solve the puzzle copy themselves. When the players in the live broadcast room heard Arwen's words, they were all thoughtful. This is also, if you say everything, there will be no surprise. Yes, the joy of exploring quests is that sense of the unknown. So that's it? Got it? Then don't listen to the plot, then let's explore the ourselves. It seems that this copy will be 100% implemented. I really want this copy to be finished quickly, looking forward to it. Digging, if this copy is installed, the weapons that come out are not all artifacts. Indeed, this copy should be very difficult. At this time, all players are already looking forward to the implementation of the dungeon. Although all three judges gave full scores, the scoring mechanism is not just the three of them. The voting results of the popular review are also needed. But for now, it can be regarded as stable. At this time, everyone in Xu Yuan's team, who was waiting in the waiting room, cheered after hearing On's words. Did the boss calculate long ago that they wouldn't listen to the plot before leaving? Nonsense, the boss must have counted it, otherwise I didn't think about the plot. Hey, we didn't wait so long in vain, really? Okay, it's finally dispersed, and then only the public rating remains. Yes, let the brothers of the guild vote. After the live broadcast selection, the next step is the public rating. After the live judging, all players in the game received a support ticket. The people of the Cube People Guild naturally all voted for the 4 elephants of the Flood Wilderness. Some idle players also voted for the Cube Man Guild. Originally, everyone also felt that many guilds might not vote for the Square People in this vote. Unexpectedly, almost half of the guild voted for the Cube People Guild. Why do you know that these guilds vote for the Block People? That's because these guilds basically publicized it with great fanfare after voting, for fear that others would not know. In fact, these guilds are not stupid, and their guilds are hopeless. Naturally, they would vote for the Cube People's Guild. After all, Xu Yuan has the right to hold the Twilight Forest, and the favor of Shen Shui still has to be pushed. In this way, although abundance also operated in the dark, the number of votes was thrown away by the Square People. There is simply no countermeasure. The mass rating soon ended in the overall lead of the Cube Man. Not surprisingly, the 4 elephants of Xu Yuan's team won the championship. The official side also released the MV of the entire copy at the same time. In the MV, the whole scene is with the best lighting and shadow effects. The whole MV is simply a visual feast. It was the official news that was released. The copy of the 4 elephants of the flood will become the first player-made copy in the game to be officially implemented. With the release of the official news, Xu Yuan's team was also rewarded with the champion of the construction competition. The prize of the champion contest is divided into 2 types. The first is that the champion is implemented as a replica, and participants can participate in the design of later replica monsters. In this way, it is equivalent to the contestant being able to know everything about the terrain, mechanics, or monsters in this quest. In this way, this copy is actually not difficult for the contestant team. It is equivalent to the participating teams directly knowing the strategy of the copy, and there is no need to explore like others. Another bonus is mods for decorative buildings. Some of the decorative buildings inside these mods. The architecture of these decorative mods is accessible to all, but only those who hold the mods can make them. That is to say, these building materials can be sold, and throughout the mod, there are various styles of home and building materials. Modern, antique, medieval, etc., all of them. Building this kind of thing, idle players may not value it much, but guilds do. Because the main city of a guild is the facade of a guild. Face engineering must be done well. Xu Yuan only needs to show the building materials and homes in these mods at that time. I believe that there are still many people who want to buy these. And many construction parties will definitely buy it. This is another money-making project. After Xu Yuan returned to the guild in the morning, he found Ken and asked, "What's going on inside the Twilight Forest? Has there been a team that has killed Naga?" Ken shook his head and smiled bitterly after hearing this. "No, what's going on inside? Anyway, I guess I can dig up everything I can. It feels like eating a buffet, everyone wants to get their money back." The Ken metaphor is still very apt, it is indeed like eating a buffet. Players spent money to come in, of course, all the resources in the map, can take away, absolutely do not let go. Players are in the mood to return to their roots. And Xu Yuan, they are the same as the store. You may think you earned, but I never lose. After all, Xu Yuan's resources are infinite, and if you hollow out and reset the copy, you will have everything. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, "Let them be, anyway, there are just those things, and they will naturally come out without it." Ken nodded when he heard this, and then said, "I think we still have to figure it out. No one has cleared Naga yet, so it's all harmonious and everyone's progress is the same. But when the time comes, someone clears Naga, and everyone is progressing the same, then it will be difficult to handle." Xu Yuan nodded when he heard Ken's words. "Well, I'm here to solve this problem. You go and get busy first, I'll call you when I have something." The reason why Xu Yuan came back early was because of the problem that Ken said. At the moment, because no one has played Naga yet, everyone's progress is the same. But once someone clears Naga, everyone in that quest will synchronize their progress. In this way, the barrier of the Lich Tower is equivalent to being open to everyone. This is definitely not going to work. So Xu Yuan was ready to try his previous conjecture. If you enter the Twilight Forest from different Twilight Forest entrances, will you enter the same map or different maps? Xu Yuan found a secret location and began to make the entrance to the Twilight Forest. With a heavenly thunderbolt slashing down, a new entrance to the Twilight Forest was born. Xu Yuan jumped into this new Twilight Forest entrance without hesitation. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan looked at the surrounding environment, and there were no traces of a large number of excavations on the ground. Then he wandered around again and didn't notice a single player. To ensure accuracy, Xu Yuan sent a message to Ken. Give me your coordinates. Because Ken was in the Twilight Forest before, if they were in one place, Ken could be found according to the coordinates given by Ken. Ken quickly sent the coordinates. After Xu Yuan saw the coordinates, he found that this coordinate was not far from his location. And in that position, there is no Ken figure at all. Xu Yuan was excited when he saw this. This shows that the spatial dimension of the Twilight Forest is based on the entrance. That is, each individual entrance is an independent copy? That's a good idea. If you already know this is the case, how much work will you have to save? Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at this time. If he had known that this mechanism was like this, Xu Yuan would not have had to clear the entire copy and then brush the puzzle sheep. But think about it, the Twilight Forest will also have to clear sooner or later. Besides, even if it's not for the puzzle sheep, the entire copy has to be cleared for the Book of Fusion. I just don't know if there is an upper limit to this entrance. Another problem is that it is known that more copies can be opened, but the upper limit of replicas is not yet known. But this can only be tried while opening. After knowing this mechanism, Xu Yuan immediately called Ken. After seeing Ken coming over, Xu Yuan pointed to a huge blank area in front of him and said, "Here, build a Twilight Forest replica entrance tower. After that, it will be divided according to different teams. If you don't have permission to buy Naga, you will all go to the copy entrance on the first floor. Those who purchased Naga permissions, separate them, and enter the copy entrance on the second floor." Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, thought about it, and asked, "That's equivalent to playing Naga. Each team is a separate copy, right?" Xu Yuan nodded. "Well, I'll tell you how to make the Twilight Forest entrance later, and you can implement it later." When Ken heard this, he nodded excitedly. "Then can the people of our guild also brush copies?" Since Xu Yuan basically cleared the customs by himself, it didn't take long for the Twilight Forest to open. Therefore, many people in the guild did not have time to explore at all, and only the elite group went in to kill Naga. Now that there are so many independent copies of the Twilight Forest, the people of the Cube People's Own Guild can definitely go in and explore. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. When the game is over, let the second tier go explore the Twilight first. Then you pick some trustworthy people to brush Naga repeatedly, and the first echelon elite group will at least have a sword drawn in hand. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Why don't you let the people of the first tier elite group explore? They were all brushing Naga before. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. "Didn't you say I would take them with me?" "Exactly, when the game is over, I will take them to the end of the land to have a long view." Ken was a little surprised when he heard this. "Are you ready to slay the dragon?" Ken knows that there is an Ender Dragon in the End Land, and after Xu Yuan went to the End before, he activated the mod of a Song of Ice and Fire. As a result, many sealed dragons appeared on the European continent. Xu Yuan guessed that after killing the Ender Dragon, these dragons would be activated. That's why Ken was so surprised. Activate these dragons now, won't the progress be too fast? After all, it's a dragon? And I heard that the combat power is particularly strong. With these current equipment, can you defeat a creature like a dragon? In fact, Ken's concern is understandable. After all, dragons are creatures, in many games, from the top of the monster chain. The most powerful creature. At present, the game is still in the early stage, and Xu Yuan wants to challenge the dragon. Ken, of course, didn't think it was appropriate. But in MC, the most powerful is not actually the dragon. Much more powerful than the dragon. In front of the Titan creatures, the dragon is the younger brother. After hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan nodded and said, "With my current equipment, fighting dragons is more than enough." In fact, Xu Yuan can already play the Ender Dragon, although in the game, the health of the Ender Dragon is as much as 1W. But as long as you know how to fight, it's still very simple. Moreover, since the last medium-sized relic rewarded the equipment slot and special backpack of the Undead Totem, Xu Yuan is equivalent to 10 lives. In addition, Shield Scepter, Vampire Scepter and other artifacts. If you fight a dragon, it is estimated that it is difficult to lose blood. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he didn't say anything more. Xu Yuan himself really knows the proportions, since he said that he can fight, then he can definitely fight. So Ken said, "Okay, I see. I'll leave it to me here, you take them, be careful." Ken said this and smiled. "You dragon is a dozen, but it is about to usher in a big change. After all, after killing the Ender Dragon, all the dragons in Europe will be activated, so the players over there will suffer. Moreover, I don't know what kind of changes will be ushered in the area on this side of Huaxia after killing the Ender Dragon. Because the Ender Dragon can be regarded as the final boss in the MC. After killing it, you may activate something again. But it's useless to think about this, just go step by step. The soldiers came to block the water and cover the soil, and Xu Yuan's intuition has never missed it. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. It's not as exaggerated as you say, it's just a few more monsters. Ken couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. It was just a few more monsters for Xu Yuan. But for others, that's a few more deadly monsters? After Ken chatted with Xu Yuan again, he began to build the Twilight Forest replica tower. This quest tower is a huge source of income for the Cubeman Guild. It must be repaired gorgeously, exquisitely. Ken is going to build the replica entrance himself, and when the work comes out, he will let him carefully design it. After Xu Yuan finished chatting with Ken, he returned to his residence and began to prepare the things to be used in the end. Xu Yuan was actually thinking about whether to bring a bed. The most classic way to play the Ender Dragon should be the bed frying method. Since it is impossible to sleep in the end, the bed will explode directly after the player goes to bed, thus creating explosive damage. In the case that the player has armor, the damage caused by the explosion is not too high, but the damage caused to the Ender Dragon is still very high. If Xu Yuan didn't have a 3-shot bow full of enchantments, he would have chosen to use the bed frying method. But Xu Yuan already had 3 bows, and the damage of the bed explosion didn't seem to be so enough. Xu Yuan thought for a moment, and then brought some wool and wooden boards. After all, this time it was to take the players of the first echelon elite group to fight the Ender Dragon. It must be for them to learn something too. After all, none of them have 3-shot bows, and their equipment is not as good as Xu Yuan. The bed explosion method is still a very efficient damage method for people in the first echelon elite group. After Xu Yuan brought his things, he rested for a while and waited for the players of the first echelon elite group to return. After about 2 hours, the Thowork team and the elite group finally returned. They all had smiles on their faces. After everyone saw Xu Yuan, they immediately gathered around. Boss, you're so good, you know, those 3 judges didn't let us talk about the plot of the copy at all. Yes, they said they wanted to leave themselves in suspense, and our first position is stable. Now it's just time for the public to vote. Everyone danced and said excitedly. At this point, Ken knew that Thowork was back, and immediately came over and pulled Thowork away while talking. Come on, an important thing needs to be designed by you. Owner, you come too. Thowork's face was haggard at this time, and he was pulled over by Ken, with a confused expression. And the owner of Minjiazhuang directly yawned and refused Ken Dao. What's the matter? I'll talk about it tomorrow, I'm going to catch up on sleep. In the past 3 days, in order to rush work, everyone has basically not gone offline. Although the game is operated by neurons, it is still very tiring to be tense for a long time. So, everyone is still very tired. Even Xu Yuan himself felt a little tired. Xu Yuan was originally going to let the people of the first echelon elite group go to the end with him as soon as they returned. At this moment, seeing the tiredness on everyone's faces, I also felt a little unbearable. After all, there is no rush at this time. Ken, let them rest, everyone is tired. In this way, everyone has a day off. The first echelon elite group, Ming'er came to me early in the morning to report. When the elite group of the first echelon heard Xu Yuan's words, they looked at Xu Yuan with some curiosity and asked, Boss, what's going on tomorrow morning? Are you going to explore other ruins? Oh, great, I made a soy sauce last time. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, I'll take you to the end to slay the dragon tomorrow. The players of the elite group were stunned when they heard Xu Yuan say that they would take them to the end to slay the dragon. Dragon slaying, lying groove, there is also a dragon, in this game. Boss, is it the place you've been to before, and there are dragons in that place? Boss, don't go tomorrow, go around, go now, go your size, look at the way you can't open your eyes, want to drag the boss back. Yes, let's rest and get ready before we go, lest we be like last time, and we can't help anything. The players of the first echelon elite group were all excited when they heard Xu Yuan say that they were going to slay the dragon. They didn't know that there were dragons in the game, and they have never been to the end. So, everyone is naturally curious. After listening to it, many players don't want to rest, so they want to go right away. But everyone's mental condition is obviously not good, so they all decided to endure it first, rest for a day and go tomorrow. After all the players said goodbye to Xu Yuan, they all went offline to rest. Xu Yuan is also offline, ready to rest for the day. Since playing this game, things have happened one after another, and Xu Yuan has not had much rest. After Xu Yuan got off the line, he lay on the bed, thinking back to what happened during this time. Obviously, it has only been more than a month since the start of the game, but Xu Yuan seems to feel that a long time has passed. Xu Yuan still remembers that at the beginning, he did not have much ambition. Just open a grocery store, make a little money, and want to expand the title deed. Unexpectedly, in just over a month, he actually became the first person in the game. His home has also become the main city in the game. In the entire Huaxia region, the area of its own title deed is the largest. And there are also chapters in other regions. The income of gold coins every day is more than 10W gold. You know, 100,000 gold in the game is 1 million Chinese coins. Xu Yuan, who was just 18 years old, had reached a daily income of millions. Moreover, Xu Yuan did not invest a penny in the game. It can be said that Xu Yuan is now at the peak of his life. But although Xu Yuan is satisfied with the achievements now, he will not stop there. Now, Xu Yuan is only the first person in the game in the Huaxia region, although the strength of the players in other regions is relatively backward. But the game has been open for more than a month, and some high-level games have already started. There are still many people with game talent, and in other areas, Xu Yuan cannot be involved at present. So the picture that can be understood is not comprehensive. Moreover, according to Xu Yuan's observation of the news from people from other regional guilds, other areas in the game still seem to be a little different from the Huaxia region. Like the dragon in the A Song of Ice and Fire mod, it only appears in Europe. The sword draw mod has not yet been activated. All this shows that in the game, players in each region, in the later stage, may be good at different things. And these things need to be explored. What Xu Yuan has to do is the first person in the game of the full server, so he still has a long way to go. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little more pressured. Think about it, in the previous MC, there were a lot of mods. If all these mods are added to the game, and scattered everywhere, specific conditions are required to activate. Perhaps, in the area that Xu Yuan cannot reach, someone has already activated some mod, and it has become very powerful. Therefore, Xu Yuan could not be taken lightly, nor could he let himself be idle. The most important thing now is to activate all the dragons. In this way, it is equivalent to opening up the road of flying, so that it is convenient to go to other areas. After a day of rest, Xu Yuan could be considered to have regained his vitality. Early the next morning, Xu Yuan went online. At this time, the players of the first echelon elite group had long been waiting in the hall of Xu Yuan's residence. All the players were excited to discuss the trip. Did you rest yesterday? I couldn't sleep with excitement. Who can rest well? My mind is full of the 4 words of the dragon slaying of the end. I was thinking yesterday, what kind of dragon is this? Is it a dragon cannon above our heads, this kind of dragon or the kind of winged one? I think it must have wings, the medieval kind of dragon. That thinks it's the Huaxia dragon. We are the Huaxia region, of course, the boss is the Huaxia dragon. When did you hear that the Huaxia dragon was in the end land? The players are still very excited. After all, the creature of the dragon, in other games, is the existence of the top-level boss. The players were discussing when they saw Xu Yuan appear in front of them. They immediately greeted Xu Yuan excitedly. Good morning, boss. Wait until you come, boss. Boss, you're late. Hello, boss. Xu Yuan saw that all the elite group players were full of energy, and he knew that they all couldn't wait. Let me explain to you first. There are many little blacks in the end. Everyone understands. Don't look at each other. Then everything is under my command. The rest is nothing. When the players heard that Xu Yuan wanted to popularize science with everyone, they all pricked up their ears and listened very carefully. As a result, Xu Yuan said this and did not say it, and everyone laughed bitterly. Sure enough, there is the style of a boss. Adapt. Anyway, with the boss here, it should be fine. Boss, slaughtering a dragon is like playing a mob. Aren't you nervous at all? In fact, the Ender Dragon is not very powerful, so there is nothing to pay attention to. When the time comes to open the dragon, Xu Yuan will definitely be a single brush. After all, the reward of a single brush will be much better, and the Yen Demon Dao will definitely be able to burst out. The reason why Xu Yuan called the people of the elite group was to let them see for a long time, and when the time came, they would still have to fight the dragon by themselves. Okay, let's go. After Xu Yuan arrived at the Endland before, he was originally prepared to let Ken dig the road from the main city to the Endland. But I feel that something is wrong. If other players mine something and find the tunnel, and follow the tunnel to the end, others will know the way to the end. And the end is not a copy, everyone can go. Although those people don't know how to kill the Ender Dragon, they can naturally think of a way slowly when there are more people. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Xu Yuan did not let Ken dig the tunnel. Xu Yuan came this time, specially brought a land deed, and when the time came, he only needed to use the land deed in the area where the end gate was located. Although there must be more than one end gate in the game, Xu Yuan couldn't circle them all. And look at it by the example of the replica entrance to the Twilight Forest. This game should be that the area entered through different doors is not the same. Therefore, as long as the title deed is circled, the area of this end gate belongs to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan was also convenient to install a space-based dragon slaying cannon inside to brush the Ender Dragon. Xu Yuan still remembered the coordinates of the last end gate, so he took everyone from the elite group directly to the coordinates where the end Earth gate was located. Xu Yuan walked with the players while talking to them. You throw out the eye of the Ender, and it will fly, and wherever it flies, you will go, and then dig down where it falls, and it is possible to dig the ruins, and in the ruins, there will be portals that have been placed. When the elite group players heard this, they all felt new. Can the eye of the Ender still work? Learned, and used like this. How is the eye of the Ender synthesized? I was about to ask, I'm afraid it's too humiliating, ha 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 ha. The players never knew that the eye of the Ender actually had such a use. Even some players don't know how to synthesize the eye of the Ender at all. But it's also normal. After all, the eye of the Ender is not just needed, and basically everyone has not yet touched the end. So I don't know what the eye of the Ender is for. Xu Yuan said to everyone, and he had already arrived in the ruins. The crowd went straight down. After the elite group players dug down, they landed right in front of the end portal. When everyone saw the end portal in front of them, their eyes widened one by one. Groove? This is a portal, right? It's a starry sky. Wow, this end portal is also too beautiful. Boss, is the end of the earth also the same feeling as the starry sky? All the elite players saw the end portal for the first time, and they were all overwhelmed by its appearance. Their appearance couldn't help but remind Xu Yuan of how he looked when he first saw the end portal. At that time, I was actually the same as them. They all felt that the starry sky in this terminal portal was really beautiful. But behind beauty lies always a mortal danger. Xu Yuan saw everyone watching with interest, so he explained it to everyone. Once you've found the ruins, you'll find this room with the end portal frame in the ruins. The end portal needs to be activated, and by placing all the end pearls on the door frame like I put them, you can activate the end portal. When all the elite group players heard this, they all wrote it down with their hearts. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he said to everyone, "Let's go, who jumps first?" Members of the elite group, you look at me, I look at you. They are not afraid to jump. Although the starry sky in this portal is beautiful, everyone knows that the other side of the portal is the end of the land. And there are dragons in the end. Everyone was afraid that they would encounter the dragon as soon as they teleported over. Just when everyone silently retreated, the big orange stood up. "I'll do it." Xu Yuan was also a little surprised when he saw the big orange stand up. "Look at you, you big man, and every girl is bold." When everyone heard this, they all blushed a little shyly. Big Orange came to the end portal, looking nervous. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." When Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he finally let go of his heart. Then he closed his eyes and jumped into the portal. "Okay, the girls are jumping, and you guys are hurrying." The players of the elite group also walked to the end portal trembling. Xu Yuan saw that none of them wanted to jump in, so he helped them. After the crying of the wolves of everyone in the elite group, they were finally pushed down by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan immediately felt the feeling of a bungee jumping instructor. As all the players entered the end, Xu Yuan also jumped in. At this time, everyone appeared in a small space surrounded by the last floor tiles and obsidian under their feet. Seeing this, all the elite group players were dumbfounded. "What about? Weird. Where are we? This is the end." After Xu Yuan teleported over, he dug upwards. The crowd followed suit and dug together. It didn't take long for everyone to come to the ground of the end, and a long purple blood bar appeared on the screen. Ender Dragon, 10,000 HP. Elite players see the scene of the end and the huge flying dragon in front of them, plus its terrifying amount of health. All of them are almost scared stupid. This end. Is it just that big? Is there endless darkness around this? Why so many little blacks? Don't look at me, don't look at me. Groove, this dragon. It's a little handsome. I wiped the dragon, with 10,000 blood. Boss, you're not playing for real, are you? 10,000 blood, when do you have to fight? This dragon is not easy to mess with. Boss, are we going to fight to death? The players of the elite group were shocked to see the dark body in front of them, with a unique purple luster, huge and powerful, and an ender dragon with 10,000 blood. This was the first time they had seen a dragon creature. And when I saw the dragon creatures in the early days of the game, the hearts of all the elite group players were naturally very scared. Boss, this. Did we really fight? It's hovering in the sky all the time, and we can only hit it with bows and arrows, right? And it seems that most dragons are immune to physical attacks, right? In other games, dragon armor is very high and basically immune to physical attacks, but I don't know if this is the case in this game. If that's the case, then how else to fight? Although the players of the elite group were a little afraid, in their subconscious, they still wanted to defeat the ender dragon. That's why we discuss how to kill. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled at everyone. This ender dragon is not immune to physical attacks. When the players heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's much easier, just hit it with a bow and arrow. How many arrows does this cost? My bow is not enchanted infinitely. In fact, to fight this dragon, even if it is an enchantment experience repair, it is useless. You have to repair the weapon, unless you hit a dozen of the surrounding blacks. This boss doesn't have about 100 people, can't take it down. Although everyone already knows that the ender dragon is not immune to physical attacks, you can attack it with arrows. But this 10,000 blood volume, if you want to grind it to death, how long do you have to fight? And the ender dragon is flying in the air, and it will not be hit there with a pestle, so the hit rate of the bow and arrow will drop a lot. Xu Yuan heard the words of the elite group players and said with a smile, "Let me tell you about some of the skills of this ender dragon that I know." Xu Yuan only knows the skills of the ender dragon in the MC, and does not know what changes are made in this game, so he is a little cautious to avoid being punched in the face at that time. When all the elite group players heard this, they all pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Ender dragon has 4 main behavioral states: hovering, bombing, diving, breathing. Hovering is what everyone sees now. When the ender crystals on these obsidian pillars around him are not destroyed, he will fly around the periphery of the obsidian pillars. Once the ender crystal is destroyed, it will fly around the obsidian pillar. The more ender crystals you blow up, the more often the ender dragon will switch to other behavioral states. It should be noted here that the ender crystal will treat the ender dragon, so the first step of the great ender dragon is to destroy the ender crystal first. If you destroy the ender crystal will explode, so be careful to avoid explosion damage. When the players of the elite group heard this, they all looked towards the obsidian pillar. So high. It is also surrounded by iron fences, and the destruction will explode. It's so hard to destroy a crystal. It's worthy of the dragon clan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan continued. Then came the bombing. The ender dragon will go into a bombardment state as soon as the ender crystal is damaged, and it will fire fireballs at the player. The AI range of its fireball is 64 tiles, and when the player is within 64 tiles of it, it will fire fireballs. After the bombing, the ender dragon will return to its hovering position. And then there's the dive. It's similar to the collision of other monsters, except that it rushes down from the sky and pays attention to evasion. After swooping down, it re-enters the hovering stance, whether it hits the player or not. When all the elite group players heard this, they already understood the power of the ender dragon. Next, the most important gesture, perching. This is when the ender dragon will fly to the return portal, then land and stop on the stone pillar. At this time, the ender dragon is immune to the damage of arrows, and the arrows aimed at it will bounce off and be ignited. So don't think about attacking him with arrows when he is perched. You can only fight him hand to hand at this time. When the players of the elite group heard this, they all commented. It's much easier for him to fight when he stops, better than always flying in the sky. I thought it would keep flying in the sky, and that should be the best time to attack. Don't be stupid, such a strong boss, how can it be possible for you to fight there? Xu Yuan heard the words of the player door and smiled. Nga Wang is right, when he perches, it is indeed the best time to attack. But Xiao is also right, when he inhabits, it is still very dangerous. After roosting, he will spit out dragon breath, which will produce a purple potion cloud, which is equivalent to a retention type damage potion with an effective time of 3 seconds. This dragon breath is a good thing, you can collect it in a glass bottle against the dragon breath. Then there is also the use of sprints, which sprint over if the player is far from the portal. After Xu Yuan said this, he thought about it and saw if there was anything missing. After confirming that there were no missing points, he said to the players, "That's basically all, it's actually very good to fight, you can see me fight again." When the elite group players heard Xu Yuan's last sentence, they all rolled their eyes and couldn't help but complain. "Boss, is there any weird thing you think is not easy to fight? Did I hear you right, boss, you're going to single out, ... Dare to love, we are a sightseeing group again. Boss, this boss has 10,000 blood, are you sure you want to brush, alone? Boss, you're going to be weird, let's hide away, don't harm the innocent." When Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he looked at Xu Yuandao with some worry. "Boss, are you sure you don't want us to help? This boss has too much HP, you have to fight alone for a long time, right? Anyway, our attacks are not as high as yours, as long as the hatred is with you, we will fight faster together." The Big Orange was not worried that Xu Yuan would have something, but he just felt that Xu Yuan was too tired to fight alone. When Xu Yuan heard this, he shook his head and said, "No, you guys look good and study hard. I'm ready to make a fuss." In fact, Big Orange's proposal is still okay. Anyway, everyone can't grab Xu Yuan's hate value. It's still okay for everyone to help with the next amount of blood. But Xu Yuan was afraid that this would not be counted into the single brush damage. It will affect the blast rate of the Ender Dragon. After all, Xu Yuan still wanted the Yen Demon Dao very much, and wanted to brush it out the first time. It may be slower to brush yourself, but it doesn't hurt. And if Xu Yuan brushes alone, it can also more intuitively show some operation skills and details to the players of the elite group. Seeing Xu Yuan say this, the Big Orange didn't say anything more. Xu Yuan naturally had his reasons for wanting to brush alone. When everyone in the elite group heard that Xu Yuan was about to make a monster, they all took a few steps back. Xu Yuan stepped forward and counted the number of ender crystals. 2, 14, 15. Xu Yuan counted the number of obsidian pillars on the ground at the end, and there were 15. That is, there are a total of 15 ender crystals that need to be destroyed. Moreover, 8 of these 15 ender crystals were wrapped in iron fences. Everything else is good to say, the ender crystal wrapped in an iron fence can be destroyed directly with an arrow. But these obsidian pillars have 3 particularly tall pillars, and they must be raised to go up. Xu Yuan thought of this, and first came to the tallest obsidian pillar. Then it starts to rise. After Xu Yuan came to this tallest obsidian pillar, he saw that the end crystal on this obsidian pillar was wrapped in an iron fence. If you destroy the crystal and are blown up, if you don't use the floor water in time, you will definitely be killed. Xu Yuan's desire to avoid explosion damage is actually very simple. Just put yourself a shield scepter. But this is not at all a reference for the people of the elite group. After all, everyone did not have a shield scepter, so Xu Yuan decided to teach everyone some small skills. At this time, Xu Yuan said to the guild elite group channel, "Everyone is taller, just pad until you can see me." Since Xu Yuan was on the highest obsidian pillar, the elite group below would definitely not see his operation. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, the players immediately began to raise up. Xu Yuan saw that all the players had reached the same height as himself, so he said, "Okay, let's take a closer look at my operation." As Xu Yuan spoke, he dug up an iron fence, but did not directly destroy the end crystal. "Next, I will teach you how to destroy the end crystal with an iron fence in a high place." After speaking, Xu Yuan directly shattered the end crystal. The players only heard an explosion from a distance, and then saw the smoke from the explosion on the obsidian pillar. After the smoke cleared, I saw that there was nothing left on the obsidian pillar except the crystal abutment. All the elite group players were surprised when they saw this. Originally, when Xu Yuan burst the crystal just now, everyone was worried. After seeing the crystal explosion, everyone was still very flustered, thinking that Xu Yuan was killed, and they all looked down, but they didn't see Xu Yuan's figure. As a result, after the smoke cleared, I still didn't see Xu Yuan's figure. Groove? Where's the boss? Where did the boss go? Shouldn't it be directly blown up? What are you talking about? If you blow it up, there will be equipment on the ground. Just as all the players were trying their best to find Xu Yuan, the sharp-eyed Big Orange saw Xu Yuan at the top of another obsidian pillar. After the Big Orange found Xu Yuan, he was surprised. How did Xu Yuan get over? The boss is there. After hearing Big Orange's words, the elite group players looked over with the place of her finger. I saw Xu Yuan who was safe and sound over there, and they all had an incredulous expression. Boss? Lying Groove, how did you get past? Boss, what artifact did you get? How did you teleport? My god, what the hell is going on? All the elite group players were a little puzzled. How did Xu Yuan arrive at another obsidian pillar in an instant? And the distance between the two obsidian pillars is not close. Seeing this, Xu Yuan explained to all the elite group players. Just now I threw the ender pearl at my feet, and the moment the ender pearl touched the ground here, it burst the ender crystal, so that it would teleport over in an instant and would not be damaged by the explosion. You can also learn from this method in the future. The damage of the ender crystal explosion is 97 points. Even if the full armor plus explosion protection, it is still very hurtful, and it is easy to be blown down. When all the elite group players heard Xu Yuan's words, they were shocked. They didn't expect that the ender pearl actually had the function of teleportation. Moreover, as Xu Yuan just said, this seemingly simple operation is actually a huge amount of operation. This requires a particularly fast reaction time. First of all, you need to throw the ender pearl to another platform, wait until the moment the ender pearl falls, and burst the ender crystal, so that you can instantly teleport past without damage. This operation is still very difficult, and it also requires strong reaction ability. The ender pearl actually has a teleportation effect. Learned. Hiss. How long do we have to practice to be like this? Boss, I seriously doubt that you are here to show off your skills. It's too hard, isn't it? At this time, the Big Orange saw this and said to all the players. The boss is useless even with the shield scepter. With this method, it is considered for us. We must not let the boss down. When all the players heard this, they all nodded. They all secretly decided that they would practice this trick well when the time came. At this moment, Xu Yuan suddenly raised a few blocks where he landed. Xu Yuan raised a few blocks, and the players saw the ender dragon flying towards Xu Yuan, and spit out a dragon breath towards Xu Yuan's side. Seeing this, the elite group players suddenly sank in their hearts. Boss, watch out. It's spitting dragon breath. It's over. Although the players of the elite group had never seen the dragon breath, they could know from listening to Xu Yuan's previous story that the ender dragon at this time must be spraying dragon breath towards Xu Yuan. And they also know that the effect of dragon breath is equivalent to a linger-type instant damage potion. Therefore, everyone was worried that Xu Yuan would be hurt by the dragon's breath. And at the moment when the dragon breath sprayed over, Xu Yuan jumped down from the high platform that had just been erected. At this moment, the elite group players saw a magical scene. After the dragon breath landed on the high platform set up by Xu Yuan, it spread out directly on the high platform. And the dragon breath did not spread down, but spread out in the plane of the high platform. Seeing this, the elite group players were surprised. Groove, this will work. I said, what did the boss just set up that platform for? That's how it was used. Learned, boss bowl batch. At this time, Xu Yuan explained to the elite players. Dragon breath has high damage and will ignore armor, but dragon breath has a fatal drawback, which is that it is only a flat surface and has no height. It won't spread down, so when you face the dragon breath on the obsidian pillar, you only need to climb high like me, and wait for the moment the dragon breath comes over, just jump down. These operations taught by Xu Yuan can be said to be very practical. The members of the elite group immediately took note of it carefully. Xu Yuan then used the same teleportation blasting method as before to knock out the remaining 7 ender crystals with iron fences. Next are the remaining 7 ender crystals that are not protected by an iron fence. Xu Yuan picked up the bow and shot towards the ender crystal. Xu Yuan, an old player of MC, is still very skilled in the control of bows and arrows. Everyone knows that after the arrow is shot, there will be a parabola, especially when shooting at a high place, it can be clearly seen. Therefore, if you want to shoot at a distant target, you must calculate the parabola and adjust the angle of launch. The ender crystals with the iron fence are destroyed, and other ender crystals that are not protected by the iron fence can be destroyed with arrows. Xu Yuan said while demonstrating to everyone. 7 ender crystals, Xu Yuan only used 7 arrows to blast them all. Seeing this, all the elite group players were stunned. They still knew the mechanics of the bow and arrow, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to shoot these ender crystals at once. And Xu Yuan is every ender crystal, which directly explodes with 1 arrow? What kind of accuracy is this? Boss? Lying Groove, you archer. This accuracy. I really served. Boss, are you hanging up? GPS positioning system. If I had this accuracy, I would definitely not leave my bow and arrow, okay. In fact, let these players play a game for a few years, and their accuracy will be the same as Xu Yuan. No other hand. After the ender crystals were all burst, at this time, the ender dragon began to hover around the obsidian pillar in a small area. At this time, you can start playing the ender dragon. With the accuracy of Xu Yuan's arrow, fighting the dragon is still simple. Xu Yuan picked up the 3-shot bow and aimed it at the ender dragon with 1 arrow. Although the ender dragon was in a flying state, Xu Yuan had already predicted his location. As soon as the arrow fell, the ender dragon's HP was immediately knocked out by 75. The damage of Xu Yuan's 3-shot bow is still much higher than that of ordinary bows. Xu Yuan kept pulling the bow and steadily outputting it towards the ender dragon. Playing dragons in this holographic mode is particularly annoying. This was also the first time that Xu Yuan felt the pressure from Xiaohe. Everyone knows that if you look at Blackie, Blackie will attack the player. In MC, the player's focus is on Blackie, so just adjust the position of the collimator. However, after the game is holographized, there is no such thing as a crosshair. It is to look directly at Xiaohe's eyes, and Xiaohe will attack. There are still a lot of blacks in the entire end land. In addition, Xu Yuan has always had to move when playing the ender dragon, so it is inevitable that he will walk in front of Xiaohe. Every time Xu Yuan pulled a full bow, Xiaohe suddenly looked over. Xu Yuan had to immediately avoid Xiaohe's eyes. In this way, if Xu Yuan wanted to hurt the ender dragon, he had to aim again. But this is no way, these little blacks will continue to refresh even if they are killed, so they can only be avoided as much as possible. Under Xu Yuan's attack, the blood volume of the ender dragon slowly decreased. During this period, the ender dragon dived towards Xu Yuan several times and bombarded several times, but was flexibly dodged by Xu Yuan. Every time the ender dragon swooped over, the players of the elite group would pinch a sweat for Xu Yuan. After seeing Xu Yuan easily dodge, they all relaxed their hearts. All the elite players looked at Xu Yuan's operation, and they all felt an indescribable sense of smoothness. It's as if it's not the first fight at all, everything goes into flow. The players of the elite group are full of admiration. The boss is really too strong. Today I finally saw the boss's operation, really bull batch. Although this dragon has 10,000 blood, it feels like there is no pressure on the boss to kill. If only I had a boss so strong. The elite group players have only seen Xu Yuan's operation when they play the copy of the boss battle. But at that time, it was actually all about the brain, and the operation part was still very small. Therefore, everyone has never seen what Xu Yuan's strange operation is like. Today, everyone has finally gained insight. Under Xu Yuan's methodical attack, the ender dragon's HP slowly decreased. When Xu Yuan knocked off the ender dragon 1000 blood, the ender dragon immediately swooped down towards the return portal. Xu Yuan immediately avoided the swoop of the ender dragon. The ender dragon finally switched to a perched position. This time is also the time to beat the ender dragon. Xu Yuan said to the elite group players while taking out the prepared bed. Take notes, you'll take the test here. When all the elite group players heard this, their eyes were fixed on Xu Yuan. I'm afraid I've missed something. At this time, the ender dragon was already perched on a bedrock pillar on the side of the return portal. Although the ender dragon stayed on the bedrock pillar, his wings still fluttered, and kept opening his mouth and spraying dragon breath towards the ground. At this time, it is the best time to attack the ender dragon. Be sure to avoid its wings. Detour its head, Xu Yuan said while giving everyone a demonstrator. At this time, don't be afraid of the damage of the dragon's breath. It doesn't matter if you get hurt, or you can eat golden apples. This time is an excellent output opportunity, don't make a big mistake, and attack the ender dragon as much as possible against the damage of the dragon's breath. After Xu Yuan went around the head of the ender dragon, he ate an enchanted golden apple. In this way, the damage of the retention potion is also avoided. After coming to the head side of the ender dragon, Xu Yuan took out the bed from the shortcut bar. At this time, all the players of the elite group were surprised when they saw Xu Yuan take out the bed. I'm not mistaken, right? The boss is holding the bed. The boss is going to sleep in the dragon's breath. What are you doing with the bed at this time, my god? Is this the place to take the test? The members of the elite group were naturally surprised to see the bed in this kind of boss battle. After all, they don't know that they can't sleep in the end, so if they forcibly go to bed, the bed will explode directly. It is precisely because of this principle that it has become a lot easier to fight the ender dragon. After Xu Yuan took out the bed, he said to all the elite group players, be sure to place the bed where the ender dragon heads. After speaking, Xu Yuan put the bed down, and then lay down by himself. The moment Xu Yuan lay down, the bed exploded, and Xu Yuan put a shield on himself in time to avoid the damage caused by the bed explosion. When all the elite group players saw this, they were all stunned. The groove exploded. What's going on? Can the bed still explode? What a long insight. Oh my god. Xu Yuan glanced at the damage caused by the explosion to the ender dragon, which was 400 points, which was still considerable. After all, attacking the head of the ender dragon will also increase the damage caused. Seeing this, Xu Yuan reminded the elite group players. You must be curious why the bed exploded. It's actually very simple, you can't sleep in the end, so after lying in bed, the bed will explode. The damage from the bed explosion is still very high, and it can be used against the ender dragon. Here I recommend that you prepare some golden apples to resist explosion damage, and try to attack it as many times as possible during the time it perches. When the members of the elite group heard this, they finally understood. So that's, way. The boss even knows this. Groove. I see that the Ender Dragon has just dropped 400 blood, the power of this bed, it is simply. It seems that the necessary artifact for fighting dragons in the future is the bed. Taking advantage of the time when the Ender Dragon was perched, Xu Yuan used the dragon breath to blow up the Ender Dragon 5 times with the bed. The Ender Dragon finally resumed its hovering posture again. This time the Ender Dragon's perch was knocked out by Xu Yuan with 2400 HP points. Just these few seconds are twice as much damage as the damage of just over 10 minutes. At this time, the Ender Dragon's HP has been knocked out by 3400, and it has already knocked out a third of its HP. With the bed frying method, the fight is still very fast. At first, Xu Yuan thought that the damage of the bed explosion was not so high, but I didn't expect that there should be an increase here. After all, in the original MC, a bed can almost blow up 1/5 of the blood of the Ender Dragon. It was because of the appearance of the bed frying method that the Ender Dragon also became a younger brother. Just blow up a few times and die. After the Ender Dragon resumed his hovering posture, Xu Yuan continued to attack him with a 3-shot bow. The state of the Ender Dragon has also been circling, diving, and perching. As long as the Ender Dragon is perched, Xu Yuan will carry out a round of inhuman bed explosion on it. The Ender Dragon's HP also dropped quickly. After 3 rounds of attacks, the health volume of the Ender Dragon directly came to more than 1000 points. During this period, the Ender Dragon also did not appear some attack methods that Xu Yuan had never seen. However, Xu Yuan did not take it lightly. After all, in the case of ordinary bosses, 10% of the HP is the Berserk line. After the Berserk, the boss, attack power, and attack method will be different. So it's better to be careful. The Ender Dragon returned to hovering after reaching more than 1000 HP. Xu Yuan continued to attack the Ender Dragon, when the Ender Dragon's HP reached 1000. Without saying a word, Xu Yuan directly replaced the shield scepter and put a shield on himself first. As Xu Yuan expected, the Ender Dragon at this time was indeed furious. Its whole body emitted purple light, and its body suddenly shrank a lot. Due to the shrinkage of its body, it also flies faster. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was surprised. Generally boss Berserk will become bigger. This Ender Dragon Fury will actually shrink. However, the shrinking of the Ender Dragon is not a good thing for Xu Yuan. After the Ender Dragon shrunk, it was smaller in size and faster, so that it was difficult for the bow and arrow to hit the Ender Dragon. Just as Xu Yuan was thinking about countermeasures to deal with the violent Ender Dragon, suddenly, he saw the Ender Dragon flying towards him, and spit out a purple thing in his mouth. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly avoided his position. Although Xu Yuan didn't see clearly what was spit out of the mouth of the Ender Shadow Dragon, but intuitively, this is definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, when this purple thing landed, Xu Yuan saw it clearly. What came out of the mouth of the Ender Dragon was actually the Ender Crystal. This Ender Crystal exploded as soon as it landed. The damage from the explosion still affected Xu Yuan. Fortunately, Xu Yuan gave himself a shield before. When Xu Yuan looked at the Ender Dragon in the air again, Xu Yuan's whole person was stunned. After the Ender Pearl exploded to Xu Yuan, the Ender Dragon actually returned more than 100 HP at this time. This can all return blood. At this time, the people of the elite group were also surprised when they saw this scene. This dragon can also become smaller. So fast? It's hard to hit. He can also spit out the Ender Crystal. This crystal exploded so much that people can still return blood. That's a bit perverted, isn't it? All the members of the elite group were a little worried at this time. The Ender Dragon after the Fury was really difficult to deal with. The main thing is that it is difficult to hit it, and he can still return blood. Although the explosion of the Ender Crystal did not cause damage to Xu Yuan, it still returned blood to the Ender Dragon. And this is only an explosion in the edge range, which gave the Ender Dragon more than 100 HP. If he was directly hit by the Ender Crystal, it would definitely give the Ender Dragon a big mouthful. At this time, it is more tricky, and the speed of the first Ender Dragon becomes much faster after it becomes smaller. Although it cannot be said that it cannot reach the Ender Dragon at all, the chance of hitting is definitely much smaller. And the Ender Dragon will also spit out the blood of the Ender Crystal back and forth. This is more troublesome. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought for a moment and took out the cold ice bow. The ice bow is still very good for control, since the speed of the Ender Dragon has become faster and it is difficult to aim, then it is good to use the ice bow to slow down. After Xu Yuan took out the ice bow, he shot at the Ender Dragon 3 times before hitting the Ender Dragon. After the Ender Dragon hit the arrow, its speed dropped significantly. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately switched his 3-shot bow and continued to shoot at the Ender Dragon. After the Ender Dragon was attacked, it immediately swooped towards Xu Yuan's side and began to shoot the Ender Crystal towards this side. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately took out an Ender Pearl and threw it towards the ground in the distance. With the landing of the Ender Pearl, Xu Yuan also teleported over. Xu Yuan teleported over, and the ground under his feet was exploded by the Ender Crystal. Xu Yuan's several operations can be regarded as completely resolving the trouble caused by the fury of the Ender Dragon. When all the elite group players saw this, they were all impressed by the 5 bodies. I was still thinking that this situation is tricky, the boss cracked it so quickly. This ender pearl is so useful. It seems that it will be time to kill a few more blacks. It seems that you still have to get something that can slow down the boss is because of the ice bow to slow down the ender dragon. With the slowdown of the cold ice bow and the teleportation effect of the ender pearl, the ender dragon after the fury actually has no combat effectiveness. In fact, the ender dragon at this time is a bit similar to withering. Xu Yuan continued to attack the ender dragon, and after calculating the time to slow down, a second before each slowdown effect disappeared, he immediately replaced it with a cold ice bow to make up for the ender dragon. The ender dragon spit out the ender crystal, and Xu Yuan teleported with the ender pearl. At this pace, the blood volume of the ender dragon is very fast. After about 10 minutes, the blood volume of the ender dragon bottomed out. I saw that the ender dragon at this time stopped in the sky. There seemed to be some huge energy inside its body, bursting out from its disintegrated body. Its body slowly disintegrated and exploded. As the body of the ender dragon disintegrated, a shining white light shot in all directions. At this time, the ender dragon in the air was like a brilliant firework, ending its life in such an explosion. The players of the elite group were shocked when they saw this scene. The death effect of the ender dragon is also too good. It's like setting off fireworks. Is this dead? How do you feel that the boss is playing so easily? With the explosion of the ender dragon, countless experience balls landed in the air. Along with the landing, there was also an ender dragon egg, and a knife. At this time, the system announcement also sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of the ender dragon. Dragon Legends system open. At this time, the World Channel, everyone saw these two news. It can be said that the pot exploded. What the hell is Groove Dragon? Steve boss, this is already slaying the dragon. What the hell is the Dragon Legends system? This Steve guy has already got the dragon out. Ender dragon, sounds so handsome. I don't know what good stuff broke Steve again. At this time, the guild leaders couldn't sit still when they saw this system prompt. Is it related to the dragons that appeared in Europe? This Steve, there are definitely a lot of good things that burst out. This directly brought out the dragon? Is this ender dragon in the end land? There was a system prompt before Steve first came to the end land. Some guild leaders have also slowly developed their power to other regions. Therefore, many guild leaders are no strangers to dragons. But all they knew was that those dragons appeared suddenly and were sealed. The opening of this Dragon Legend system must be related to those dragons. And when the system prompted that the legend of the dragon family was opened, Ken immediately received a message from the president of the European branch. Boss, the seal of the dragon over here has been lifted. And, it seems that there are some other creatures, all of a sudden. Those creatures are so terrifying. Ken couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the words of the chapter president. The dragon's words, Xu Yuan also told Ken before that it may be activated by killing the ender dragon, so Ken is not surprised that the dragon's seal is lifted. Ken was surprised by the other creatures that the chapter president had said. And listening to the tone of the chapter president, it seemed that those other creatures were also terrifying. After receiving the news, Ken immediately relayed the message to Xu Yuan. The dragons of Europe have been activated, and with them are some other creatures. It's scary to hear. Before Xu Yuan could pack up the loot, he received a message from Ken. After seeing the news, Xu Yuan thought for a moment. It is estimated that the other creatures mentioned by the chapter president should be the creatures in the Song of Ice and Fire mod, such as eagles, cyclops, man-eating monsters, death worms, sea pythons, sirens, snake-haired banshees, chicken snakes, and other creatures. It's all a very powerful existence. It seems that the Song of Ice and Fire mod has been turned on. After Xu Yuan first entered the End Land, the existence of dragons was discovered in some European regions. Xu Yuan felt that this should be the Song of Ice and Fire mod, and there should be dragons and other creatures in this mod. So after that, Xu Yuan also asked the branch president to investigate, but nothing was gained. There is no trace of the existence of other living things. At that time, Xu Yuan thought that the mod of A Song of Ice and Fire only implemented the Dragon Clan. Unexpectedly, after the official activation, other creatures appeared. The mod of A Song of Ice and Fire is still quite famous, and some old MC players should know this mod. The main thing is that the monsters in this mod are not easy to mess with, and many monster drops can be combined into legendary items. For example, the Eye of the Giant, the head of the snake-haired banshee, Xena's flute, the sea-tide trident and so on. These legendary items are still very powerful, so there is still a need to acquire. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. It seems that after this Song of Ice and Fire mod is turned on, he will have to stay on the European side for a long time. After all, Xu Yuan, the first kill of these monsters, wanted to get it. And the legendary weapons synthesized by the drops of these monsters, Xu Yuan also wants to obtain. Fortunately, there is currently no active copy opening on the Huaxia region, and Xu Yuan still has enough time to explore the European side. Boss, what's wrong? The big orange on the side saw that Xu Yuan had been in a daze, and thought that something had happened, and asked with concern. Xu Yuan's thoughts were also interrupted by the big orange. Seeing this, Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "It's okay." Xu Yuan first looked at the reward of the first pass of the Ender Dragon. 5 title deeds, 1,000 gold coins, and elytra. When Xu Yuan saw the elytra in his backpack, he suddenly felt a little different. Ordinary elytra are gray, but this elytra rewarded by the system is pure black, and it seems to have a luster like the scales of the Ender Dragon. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately looked at the details of the elytra. Elytra, special, can fly when worn on the body, durability, can be repaired with phantom wing membrane. When Xu Yuan saw this description of elytra, he was immediately overjoyed. It turned out to be a special elytra. As we all know, although the elytra in MC are wings, it can only glide, which means that it cannot take off. If you want to fly with it, you have to find a relatively high place to jump. If you want the elytra to take off in place, you can only use fireworks to propel the elytra to fly. This is still more troublesome, and it will also consume a lot of fireworks. The introduction of this special elytra is that it can fly directly when worn on the body. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately brought the special elytra on his body. After Xu Yuan put on his elytra, a black shining cloak-like thing appeared behind him. Compared with the original elytra, I have to say that this elytra is still much more handsome. Xu Yuan's generation put on the elytra, and all the elite group players saw it, and they were all curious about the elytra on Xu Yuan's back. Dig, boss, what is this on your back? Is this a cape? It feels a bit of an Ender Dragon scale. Cool. It should be the reward for killing the Ender Dragon, right? What is the use of this cloak? Xu Yuan heard everyone's words and said with a smile. You'll see. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, the elytra behind him suddenly unfolded, and then Xu Yuan tried to inside it. Soon, under the force of the elytra, Xu Yuan flew up, and the flight speed is still very fast. Xu Yuan tries to change direction, turn around, sharp turns and other actions. Circling and rolling in the sky, everything flows through the clouds. I have to say, the feeling of flying is still very cool. At this time, everyone in the elite group was stunned. Groove, that's wings. There are wings in this game. My god, is this all okay? The boss is so flexible. If I fly for the first time, make sure to hit the pillar. Xu Yuan flew around and landed. This special elytra is still very useful, but it can only be repaired with phantom wing membranes. In MC, if you don't sleep for 3 days, the phantom wing membrane will take the initiative to find the door. But in this game, you can't sleep to get through the night. There is only fatigue in the game, so the setting of the phantom wing film has also been changed here. That is, the phantom wing mask will be refreshed near the player whose fatigue reaches full value. But in the game, basically after the fatigue is full, everyone goes to bed, so phantom wing membranes are still rare. But it's very simple to brush, just find a few people who have been full of fatigue. When the elite group players saw Xu Yuan landing, they all came up one by one. Boss, you have secretly practiced this flying technique, right? Boss, is this the reward for the first killing of the Ender Dragon? These wings are so handsome. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, this estimate on me is currently mine, but there is something similar to it that can be brushed, but if you want to fly, it is much more troublesome than this. All the elite group players asked excitedly when they heard that they could brush their elytra. Where is it? Where is the brush? The boss comes with a top version, let's just have a standard version. Can you actually brush this? Xu Yuan heard everyone's words and nodded. In the End City, see the pillar-like portal, that place used to be the End City, and you can find elytra in the End ship there. When all the elite group players heard this, they were all excited. Go and go. Don't grab it, the first orange sister is booked. Ha 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 ha, that's nature, ladies first. The elite group players were discussing, and Xu Yuan came to the side of the return portal. At this time, at the top of the stone pillar returning to the portal was an Ender Dragon egg, and a sword was inserted into the egg. This look is also very chic. And the sword that was inserted on the Ender Dragon egg was the Demon Dao Yen Demon Knife. However, at present, the Ender Dragon has not burst out a complete Yen Demon Knife. It is a broken Yen Magic Knife. A broken Yen Demon Knife can be repaired into a Yen Demon Knife. In the sword drawing mod, only the glory soul of the broken Yen Demon Knife reaches 1000, and then it can be combined with 8 soul orbs and the broken Yen Demon Knife to become the Yen Demon Knife. The Yen Demon Dao is still very powerful among all demon knives. Its own skills, Dimensional Slash, and Phantom Sword, are very powerful existences. The main thing is that the demon knife is very convenient, it can automatically absorb experience points or hunger points to repair durability. This also saves the problem of always having to focus on durability. Xu Yuan picked up the broken Yen Demon Knife and glanced at its attributes. Broken Yen Demon Knife, Seal. Kill count 0. Proud Soul 0. Rank attack damage. BSS/SSS/limit. Plus 7.0 plus 17.0 plus 17.0. In the main hand, 1.6 attack speed, 5 attack damage. Although the currently broken Yen Demon Knife is still a sealed knife, its attributes are already very good. An attack rating of B deals 7 damage, and a maximum SSS deals 17 damage, which is still considerable. Such an attribute is already the same as the attribute of the Yen Demon Dao. It's just that there are no enchantments and no skills. However, Xu Yuan would definitely synthesize it into the Yen Demon Dao as soon as possible. At this time, all the elite group players who were discussing going to the End Dungeon City on the side saw the knife in Xu Yuan's hand, and they all came over. Hey, boss, this knife is handsome, how is it broken? This is the Ender Dragon explosion, right? The appearance is really good. The boss has a new knife, and we don't even have a knife. At this time, when the big orange saw this knife, he was also full of curiosity. After all, Big Orange is still very interested in drawing the sword. Boss, what kind of knife is this? Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, this knife, like the embroidery I gave you, needs to be repaired. But after this knife is repaired, it will be a demon knife. Big Orange was shocked when he heard Xu Yuan's words. Demon Dao. Before Xu Yuan saw that Big Orange was so interested in drawing a sword, he gave her something about drawing a sword. Therefore, Big Orange also has a general understanding of drawing swords. Big Orange didn't expect Xu Yuan to get the demon knife so quickly. At this time, although the elite group players heard the clouds, they also knew that they must be very powerful when they heard the words demon knife. They are all envious. Hey, I don't want to get this in the boss's hand. I'm satisfied with Naga's knife. Boss, your equipment has already dumped us a few streets. Boss, you changed the knife. Do you want to consider passing this one down in your hand? Xu Yuan heard the words of the elite group players and thought for a moment. Now Xu Yuan has 3 knives in his hand, an Iman, a Sanhua, and a broken Yen demon. At present, the main hand must be with a broken Yen demon, and the deputy is scattered. In fact, he could already give a Big Orange. After all, Xu Yuan himself couldn't use it. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan took out the Iman and handed it to the Big Orange, and then said, when the time comes, I'll tell you how to upgrade, and the embroidery in your hand will be given to Xiao. When Xiao Yu heard that he wanted to give the knife to himself, he was very happy. At this time, the other players of the elite group were not happy. Boss, you're biased. Boss, what about ours? Yes, we all want to draw our swords. After Xu Yuan handed the gate to the Big Orange, he said to the members of the elite group, what are you in a hurry? Someone has already arranged to help you brush Naga. You are indispensable. When all the elite group players heard this, they all cheered. After drawing the sword and taking it down, it was the Ender Dragon egg. In fact, when the system notified the Dragon Legend system to turn on just now, Xu Yuan always had a question in his heart. That is, does this Dragon Legend system only represent the opening of the Song of Ice and Fire mod, or whether everything about dragons is turned on? There is still a big difference between the two. In addition to the Song of Ice and Fire, there is also a Dragon Knight mod. The dragons in a Song of Ice and Fire are only divided into 2 types, Ice Dragons and Fire Dragons, although there are many colors of dragons, but there are only 2 categories of attributes. Later, Xu Yuan also heard that a new dragon species, the Thunder Dragon, would be added. But Xu Yuan didn't play much later, so it wasn't clear whether it was implemented. So I don't know if there is a Thunder Dragon in this game. And these 2 types of dragons have very powerful attack capabilities, and after taming, riding on the dragon can use their own skills. And the dragons in the Dragon Knight mod, there are many types, a total of 8. There are Fire Dragons, Ether, Heaven, Dragons, Ghost Dragons, Water Dragons, Ender Dragons, Hell Rock Dragons, Ice Dragons, Forest Dragons. All dragons can be hatched from Ender Dragon eggs, but the venue medium that needs to be hatched is different. And these dragons are just mounts and have no attack power. If this Dragon Legend system contains the Dragon Knight mod, then the flying mounts in the future can also be regarded as falling. In this way, regional restrictions in various regions will also be quickly opened. After all, with flying mounts, it is quick and convenient to go anywhere. Xu Yuan said to the players of the elite group while thinking. Next, I will tell you how to get the Ender Dragon egg, and you are all optimistic. The reason why he told the players of the elite group was because Xu Yuan would definitely brush the Ender Dragon in the future. So dragon eggs definitely need someone to collect them. And the dragon egg is not like any other drop, if you knock it off directly, it will be gone. There are still unique tricks to getting it. Xu Yuan said and touched the dragon egg with his hand, and at this time, the dragon egg immediately teleported to another place. At this time, everyone in the elite group was dumbfounded. My eyes? Lying groove, is there a little dragon in this? Boss, do you want us to catch it? When Xu Yuan heard the words of the elite group players, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. But this is not to blame them. After all, they are also the first time to see the Ender Dragon egg. Naturally they do not know the way to obtain it. Seeing this, Xu Yuan explained. This Ender Dragon egg is very special. It is not like other drops. It can be picked up directly. It's like a normal square, but if you break it, it's gone. So, we're going to use special methods to get it. When all the elite group players heard this, they all looked at the Ender Dragon egg in front of them curiously. I didn't expect this to be exquisite. If someone who doesn't understand comes over, it is estimated that this egg will be directly gone. Boss, you even know this, are you a nursery or not? There is this setting if others hit and don't know, then it will definitely be directly broken, ha 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 ha. Elite group players can't help but find this game more and more interesting, even picking up something. The reason why we want to touch the Ender Dragon egg is because the place where it fell just now is on bedrock, so we can't break the block below, so we can't pick him up. After touching the Ender Dragon egg, it will teleport elsewhere. Then, we're going to dig up the place under the Ender Dragon egg and leave 2 squares out. Xu Yuan said while demonstrating to everyone. After digging it out, put a torch or half a brick under the dragon egg square, as long as the block is incomplete. Then knock out the block underneath the dragon egg, causing the dragon egg to fall on the incomplete block and become a drop. Xu Yuan said, and knocked out the square under the Ender Dragon egg. The players of the elite group saw that after Xu Yuan knocked off the block, the dragon egg fell, and after touching the half-brick below, it immediately turned into a dropped object. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt amazing. Groove, this is also amazing. This dragon is indeed precious, and it takes so much trouble to pick up an egg. Ha 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 ha, it's really laborious, but it's fun, ha ha ha. After Xu Yuan picked up the dragon egg, he put it in his backpack. To experiment with the Dragon Knight mod, you have to go back. However, Xu Yuan is not ready to go back at present. Although it is already known that the Song of Ice and Fire mod is open, you still have to hatch your own dragon and feed it before you can go. Otherwise, you will have to ride a horse or a pig, which will definitely take a long time. At present, he has killed the Ender Dragon, and he must be going to the End City to take the Elytra. Although Xu Yuan already has special Elytra, he doesn't take it for nothing. And the latent shell dropped by the latent shell in the End City is an important item for synthesizing the latent box. Xu Yuan's current only latent box is not enough, just called this time to fight more. After Xu Yuan took the things, he asked everyone, "Do you all have the Ender Pearl on your hands?" Everyone shook their heads. They didn't know what the use of the Ender Pearl was before, so they basically didn't carry the Ender Pearl. Xu Yuan distributed a few Ender Pearls in his hand to some players, and then said to the players who did not get them, "Then you guys set up a pedicure to beat Xiaohe, you need the Ender Pearl to go to the End City." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the players immediately took action. Soon the Ender Pearl was assembled. Xu Yuan led the players to the portal of the End City and said to the players, "Throw the Ender Pearl into the middle teleportation area and you can go in." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, the Big Orange was the first to teleport over. The elite group players are not as fearful as when they first entered the end of the land. They all followed the Big Orange teleportation. Seeing that everyone went in, Xu Yuan also picked up the Ender Pearl and threw it into the teleportation area. After coming to the End City, all the players are like countrymen entering the city. The End City can be said to be mysterious and beautiful. Everything here is a mysterious purple. The End Ship, the purple Songflower, the purple Pearl Block, plus the void outside the End City. The entire Doomsday City reveals a mysterious aura. As soon as the elite group players came here, they were attracted by the scenery here. It's so beautiful here. It feels so mysterious. Can this brick be brought back? I like this color. This place is so dangerous. All kinds of islands feel like this. If this falls. After Xu Yuan came to the End City, he observed the surroundings. I have to say that luck is still good. Not far away, I saw a Doomsday ship. Let's go around the ship. The elite group players followed Xu Yuan and took a ride towards the End ship. While Xu Yuan was exploring the End City, Ken's side kept receiving news from the vice president of the European branch. The dragon we guarded, it nested nearby. It had a lot of gold nuggets, silver nuggets, and a lot of treasure chests in its lair. We tried to get the treasure chest, and they all hung back. There are new discoveries on our side. There are actually many more creatures in the sea. The most powerful is a very large sea python. It's horrible. There's a new discovery by the sea. We've found a mermaid-like creature. We found Cyclops in a grotto by the sea. The players of the elite group were trampled to death as soon as they passed, and some were directly swallowed. We found a snake-haired banshee in the mine, and we couldn't look at her at all. These monsters are too terrible. When will the boss come? Since Xu Yuan opened the Dragon Legends system, the players on the European branch side were basically exploring outside. So each has its own experiences. The operation of these players is also okay, but after encountering these monsters, there is no power to parry at all. A lot of them were directly killed in seconds. It can be said that the environment of the entire European world, because Xu Yuan opened the Dragon Legends system so early, became extremely grim. Players in Europe are eagerly waiting for a savior to appear. After the Dragon Legends system was turned on, all the monsters in the Song of Ice and Fire mod were implemented. And the monsters in a Song of Ice and Fire, each one is very powerful. Even worms and ants have become powerful beings in the Song of Ice and Fire mod. Even if these monsters are placed in the Huaxia region, they are a headache for players, not to mention players in Europe. These players in the European region are already relatively backward compared to the players in Huaxia. When encountering these terrifying monsters, many people's basic survival is not guaranteed. Moreover, these monsters are not like zombie whites, which only spawn at night. These monsters, except for cannibals, are not afraid of sunlight. As a result, players' range of movement during the day is greatly limited. After receiving these messages, Ken immediately relayed the news to Xu Yuan. The president of the branch said that the situation over there is very grim now, and the people of the club have also suffered heavy losses in opening up the land, and they are all looking forward to your passing. Xu Yuan was exploring on the End ship when he received a message from Ken. After seeing Ken's news, Xu Yuan thought for a moment. Xu Yuan originally let people go to Europe, as long as it was to get some first kills and expand the scope of leadership. At that time, Xu Yuan did not tell the president of the branch over there that many buildings were made by characteristics. For example, the iron brushing machine, the zombie pig spirit brush monster tower, and the marauder farm. Xu Yuan did not tell the branch side. Just told the chapter president how to brush the monster tower. After all, the influence of these things is still very large, and Xu Yuan will not easily tell others about the practice of these things. Therefore, although the cube people have branches in Europe, in fact, the development of the chapter is still very backward for the main city. Although Xu Yuan regularly supports some gold coins in each chapter, Xu Yuan does not know how far the club has developed. Xu Yuan hadn't cared much about the branch before, so he hadn't asked much. However, according to the current situation, the development of the branch is estimated to be very backward. Now that the Dragon Legends system has been turned on, Europe has become a concentrated area for obtaining the latest equipment. After all, the mod of A Song of Ice and Fire is only available in Europe. Just taking this opportunity, Xu Yuan is also time to go to the branches in various European regions to develop. After all, the latest equipment acquisition channel is on the European side, and Xu Yuan must grasp the market and opportunities. It looks like it's time to hurry up and get ready to go. Xu Yuan thought about it, so he quickened his pace. After about 10 minutes, everyone finally finished searching the end ship. In addition to the elytra, a dragon head was harvested. After exploring the end ship, Xu Yuan and the elite group players searched another end shadow city. Xu Yuan is mainly to kill the latent shell inside to make a few more latent boxes. After getting this, Xu Yuan said to all the elite group players, "This side has explored here first, you can explore a little more by yourself in the future, we will go back first." When all the elite group players heard this, they all nodded. "Boss, why are you going back? I don't seem to see any portals or anything. It seems to be. How can we go back?" The players came in through the folding gate, but after arriving at the end city, they did not see where the folding gate was. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "It's good to die back. There are only two ways to return to the overworld from the end city. The first is to jump out of the void and die back. The second is to find the folding door and cross back. But in this last city, islands are not connected to each other. Trying to find the folding door is simply a big wave." Xu Yuan didn't have this time to look for the folding gate, so it was faster to die back. And Xu Yuan has an ender box, and everything is placed in the ender box, and it will not be lost. When the elite group players heard Xu Yuan say that they were going to die and go back, they all looked at Xu Yuan in disbelief. "Ah, boss, aren't you? You're kidding. If you really want to die back. I already knew that without my help, I wouldn't wear equipment. I'm here. Boss, is there no other way to go back?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to everyone, "Don't worry, none of your things can be lost." Xu Yuan said, and took out 2 ender boxes. "You guys take off all the important things, put them in, one by one." At present, Xu Yuan only brought 2 latent boxes, although the things of more than 30 people definitely can't be loaded. But Xu Yuan can completely let them put it while letting Ken take things out in the latent box that Xu Yuan kept at home. This way, you don't have to worry about not being enough. Xu Yuan informed Ken after speaking. When the elite group players heard this, they all began to sort things out with half a doubt. The big orange was the first to tidy up, and she came to Xu Yuan's side and put all the important things into the ender box. Before the big orange finished putting things away, he saw that the things he had just put disappeared one by one. The big orange was surprised when she saw this, and she looked at Xu Yuan and asked, "Boss, what's going on? Why is everything gone?" Xu Yuan looked at the big orange and said with a smile, "It's okay, Ken is on the other end to help you get everything out." When Big Orange heard this, he was surprised. "Can this box be teleported in space?" Xu Yuan nodded. "Well, this box is equivalent to things stored in space. Destroying the box will not fall. As long as you put the box on the box, you can take things out. Naturally, what is placed in this box can also be taken out in the ender box of Jiali." When Big Orange heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. With this box, there is no need to worry that the equipment will fall off. At this time, all the players of the elite group also heard the conversation between Xu Yuan and Big Orange. They looked at the ender box in front of them, and Hideko was about to flow out. "Boss, this ender box. Can it be synthesized? This ender box is really a good thing, so that I won't be afraid of losing my equipment in the future. Ask the boss to reward one." There are still many people who do not know the synthesis method of the ender box. Even if some great guilds study it, they will not leak this method. After all, the ender box is such a thing that is too good to use. And after the PvP mode is turned on, the ender box is still very restrained PvP. Player PvP is designed to burst equipment from other players. And with the ender box, as long as the hand speed is fast enough and the things are loaded into the ender box, there will be no loss. So the ender box will definitely not be popular at present. Xu Yuan naturally can't say the synthesis method, but it is still okay to give it to the players of the guild as a reward. "It's okay to reward you, but I have a condition. The condition is that the Twilight Forest dungeon, you can clear the Ice Queen. I will reward each of you with 2 ender chests, plus 2 latent boxes." The latent box is also a good thing, equivalent to a portable backpack. In fact, the reason why Xu Yuan gave this condition was also to hope that the players of the elite group could hit the Ice Queen faster. In this way, someone in the guild will be able to brush the weapons of the Twilight Forest. After all, the weapons in the Twilight Forest are still very useful. Not to mention the rest, the 3-shot bow and the shield scepter, these 2 things will not be outdated for a long time at present. Not to mention drawing the sword. Xu Yuan himself definitely didn't have time to brush the bosses in the Twilight Forest. After all, it was too time-consuming. So only let the people of the elite regiment go to brush. As for why they were only allowed to brush the Ice Queen, the reason is simple. The last him, they can't afford to mess with. Yes? No problem. It's actually brushing the Ice Queen? Although it feels very difficult, we will try to. Boss, this is what you said, don't regret it. The players of the elite group were also ready to clear the Twilight Forest, and now that they have the reward, they are even more motivated. After about 10 minutes, all the elite group players put their equipment in the ender box. Then everyone jumped out of the void together. The spawn points of all the elite group members are set in the main city, so they come directly to the main city when they are reborn. Ken saw that everyone had returned, and pointed to the 30 boxes with signs on the side. Your things are laid out, go get them yourself. Seeing this, all the elite group players ran to the box with their names written on them. Xu Yuan explained the things. Ken is still very careful. After the elite members took their equipment, Big Orange asked Xu Yuan, "Boss, do you need us to do anything later? If we don't need to, we'll go to the Twilight Forest." Seeing this, Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "No need, you guys go, you can consult me if you have difficulties." Xu Yuan was not prepared to tell them the strategy of each monster, so that they would not grow. Only after you think of a solution after exploring it yourself, and then you will know how to deal with the same problem in the future. Good. After saying goodbye to Xu Yuan and Ken, Big Orange led the elite group to the entrance of the Twilight Forest. When everyone came here, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. At this time, the entrance to the Twilight Forest is still like before. Previously, there was only one entrance to the Twilight Forest, and it was a small portal. And at this time, what appeared in front of them was a tower. The front of the tower can be described as very lively, and players come and go in and out. The entire street in front of the tower seems to have become a small exchange. It is filled with the teaming and shouting of all kinds of idle players. Twilight Forest has teamed up, a team of 100 people, try to fight Naga. The freshly baked torchberry lamp is absolutely beautiful at home, and the sending girl absolutely loves. Is there a fixed team with good skills, and strive to get Naga within 2,000 gold? Is there a big brother who can lend me 10 gold, just 10 gold to enter the copy? Seeing this, all the elite group players couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, they had chosen to join the cube people before. Now it's also free to access quests, and you can get new equipment much faster than other players. The guild gave them such a good treatment, and they naturally had to repay the guild well. Thinking of this, the elite group players became more determined. Be sure to clear the customs as soon as possible. After the elite group players left, Xu Yuan and Ken came to the residence. As soon as he entered the house, Xu Yuan was attracted by the decoration in the house. After having more decorated mods, the work also replaced some decorations in Xu Yuan's residence. Tables, chairs, and benches, as well as various lighting, carvings, and so on, all renewed. This time it was much taller. It's a good thing, it's good, and I finally don't have to sit on a plank anymore. Previously, because there was no such mod, Xu Yuan generally used stairs or wooden boards instead of benches to sit. Since the game is holographic mode, it is also very real tactily. This board has been sitting for a long time, and it really hurts in the ass. It's much better now with chairs. Ken heard this and smiled. There was a sofa, but if it didn't match this side, the work was useless. When Xu Yuan heard this, he nodded, and then stopped chatting and immediately cut to the point. The chapter over there in Europe, what's going on now? Ken sighed. There is no technology over there, and the current equipment of the branch leader is not as good as the people of our elite group. The current progress over there seems to be different from ours. Before, according to your orders, I also let them kill a wither. The first kill was obtained, but there was no fragment of the Twilight Forest. And there is no corpse-tied copy opened, so there are still very few ways to obtain diamonds over there. However, the guild war still started, but the branch did not get the first place. I heard that the first place was a union opened by a scattered player, and his guild was a few people, and the guild was established for the competition. The chapter was a little taken lightly, but I didn't expect that the guild leader was particularly good at technology, and one person knocked out everyone in the chapter. When Xu Yuan heard this, he suddenly became a little curious. It stands to reason that the president of the European branch passed after the guild competition in Huaxia. Some operations will definitely do. And the European side was already relatively backward. Xu Yuan did not expect that someone could win these people in the chapter. Xu Yuan thought of this and asked Ken, "Do you know what the guild leader's name is?" Ken thought about it and said, "It's called Dream." Xu Yuan was surprised when he heard the name said by Ken. Dream. The name Dream, I believe many players who play MC have heard of it to a greater or lesser extent. This Dream is a foreign speedrun god, and his popularity is because of a video. The content of the video is a game of hunter and prey. The rules of the game go like this, and Dream enters the game with his 3 friends. His 3 friends act as hunters, and Dream is the prey. The hunter can kill the prey to win, and the prey needs to clear the MC, that is, kill the Ender Dragon to win. And the hunter also has a compass on his hand, which can know the specific location of the prey. It can be said that this game still has a great challenge for prey. And Dream, with his various magical skills and various brain-opening ideas, won the competition. What's more terrifying is that his 3 friends are not the kind of players who are cute at the new level, and all 3 of them are playing quite well. But in front of giants like Dream, the big guys are a little humble. It can be said that Dream became popular entirely by his operation. Many players were amazed after seeing that video. MC can still play like this? Xu Yuan also thought the same after seeing that video at that time. At that time, Xu Yuan also learned a lot of skills with the video. It seems that Dream in this world is still the same talented player. Otherwise, the Cube Man Guild battle would not have lost to him. Ken saw Xu Yuan's expression, and thought that Xu Yuan knew Dream, and then asked Xu Yuan, "How do you know?" Xu Yuan shook his head with a smile after hearing this. "How could I possibly know?" Ken nodded when he heard this, and then continued. This Dream himself set up the guild purely for the purpose of competition, and did not recruit people, and the chapter president had tried to recruit him before, but he refused. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. Well, this kind of player has a very high heart, and he will only obey people who are better than him. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken smiled bitterly. Yes, he looks down on the people over there in the chapter. Although the chapters on the European side also belong to the block people, the strength is far from this side. So it's normal for Dream to look down on it. Moreover, people are the first place in the guild competition. Why do you let people quit the guild and join the guild with a lower ranking than them? So there are no copies on the European side yet? Asked Xu Yuan to Ken. Ken nodded in response. As I understand it, yes, there doesn't seem to be any copy at the moment. For other events, there is only one guild tournament so far. Ken thought for a moment and continued. Oh, by the way, PvP is on. It seems that the relic system is also on. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The relic system is also turned on over there? Xu Yuan remembered that the opening of the relic system on Huaxia's side was opened after the monster attacked the city. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan asked Ken, "Is there already a monster attacking the city over there?" Ken heard this, thought about it for a moment, and then shook his head. Nope. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and thought for a moment. Maybe the preconditions for the opening of the relic system over there are not the same as those on the Huaxia side. After all, there are so many copies opened on the Huaxia side, and none of them on the European side. However, the copies opened by Huaxia here are all for the opening of the Twilight Forest mod. So these copies are all for the Twilight Forest. And there may be this mod type copy on the European side, which should not have met the preconditions, so it has not been opened. However, it is also possible that a Song of Ice and Fire is a precondition for the next mod type copy to be opened. However, these are also Xu Yuan's conjectures, and the specific will not be known until he goes to Europe. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to Ken, "You go down and make some preparations, you come with me. We should need some days to go over this time, you explain everything. The first tier elite group leaves the clearance twilight first." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded. "Okay, I'll go down and arrange it," Ken said and left. This time is not the same as before, and there is definitely no way to come back immediately after going out. Therefore, big and small things on the main city side need to be arranged. The reason why Xu Yuan did not bring the first echelon elite group was also considered. First of all, they must upgrade their equipment first, so they must explore the Twilight Forest. The second is just in case when Xu Yuan leaves, there are some new copies and new activities, and the people of the first echelon elite group can also open up the land first. After Ken left, Xu Yuan took out the 2 dragon eggs in his hand. The previous one was the fire dragon egg rewarded by the system, and the other was the ender dragon egg that had just been beaten. Xu Yuan took out the ender dragon egg first. Xu Yuan had speculated before that after the Dragon Legend system was turned on, would the Dragon Knight mod also be implemented. It is just enough to use the ender dragon egg to confirm this conjecture. In the Dragon Knight mod, there are 8 types of dragons, all of which can be hatched from the ender dragon egg. Among these 8 types of dragons, Xu Yuan felt that the ice dragon and the ender dragon were more beautiful. The ice dragon is white, and the ender dragon is the same as the ender dragon boss, with a dark body with a purple luster. If you choose one of the 2, Xu Yuan will naturally choose the ender dragon. After all, the black one is more handsome. Then let's hatch an ender dragon. In the Dragon Knight mod, hatching the ender dragon is the easiest, just put the ender dragon egg on the ground and right-click. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan put the ender dragon egg on the ground. Then he stroked his hand towards the ender dragon egg. The moment Xu Yuan's hand stroked up, a slight crack appeared on the ender dragon egg. Then the fine lines cracked, and as the cracks cracked, a small hole appeared at the tip of the ender dragon egg. A small black head with 2 horns poked out from the small mouth. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. It seems that the Dragon Knight mod has been implemented. The fact that the ender dragon egg was successfully hatched shows that the Dragon Knight mod has been completely implemented. In other words, the system of this Dragon Legend is turned on for all dragon-related mods. In this way, it is indeed necessary to install the space-based dragon slaying cannon to the end. Although the dragon hatched from the ender dragon egg has no combat power, it can be used as a flying mount. After all, according to the urine nature of the game, various mods in the future should appear in different areas. With flying mounts, it is much easier to get to the regions. Xu Yuan was thinking, and saw that the little ender dragon in front of him had already drilled out of the ender dragon egg. It stared at Xu Yuan with big purple eyes and a small head tilted. Xu Yuan saw the cute appearance of the little ender dragon, and his whole heart melted. I have to say that the ender dragon was still very cute when I was a child. Xu Yuan squatted down and stretched out his hand to the little ender dragon. The little ender dragon first sniffed Xu Yuan's hand, and then walked to Xu Yuan's hand. Xu Yuan looked at the little ender dragon in his hand and reached out to touch its little head. The little ender dragon immediately narrowed his eyes comfortably. The ender dragon that had just hatched was still very small, and Xu Yuan was just able to grab it with one hand. In the original MC's Dragon Knight mod, the dragon is generally medium size when it hatches, and it does not eat at this time. You can't feed the dragon raw fish until it's fully grown. After successful feeding, the dragon will have a lot of love on it. At this time put the saddle on the dragon's body to ride, and then use a carrot fishing rod to control its movements. And in the original Dragon Knight mod, it takes a long time to hatch dragon eggs. In this game, it seems that the settings have also changed. First of all, the incubation time is much shortened. Just as soon as Xu Yuan touched the ender dragon egg, the dragon egg cracked. Moreover, the dragon that came out is a small-sized dragon. Unlike the original, it is already medium-sized. Xu Yuan took some raw fish out of the warehouse and tried to feed it to the little ender dragon. The little ender dragon first sniffed the raw fish in Xu Yuan's hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Whoosh! In a moment, the little ender dragon took a bite of the raw fish and swallowed it without chewing. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the little ender dragon's eating appearance. Can you taste this? After the little ender dragon swallowed the raw fish, it obviously looked like it was not full. A pair of purple eyes looked at Xu Yuan, as if to say I still want to eat. Seeing this, Xu Yuan fed the little ender dragon a few more raw fish. The little ender dragon gobbled up a while, and ate more than 10 raw fish before stopping. After eating more than 10 raw fish, the little ender dragon's body size has obviously grown a lot. Before, Xu Yuan could grab it with one hand, but now Xu Yuan needs 2 hands to hold it. After eating, the little ender dragon turned his belly and fell asleep. Xu Yuan looked at this little ender dragon with a spoiled face. The design of the little animals in this game is too cute. It's really a bit of a child. Xu Yuan carefully carried the little ender dragon to the basement, and then spread a carpet on the basement floor. Gently placed the sleeping little ender dragon on the carpet. It is estimated that this is the feeding mechanism of the ender dragon. After eating, they will not eat for a while, in case players keep feeding, and soon they can develop a large dragon. After Xu Yuan put the little ender dragon down, he took out the fire dragon egg that the system had sent before. This dragon is different from the ender dragon and belongs to the dragon line of the Song of Ice and Fire mod. The size, combat effectiveness, and appearance are all different from the ender dragon. After Xu Yuan took out the fire dragon egg, after taking out a piece of hell rock in his backpack, he put the fire dragon egg on the hell rock. Then he took out the flint and set the hell rock on fire. The hatching mechanism of the fire dragon requires the dragon egg to be roasted under the flame for 3 days to hatch successfully. However, there is still a chance of successful incubation, and Xu Yuan has not understood what the probability is. Xu Yuan remembered playing the Song of Ice and Fire mod for the first time before, and finally got a dragon egg, but it incubated for half a day, and nothing hatched. At that time, that mood was like being fed. One hasn't been born yet, one is so young. It seems that the trip to Europe has been delayed for a few days. Since dragons can only be ridden when they are adults, neither dragon can be used at present. It just so happens that Xu Yuan can also use these few days to make preparations. This time I will go to the European region. I will definitely stay for a long time, and everything must be prepared. These 2 dragons will definitely not be kept in the basement all the time, and when the time comes, Thowork can build them a luxurious pet house. The 2 dragon eggs were processed, and the next step was to draw the sword. In fact, repairing and pulling the sword is the most painful place for Xu Yuan. Because the sword drawing mod is not turned on, there is no way to synthesize the demon knife using conventional methods. But the setting of the game, the sword drawn by this monster, can be synthesized into an advanced version through some other items. And the synthetic list Xu Yuan did not know, so you can only guess and try. Xu Yuan's Iman has not been upgraded to a big snake Iman before, which is also the reason. Of course, part of the reason is because Xu Yuan does not have time. Let's brush the soul of glory first. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan picked up the Broken Yin demon knife and walked towards the brush monster tower. The glory value of the Broken Yin demon knife must reach 1000 before it can be synthesized, so the preconditions must be met first. Xu Yuan didn't brush for a while, and the glory value of the knife reached 1000. Then came Xu Yuan's most troublesome test, synthetic material. Since it was the Ender Dragon that burst out, it is estimated that the upgrade materials are also related to the Ender Dragon. But the Ender Dragon only bursts out the sword and dragon egg, and has some experience. There are no special drops. Do you need a faucet? Although the dragon head is not a drop item of the Ender Dragon, the dragon head can also be regarded as a reward for beating the Ender Dragon. After the player fights the Ender Dragon to go to the end, after finding the end ship, the dragon head will be obtained at the bow of the end ship. This can also be regarded as a trophy for killing the Ender Dragon. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan was ready to take down the dragon head and try it. At this moment, Ken walked in with a happy face. Seeing this, Xu Yuan asked, "What's wrong?" "Good news, the first echelon elite group has cleared the Lich King." As soon as Ken received the news, he put down what he was doing and reported to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan was slightly surprised when he heard Ken's words. "I didn't expect that the big oranges were quite fast. Cleared the Lich King so quickly. However, it is also understandable. After all, those scepter skills of the Lich King, they have seen it hundreds of times here in Xu Yuan. Naturally knowing the Lich King's skills, he naturally knows how to deal with it. Xu Yuan was also very happy to hear the news, so he asked Xiang Ken, "Did something come out?" Ken nodded and said excitedly, "Burst a dusk scepter and a zombie scepter." After hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Well, luck is pretty good. By the way, how many swords have you brushed now?" Before Xu Yuan asked Ken to arrange someone to brush Naga, if the people in the second echelon brushed at the same time, the output should still be very high. 2 handfuls have already been brushed. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. When the time comes, they will come out, and these 2 draw swords for Awang and Ahao. Xiao has already brought the knife that the big orange has replaced, so that the players who are currently stronger in the first echelon elite group will draw their swords. In this way, they will learn from each other and improve faster. Ken nodded, and then looked at Xu Yuandao. "I just saw that you were frowning. What's wrong?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "This is not just a knife. If you want to upgrade, you need some synthetic formulas. You can only try slowly. It is a headache." Seeing this, Ken thought for a moment, and then asked Xiang Yuandao, "I remember when the guild battle was in the beginning, wasn't the first reward some kind of workbench? You said earlier that this workbench has a synthetic list of everything. Why don't you try that?" Ken's words instantly woke up Xu Yuan. If it weren't for Ken mentioning it, Xu Yuan would have forgotten about the universal workbench. After all, in Xu Yuan's mind, the universal workbench may be to open some more complex mods, which even Xu Yuan can't remember when the synthesis list can be used. Xu Yuan never thought that the universal workbench could directly find another synthesis formula for drawing the sword. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but pat his head. If you had thought of checking the synthesis list on the universal workbench, you would have saved a lot of work. I don't have to rack my brains to think about what to synthesize. Don't you say I forgot about the existence of this thing," Xu Yuan said, then took it to the basement and took out the universal workbench. After putting down the universal workbench, Xu Yuan searched for Yenmo Dao on the search interface of the workbench. Soon, 2 search results came out. One is the list of synthesis after the sword drawing mod is opened. One is a list of compositions in other ways. Xu Yuan opened the list of other ways of synthesis, and saw what was needed to synthesize the Yen Demon Knife. Crafting the demon knife requires a broken demon knife with a glory soul of 1000. There is also a dragon head, a elytra, and 6 dragon breath orbs. And this dragon breath orb requires dragon breath and iron ingots to synthesize dragon breath iron ingots, and then fire them in a furnace to get dragon breath orbs. That is, 6 bottles of dragon breath are required. Now that Xu Yuan has the dragon head and elytra in his hands, there is still a dragon breath left. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little remorseful. "When I hit the ender dragon before, I didn't get the dragon to breathe back." Because what Xu Yuan thought was that he could also brush the ender dragon in the future anyway, and how much the dragon breath would have in the future. So there is no dragon breath. If you use it now, you will know that you regret it. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to Ken, "Help me call the owner of Minjiu Zhuang over." "Good." Ken nodded and went out to call the owner of the Bright Moon. Xu Yuan didn't want to grind the dragon slowly by himself. Anyway, there was still time these days. Simply let the Bright Moon Zhuang owner directly install the TNG dragon slaying cannon to the end, so that it will be convenient to brush the dragon in the future. Taking advantage of the moment when Ken went to find the owner of the Bright Moon Zhuang, Xu Yuan made 4 ender crystals, used to revive the ender dragon. If you want to brush the dragon repeatedly in the future, it seems that the Flame Man Brush Monster Tower, the Little Black Brush Monster Tower, and the Evil Soul Brush Tower need to be arranged. Flaming Sticks, Ender Pearls, and Evil Tears are all necessary for crafting ender crystals. However, these can be left to the owner of the Bright Moon Estate to study. Xu Yuan only needed to tell the Minjiu Zhuang owner the characteristics of these monsters. After Xu Yuan made the ender crystal, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate just pushed the door in. "Boss, what's wrong?" Xu Yuan saw the owner of the Bright Moon Estate come in, took him to his basement, and then said, "The permission has been given to you. How much material to make a vector super electromagnetic gun? Take it yourself." When the Bright Moon owner heard this, he was stunned and said, "Boss, 1 vector super electromagnetic cannon and some vector cannons in this main city are enough. Do you still want to make one?" The owner of Minjiu Zhuang also thought that Xu Yuan was going to build a vector super electromagnetic cannon in the main city. When Xu Yuan heard this, he shook his head and smiled. "It's not done in the main city, we do it somewhere else, you just take the materials." When the owner of the Bright Moon Estate heard this, he didn't ask any more questions, and began to look for materials in Xu Yuan's box. On the surface, the owner of Minjiu Zhuang was casually rummaging through Xu Yuan's box, but in fact, his heart was already shocked. Xu Yuan's warehouse is simply like opening a creative mode, with everything. Even the diamond blocks are in groups. "Boss, can you take something out of creative mode?" In fact, it is not surprising that the owner of Minjiu Zhuang thinks so. Xu Yuan's things are indeed too much. Xu Yuan heard the words of the Bright Moon owner and said with a smile, "You found out all this?" Of course, Xu Yuan was joking, and the owner of Minjiu Zhuang also knew this. After the owner of Minjiu Zhuang took his things, he left the basement with Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan asked the owner of Minjiazhuang to bring only important parts, the building materials part is too occupied, when the time comes, you can let Ken put it in the ender box, and take it over there. After taking the things, Xu Yuan and the owner of Minjiazhuang went on their way. The two soon arrived at the previous ruins. Xu Yuan directly used the title deed on the ruins, so that other players could avoid entering by mistake. Xu Yuan and the Bright Moon Estate Lord came to the end through the portal. As a redstone player, the owner of Bright Moon Zhuang basically never stepped out of the city gate after joining the Cube People Guild. This time Xu Yuan brought him to the end, and the whole state of the Bright Moon Estate Lord was surprised. Okay, just make a vector super electromagnetic cannon above that pillar of base rock. When the Bright Moon owner heard this, he nodded, and then asked Xiang Su Yuandao, the boss in this place is the Ender Dragon, right? Boss, are you trying to brush the dragon repeatedly? Although it shows that the owner of the moon is not very concerned with PvE, the system announcement will still be read. Xu Yuan nodded. Well, this boss has 10,000 blood, you calculate the thrust of the arrow. It is better not to kill in seconds, it is best to kill with 2 arrows. The reason why I did this was solely to collect dragon breath. The dragon breath of the Ender Dragon is not a drop object, and it must be actively collected. If the Ender Dragon was killed in seconds as soon as it was resurrected, it would definitely not spit out the dragon's breath. If the HP is half hit, the Ender Dragon should switch to a perched position. This makes it convenient to collect dragon breath and then shoot it again. The owner of Minjiazhuang nodded after hearing this, and then immediately got busy. Xu Yuan is naturally not idle, Ongshi Xu Yuan still understands some, if the two of them do it together, they will do it faster. It took about half a day's effort, and Xu Yuan and the owner of Minjiazhuang finally made the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon. This Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon is still much simpler than the one in the main city. The main trouble with the Vector Super Electromagnetic Gun in the main city is the positioning system. And the Vector Super Electromagnetic Gun in the end does not require a positioning system. Because the range of dragon activity is small and the volume is large, it is basically good to design the muzzle above the port. The owner of the Bright Moon Estate also connected the switch of the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon to the ground very intimately, which is also convenient to operate. Xu Yuan saw that everything was ready, so he asked Lord Xiang Minjiazhuang, I'm resurrecting the dragon. The owner of the Bright Moon Estate nodded, with some nervousness and excitement on his face. After all, this was the first time he had seen a dragon. After Xu Yuan placed the 4 ender crystals, the molecules in the air slowly converged. In the sky directly above the portal, the appearance of an ender dragon slowly appeared. With a burst of bright light scattering, the ender dragon was revived. With the resurrection of the ender dragon, the ender crystals on the surrounding obsidian pillars have also been reset. When the owner of Minjiu Estate saw this scene, he was immediately a little stunned. I have to say that the scene of the resurrection of the ender dragon is quite shocking. There is an imaginary replay of the animation when killing. After the ender dragon was revived, it was in the sky above the center of the portal. Taking advantage of the fact that the ender dragon had not yet begun to hover, Xu Yuan immediately pressed the switch of the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon. After the switch is activated, about 2 seconds have passed. Then I saw an arrow shoot out of the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon. The ender dragon's HP immediately dropped by half. After the ender dragon was shot by an arrow, it immediately switched its perched posture. Then he began to spit dragon breath towards the ground. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly picked up the glass bottle and loaded the dragon's breath. After filling enough 6 bottles, Xu Yuan pressed the switch again. Another arrow was fired. With the shooting of the arrow, the life of the ender dragon also came to an end. In addition to the experience rain, this time, the ender dragon only exploded an ender dragon egg for Xu Yuan. There was no more burst out of the drawing of the sword. The explosion rate of the Yen Demon Dao should also be very low, probably lower than that of the Eamon, embroidery. After all, this knife can be regarded as the top existence in the drawing sword. The probability will certainly not be very high. However, the explosion rate of this ender dragon egg is not bad. I don't know if it's 100% dropped. Xu Yuan remembered that in the original MC, only the first kill of the ender dragon would drop the ender dragon egg. After resurrecting the ender dragon to kill, it will not drop the dragon egg. Xu Yuan still picked up the ender dragon egg according to the previous method and put it in his backpack. After the Endland has installed the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon, you can send someone to brush the ender dragon and collect the dragon breath. By the way, you can also brush the elytra. After finishing everything, Xu Yuan and the Minjiu owner returned to the main city. After returning to the main city, Xu Yuan told the owner of Minjiu Zhuang about some characteristics of the Flame Man, Evil Spirit, and Xiaohe, and asked him to design the brush monster tower of these monsters. After receiving the task, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate immediately went to the simulation space to study it. Xu Yuan couldn't wait to start synthesizing the Yen Demon knife. First, the dragon's breath and iron ingots are combined into dragon's breath iron ingots, and then put into a furnace to fire them to become dragon's breath orbs. After making the 6 dragon breath orbs, Xu Yuan placed the dragon head, elytra, and 6 dragon breath orbs on the tool table. Then, in the middle, a broken Yen Demon knife was placed. At this time, the familiar pattern finally appeared in the synthesis bar on the right. Demon Sword Yen Demon Knife. Kill count 1000. Proud Soul 1000. SA, Dimensional Slash. SB, Phantom Sword. Rank attack damage. BSS/SSS/limit. +7.0/+17.0/+17.0. Thorneye. Fall protection 4. Power V. Shock 2. In the main hand, 1.6 attack speed, 5 attack damage. The attributes of the Yen Demon Dao can be said to be very awesome. The 4 enchantments that come with them are also not bad. After Xu Yuan received the knife, he came to the basement. As soon as Xu Yuan came in, the little Ender Shadow Dragon flew towards Xu Yuan with a small wing. The little Ender Dragon is also much larger than before. During the time that Xu Yuan was doing the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon in the end, he was still worried about the little Ender Dragon in his heart, afraid that it would be hungry. So I asked Ken to help feed it again. This little guy is funny, and he recognizes the owner, and he just doesn't eat the raw fish that Ken holds in his hand. Ken couldn't help it, he threw the fish on the ground, and when Ken was far away, he ate it. Xu Yuan saw the little Ender Dragon fluttering its wings and flying over, and said with a spoiled face, "Hungry, huh?" Xu Yuan saw the appearance of the little Ender Dragon and knew that it must be hungry. So he took out some raw fish and handed it to the little Ender Dragon. I saw that after the little Ender Dragon sniffed the raw fish, it did not gobble up as before. Instead, don't overdo it, look like this fish is not to his liking. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was a little puzzled. He looked at the satiety of the little Ender Dragon, only 30. This also shows that it is hungry, why not eat these raw fish? Is there still a special point in feeding at these different stages? In the original MC, after having the Dragon Knight mod, there is basically no need to feed it, and the dragon itself will grow up. In this game, it doesn't seem to be the same. According to Xu Yuan's observation, the little Ender Dragon needs to be fed to grow up, and it seems that each stage still has to be fed different food. Xu Yuan thought of this, although he felt very troublesome, but there was no way. After all, this is more reasonable. Flying mounts are a rarity for any game. Acquiring and cultivating flying mounts is certainly difficult. Trouble is trouble, after all, flying mounts are rare after all. In the game, there are 4 types of fish drops: raw cod, salmon, clownfish, and pufferfish. Fortunately, these fish Xu Yuan had in his hands, and Xu Yuan first took the raw salmon and handed it to the little Ender Dragon. After sniffing the raw salmon, the little Ender Dragon barely ate 2 and stopped eating. The satiety of the little Ender Dragon also only recovered 4 points. It seems that I don't like it. At this time, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Aren't you going to eat pufferfish? Xu Yuan thought about it, so he handed the pufferfish to the little Ender Dragon. When the little Ender Dragon saw the pufferfish, his eyes immediately lit up. Swallowed the pufferfish in 1 bite. A single pufferfish restored the satiety of the little Ender Dragon by 10 points. Then Xu Yuan handed the clownfish to the little Ender Dragon. I saw that the little Ender Dragon saw the clownfish, and Heideko was about to fall out, and he also swallowed it in 1 bite. A clownfish restored 15 points of satiety to the little Ender Dragon. It seems that the main food of the little Ender Dragon is pufferfish and clownfish. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. You really can eat. Eat something good. Pufferfish and clownfish fishing can be obtained, but the chances of catching either fish are not high. Xu Yuan remembers that the weight of pufferfish is 13%, and the weight of clownfish is even less, only 2%. It seems that you have to make a fishing machine, otherwise you really can't afford to raise this little Ender Dragon. And this is still just the amount of food that the little Ender Dragon ate when he was a child. When you grow up, your food intake will definitely increase. After Xu Yuan used the remaining pufferfish and clownfish to feed the little Ender Dragon's satiety, the little Ender Dragon obviously grew up a lot. Now the little Ender Dragon is about the size of a cow. After the little Ender Dragon was full, he continued to sleep again. After the little Ender Dragon slept, Xu Yuan also took out the Ender Dragon egg he had just obtained. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan decided to hatch this Ender Dragon egg into an ice dragon. White is also Xu Yuan's favorite color, and the ice dragon's snow-white body just has a strong contrast with the Ender Dragon. To hatch an ice dragon, you need to place the dragon egg on ice or snow. Xu Yuan took out a piece of snow from the warehouse and put the Ender Dragon egg on it. After putting the dragon egg on it, the color of the Ender Dragon egg changed to white. Xu Yuan put his hand on the snow-white Ender Dragon egg. After a while, a crack appeared on the dragon egg. Soon, a little snow-white guy poked his head out. After Xu Yuan made a move, Xiao's Long immediately ran into Xu Yuan's hands. Seeing Xiao's dragon coming, Xu Yuan directly fed Xiao's dragon a few clownfish. I saw that the Xiao's dragon was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, although the Xiao's dragon at this time was not as big as the small Ender Dragon. But it's already about the size of a pig. Seeing this, Xu Yuan understood. It seems that the better you eat, the faster you grow. Clownfish are the rarest, so feeding clownfish will produce faster. After Xiao's Long finished eating, he also began to sleep profusely. Xu Yuan put it together with the little Ender Dragon. Then I went to look at the dragon egg that was still burning in the flames. The hatching of the dragon eggs takes 3 days, and there is no movement at all. After Xu Yuan got everything right, he went out to find a place to make a fishing machine. The food supply of the little dragons must keep up. 3 days passed quickly. The Ender Dragon and the Ice Dragon have grown up under Xu Yuan's careful maintenance. Due to their growing size, Xu Yuan had long ago transferred them to the luxury villa that Thowork built for them. These 2-dragon luxury villas are much larger and more exquisite than the houses of many players in the guild. At that time, when Thowork was repairing, the players of the guild were envious. Xu Yuan personally fed the clownfish to the Ender Dragon and the Ice Dragon every day. The appetite of the 2 dragons is also growing. Xu Yuan roughly calculated that if he wanted to raise a dragon to the size of an adult, he needed at least more than 1,000 clownfish. That's a horrible amount. Xu Yuan, this can have so many clownfish, because he made 5 fishing machines, which is barely enough. If other players get a dragon and raise it to adulthood, it is definitely very difficult. Xu Yuan still took the clownfish as usual to feed the Ender Dragon and the Ice Dragon. After this feeding, the Ender Dragon and the Ice Dragon did not go to sleep. At this time, love began to emerge from their heads. Seeing this, Xu Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally got through it. The love on the heads of the 2 dragons shows that they can be tamed, which means that these 2 dragons can finally be ridden. Xu Yuan immediately took out 2 saddles from the warehouse and saddled them separately. Xu Yuan pulled the Ender Dragon out, and then sat on the Ender Dragon. Xu Yuan's move immediately attracted the attention of the players of the nearby guild. When all the players saw Xu Yuan riding on the Ender Dragon, they all surrounded them in an instant. Are these 2 dragons actually mounted? Oh my god, so handsome, isn't it? Boss, are you going to test fly? I wonder if I can have a dragon of my own in my lifetime. After Xu Yuan released the 2 dragons before, the players were also very curious. At that time, they thought that the Ender Dragon, like the marauding beast, was a combat pet. But I didn't expect it to be a mount. After Xu Yuan rode on the Ender Dragon, he took out the carrot boom. Then manipulated the dragon and soared into the air. The Ender Dragon is fast, it spreads its wings, soars in the sky, and flips. From time to time, there are also a few roars. And Xu Yuan, who was sitting on the body of the Ender Dragon, was exuding momentum at this moment, as if telling everyone, he is the master of this world. At this time, all the players of the guild couldn't help but feel their scalps numb when they saw this scene. This is a dragon, a creature at the top of the food chain. No matter which game it is in, it is the dominant existence. And at this moment, such an ancient, noble creature was at Xu Yuan's feet. This is the first flying mount in the game. It's just the early stages of the game. The boss has already ridden the dragon. The Dragon Legends system was only opened a few days ago, and now the boss is riding directly on the dragon. It seems that the boss is going to open up the market in other areas. It's not enough to dominate the Huaxia region, the boss's goal is the world. At this time, Xu Yuan, who was soaring over the main city of the block people, was also seen by many idle players in the main city. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. Immediately the world channel exploded. Lying groove, did I just blind my eyes? I also saw that a black behemoth flashed by. I heard from the people of the Cube Man Guild that it was their Steve boss trying out mounts. What? Mount? Tease me? Steve's mount is a dragon. The other day, the system announcement didn't say that Steve killed the Ender Dragon. Killing the Ender Dragon gives you a dragon mount. We're all still riding pigs, and Steve started riding the dragon to the sky. This dragon is really handsome. How can there be such a big difference between people? What you see is the big guy riding the dragon, and what I see is the big guy is going to dominate the world. Upstairs analysis makes sense. With the flying mount, the big guy's vision must not be more than the Huaxia region. Hey, what my world? Obviously Steve's world. In addition to the world channel, even the forum was full of news and various screenshots of Xu Yuan riding the dragon and Yushin. After all, this is the first flying mount in the game, and it is also a dragon? Naturally, it will cause an uproar. At this time, the guild leaders of the guilds were also envious and jealous after seeing this news. Although the guild leader didn't know how powerful this dragon was, it was handsome. And most importantly, with this flying mount, it is equivalent to opening up transportation routes to other areas. Players from the Neon countryside came to Huaxia's side before, but they trekked through the mountains for about a week. Even if Xu Yuan's genetically modified pig was used as a means of transportation, it took almost 3 days to walk. Although the speed of the genetically modified pig is fast, the game terrain is not flat, and even if you encounter bad terrain quickly, you have to slow down. And with flying mounts it is completely different. Driving in the air is absolutely unimpeded. The guild leaders naturally noticed this, so they were all a little impatient. Why hasn't the think tank yet figured out how to go to the end? It's too late. Even if you know how to go to the end of the land, it is estimated that the Ender Dragon is not so good to fight, and now send people to set off towards the European side. Quickly gather the people of the elite group and go to Europe. The dragon here can't study how to fight. Go directly to Europe to fight. Fortunately, the new monsters over there in Europe are not in the copy, otherwise you won't be able to catch anything. After seeing Xu Yuan's mount, the guild leader was really anxious. After all, they all knew that Xu Yuan had long been outside to open up the market, and he didn't go there just because the road was too far. Now that he has a flying mount, Xu Yuan will definitely expand his power abroad. Therefore, the guild leaders are also sending players in large numbers towards the European region. At this time, such as Longtang and other old guilds that were the same as the Cube People Guild, they were a little fun. At that time, after learning that people from the Neon countryside were coming, many old guilds also sent people to other areas. Although the people of these guilds are not as good as the Cube People Guild, they can at least have a place to stay in Europe. You can also gain insight into some situations at any time. After Xu Yuan flew for a while, he landed. The flight speed of the Ender Dragon is still very fast, and at this speed, it is estimated that a day's flight to Europe is enough. After Xu Yuan landed, the players immediately gathered around. But none of them were too close, and they still looked a little wary of the Ender Dragon. As soon as the players gathered around, they immediately began to ask various questions. Steve boss, this dragon came to fight that Ender Dragon, right? Shouldn't this dragon be the Ender Dragon, dark and purple luster? Isn't the color similar to the Ender Man? So, it's really defeat the Ender Dragon to get the Ender Dragon mount. It looks like I'm setting a new goal again. After Xu Yuan answered a few questions casually, he brought the Ender Dragon back to its luxurious villa. After dismissing everyone, they returned to their residence. It's also time to see if the real dragon hatches out. Compared to this fire dragon that is hatching, the Ender Dragon is simply a younger brother. The role of the Ender Dragon is completely that of a tool dragon. But this fire dragon is a sky overlord in the true sense. After Xu Yuan came to the basement, he walked to the dragon egg. At this time, the fire above Hell Rock continued to burn. Logically speaking, it takes 3 days to hatch dragon eggs. It's exactly 3 days now. Xu Yuan walked over and looked at the hatching of the dragon egg. As a result, it was found that there was nothing on Hell Rock. The dragon egg that was placed here before actually disappeared. When Xu Yuan saw the disappearing dragon egg, he immediately frowned. How could this dragon egg disappear? Xu Yuan thought for a moment, the dragon egg disappeared, and it was possible that it was stolen first. Xu Yuan thought about it, only he and Ken had permission to enter the basement. It was impossible for Ken to do such a thing, and no one else would come near Xu Yuan's residence at all. So theft this may be excludable. Then there is only one possibility. This is also the last thing Xu Yuan wants to believe. That is, the dragon egg hatching failed? In the original MC, there is a chance that the dragon egg will fail to hatch, but what the probability is Xu Yuan is not clear. Xu Yuan only remembers that the probability is not very high. Xu Yuan didn't know if there was a chance of banqueting in the game, or if the probability of failure was increased in this game. After all, the most powerful in A Song of Ice and Fire is the dragon. Tame a dragon, as long as you ride the dragon, basically all monsters can be killed by dragon fire. With a dragon, it is equivalent to clearing the Song of Ice and Fire mod. Thinking about it this way, the hatching rate of the dragon egg will definitely not be very high. After all, this dragon is too powerful. The odds of getting it are definitely not high. Xu Yuan couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Originally, I thought that after getting the dragon egg, I would definitely be able to hatch a dragon. Unexpectedly, Bai waited for 3 days, and there was no joy. Although he knew the result, Xu Yuan was still a little impatient. He circled the entire basement and searched several more times. After confirming that there was no Xialong's figure, he finally accepted the reality. Wash the handle before touching the dragon egg next time. Xu Yuan's mood at this moment can be described as extremely frustrated. Originally, if there were dragons, the monsters in the Song of Ice and Fire mod were very easy to deal with. In front of the dragon, those monsters can be killed directly. But Xu Yuan's fantasy came to naught. But if it's gone, it's a mod that re-experiences A Song of Ice and Fire. The monster settings in the mod of A Song of Ice and Fire are still interesting. In holographic mode, it is still worth spending time exploring and exploring. After Xu Yuan sorted out his mood, he left the basement. After Xu Yuan came to the residence, he called Ken. Ken came to Xu Yuan's residence after a while. Xu Yuan asked after seeing him come in. Everything is ready, right? Ken nodded. Well, it's almost ready. Why, are you leaving? Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and nodded. Well, going over there this time is estimated to take longer than I estimated before. Since the dragon eggs have not hatched, it must take a long time to explore the European side. Guaranteed for half a month. After all, there are still many types of monsters in the Song of Ice and Fire mod. And these monsters are definitely rewarded for their first kill. Xu Yuan definitely wanted to take more monsters to kill first. Ken heard this and looked at Xu Yuandao. Don't worry, I have arranged everything for nearly a month. It's a big deal, I'll come back when there's something, and it won't be long. When Xu Yuan heard Ken say this, he finally let go of his heart. Now that everything is arranged, let's go. Ken nodded when he heard this. The two soon arrived in front of the luxurious villa of the Ender Dragon and the Ice Dragon. Xu Yuan pulled out the Ice Dragon and handed it to Ken. Ken just wanted to reach out and take the rope, when he saw the Ice Dragon yelling at Ken with a reluctant expression. After all, the Ice Dragon was raised by Xu Yuan, and naturally he still recognized the Lord. Seeing this, Xu Yuan touched the head of the Ice Dragon and calmed the Ice Dragon. The Ice Dragon also seemed to understand what Xu Yuan meant, so he reluctantly leaned down to himself. Seeing this, Ken couldn't help but be a little afraid. This Ice Dragon's appearance is obviously reluctant. What if it is unhappy and throws itself down in the air? Xu Yuan saw that Ken did not sit up for a long time, and he knew his concerns. It's okay, it won't hurt you. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he smiled awkwardly. Then he took a deep breath and finally plucked up the courage to step on the back of the dragon. Ken just sat up, and the Ice Dragon twisted. The frightened Ken quickly grabbed Xu Yuan. Seeing that he had scared Ken, the Ice Dragon immediately fluttered his wings happily, as if showing off. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile. This Ice Dragon was really naughty. He patted the Ice Dragon's head. You, don't mess around anymore. Seeing that Xu Yuan's tone was a little serious, the ice dragon immediately lowered his head and stopped messing around. After seeing the ice dragon obedient, Xu Yuan stepped over and rode on the ender dragon. At this time, all the players of the guild gathered. They all knew that Xu Yuan and Ken were going out for a long time this time, and they all came to say goodbye to Xu Yuan and them. Boss, be careful on your way. This time it must be out for a long time. Boss, don't worry, this place will be handed over to us. Boss, you can bring us local products when you come back. Ha 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 ha, native products. The boss will bring you dragon meat back when the time comes. Boss Steve, Boss Ken, we're waiting for you to. Triumphantly. All the players waved their hands towards Xu Yuan and Ken, all looking reluctant. Seeing this, Xu Yuan scolded with a smile. I said, what are you doing so sensationalism? It's not that you Boss Ken and I won't come back. When Ken heard this, he also answered. They're afraid that if I don't come back, no one will care about them. When the players heard this, they all laughed. Ha 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 ha, Boss Ken has the truth. Don't say it thoroughly, ha 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 ha. Oh, it's nothing, Boss Ken is not there, we will also be strict with ourselves. After Xu Yuan exchanged a few pleasantries with the members of the guild, he looked at the time, and it was not early. So he said, okay, let's go. Goodbye boss. Boss, pay attention to safety. Boss, we're waiting for you to come back. As the players said goodbye, 2 dragons, one black and one white, also fluttered their wings and rushed into the sky. A new journey has officially begun. There is already a branch of the Cube People Guild in Europe, so Xu Yuan and Ken will go directly according to the coordinates given by the chapter. There are also many regional divisions on the European side. Cube People also only have chapters in some parts of Northern, Central, and Western Europe. After all, title deeds are limited. There is also a shortage of manpower. After all, it is not easy to find a chapter leader from the guild who can manage large and small affairs, not to mention the problem of language communication. If you just arrange for someone to go out, it's really better not to go. Therefore, Xu Yuan has only set up chapters in some of the more popular regions in Europe. This time, Xu Yuan and Ken are going to the Sound country in Western Europe. The population density here is still relatively large, and the development of the square people in the country of Sound is also quite good. After a long day of trekking, Xu Yuan and Ken finally came to the European border. As soon as they came to the European border, Xu Yuan and Ken only flew for a while, and they saw a massacre taking place in the sky not far away. A forest cockroach is being hunted by a giant fire dragon. The size of the forest cockroach was originally very large, but in front of this huge fire dragon, it was just like a small bird. The combat effectiveness of the Sen cockle is also not weak, and when Xu Yuan first played the Song of Ice and Fire mod, he thought that he mistook the forest cockroach for a dragon. After all, the appearance of the forest cockroach is indeed somewhat dragon-like. The damage of the senpai is also quite high, and the combat effectiveness is also very strong. But at this moment, the forest cockroach met the real dragon, but there was no resistance at all, and it didn't even mean to fight back. Just desperately trying to escape. But under the claws of the dragon, where does it still run away? Although the fire dragon is large, it is not bulky. The flight speed was also very fast, and after a while, it caught up with the fleeing senpai. Then, a dragon flame spray shot out towards the Sen Xiao. With just one blow, the forest grasshopper lost its vitality. I saw the corpse of the forest cockroach quickly falling. The fire dragon roared down and immediately grabbed the corpse of the forest cockroach. It then dumped the corpse of the senpai and swallowed it in one bite. Seeing this, Ken suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Even Xu Yuan felt a tightness in his heart when he saw this scene. It seems that the dragon's combat effectiveness has been strengthened. At this time, the Ender Dragon and the Ice Dragon riding under them saw the Fire Dragon in the distance, and they were all frightened by its deterrent power. I don't dare to fly any further. Seeing this, Xu Yuan calmed the 2 dragons and fed them some clownfish respectively. After the Fire Dragon disappeared from view, it took a long time before the 2 dragons rushed forward. Let's be careful to fly. If we encounter a dragon, it is estimated that we will die back to Huaxia. Ken said with some trepidation. That scene just now was really terrible. Xu Yuan also nodded when he heard Ken's words. When you come to Europe, you really have to be careful. After all, it is not like Huaxia, and there are no hostile creatures in the sky. The Song of Ice and Fire mod still has a lot of hostile creatures flying in the sky. For example, the forest cockroach just now, as well as the copper osprey, and the eagle, these are very dangerous creatures. The most dangerous thing is the dragon I just saw. The dragon just now, judging from its size, should only be a 4th order fire dragon. Just a 4th order fire dragon, the combat power is already so strong. Not to mention the 5th order, so be extra careful. Both Xu Yuan and Ken lowered the altitude of flying. The 2 did not dare to relax, always paying attention to every move in the air. Since Xu Yuan and Ken did not fly high, many players on the European side saw Xu Yuan along the way. The world channel on this side of the European region exploded in an instant. XXX, XXXX, XXX found 2 dragons. It seems that there are players riding them. Players ride, right. It doesn't seem to be the dragons we see, they are much smaller than our side. It shouldn't be the dragon we saw. I saw that one was a black dragon. Whether it's the dragon we see or not, they're all players who can use dragons as mounts. You guys read that right. Maybe it's possible to be an NPC. Yes, the environment on our side is so bad now, maybe the Dragon Knight NPC arranged in the game will help. I'm sure it's a player? Name I don't know, not English. I heard that the leader of the Cube Man Guild killed the dragon in the Huaxia region. My friend is in the Cube People Guild, and they say that the atmosphere in the guild is very different these days, and all kinds of operations seem to have big people coming. Is that legendary, Steve? The European players were talking enthusiastically. In fact, the legend of Xu Yuan has long been passed on. Players on this side of Europe, although they have never seen Xu Yuan, but everyone has heard of some of Xu Yuan's deeds. For example, during the previous Union War, I want to play a game with you, and the later 1v5000, a big win, and so on. These deeds have spread throughout Europe. Although everyone knows about Xu Yuan's deeds, many people are actually skeptical about these deeds. After all, they didn't see it with their own eyes. But the name Steve, just like in the Chinese region, is known to everyone. At this time, somewhere in the European region, Dream's group was working on how to kill the Cyclops. At this moment, Bad suddenly saw that someone in the World channel mentioned Steve. He then flipped up a few pages, and after reading all the chats, Bad was amazed. He patted Dream on the side. Steve is here. Dream was originally focused on studying how to deal with the Cyclops, and Bad's sudden words suddenly made Dream a little puzzled. What? At this time, Bad pulled Dream excitedly and said, Steve is here. That legendary Steve. When Dream heard this, he was a little stunned. He looked at Bad and asked in disbelief. How did you know he was coming? Sapnap and George stopped their work when they heard Bad's words. You said Steve was coming. He's coming? How did he get here? How do you know? Where is he now? Sapnap has always been more talkative, and when he heard Bad say Steve was coming, he was a machine gun question. Seeing this, Bad said a little helplessly, Don't you all pay attention to the World channel? I just saw someone say that 2 players were spotted driving past in Europe on 2 dragons, black and white. Players are speculating that one of the players riding the dragon is Steve. Dream, Sapnap, and George were all surprised to hear Bad's words. Riding the dragon. What dragon? Can the dragon still ride? Have they already defeated the dragon? Black dragon. I remember that there seems to be no black dragon in the type of dragon. Bad heard this and shook his head. Anyway, everyone said so, whether he is here, then look at the Cube People Guild. The Cube People Guild was affiliated with Dream, and they still knew about Dream. It's just that the story about Steve is too legendary, so Dream and they won't take it all seriously. There was a reason why several people in Dream were so excited when they saw the name Steve. Because Dream is actually half of Xu Yuan's apprentice. Xu Yuan's previous wonderful operation in the guild battle really taught many people how to play this game. Among these people, there is also Dream. Although Dream did not see the video of Xu Yuan's operation, he just listened to other people's stories. Just by listening to others, Dream realized a lot. Coupled with talent, Dream has been able to grow into what it is now. Therefore, Xu Yuan is half of Dream's teacher. After Dream learned this, he taught these skills to Bad, Sapnap, and George. Therefore, Xu Yuan is also the master of Bad, Sapnap, and George. The Dream 4 have always wanted to meet Xu Yuan. But despite the restrictions of the region, there is no way to see it. But I didn't want Xu Yuan to actually come over. Dream thought about it and said to Bad, Bad, you're the most well-informed, go to the Cube Man and find out if Steve is really here. Bad nodded and got busy. After a while, Bad was sure of the accuracy of the message. I should be able to determine that Steve is coming, and the Cube Man seems to be already engaged in a greeting ceremony. When Dream heard Bad's words, he was a little excited. Although Dream has always regarded Xu Yuan as a half-teacher in his heart, Dream still compares himself with Xu Yuan in his heart. Now Dream in Europe is similar to Xu Yuan's status in China. Although the power of the Cube People Guild in Europe is also okay, it definitely can't cover Dream. After all, Dream is the first place in the guild competition. His performance in the guild competition also attracted many fans for him. Dream's operation has also been emulated by players in Europe. Therefore, although Dream respects Xu Yuan, he still wants to compete with Xu Yuan. After all, the two belong to different regions. There is also the fact that Dream has grown a lot over so long. He also wants to prove that the blue is better than the blue. After Dream knew that Xu Yuan was coming, he had no intention of studying what Cyclops played. He just wanted to see Xu Yuan quickly and compete with him. Dream said to the other 3 as he packed his things. Go, let's go to the Cube People Guild now. At this time, Bad and George naturally understood Dream's personality, and they didn't ask much, silently packing up their things. Only Sapnap looked confused. What's wrong? Don't you study it? Why go to the Cube People Guild? Dream dragged Sapnap away without talking nonsense. At this time, the forums on the European side were also brushed by the 2 dragons of Xu Yuan and Ken. All the players went viral with those screenshots of Xu Yuan riding the dragon. All the players are also enthusiastically talking. That legendary Steve really came? I'm curious who Steve and Dream are so good at. I think it's Dream, that Steve, I think it's the Cube Man Guild that bragged about that. Indeed. It's too mysterious. What 1 to 5,000, how is it possible? Steve's strength must still be there, otherwise he would definitely not be able to get a mount like a dragon, but the Cube Man must also have the ingredient of adding oil and vinegar. Yes, after all, it's their president. Steve should still be very strong. Don't forget, the development on our side is indeed brought up by the Cube People Guild. What do you say he's doing here? I think it should be related to the dragon. How long has this dragon legend system been turned on? And he came over. I heard that this dragon system was opened because Steve slaughtered dragons in Huaxia. That might be the case. So he came to fight the dragon. At this time, the forum was full of discussions on Xu Yuan. After all, Xu Yuan was the legendary man, and everyone was curious about Xu Yuan's sudden arrival. At this time, when the presidents of the major European guilds learned the news, they all became a little scrupulous. They all knew that Xu Yuan was the guild leader of the Cube people, and when the guild leader came over, he would naturally develop his own guild. In this way, other guilds will naturally be under pressure. Steve came here for these dragons, right? Keep an eye on Steve's actions. Send a few people over and inquire about this Steve. Xu Yuan's arrival caused an uproar in the originally calm European region. The major guilds in the European region have also begun to pay attention to the movement of Xu Yuan. After all, in every region, there is competition between guilds. Although the Cube People Guild is not ranked first in the European region, it is also in the top 10 guilds. Players also know that the leader of the Cube Man Guild is the legendary Steve. Now that Steve is here, it will definitely drive the development of the guild. In this way, the ranking of the guild will be reshuffled. The European region is now in a dark wave. And Xu Yuan, who was in the center of the whirlpool, did not know how much commotion his arrival would cause. After a small half-day flight, Xu Yuan and Ken finally came to the sky above the branch of the square people in the Yinghu region. From above, you can see the main city of the chapter. The area of the main city of the club is not large, and the architectural decoration of the main city is not exquisite at all. From the outside, it doesn't look like a grand guild at all. From above, the players in the guild seem to be bustling as well. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help frowning. How did it take so long to develop into this? Xu Yuan couldn't come in person before, but every week Xu Yuan would send a sum of money to each regional branch to maintain the operation of the guild. That's why Xu Yuan always wants to make money, because money is really not enough. Every month, just to give these chapters the operating funds, which is the start of Wanjin. Xu Yuan didn't expect the branch here to be compared with the main city over there in Huaxia. But at least it can be similar to the branch over there in Huaxia, right? But I didn't expect that the branch here not only did not have the momentum of the big guild, but also revealed a poor sour gas. Seeing this, Ken also frowned. The funds are distributed by Ken's hands every week, and Ken is naturally responsible for seeing the club develop like this. But because the emperor was far away, Ken didn't know what the situation was, so he said to Xu Yuan, "Let's go down first and see what's going on." Xu Yuan nodded, and then he and Ken began to descend. The players of the European chapter of the Cube Man are all standing at the city gate at this time, waiting for the arrival of Xu Yuan and Ken. They had long heard that the president and vice president were coming, so the chapter began to gather in the first few days. Suddenly he seemed to feel something in the sky, and when he raised his head to look over, the whole person was stunned. It took him a long time to shake his senses, and then his hand trembled and pointed into the air and said to the players, "Old. The bosses are coming." The players of the chapter heard the player's words and looked in the direction of his finger. As a result, I was shocked by the picture in front of me. It turns out that what they said is true. The boss really rode a dragon. Which is Steve Boss. The one riding the black dragon is Boss Steve. Next to it is Boss Ken. It turns out that Boss Steve is real. Is this our legendary boss? Boss, you're finally here. At this time, the branch leader Yunhai immediately walked out from among the players. He stepped forward quickly and looked at Xu Yuan and Ken Dao. "Boss Steve, Boss Ken, welcome home." As soon as Yunhai's words came out, the players behind him also shouted loudly, "Welcome the boss home." Some of these voices are standard Mandarin, and some are from some foreign players foot-skimming Mandarin. Since the chapter is located in the Yinghu region, most of the guild members are also foreign players. Here, they basically communicate in English. This greeting ceremony Yunhai is indeed intentional. Xu Yuan nodded towards the guild members and said hello. Ken then said to the Sea of Clouds, "Let them disperse first, and we'll go inside and talk." Seeing Ken's serious expression, Yunhai immediately became cautious. When Yunhai heard Ken's words, he did not dare to hesitate, and immediately said to the guild players, "Okay, let's disperse first." Seeing this, the players of the guild all dispersed. But it was a crowd of whispered discussions. I feel that the two bosses are so serious. Otherwise, the boss still talks and laughs with you, and the bosses don't come to play. I heard that the bosses came to slay the dragon. Really? No one in Europe dares to touch those dragons yet. Don't you see that the bosses have already ridden the dragons, although they are not as big as the dragons on our side, but the bosses definitely have the ability to train dragons. Hey, I hope the boss can help us improve our lives. After Yunhai asked the guild players to go their separate ways, he asked Ken, "This dragon, do I need to feed or something? I'll arrange it." Yunhai naturally saw the value of these two dragons, so he did not dare to neglect it. Out of Xu Yuan and Ken, these two dragons must also serve well. Ken said after thinking about it, "It's good to tie it here, except for Boss Steve, they don't eat it when anyone else feeds it, so they don't have to feed it." After Yunhai heard this, he nodded, and after tying the two dragons to the stone pillar, he took Xu Yuan and Ken to the house. Xu Yuan looked at the environment of Yunhai's residence, which can be described in 2 words. Yunhai's room was basically devoid of decoration, just a bed, a lamp, and then some boxes or something. It feels like the decoration inside a matchbox that ordinary players build outside. Xu Yuan and Ken found a place to sit down, and Xu Yuan gave Ken a look. Ken immediately understood, so he looked at the sea of clouds and asked. When the boss and I first arrived over the main city, we were really surprised by the appearance of the main city. We thought we were going wrong. You know, the cube people are in the main city of Huaxia, but the existence of the main city of the game. You guys are a little too shabby, aren't you? I will give you 5,000 gold a week in liquidity, but you say, where is the money spent? When Yunhai heard Ken's words, he immediately understood the reason why Ken was so serious. Then Yunhai smiled bitterly and said, the two bosses, do you think I'm full of pockets? Would you like to see my box, or you can check my currency conversion history? After hearing Ken's words, Yunhai knew that Ken must have felt that he was full of private pockets and obtained oil and water from it to make the guild develop like this. However, Yunhai can also understand why Ken thinks this way. The guild is indeed too broken. Although Yunhai didn't know what the main city of the guild over there in Huaxia had developed now, but he could still imagine it. On the other hand, the main city on his side may not be as good as the main city in Huaxia when he was sent over. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, no need to look, no need to check, I never doubted your character. Yunhai this person, Xu Yuan remembered, there were 3 candidates for the president of the branch who came to develop on this side of Europe at that time. Among these 3, it was Xu Yuan who personally chose Yunhai. Therefore, Xu Yuan naturally believed in his character. And from Yunhai's residence, the number of boxes in the room, and some other aspects, it can also be seen that Yunhai did not fill his own pockets. When Yunhai heard Xu Yuan's words, he suddenly felt a little sour. His eyes couldn't help but moist a little, and after choking up for a while, he finally spoke. Boss, thank you for trusting me. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little surprised when he saw Yunhai's expression. Yunhai must have choked simply because he trusted him, he must have his own bitterness. Xu Yuan thought of this and asked Xiang Yunhaidao, is it difficult to develop here? Yunhai heard Xu Yuan's words, and after a long sigh, he nodded and said, it's really hard. There are basically no copies opened here, and then PvP here is turned on earlier. It's hard to maintain equipment alone. So, every week, I use it to fill the guild players' equipment. The building of the guild is still made little by these people we came over. Everyone is not very good at designing, plus the more famous architectural designers here, the asking price is very high, so I have not been willing to hire someone. I don't tell you that I have to put some money into it every month. Otherwise, the development of the guild will definitely be unstable. Xu Yuan heard this and looked at Ken, and both of them were surprised. None of them expected such a difficult situation in the European region. Xu Yuan also thought that 5,000 gold a week was still very sufficient, but he didn't expect that not only was it not enough, but Yunhai also had to put money into it himself. But in fact, if you think about it, you can understand. The main city of Huaxia can be able to have food and clothing without worries. In fact, most of the reasons are because of Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's iron brushing machine, monster brush tower, zombie pigman brush monster tower, villager trade, marauder farm, and other buildings. It's all about supporting the logistics of the cube people. Therefore, even if the players have any losses in the wild, these logistical supports can make up for the equipment of the guild players at any time. Moreover, the status of the square people in Huaxia has always been the first. Even with PvP mode on, there has only been one engagement. After the battle of Xu Yuan 1v5000, no one dared to touch the players of the Cube Man Guild anymore. Therefore, the Cube People Guild basically does not have equipment loss or insufficient resources every day. Let's talk about architecture. Since Xu Yuan has a simulation space, the work helps Xu Yuan transform the main city for free in order to do construction in the simulation space. They didn't plan to ask Xu Yuan for money at all, or Xu Yuan felt that he couldn't treat them badly, so he forcibly paid them. The buildings of other guilds are basically designed outside this design of the main city, because it is integrated, but also has landscaping and so on, so the cost is also very expensive. Therefore, it is no wonder that this side of the Sea of Clouds is reluctant to find someone to design the main city. In fact, the situation on this side of the Sea of Clouds is the current situation of some guilds without a consortium behind it. Some guilds with consortiums will ask think tanks to study the characteristics of the game and make some facilities that can help the guild develop. And there is a guild of the consortium, and the consortium will regularly inject capital to maintain the development of the guild. But if there is no guild of the consortium behind it, it is very miserable, and it can only barely ask for a living. Although Xu Yuan on the branch side regularly injects capital, Xu Yuan's capital injection is definitely not as much as that of major consortiums. After all, the area where Xu Yuan wants to inject capital is not only the Yinghu region. In the entire European region alone, there are 5 or 6 chapters that need to be funded, so that's all there is to each guild. But 5,000 gold is no small amount. If there are facilities on the club side to maintain basic expenses, 5,000 gold per week is definitely enough. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he also understood the difficulties of the Sea of Clouds. It is estimated that other areas are similar to this side of the Sea of Clouds. And Yunhai's side should be quite good. Yunhai doesn't care about things like appearance, and basically spends money on the blade. That's why the guild's ranking will be in the top 10. If you use that money to expand the guild and transform its appearance, it will definitely be flashy. It seems that it is also time to make some devices here that can maintain the basic operation of the guild. Yunhai's character is still trustworthy. The development of the guild here is so difficult, he can completely let it go. Anyway, the Heavenly High Emperor is far away. You can even draw some oil and water from it every week. But he did not do this, but for the development of the guild, he would also post money into it every month. It is enough to see the loyalty of Yunhai. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan got up and came to Yunhai's side, patting him on the shoulder. It's been a hard time. However, the bitterness will soon come. Xu Yuan came here, and he would definitely not let this situation go. Supplies or something, you can give the Big Orange permission and let the Big Orange be sent from the Ender Box. In terms of architecture, anyway, now that there is a dragon, it is also convenient, and it takes only 2 days to go back and forth. Ask Thowork to come over for them. After Yunhai heard Xu Yuan's words, he instantly felt that the burden on his shoulders had lightened a lot. For so long, it was Yunhai who carried this burden alone. Now, Xu Yuan is here, and Yunhai can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled at Xu Yuan. Yes, good days are coming. Xu Yuan thought about the current needs of the chapter. The first thing to do is some basic equipment, such as iron brushing machines and villager trade. There are already brush tower chapters, but just one brush tower will definitely not meet the demand. The iron brush machine can meet the just needs, and most guild players will be much safer when they go out after they have a set of iron armor. And even if it is used badly, it is not distressed if it is lost. And when fighting monsters, the iron puppet is also a good helper. Then there is the villagers trade, and with the villagers trade, basically most of the goods can be exchanged from the villagers. In this way, Xu Yuan only needs to give some emeralds here every week. After Xu Yuan cleared the medium-sized ruins, he was awarded the title of Permanent Village Hero V. This title, in the villagers this transaction can be discounted. Basically, everything you buy is 1 emerald, so the number of emeralds needed on the main city side is small. 1 marauder farm is enough to cover the expenses. The 2 more important installations of the zombie pigman monster tower and the marauder farm will not be done for the time being. The zombie pigman brushing monster tower is related to the matter of brushing gold coins. This device, Xu Yuan will definitely not leak. And the marauder farm can't help but produce emeralds, but also produce immortal totems, which are also important resources. These resources must not be leaked, and they must be firmly controlled in their own hands. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to Yunhai, "Is the space under the title deed of the main city here useful?" After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Yunhai replied, "The space below has been opened, but it has not been used yet. The resources of the guild are not very many." Before, Yunhai also learned from Xu Yuan to open up the space under the guild title deed. It turned out that there was nothing to put at all. The space below is now only a relatively large spawn tower and some chests underneath. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. "Well, just get through, take me down and take a look." "Okay, follow me." After Yunhai finished speaking, he took Xu Yuan and Ken to the basement. The area of the entire basement is still very large, similar to the basement area of the main city of Huaxia. But it was unusually empty. There is only 1 brush tower in the entire basement, a few chests. After Xu Yuan came to the basement, he was a little surprised, because Xu Yuan saw that there were actually several villagers locked up in the basement. You know, both the iron brushing machine and the villagers' trade need the villagers' possession. If there were no villagers, Xu Yuan would have to use the weakness potion and the golden apple to convert, which would be time-consuming. Seeing this, Xu Yuan asked with some surprise, "Well, how can there be villagers here?" Yunhai heard Xu Yuan's words and said with a smile, "I found out they could change things. So I brought them all back." Xu Yuan nodded. "Well, it's much more convenient to have villagers. Okay, leave it to me here, you go and get busy with yours." When Yunhai heard Xu Yuan's words, he didn't stay much and left. After seeing that the Sea of Clouds left, Ken asked Xu Yuan with some unease. Although this Sea of Clouds has a good character, it is difficult to ensure that looking at these devices does not move a bad mind. Xu Yuan's devices are all known and have a great effect. Making it so easily and putting it in the club, Ken still felt a little inappropriate. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "I'm measured. By the way, you notify the first echelon elite group and pick someone to come out and brush the Ender Dragon. In the future, after the major regions are opened, flying mounts will definitely be needed, so it is better to prepare earlier." When Ken heard this, he nodded and immediately gave Xu Yuan's orders. Then Xu Yuan thought about it and continued, "Find a group of people and start digging underground passages towards this side." When Ken heard Xu Yuan say that he wanted to dig an underground passage, he was immediately surprised. "Huh, dig the underground passage? How long will it take to dig? And don't you already have flying mounts? What are you going to dig underground passages for?" Ken didn't understand why Xu Yuan dug an underground passage. Xu Yuan saw that Ken didn't understand and smiled. Flying mounts will not be available to everyone, and after the countries are connected, there will be big problems with transportation. So, if you take advantage of transportation first, you can control the overall situation. The reason why Xu Yuan made such a request was his own consideration. Although Xu Yuan already had 2 dragons, Xu Yuan knew that the explosion rate of the Ender Dragon egg was definitely not high. Moreover, if you want to get the Ender Dragon egg, you can't see it. Other players who want to fly their mounts all the time must first find the end and then study how to get there. Then it takes to destroy the crystal and then kill the Ender Dragon, which is powerful with 10,000 blood. After killing the Ender Dragon, I don't know if it will explode the Ender Dragon egg. Even if they burst the Ender Dragon egg, other players will definitely not pick up the Ender Dragon egg the first time. So, for a long time, no one will be able to have a flying mount. Therefore, most people have to rely on land mounts to come here. Although Xu Yuan can now brush the dragon infinitely, Xu Yuan will not let the dragon become flooded. At most, that is, the first echelon elite regiment can be equipped with one. Other players still have to travel long distances to march this way. So, the quickest way to get most players here quickly is to dig underground passages. Moreover, this underground passage is dug up. Not only can it serve the players of the Cube People Guild, you can also make money. After all, there are not a few players who want to come to Europe, who would leave a safe underground passage away, instead choosing to travel long distances at the risk of being sent back at any time. Now Xu Yuan can be said to be thinking of ways to make money. After all, it is easy to grow a region, but it is difficult to grow all areas. This requires a lot of money to support it. Although the Zombie Pig Spirit Brush Tower and the Pig Spirit Exchange can brush gold coins, the amount of gold coins that can be swiped in a day is limited. Even if the production of gold ingots is increased, there is a chance of exchange. So if you want to make money, you have to start from other aspects. At present, Xu Yuan has the income brought by the copy of the Twilight Forest, and he can still maintain the living expenses. But by then, the Twilight Forest copy is no longer in demand, and its value is gone. Therefore, it is better to plan ahead. Fortunately, Xu Yuan still has a lot of ways to make money. Digging the underground passage first paves the way for future profits. Xu Yuan must not only open up the passage from China to Europe, but also open the passage to other regions. In this way, you can also monopolize the market. After all, at present, only Xu Yuan has developed genetically modified pigs. Even if other guilds thought of a way to open the passage, the speed of passage was definitely not as good as Xu Yuan's. Moreover, the speed of Xu Yuan genetically modified pigs can be infinitely increased. In the underground passage, if you are not restricted, maybe it will be faster than coming by flying mount. So it's definitely a good project to invest in. When it comes to investment, Xu Yuan's side has only paid some manpower. But if the channel is really monopolized by Xu Yuan, then this is definitely a project that makes more money than the Twilight Forest. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately reacted. He also knew that if this plan was implemented, it would not only be convenient for the players of his guild, but also make money. But digging underground passages is no simple task. First of all, the route is too long, and only the blocks under the title deed will not be destroyed by other players. If those underground passages are dug out, if other players dig into the mine or something, it will be more troublesome. The underground passage from the main city of the Cube Man Guild to the chapter was also destroyed many times by players when they went down the mine. In addition, if other guilds are red-eyed and maliciously destroyed, it is no trick at all. Thinking of this, Ken also voiced his concerns. Xu Yuan smiled after hearing Ken's words. Since he is ready to dig the underground passage, he must have thought about all this. The passage must be done above the bedrock layer. At the bottom is the bedrock layer, which ensures that one side is not destroyed. The passages are all built of obsidian, so you can only use a diamond pickaxe to destroy, and it is very slow. Then let some people regularly maintain the channel. After all, the red-eyed people are only a minority. They destroy the channel, and it is difficult to come to the European side themselves. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken couldn't help but take a deep breath. Xu Yuan actually wanted to use obsidian as a channel? How long will it take to fix that? However, obsidian is indeed a safer method. After all, if you dig a tunnel directly, it is easy to be destroyed, and it will be repaired at every turn. Ken couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he thought of this. Then it's really a big project. It is estimated that it will not be completed in 10 days and a half months. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. Actually, it won't be long before underground passages can be opened in Hell. The XZ correspondence between Hell and the original world is 8:1, and walking 1 block in Hell is equivalent to walking 8 blocks in the original world, so the speed of building underground passages in Hell is the fastest. At this time, Hell traffic plays a vital role in this long-distance transportation. Xu Yuan thought of this and continued. In fact, there is no need to rush to work. At present, the Twilight Forest still has to earn. Just take your time. For now, Twilight Forest is still a popular quest, although after the Song of Ice and Fire mod is opened, there are many new monsters. But players don't yet know about these monsters or what their drops are. It is also difficult to come here again, so at present, the players in the Huaxia region are still mainly breaking through the Twilight Forest. After everyone brushes the more important equipment such as drawing swords, shields and scepters, it is estimated that they will come here to explore. Ken nodded and arranged. Xu Yuan began to work as a brushing machine and a villager's trading office here. Fortunately, there are already villagers, and this is very simple to do. After Yunhai left the basement, he prepared to transform his residence again. He saw that Xu Yuan and Ken should stay here for a while, so he was ready to give up his residence to Xu Yuan and Ken. At present, the residence is indeed too shabby, and Yunhai himself is embarrassed to let Xu Yuan and Ken live in his room. Just as the sea of clouds was transforming, I heard a bustling sound suddenly coming from outside. Seeing this, Yunhai put down what he was doing, got up and walked outside the door. When he arrived at the door, Yunhai saw the guild players surrounding 4 people. Yunhai took a closer look, and it was actually Dream and his group of 4 who came. Although the Cube Man Guild was robbed of the first place by Dream before, it did not have a vendetta with Dream. Yunhai is still relatively upright. Losing is indeed inferior, and he will not bully Dream because there are many people in the guild. Yunhai did try to recruit Dream before, but Dream they all declined. Didn't say anything nasty. So the relationship between the Cube People Guild and Dream is also okay. Dream, because of Xu Yuan, they also bring people from the Cube People Guild from time to time. In this way, they are all more familiar. At this time, the players in the chapter were surprised to see Dream coming over. Dream God, what's going on here? Hey, God, aren't you studying how to fight Cyclops? Did the great God come up with a plan? Dream God, please bring it. Dream saw all the players gathered around, and there was no shelf at all, and he laughed with everyone for a while. After seeing the Sea of Clouds come out, he went straight to the Sea of Clouds. Before Yunhai could speak, Dream asked, "Is Steve here?" Yunhai nodded. "Well, you're." Dream heard this and smiled. Mind to challenge him. When Yunhai heard Dream's words, he was suddenly a little stunned. He thought he had misheard, so he confirmed it again. "What did you say?" Seeing this, Dream smiled and said with a firm look in his eyes, "I'm here to challenge Steve." At this time, all the players in the chapter on the side were surprised to hear Dream's words. Dream God wants to challenge us, Boss Steve? This is a contest between great gods. I don't know what kind of comparison God Dream wants. Looking forward to it. To be honest, we haven't seen the strength of Boss Steve yet. I heard that Dream God's technique was originally practiced with Boss Steve, and it seems that Dream God is going to challenge his master. Ha ha ha. If in the Huaxia region, someone suddenly came uninvited and said that he wanted to challenge Xu Yuan, then the people of the guild would definitely have already spouted. But that's not the case with players on the European side. Players here like to watch the duel between the strong. Of course, there will be no hostility in such a duel, that is, compared with technology, competition. Although the players in the chapter are all affiliated with the Cube People Guild, they have never seen Xu Yuan's operation. But Dream's operation is something they hear every day. Dream is still very popular in Europe. One is the king from the European region, and the other is the legend that has always been in the Chinese region. Such a collision must be wonderful, players naturally want to see. At this point, the players began to boo. Fight? Boss, just call Boss Steve out, and let Boss Steve show us a hand. Yes, yes, we have all heard all kinds of things about Steve from your mouth before, and we have never seen it with our own eyes. The players really wanted to see what kind of level the legendary Steve was. After all, the players of the chapter all learned about Xu Yuan from Yunhai Kao, because they didn't see it with their own eyes. They more or less felt that Yunhai was a little too deified of Xu Yuan. Yunhai saw that everyone was coaxing, and he was suddenly a little embarrassed. Yunhai knew early on that Xu Yuan and Ken came over for the dragon's affairs here. Originally, the two of them were very busy. In fact, they could completely ignore the affairs of the guild and be busy with their affairs first. But they didn't. But after listening to Yunhai's suffering, they decided to arrange the development of the guild first. Yunhai also knew that Xu Yuan was working on some devices that could help the guild right now. As a chapter president, I can't help with anything. If he still ran to Xu Yuan at such a time and said that someone wanted to challenge him, it would be simply ignoring the overall situation. But the guild players are so coaxing. If Xu Yuan does not come out, it is difficult to convince the public. After all, the players on this side of the branch are not like the players on the Huaxia side, and they have followed Xu Yuan from the beginning, and they all know Xu Yuan's strength. The players here actually want to determine whether the boss of their guild is as powerful as the legend. If Xu Yuan does not stand up at such a time, it is estimated that it will be difficult to convince the public in the future. Players will only feel that Xu Yuan's strength is all boasted by Yunhai. Just when the Sea of Clouds was in a dilemma, at this time, Ken heard the sound and walked out. When Yunhai saw Ken come out, he immediately looked embarrassed. "Boss, did you make a fuss?" Ken looked at the group of players standing at the door and asked Xiang Unheideo, "What happened?" Before Yunhai could speak, Dream looked at Ken and said, "Hello, my name is Dream. You're Ken, right? I want to challenge Steve and trouble you to convey it for me." Ken heard Dream's words and looked Dream up and down. Ken had heard about Dream before. "I heard that the technology is very good, and the first place in the previous guild competition was also won by him." Ken really didn't expect Dream to come to the door. But Dream is like this, and Ken is not disgusted. Dream is indeed powerful, he is confident, but he is not inflated at all. And the way Dream just spoke to Ken also reflects Dream's personality. Ken looked at Dream after hearing Dream's words and said, "I'll help you relay it, but Steve might not be available." Dream heard Ken's words and smiled. "It's okay, I have a lot of time, I can wait for him." Dream is now bent on competing with Xu Yuan. After all, his personality is such and loves challenges. At present, Dream has regarded Xu Yuan as its new challenge target. So Dream won't give up. Unless Xu Yuan told him in person, he didn't want to compete with him. But if so, Dream will think that Xu Yuan has thrown in the towel. Not long after Dream finished speaking, Xu Yuan came outside the house. Just after Ken heard Dream's words, he immediately sent a message to Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan saw the news, he also stopped what he was doing. If it was someone else's words, Xu Yuan would not have paid attention to it. But Dream, Xu Yuan did want to meet for a while. Dream's skills in his previous life are undoubted, and now it seems that his talent is also very high. So to discuss with Dream, Xu Yuan is still interested. After Dream saw Xu Yuan come outside the house, he immediately became excited. "You're Steve." Xu Yuan looked at Dream's image, but he didn't expect that his image in this life was actually similar to the previous image. It still looks like a green coat, and then a smiley face pattern on the chest. Xu Yuan looked at Dream and smiled. "Hello, Dream. I'm the Steve you're looking for." Dream heard Xu Yuan's words and smiled heartily. "I want to challenge you." When Xu Yuan heard this, he also nodded and smiled. "I accept your challenge." At this time, Yunhai and Ken on the side were surprised when they heard Xu Yuan's words. None of them expected that Xu Yuan would actually accept Dream's challenge. In the eyes of Ken and Yunhai, Xu Yuan and Dream are not on the same order of magnitude at all. At this time, the club players on the side were all excited to hear this. "Dig?" Steve boss agreed. "Great, there are good looks. I don't know what the boss and the god are compared to, look forward to." The players were excited to hear that Xu Yuan agreed to Dream's challenge invitation. They had long wanted to know Xu Yuan's true strength. And this battle was also invited by Dream, who is regarded as a god by players. This is a strong showdown, you don't need to think about it. Absolutely exciting? The players quickly spread the news from various channels. The strongest showdown in history. The collision between China and Europe. Who is the strongest player between Dream God and the legendary Steve? Although I don't even know what the content of the duel is, the news immediately attracted the onlookers of the players. Is this news true? Is Dream really going to fight Steve? I just said that the one who rides the dragon is Steve. Steve is PK with the Dream God this time. Dig, this duel is absolutely exciting. When will it start? Where can I see it? I heard that the god of Dream came to the door, but the specific details have not yet been said. Dream God PvP and PvE are very strong, I don't know what Steve's strength is. I heard that Steve is also an all-rounder. Steve is a legendary figure after all, everyone has never seen his operation, they have all heard of it. Indeed, I also think the Cube Man side is too mythical Steve. Anyway, I support Dream God is really strong. Also support the Dream God. Me too, I hope Dream God can win. Although I don't know anything about what, where, or what kind of rules. But the players are already starting to stand up. Dream's popularity in Europe is very high, which is equivalent to Xu Yuan's status in Huaxia. Therefore, there are still many people who support him. After all, to put it bluntly, this is a contest between international parties. Xu Yuan and Dream represent Huaxia and Yinguo respectively. And now Xu Yuan is in the Yinghu region, so the players here are naturally biased towards Dream. The attention to this matchup is still very high, and players on the forums in the European region immediately started voting. Dream God and the legendary Steve War, who do you support? The result of the vote was also expected, with Dream leading by a large number of votes. Only about 30% of players support Xu Yuan, while 70% support Dream. It can be said that there is a big disparity. When the internet was hotly discussing this showdown, the conversation between Xu Yuan and Dream also continued. Dream was naturally excited to hear that Xu Yuan accepted his challenge. You set the rules of the game. Dream's words were not meant to be arrogant. He just felt that he invited Xu Yuan first, so it would be fair for Xu Yuan to rule the game. Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and thought for a moment. In fact, Xu Yuan wanted to play a game of hunter and prey with Dream. When Xu Yuan saw that video before, he always found it interesting, and he wanted to try it himself. But because I couldn't find a small partner to play with, it was never implemented. But if you want to play the hunter and prey game with Dream, in this game, it is actually difficult to implement. The first is the issue of customs clearance. In the game of hunter and prey, the prey needs to kill the Ender Dragon to clear the level. In the original MC, the Ender Dragon only had 200 HP points. So it's not too difficult to kill the Ender Dragon. But in this game, the Ender Dragon's HP is a full 1W. If the clearance standard is based on killing the Ender Dragon, it will definitely not work. Secondly, there is the problem of the environment. If it is said that in the Huaxia region, it should be good to implement this game after all. After all, the Huaxia region has not added other monsters yet. On the European side, however, mods of A Song of Ice and Fire have been implemented. There are dangerous monsters everywhere, and these monsters are haunted during the day. The environment is too harsh to experience the fun of the game at all. Therefore, there are still many restrictions on wanting to play the game of hunter and prey. But besides this game, Xu Yuan couldn't think of any other game. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to Dream, I can't think of anything more than that. Since you challenged me, it means that you should have a plan in your heart, right? Dream heard Xu Yuan say this, thought for a moment, and said, Actually, I didn't think of a good plan, but I wanted to play the kind of game with you before the guild battle. But at the moment there is no such activity, and there is no way to play. Dream still plays the kind of competition where manipulation and brain power coexist. After all, this is how to reflect a person's true strength. But that event is an official map, so it is definitely not possible to play it now. When Xu Yuan heard Dream's words, he understood what Dream meant. Dream is still the same as before, still wants something fun, actionable, and a game that relies on mutual calculation to win the game. In fact, Xu Yuan also thinks like this. Since the two have the same idea, they can only think of a way. After all, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Xu Yuan thought of this and fell into deep thought. After a while, Xu Yuan suddenly had a flash of light. There you have it. Xu Yuan then thought that he still had a simulation space to use. The area of the simulation space is now large enough, and Xu Yuan can completely create an area similar to the main world in the simulation space. In this way, the requirements of the environment can be met. Then just change the conditions for winning the game. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he said to Dream, "In this way, I will arrange the competition venue, and when the time comes, after you see the competition venue, let's set the rules." How? Xu Yuan's simulation space is currently an ultra-flat terrain, which definitely does not meet the requirements. To plan the site or something, you still need to set it up. After Dream heard this, he looked at Xu Yuan with some curiosity. Although he didn't know what the competition venue Xu Yuan was talking about, Dream felt that this competition venue was not simple. Dream agreed without hesitation. Okay, no problem. Xu Yuan was also relieved to hear that Dream promised so cheerfully. In fact, if Xu Yuan arranges the venue, others will be more or less uneasy. After all, setting up the venue can be done with tricks and feet. But Dream doesn't seem to have any concerns at all. However, Xu Yuan will definitely not do anything. After thinking for a moment, Xu Yuan said to Dream, "Well, you better come with me, it's fairer." Although Dream believes in Xu Yuan, he doesn't care about this. But that doesn't mean anyone else doesn't care. When Xu Yuan wins, some people will definitely say that Xu Yuan secretly did his tricks to win. The venue was prepared by Xu Yuan, so that it was not clear how to tell. Therefore, it is better to make everything public. Dream heard Xu Yuan's words and shook his head. "It's not unfair, it's fair that I challenge and you prepare the venue and then work out the rules together." Dream's personality is very straight, and he naturally doesn't think in a dark direction. Ken, who was on the side, heard the conversation between Dream and Xu Yuan, and instantly understood what Xu Yuan meant. Ken saw that Dream still didn't understand what Xu Yuan meant, so he explained to Dream, "It's better to be more rigorous in the game, and if you believe in our boss, it doesn't mean that others also believe it. So it's better to go together." At this time, Bad, who was beside Dream, also understood what Xu Yuan meant, so he persuaded Dream, "Let's go along and open our eyes to see how he sets up the venue." Dream saw that everyone said this, and it was difficult for him to say anything more, so he also agreed. "Okay then, let's go together." After Xu Yuan saw Dream agree, he asked Dream and his group to enter the house to talk. After Dream and his group entered the house, Xu Yuan asked Ken to entertain them first. Then he contacted the owner of Minjiu Zhuang. Xu Yuan's simulation space is in the backpack and can be put away at any time. The portal of the simulated space had been placed in Xu Yuan's room before, and the owner of the Bright Moon Estate was basically there all day long. The work is also over there most of the time. Therefore, to use the simulation space, it is definitely necessary to let the owner of Minjiu Zhuang and the work come out of it first. And one more crucial thing is, they have to destroy those devices or something, or cover them up. Although it is said that those made by the owner of the Moon Estate are very complex redstone devices, Dream they may not be able to learn after watching it. But if you are not afraid of 10,000, you are afraid of what if, it is better to be cautious. After Xu Yuan finished discussing with the owner of Minjiu Zhuang, the owner of Minjiu Zhuang immediately got busy with the work. This can be dismantled. This. I studied it for a long time. A little reluctant. Oh, I want to keep it. What should I do? He has never dismantled all the devices that the owner of Bright Moon has made since the beginning. After all, this is a trace of his growth. And after the simulation space is expanded, the space is still very large and completely sufficient, so there is no need to dismantle it. This suddenly made the owner of the Bright Moon Estate dismantle these, and he was a little reluctant. After about half an hour of entanglement, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate finally finished cleaning up. Some of the devices under development, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate covered them, and then some of the ones that were no longer useful were all dismantled. This can also be regarded as a wave break. The work is the same, but the work does not have to cover it. Anyway, the building of this kind of thing, even if you look at it, you may not be able to cover it. After the entire space was cleaned up, after the owner of Minjiu Zhuang and the work launched the simulation space, they sent a message to Xu Yuan. "Boss, okay, you're going to come back soon, I'm going to be homeless during this time." For Akatsuki and the work, the simulation space is their home. After Xu Yuan took back the simulation space, he could only open a portal on the Huaxia side when he went back. Therefore, during this time, the owner of Minjiu Zhuang and Ken must have nowhere to go. Xu Yuan saw the message sent by the owner of Minjiu Zhuang, smiled, and replied, "If you guys are idle and bored, then help Ken go to hell to repair underground passages." After all, if the underground passage wants to repair well-looking and practical, it is still a little difficult. If others cultivate, it is nothing more than digging a tunnel, but with Minjiu Zhuang and the work, it is different. However, Xu Yuan also said so casually, Xu Yuan would definitely not force them to do anything. After Xu Yuan and the Minjiu owner finished speaking, they opened their backpacks. Then the portal of the simulated space was released. At this time, Dream and his group were shocked when they saw the portal released by Xu Yuan. "What is this? Portal? Where is this going?" Can the portal still be placed directly? Dream's group had never seen the simulation space, and they were naturally curious about the portal of the simulation space. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to Dream, let's go in. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he went in alone. After Dream hesitated for a moment, he also stepped in after Xu Yuan. Then came Bad, Sap, Sapnap, and Geo, George. Ken was the last to enter. As soon as Dream's group entered the simulation space, they were shocked to see the endless flat terrain in the simulation space. Which is this? How is the terrain here so flat? What are those matchboxes? How come there are still buildings here? The Dream 4 are all curious about the simulation space. After all, they were new to the simulation space. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and explained to Dream's group. It's a simulation space where you can do anything. I can build a world here that is the same as the outside world. Everyone in Dream was surprised when they heard Xu Yuan's words. Can there be monsters here too? Are there minerals or something here? I don't believe it. Can you also create a dragon outside? Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and smiled. Then in the backpack, he took out a zombie egg and a piece of iron ore and put it on the ground. After Xu Yuan placed the zombie egg, he immediately generated a zombie. When Dream and the group saw this, their jaws were about to drop in shock. But surprise is surprise, or solve the danger first. The four are preparing to attack the zombie, but find that this zombie is not like ordinary zombies, and will come over after seeing the player. Rather, wandering over there. Since in the simulated space, it was daytime, and after a while, the zombies began to spontaneously combust and then burn to death. Dream's group was a little stunned. What the hell is going on? Where the hell did you get the zombie? You prepared this iron ore in the morning. Dream's group is still in the stage of confusion. They don't know what the space can do. Since Geo had just asked if he could create a dragon, Xu Yuan said to Geo, dragons can also be created, but it takes some time. Due to the opening of the Song of Ice and Fire mod, in fact, there are already dragon eggs in Xu Yuan's simulation space. However, dragon eggs are different from other monster eggs, and other monster eggs can be placed directly to generate monsters. But dragon eggs need to hatch, so Xu Yuan didn't take it out. When Dream and his group heard this, they were stunned. Even dragons can create. Will the dragon create it and not attack the player like a zombie? The space is amazing. Then aren't you the god in this space? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, you open the backpack bar and know what's going on. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream and his group all opened the backpack bar. Then they found that there was an extra item on the backpack bar, and when they clicked on it, they were immediately stunned. In this backpack slot, all the blocks, food, even equipment, enchantment books, etc. in the game are available. Dream, they tried to take a square out of their backpack and put it in their backpack slot, and they actually took it out. Seeing this, Dream and his group were shocked. It's a creation? Everything can be taken, my god. No wonder Steve said he would set up the venue himself. A few people said and began to fiddle with the contents of their backpacks. Seeing this, Xu Yuan reminded everyone of humanity. Okay, don't waste time, build the site. Although Dream and his group were still full of curiosity about this simulated space, they also held back their curiosity when they heard Xu Yuan's words. After all, the purpose of coming is for the competition between Xu Yuan and Dream. Naturally, the competition is the main thing. Dream looked at this endless flat grassland and asked Xu Yuan how to build. Shall we build it up little by little? Wouldn't it take a long time? If Xu Yuan asked them to manually arrange the venue, it would definitely take a long time. It's no joke, it's landscaping. After Xu Yuan heard Dream's words, he shook his head and said, don't bother so much, tell me first, what kind of terrain do you want? Dream thought about it and said, let's just take advantage of some of the more common terrains. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. The terrain is then set up. In simulation space, it is possible to set the terrain. It's the same as when the room was first set up in MC. It's just that Xu Yuan hasn't used this function before. After all, it is better to use ultra-flat terrain for architecture or redstone. After Xu Yuan studied for a while, he set up the terrain. Xu Yuan's side was only set, and the terrain of the entire space immediately began to load and transform. Dream's group was stunned when they saw this scene. They also thought that Xu Yuan wanted to arrange the terrain to let them build it up little by little, but they didn't expect that Xu Yuan would directly arrange it. This space is simply. With this space, do you still need to go outside? With such an environment, even the technology is very convenient. And, Steve said, dragons can be made. Wouldn't it be possible to study the method of fighting dragons here? Dream and his group finally understood how powerful this simulation space really was. Xu Yuan looked at the terrain that had been arranged, and then said to Dream, you walk around and see if it works. Dream nodded, and then began to wander around. The simulated space at this time is actually similar to the outside world. There are animals, plants, rivers, natural caves. It can be said that what is out there, there is all here. What was not contained were the dragons and those powerful monsters that were suddenly unsealed just a few days ago. Dream saw this and was satisfied with the whole terrain. There's no better place to play than here. After Xu Yuan heard Dream's words, he smiled and said, well, all the portals here are also valid. What Xu Yuan said here is more vague. He was talking about all portals. Because there are two kinds of portals, one goes to hell and the other goes to the end. Xu Yuan said this to explore the reality of Dream. Because Xu Yuan didn't know if Dream had ever been to the end. Dream asked with some surprise when he heard this. Can I go to hell here? When Xu Yuan heard this, he understood that Dream should not have gone to the end yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't just ask if he could go to hell. Well, you can go to the hell of this space. When Dream heard this, he couldn't help but praise. This place is amazing. Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and smiled. Dream's tone at the moment can be described as very envious that Xu Yuan can have such a place. Okay, I've arranged the venue, you say the rules, right? Dream heard this, thought for a moment, and said, with such good terrain, let's play a game of hunting, right? When Xu Yuan heard Dream's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sure enough, Dream is still Dream, and I still like this type of game as much as before. However, in the current environment, it is definitely impossible to fight the Ender Dragon. So Xu Yuan wanted to see how Dream would set the conditions for winning. Xu Yuan looked at Dream with interest and said, tell me how to play. Dream nodded, and then explained to Xu Yuan. It's actually very simple, we're all in this map, and then we each have a limited time to find resources. Then every 2 minutes, the coordinates of the other party are displayed. What we have to do is kill each other, even if we win. Xu Yuan smiled after hearing Dream's words. Although Dream said it very simply, this competition is actually a test of players' ability to find resources. This is also in line with the personality of the Dream speedrun boss. Generally, speedrun bosses can find enough resources in the shortest possible time, and then go to deal with the Ender Dragon. And the coordinates of the other party are displayed once every 2 minutes, so that the movement of another person can also be detected. If you touch a place where your opponent can't see, and a bucket of magma or something from a high place, then the game is directly over. This hit was a surprise. It's not hard fighting, it's about brains. Just as Xu Yuan was about to say something, Bad, Sap, and Geo on the side all looked eager to try when they heard Dream's proposal. Dig, this is a good offer? It feels like fun. Yes, we want to participate too. I'm good at finding supplies, count me in. Since Bad, Sap, and Geo all studied under Dream, several of them are also very good at technology. They are naturally competitive, and they all want to compete with Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Dream couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Before they said the rules of the game, the 3 of them were silent, and as soon as they said the rules of the game, they all spoke. Don't make trouble, we're not playing a game, it's a game. Bad, Sap, and Geo were instantly unhappy when they heard Dream's words. We're not playing, we want to compete with Steve. Yes, you want to compare. Who said we're going to play games? When Dream heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Although Dream formed a guild, Dream is the guild president. But in fact, in private, the 4 are very good friends. There is no president membership. So, Bad, Sap, and Geo said so, and Dream didn't have a good time rejecting them. After all, Dream also knows that Bad, Sap, and Geo like themselves, they like challenges, and they are all eager to fight Steve. Xu Yuan saw Dream looking so embarrassed, so he said, otherwise, since everyone wants to play, let's participate together. How about I do one against the 4 of you? Since Bad, Sap, and Geo are going to participate, Xu Yuan can also experience what 1v4 feels like. After all, when I watched Dream's videos in my previous life, I felt very exciting. If you practice it yourself, it must be a different feeling. At this time, Dream and his group looked at Xu Yuan's eyes, and suddenly had some inexplicable taste. Xu Yuan's words were too confident in the eyes of several people in Dream. Dream was slightly unhappy when he heard this. After all, he was still very confident in himself. When Sap heard Xu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but say directly, you look down on us too much, don't you? Sap has always been straightforward and fast, and Xu Yuan's words really made Dream and his group uncomfortable. After all, they are all very confident in their own strength. When Xu Yuan heard Sap's words, he noticed the faces of the 4 people. Xu Yuan actually just wanted to play a game of hunters and prey, and he really didn't care about the feeling of Dream's group. To say this is indeed too much to give them a few faces. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought for a moment. So be it, the 4 of you together. Then I'll find 3 more people on my side. It's equivalent to 4v4, and the rules are still according to your rules. Whoever dies, even if one loses, how? Xu Yuan said that adding 3 more people is actually for the sake of Dream's face. With these 3 people, Xu Yuan didn't prepare them for any use at all, and they would definitely die soon. In this case, Xu Yuan will also be 1v4 at that time, so that Dream they can get by on face. No matter how you say it, it is also to kill the 3 people on Xu Yuan's side. When Dream and his group heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately whispered a discussion. That's not bad. Did he find those people who could beat us? In the Cube People Guild, no one should be our opponent, right? Won't it still be 1v4 then? I think he underestimated our strength a little. Then show it to him, it's a big deal, you can get a few more 1v1s when the time comes. Okay, then it's settled. After discussing for a while, the 4 finally agreed on it. Then Dream looked at Xu Yuan and said, okay, then it's settled. When do we start? Xu Yuan was finally relieved to see Dream agree. You can do it, I can do it. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Dream thought for a moment, and then said, it's not too early today, we still have some way to go back. Just set it for tomorrow, and tomorrow will come early in the morning. Since Dream, their residence is still some distance from the Cube People Guild. It's good to see those powerful monsters during the day, but after poor vision at night, it is very dangerous. So Dream, they're going to go back sooner. Xu Yuan heard Dream's words and nodded. Good. See you tomorrow. As soon as the competition time and rules of Xu Yuan and Dream were formulated, the news was spread. At this time, the players are looking forward to it. The competition between Xu Yuan and Dream has become the focus of the two since the beginning of their meeting. At this time, the European Regional Forum was full of discussions about the content of the competition. The rules of the battle of the two gods have been decided. Who can win the 4v4 battle? Dream God versus the legendary Steve, who is the strongest player. The collision between the Chinese region and the European region is tomorrow. Who can be the strongest? 4v4 battle. Dream joins hands with Bad, Sap, and Geo. The momentum is like a rainbow. The results of the battle power assessment of the Cube People Guild have been released, and no one can compete with the 4 Dream Gods. Steve's big battle, is it 1 drag and 3, or is the whole team crushed? The forum, although it was all about the Great War, but most of the rhetoric is skewed towards Dream. After all, the home country has an advantage, and Dream has been active in front of these players for a long time, which is naturally much more popular than Xu Yuan in the legend. Although players are more inclined to Dream, they are not completely optimistic about Xu Yuan. After all, the Cube People were the first guild to come from other areas. Moreover, the Cube People Guild did drive the growth of this side in the early days. It was only later that some large consortiums settled in, which caused the status of the Cube People Guild to decline. But the Cube People Guild still carries a lot of weight here. From this point of view, it is enough to prove that Xu Yuan, the leader of the Cube People Guild, is powerful, farsighted and courageous. Not only the forum, but also the World Channel at this time is also very lively. The players all put down their affairs and discussed enthusiastically about tomorrow's game. Didn't it say that Dream was going to challenge Steve? Yes, what's so good about 4v4? I still want to see 1v1. I heard that Bad, Sap, Geo, all 3 of them wanted to compete with Steve, and then decided that's it. Why don't you compare them one by one? Do you have to be 4v4? You think Steve is like you, so idle. I heard that Steve's request was 1v4 at first. Really fake? This Steve is crazy, right? I don't know if he's confident or conceited. He doesn't know Dream them, right? You actually dare to say 1v4. This is too much to look down on the Dream God, right? I think Steve is too light, but yes, the general guild leader is like that, inflated. Anyway, if it's 4v4, there doesn't seem to be anyone on the Cube Man Guild who is Dream's opponent, and it will definitely become 1v4 at that time, and Steve will regret that he wants 1v4. Hey, it's useless for us to guess here. The specific situation will be known tomorrow. This war has not only become the focus of the European region. Even the Huaxia region learned about this. The players in Huaxia were surprised to hear that Xu Yuan was going to compete with Dream in the European region. Because, this Dream Huaxia player has basically never heard his name. All the players did not expect that Xu Yuan would actually agree to play with an unknown person. After all, Xu Yuan's status in the hearts of Huaxia players is the highest. The players in the Huaxia region also admitted that Xu Yuan was the first person in the game. Xu Yuan, who has such a status, competes with an unknown European player. The players in the Huaxia region were not worried that Xu Yuan would lose, but they just felt that Xu Yuan was a little self-defeating. Isn't it? Didn't Steve slay the dragon in the past? Who is this Dream? Is Steve so idle and still has time to play with him? I heard that he is the strongest player in the European region, but I haven't heard of it anyway. I don't think there's any suspense. Come on, Steve boss 1v4 is enough. I heard that Steve guy's approval rating over there is very low. The players over there are not optimistic about Steve boss. Then they are ready to wait to be punched in the face. To be reasonable, this is already related to the issue of glory between countries. We have to find a way to cheer Steve up. How to come on? No, I have to contact my friends in Yinghu. Although it's cool to hit the face, you can't lose face. There are fewer people bullying us over there. Brother, the road is narrow. After learning that Dream was significantly ahead of the pre-match vote, the players on Huaxia's side spontaneously began to help Xu Yuan find a way. The Huaxia players fully believe that Xu Yuan will win, so they don't value the result of the game. But the momentum before the game that must not be lost. All Huaxia players are also using various channels and arranging the number of votes. In just over 2 hours, Xu Yuan's support rate was equal to Dream's. You know, the previous support rate was 3 to 7. At this time, the European Forum also poured into a large number of Chinese players. They all made high-profile posts to cheer for Xu Yuan. From this competition, it is enough to see some situations in the game later. In the future, there will definitely be competition between regions. And, as can be seen by the nature of the game, each region has a different mod. In this way, there is regional diversification. At that time, if the transportation between regions is convenient, there will definitely be a form of melee. For players in other regions, the quickest way to get some equipment in other regions is to kill players in other regions. Future PvP environments may not be battles between players in the same area. At that time, it will definitely be a struggle between countries and regions. The collision of the 2 major areas will officially open tomorrow morning. While the players were talking about the match, Dream and his party had just returned to their residence. After the four of them rested, they all started talking about tomorrow's game. Bad looked at everyone and said with some confusion, "Is this Steve so confident? In the first he was going to hit 4, what did he think?" Bad always remembered the look on Xu Yuan's face when he said 1v4. That expression is a kind of confidence and calmness, without a hint of arrogance and arrogance. It was this expression that made Bad a little worried. Dream was also a little thoughtful when he heard Bad's words. In fact, Xu Yuan's expression when he said 1v4 before, Dream also noticed it. So Dream wasn't as angry as Sap. If Xu Yuan's expression is that arrogant expression, then Dream can relax his heart. But Xu Yuan's expression was that kind of confidence beyond ordinary people. And he also gives people a convincing impression that he really can be 1v4. The most important point is that Ken on the side, when he heard Xu Yuan say this, did not stop it. Instead, he smiled as if he had guessed it a long time ago. If Xu Yuan's strength is not strong enough, then he makes this kind of 1-4 request, then Ken, as the vice president, will definitely dissuade Xu Yuan. But Ken didn't, instead smiling. In that smile was full trust and confidence in Xu Yuan. Ken's expression and Xu Yuan's expression made Dream feel that Xu Yuan was definitely not simple. Dream thought of this and said to everyone, "No matter what, we have to deal with it with all our strength. Even if the rest of his teammates die by then, we can't take it lightly." When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Then Bad said with a wry smile, "Well, after all, this match is already related to the glory between Huaxia and Yingyu." When Dream heard this, he was stunned and asked with a puzzled look, "Well, how does it matter between the two countries? Steve and we are just a personal conversation." Dream actually didn't expect this kind of thing between the worlds at all, he just wanted to challenge Xu Yuan. Bad shrugged when he heard Dream's words. "Yes, we are indeed just here to compete, but now the forum is saying that this competition is a battle between Huaxia and Yingyu. It was all for entertainment, but now I'm under pressure." Bad, the three of them said they wanted to compete because they thought Dream's rules were fun. But now it is involved in the glory war between countries. It's definitely going to be stressful. After all, it's their home turf now. In fact, Bad's initial pressure also shows that he still has a little fear of Xu Yuan in his heart. His pressure is the fear of losing, and in his subconscious, he already has a premonition that he will lose. When Dream heard Bad's words, he immediately opened the forum, and the result was full of posts about tomorrow's game. Only one post was pinned and refined, and the title of this post is called, "The Battle of Honor Between the Two Countries Opens Tomorrow, Dream and Steve, Huaxia, and Yingyu, who is stronger?" When Dream saw this post, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It was originally a competition between players, how can this be related to the honor of both countries? This kind of post also invisibly puts a lot of pressure on Dream. After all, if you lose, there will definitely be many people who criticize themselves. Dream has an indisputable personality, and he plays games as a joke. Unexpectedly, a challenge launched by himself was fomented between countries. Dream couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. It seems that I really want to go all out. At the same time, Xu Yuan's side is also preparing for tomorrow's game. Xu Yuan did not need to make any tactical preparations, but needed to pick people. After all, this game is 4v4, although Xu Yuan does not expect these people to help Xu Yuan anything. But on the bright side, you still have to pick 3 more people. The contestants must have been selected in the guild, so Xu Yuan asked Yunhai to gather all the players in the chapter. The players of the chapter naturally knew what Yunhai had summoned them for. Seeing this, Yunhai coughed lightly and said to all the players, "I believe everyone knows about tomorrow's competition. Now we will choose 3 people to compete with your Steve boss. It's time for you to perform, you can sign up spontaneously." At this time, all the players lowered their heads, like students who were afraid of being ordered by the teacher during class. These guild players themselves know that they are not Dream's opponents, and naturally they don't want to participate. Yunhai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he saw that there were no players who took the initiative to sign up. Then he said, "In this competition, whether I win or lose, I will reward each player with a set of diamonds." Players were amazed when they heard this. Know that a diamond set is arguably the best equipment at the moment? They all glanced at each other, and then started talking in low voices. "Dig. The boss is so big? A diamond set. The boss himself has just put on the diamond sleeve. Where did the diamond cover come from for us? Although I say I want to go, I am from Yingyu, and they all say that this is an honor battle between countries. Our own people will definitely be scolded when they participate. Just let those Huaxia players who are with the boss go." The members of the chapter on the Yingyu side are basically Otokoka players. And this competition is said to be a battle of glory between countries. Although these Yingyu players are prescription people, it is still very difficult for them to let them participate. After all, in this case, it is good to lose, and if you win, someone will definitely say what kind of traitors they are. So everyone did not dare to bear this name. And the reason why Huaxia's players did not stand up was actually for fear of dragging Xu Yuan's hind legs. Because they all know that their strength is no match for Dream them. Yunhai was angry and annoyed when he saw that everyone stood up for such conditions. And it's a little embarrassing. After all, this club is managed by him, and now he can't even find 3 contestants. Seeing this, Xu Yuan snorted coldly and said to all the players, "I don't think I can beat Dream," and they all come forward. "Each of you will be rewarded with a diamond set." When the players heard Xu Yuan's words, they were suddenly a little stunned. They thought they had misheard. What did Boss Steve say? I think I can't beat Dream stand up, one person with a set of diamonds. Isn't it? This. What does Boss Steve mean? I always feel something is wrong. It's better to reward us with a set of diamonds, we can't beat it anyway. Xu Yuan's words suddenly made all the players a little puzzled. At this time, Yunhai on the side was surprised when he heard Xu Yuan's words. Yunhai also thought that Xu Yuan was a little angry when he saw that no one was competing, so he said this kind of thing impulsively, so he hurriedly dissuaded him. Boss, you don't have to be like this, dissipate the chi, they just don't know your strength, they haven't figured it out yet. At this time, Ken on the side shook his head towards the sea of clouds, signaling him to stop talking. Ken has followed Xu Yuan for so long, and he still knows what Xu Yuan is thinking. Moreover, several sets of diamond sets are nothing to Xu Yuan. But the sea of clouds is very precious to see. Xu Yuan saw that the players were a little hesitant, so he said, "You heard it right, and I didn't say it wrong. Those who feel that they can't beat Dream, or who feel that they can't compete because of racial problems, can stand up. You will be rewarded for your honesty." When the players heard Xu Yuan say this, they still didn't dare to make any moves. After a few moments, one of the players hesitantly stepped forward. This competition is about the glory of nations. As a national, I can't compete. Xu Yuan saw this player stand up, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Very good, you are honest." After speaking, Xu Yuan let Ken go to the basement. Previously, Xu Yuan had arranged the profession of blacksmith for the villagers, and also brushed out the diamond set, so it can be exchanged directly with emeralds. Ken soon exchanged his emeralds for some diamond sets. After arriving in the room, Ken handed a complete set of diamond sets to the player who stood up. After the player received the diamond set, he was excited, he did not expect that Xu Yuan would really fulfill his promise. At this time, the other guild players also began to stir. Dig, really reward diamond set. Oh my god, Boss Steve is too rich, right? Can you give a diamond set as you like? I want to stand up too. After Xu Yuan rewarded this player's diamond set, almost a dozen players came out one after another. These players are all players of the Sound Country, and they all have the same opinion as the player just now. Seeing this, Xu Yuan directly asked Ken to contact the Big Orange, let the Big Orange directly exchange the equipment on the main city, and then sent it over in a complete set with the Ender box. After a while, these players who stood up all got diamond sets. They were all excited, and they also had to admire Xu Yuan's financial strength. Boss Steve is really rich. Where the hell did the boss get so many diamonds? Oh my god. This diamond set doesn't blink an eye. Haven't you heard? Boss Steve's guild main city in Huaxia has become the main game city. Of course there is money. After these players got the diamond set, the players talked enthusiastically. This is the first time that Xu Yuan has shown his wealth in front of players. And this first shot, so generous? The players only slightly understood Xu Yuan's strength. It seems that what Yunhai said before may be true. Seeing that these players who got the diamond set were so excited, Xu Yuan looked at the other players and continued to ask. There will be no such opportunity in the future. At this time, the remaining players were quiet, and none of them had the intention of standing up. After Xu Yuan asked several more times, he confirmed that no one came forward. Said to the players who had just got the equipment, "Thank you for serving the Cube People Guild for so long, this diamond set is a compensation for you. From now on, you are no longer members of the Cube People Guild." Sea of Clouds, drop off. Those players who got the diamond set were still complacent, but after hearing Xu Yuan's words, they were all stunned. What? This, you want to drive us away? What's going on? Doesn't it mean it's an honest reward? We just drove us away if we didn't want to compete, and this. Xu Yuan heard the words of all the players and said expressionlessly, "From the beginning of joining the Cube People, you know that the Cube People are Huaxia's guild, right? The guild gives you benefits, when you shelter, why don't you discriminate between races? Now, when it's time to contribute to the guild, you guys are from Yinghu and I'm from Huaxia." When the players who got the equipment heard this, they wanted to argue or something, but they were all choked by Xu Yuan's words. Indeed, as Xu Yuan said, when they first joined the block people, it was entirely because of the strength of the block people at that time. At that time, they didn't think about race. When they were sheltered by the Cube People, they did not expect that a Huaxia guild would hold up an umbrella for them. But at this time, there is a division of races. In fact, Xu Yuan did not want to force these Yinghu people to participate. After all, in this way, the pressure of these players will indeed be great. Even if it is to choose people, Xu Yuan will choose the Huaxia player. These players, speaking for the glory of the country, are actually selfish. They just don't want to be stigmatized. Since this is the case, they entered the Cube People Guild in the first place. Such people, placed in the guild, will not contribute anything to the guild, and when they encounter things, they always think about themselves. That's why Xu Yuan made this move, he was cleaning up the portal. Well, I don't want to say it a second time. Those players who took the equipment heard this, although they were still a little unwilling. But then think about it, with a set of diamond sets, even if they quit the Block People Guild, there will be a large number of powerful guilds outside asking for them. Thinking of this, they all stopped entangled with Xu Yuan, so they all withdrew from the guild and left. Xu Yuan had already treated these people with the utmost benevolence and righteousness. After all, they can also be regarded as having worked for the block people. No matter how much or how little the effect is, they are also considered to have paid for the block people. Xu Yuan gave them a set of diamond sets, which could be regarded as gagging their mouths, lest they go out and splash the dirty water of the cube people when they get it. At this time, all the players present did not dare to come out with one. They couldn't help but feel a little lucky, but fortunately their determination was still firm. They also understood what Xu Yuan said. Otherwise, they would have come forward long ago. Being a person must not forget the roots, and the benefits given to them by the square people are indeed very good. And the sea of clouds is very good to them, and there is no shelf that will grow. Every time they accidentally lost their equipment, Yunhai would make up for them without saying a word. It is because Yunhai feels that these Yin country players are carrying some pressure to join the cube people. Therefore, Yunhai will try her best to give them the best treatment so that they do not regret joining the cube people. At this time, Xu Yuan looked at the remaining players present and said with a smile, "The players present now are all people who take the glory of the guild to heart. In the Cube People Guild, there is no race, only brotherhood. The Cube People have been developed together by everyone, and I hope that you will continue to work hard in the future. You have shown me your loyalty, and naturally I will not fail you. I reward all the elite members present, each with a diamond set with all the diamond tools. Reward ordinary members with a diamond sword and an iron suit. The number of players on the branch side is actually not very large. After all, the Yinghu side is sparsely populated, and the number of people is naturally not comparable to the Huaxia region." Originally, Xu Yuan was ready to reward all the diamond sets, but after thinking about it, this is too extravagant. And ordinary players are not strong. Even if they reward the whole set of diamonds, they may explode quickly. Therefore, Xu Yuan only rewarded them with diamond swords and iron sleeves. When the players heard Xu Yuan's words, they were all excited. Especially the players of the elite group. You know, a complete set of diamond sets also comes with all the diamond tools, which is already a top match for them. Basically, only guild leaders can have such equipment. And Xu Yuan actually rewarded them directly like this? Is Boss Steve so rich? There are more than 20 people in the elite group. More than 20 diamond sets plus tools. How many diamonds does that cost? Oh my god. Is the boss's financial resources so terrifying? Just now he has already given away more than a dozen sets of diamond sets. Is the diamond set worthless to the boss? Just when you see the diamond set, isn't the iron sleeve worthless? Our guild has more than 5,000 people, so many iron sleeves are a large amount. Oh my god, shouldn't the boss be bankrupt after sending us away? At this time, Yunhai on the side heard Xu Yuan's words, and he was suddenly a little stunned. This. Boss, how many iron ingots and diamonds do you need? It's a big cost. Yunhai also didn't know what Xu Yuan's financial strength was, so he felt that Xu Yuan was bloody this time. As everyone knows, these things are just Xu Yuan's inventory. The iron brushed by the iron brushing machine on Xu Yuan's side basically disappeared directly after it could not be loaded into the box. Xu Yuan's boxes containing iron blocks have 5 full rows. Iron is such a thing. In the main city of Huaxia, it has no effect. Many of the ordinary players who were in the main city first have already put on diamond sets, but they are not enchanted. Therefore, these irons were nothing to Xu Yuan. The same is true for diamond sets. Xu Yuan only needs to use 4 emeralds to be able to exchange for a complete set of diamonds. And the yield of emerald is also overflowing. Ken saw Yunhai's distressed look and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry about it, this is nothing to the boss. When Yunhai heard this, he was shocked. This little thing? This is called this little thing? It is no exaggeration to say that if Xu Yuan really rewards all the diamond sets and iron sets, then the equipment level of the square people can definitely rank in the top 3 of all guilds in the European region. Ken's words also fell into the ears of players. After hearing Ken's words, they began to make up their brains. How rich is their Steve boss? Is the boss able to brush money? I've long heard that the boss is rich and can rival the country. Now I see it with my own eyes. I heard that the boss has the right to hold the top copy on Huaxia's side, and the major guilds are spending a lot of money to ask the boss to enter the copy. Is it any wonder that the boss is so rich, dare to love everyone over there in Huaxia who is making money for the boss? I just know that the boss is here, and our guild is going to reach the top. At this time, the players finally understood that what Yunhai said about their legendary boss was not fake or made up. The financial resources alone are enough to convince the players. The players are still in a state of excitement and talking non-stop. At this time, Xu Yuan smiled and said to everyone, "Okay, get down to business. Those who are willing to participate in tomorrow's competition can stand up." At this time, many players did not think about it, and immediately stood up. The other players who did not stand up were remorseful. They actually want to stand up, but their own strength is clear to themselves, and they are afraid that they will drag Xu Yuan's hind legs. Xu Yuan looked at the people on the field, and basically half of the players stood up. And all the players of Huaxia stood up. For such a result, Xu Yuan was already very satisfied. At this time, those players who did not stand up looked at Xu Yuan and explained with a guilty face, "Boss, we also want to go, but our strength is really not good, going will only drag you back." Yes, we are still clear about our own strength, and we can't even take care of ourselves in the wild. Let's practice our skills a little bit in the future, and strive to help the boss next time. These players are all guilty in their hearts. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, if only you had a heart." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he randomly picked 3 Huaxia players and said to them, "Just the 3 of you, lest the language barrier be difficult to communicate." Xu Yuan actually made this excuse on purpose. What language barrier? Xu Yuan has always communicated with everyone in English, how can there be a language barrier? The reason why Xu Yuan did not choose the players of Yingwu was also for their good. After all, this matter has indeed risen between countries. If you are still looking for players from Yingwu to compete, then the players participating will definitely be under pressure from the fishing vessel. And what Xu Yuan is looking for is 3 dozen soy sauces. So it doesn't matter who you choose. Xu Yuan actually didn't want to embarrass anyone at the beginning, but he just felt a little disappointed when he saw the morale of the players on the club's side. After all, if it was in Huaxia, the people of the Cube People Guild would definitely rush to sign up. There simply will be no such thing as no one coming forward. Because the players of the Cube People Guild, under the influence of Xu Yuan, no matter who the opponent is, at least they will not be afraid. Everyone is confident. Xu Yuan's choice was seen by the players of Zhonggayan country, and they were all a little sour when they saw this. They are not stupid, and naturally understand why Xu Yuan chose this way. Xu Yuan was thinking about them. Seeing this, the players of the People's Republic of China made up their minds at this time. The Cube Man is his home, and he will definitely coexist with the Cube Man in the future. After choosing a good person, Xu Yuan asked Ken to implement the issue of rewards. The other players dispersed, and the 3 selected players stayed. Xu Yuan saw that they hadn't left yet, and looked at them with some doubt and asked, "What's wrong? What's going on?" The 3 players at this time, hearing Xu Yuan's words, "Are all you look at me, I look at you." Then a player named Munch stood up and said, "Boss, don't you tell us about tactics or something?" When Xu Yuan heard Munch's words, he understood. It turned out that the 3 of them were waiting here to wait for Xu Yuan to explain to them what to pay attention to in tomorrow's competition. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, "No tactics, no pressure, just improvisation." Xu Yuan didn't expect the 3 of them at all, so he didn't have anything to emphasize to them. When the 3 heard Xu Yuan's words, they were all a little stunned. They didn't expect Xu Yuan to say such a sentence, to know that tomorrow's competition is very important. "Boss, this. We may not be able to help, but we don't want to hold you back." "Yes, boss, you better tell us what to pay attention to." Seeing this, Xu Yuan said with a smile, "Then you pay attention, follow me, don't die." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he didn't wait for the 3 to speak, and then said, "Okay, don't think too much, it's not too early, rest early, adjust your state." When the 3 saw Xu Yuan say this, it was not good to say anything, so they all left. After Xu Yuan finished talking to them, he also went offline to rest. "After all, I have traveled for so long, and I have been busy until now. The physical strength is indeed still a little unable to keep up." The time soon came to the next morning. Xu Yuan was also online early. Xu Yuan didn't go online for long, Dream and they came. Xu Yuan saw Dream and they were coming, so he also called the remaining 3 contestants. Xu Yuan then placed the simulation space. Just as everyone was preparing to enter the simulation space, suddenly, several players broke into the Cube Man Guild. The players of the Cube Man Guild crowded these players in. After these players came in, after seeing Dream and Xu Yuan, they immediately walked over. The leading player, Jio, immediately introduced himself. "Dream, Steve, hello, I'm Jio. The post at the top of the forum was made by me. You know, now the match between the 2 of you has risen to the level of a battle of glory between nations. I wonder if we can also enter the competition venue and broadcast this game live." When Xu Yuan heard Jio's words, he understood that he had come to turn the heat. However, this match did attract a lot of attention, and everyone was eager to see the wonderful battle between the 2. Xu Yuan thought about it and said, "I don't care." Seeing Xu Yuan say this, Dream also shook his head and said, "I don't care." When Jio heard the words of the 2, he was immediately excited. Then he said, "We wanted to present the competition in a professional format, and it would be nice to add the personal perspective of each participant. The meaning of Jio is simple, that is, let each contestant set up a live broadcast to show the first point of view." After hearing Jio's words, Dream and his party discussed for a while and all agreed. When Xu Yuan saw that Dream agreed, he also agreed. As soon as Dream and Xu Yuan agreed, Jio's side directly started the live broadcast on the forum. "Audience, here is the live commentary brought by Jio. Battle between the 2 gods, start now." Jio's live broadcast has been started, and since his post has been pinned and refined, countless players immediately flocked to it. Everyone has been looking forward to this game for a long time, but they can't watch it. Now seeing that there are live broadcasts, of course, it is flocking. At this time, the live broadcast room can be described as very lively, and almost 80% of players in Europe have entered the live broadcast room. The barrage on the screen is dense, and you can't see the picture at all. Oh my god, finally waited for. Jio is still reliable, I actually got the permission to live broadcast. Dig, I see the Dream God. Is that pixel man next to him Steve? He actually used the initial image. Everyone should be here, right? When to start? The players were talking enthusiastically, but at this time, some careful players found the portal behind Jio on the screen. When these players saw the portal, they were very curious. They had never seen this type of portal before. Behind JIO is the portal. I also noticed that one a long time ago. It seems to be a portal. Could it be that their playing field is behind a portal? I heard that the venue was arranged by Steve Boss, and I was curious about what was in this portal. It seems that Steve's strength is still not to be underestimated. We have never seen this kind of portal. At this time, Xu Yuan and Dream's side were also ready, so they all entered the portal. JIO saw the two go in, so he quickly followed and went in. He had long been very curious about this portal, and he had long wondered where it would lead behind it. After JIO entered the portal, he only felt that his eyes were dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to see the scene in front of him. JIO came to a grassland terrain, and the scene in front of him was exactly the same as the scene on the map outside. After thinking about it, JIO asked Xiang Yuandao, "Is this portal teleporting distance?" JIO also thought that after entering the portal, he was teleported to the wild. After all, this place is the same as the wild. When Xu Yuan heard this, he shook his head and said, "No, I made it." When JIO heard this, he didn't understand the meaning of Xu Yuan's words. Xu Yuan didn't bother to explain too much, so he directly gave JIO and a few of them a permission to create a mode. Then said to JIO, "You guys just broadcast it live over the air." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he entered /effect JIO invisibility 10,000-00255. This command actually designed 1 million seconds of stealth for JIO with a magnification of 255. The reason why they are made invisible is for the fairness of the game. After all, if they want to live broadcast, they must follow Xu Yuan, but if they follow, it will be easy to be discovered by the people of the other team. So these people must be invisible so that they don't affect the game. When JIO heard Xu Yuan's words, he was actually a little confused. What takes out the invisibility potion in the bag? Where did you get the stealth potion, and how do you go to live in the air? While JIO was thinking about this, he suddenly saw his teammates who came in with him looking blankly at his position. Why is JIO missing? Yes? What about the JIO people? Did you drop the line? No, I see he's still online. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were also surprised when they saw this scene. Haunted. Why can't this person see here? Is there a bug in this map? At this time, JIO was also at a loss. He walked up to his teammates and beckoned. As a result, his teammates didn't see him at all. Seeing this, JIO suddenly became a little anxious, so he shouted, "I'm here." Since JIO was right in front of his teammates, coupled with his loud voice, his teammates were immediately frightened by his voice. "Where is Lying Groove? What's going on? JIO, where are you? Are you going to scare us to death? JIO, what are you doing? This is live broadcasting?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Knowing that this was the case, Xu Yuan should have made it clear to them first. Xu Yuan then restored the JIO and explained to them, "I gave you stealth permissions so you wouldn't interfere with the game. I will set up the others immediately. You better assign tasks first, otherwise you will be invisible and no one can see anyone." When the JIO group heard Xu Yuan's words, they understood. Although it was clear, several of them were shocked and a little speechless. Can you still set up such a thing as stealth permissions here? At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were also surprised. What sets incognito privileges? What the hell is this? Is this the game we play? Why do I think Steve can do whatever he wants in this space? Yes. He seems to be able to control this space. Then it won't be unfair to wait for the game. Probably not. It seems that the dream god was there when the site was built. At this time, the players, like JIO, are full of unknowns about the entire simulation space. Just when JIO was still confused about the situation, Xu Yuan said with some impatience, "Try to fly, and if you can, we're ready to start." To talk about live broadcasting, in fact, Xu Yuan himself can also arrange people to live broadcast. But since JIO came to the door, Xu Yuan didn't bother with this. Xu Yuan let JIO come into live broadcast simply to save worry. But apparently now the JIO group of people are a little delayed. Seeing this, JIO smiled awkwardly, and then said, "Okay, let's arrange it, and we can start right away." JIO, they are a relatively professional team, basically some guild battles on the European side, or some famous players competitions, they are doing live broadcasts. They have never been more humiliated than they are today. As soon as they entered Xu Yuan's simulation space, they were just as curious as the countrymen entering the city, and they couldn't do anything. But this is also normal, because there has not been a construction competition on the European side, so the players here don't know what the creative mode is like. At this time, JIO can be said to be very embarrassed. After all, he asked to come to the live broadcast. Then he still looked so unprofessional and delayed the progress of the game. JIO no longer struggled with anything at this time, although Xu Yuan said that it can fly here, that should be able to fly. So JIO began to flutter his arms and try to take off. Originally, JIO was also holding a fluke mentality, but found that he actually flew. Seeing this, JIO was excited. "You can actually fly." He immediately began to try to fly in all directions, and soon JIO mastered the rhythm. If only future live broadcasts could be like this. As a professional live broadcast commentator, the most difficult problem to solve each live broadcast is the problem of live broadcast angle. Every time they had to build a shooting platform at a height in all directions. It's still time-consuming. If you can fly in future shoots, the quality of shooting will definitely improve a lot. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room saw the perspective of Jio. They saw Jio suddenly getting farther and farther away from the ground. The players reacted to this. Jio is flying? At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Oh, my God. Jio really flew. This. You can fly. In this map. What the hell is this space? Why can you be stealthy and fly? It feels like you can do anything in this space. How the hell did Steve get this space? At this time, everything in the simulation space has exceeded the players' understanding. They just think that everything is so new and mysterious. At this moment, Xu Yuan was also mysterious in their hearts. Because everyone knows that special props like this are basically obtained by the system reward. The system's rewards are based on the difficulty of the task. From this, it can be inferred that Xu Yuan definitely passed some incredible task to get such a good reward. Xu Yuan's strength is absolutely undoubted. When the players thought of this, the balance in their hearts slowly tilted a little in favor of Xu Yuan. At this time, Jio and his party finally mastered the essentials of flying, and they immediately assigned tasks. Jio and Zoom are responsible for following Xu Yuan's team, and the other two are responsible for following Dream and them. After Jio assigned the task, he said to Xu Yuan, "We are ready and the game can start." Xu Yuan heard Jio's words and nodded. Then he first took out 8 boxes from his backpack and placed them on the ground. Then he and the remaining 7 people turned into survival mode, and then said to everyone, "We put everything in our respective boxes and then we can start playing. I also set up the command to show the position once every 2 minutes, and I can play it once the game starts. After entering the simulation space, the things in my backpack are still there, but the things here can't be taken out. So to be fair, the contents of the backpack, the equipment on the body must be emptied." When everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they all took out the contents of their backpacks and put them in the box. After everyone put things away, Xu Yuan changed the mode to the PvP mode. Then walked up to Dream and said, "My model has also changed, you can hit me and try it." Xu Yuan actually did this for fairness. After all, in this space, Xu Yuan has all the permissions. It was still very simple for Xu Yuan to want to cheat. Seeing this, Dream was not polite and directly stroked Xu Yuan with his hand. Xu Yuan was immediately repelled and deducted half a block of blood. This proves that Xu Yuan can be harmed, not a creative model. Seeing this, Dream said, "Okay, no problem." In fact, Dream believes in Xu Yuan, but because this space belongs to Xu Yuan has done so many incredible things in front of everyone just now. There will definitely be people who question Xu Yuan, and this is just to prove to everyone that Xu Yuan uses his authority to cheat. Okay, then let's start after we each set up a live broadcast. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he was the first to start the live broadcast. Subsequently, several other contestants also set up live broadcasts. Jio immediately posted the links to the live broadcast rooms of several contestants under the post. This also makes it easier for everyone to watch the first perspective. As soon as the live broadcast room of several contestants opened, the players scattered. The Dream Room has the most people. Xu Yuan is second, followed by Bad, Sap, and Geo. And in the other 3 people in Xu Yuan's team, there were basically no people. After all, the 3 of them are anonymous, and the players know that they are just playing together, and it is estimated that they will receive a box lunch soon. With everything in place, this battle of glory between nations is finally about to begin. All in place. The game begins. With the oral broadcast of Jio, the competition officially kicked off. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room can be described as excited, and they are all cheering for their favorite contestants. Come on Dream. Rush. Dream God. Come on Steve Boss. Looking forward to Steve's wonderful performance. Come on. Come on. After the game began, Xu Yuan and Dream immediately began to act separately. The rules of the game are such that each team has 2 minutes to prepare. After 2 minutes, the location of the 2 teams will be announced. For these 2 minutes, you can choose to distance yourself from the opposing team, or choose to find resources. But in fact, in 2 minutes, it is still difficult to find resources. After the start of the game, Xu Yuan and Dream chose to go their separate ways in opposite directions. Boss, what are we going to do now? Yes, boss, do you want to find a mine-to-mine? It's better to get an iron bucket of water first, so that you can feel more at ease. The 3 players on Xu Yuan's team had heard about the operation of Xu Yuan's previous guild battle, so they felt that the first thing to do when entering the map was to find iron. But actually, that's not the case. In this chase, the most important thing is not iron, but food. After all, this chase battle will consume satiety very quickly. And if the satiety is not satisfied, the blood will not come back when it falls. Therefore, the first thing that matters now is to find food. Just follow me. Xu Yuan didn't explain anything more to his teammates, because Xu Yuan had a hunch that they would definitely not be able to survive 1 round. Xu Yuan first stroked a tree with his bare hands and made a wooden pickaxe. Then he took the wooden pickaxe and began to dig some stones in the surrounding piles. Made a stone axe, a stone drawing. Then Xu Yuan began to collect supplies. The most important material here is food. But Xu Yuan's luck was not very good, and he didn't see an animal near here. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to the 3 teammates, "Look around here to see if there are any animals." After hearing Xu Yuan's arrangement, the three of them began to look for food. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, was looking for resources nearby. Not a few steps away, Xu Yuan found a natural mine cave. Xu Yuan leaned in without thinking. This mine is not very large, it belongs to the kind that can be seen at a glance. Xu Yuan dug some coal to make torches, then leaned over and went to the mine. The whole mine turned around, and Xu Yuan only dug 3 iron ores, and his luck could be said to be very bad. But fortunately, in the mine, some gravel was found. Grit is also something that is especially important in this chase, because there is a chance that you will get flint by making grit. Flint and iron ingots can be used to synthesize flint, which is very important in chases. After all, this is a 4v4 battle. Everyone will collect materials. Once the person dies, the materials will burst out. In order to prevent the enemy from picking up supplies, the role of flint is important. After Xu Yuan brushed a few pieces of gravel with his bare hands, he got a piece of flint. Then Xu Yuan immediately put the iron ore into the furnace and smelted it. At this time, Jiao saw that Xu Yuan had 3 iron ingots, and immediately exerted his spirit as a professional anchor. Immediately opened the quiz in the live broadcast room. What equipment will Steve use these 3 iron ingots? A. Iron sword. B. Iron pick. C. Iron axe. D. Iron barrel. At this time, seeing this, all the players began to guess. I guess the iron sword. You must need the iron sword for the fight. I guess the iron axe. The axe attack is high. Iron bucket. Isn't the inventor of the floor water Steve the big guy? Iron pickaxe. In case you encounter a diamond mine, isn't it empty tears without an iron pick? I also think it's an iron axe. After all, when you fight, the iron axe hurts more. The players immediately began to express their opinions. Since Xu Yuan will synthesize equipment immediately after getting the iron ingot, the voting result of the JIO is set for 1 minute. 1 minute later, the number of votes for the 3 options A, B, C, and D can be described as indistinguishable. As far as the iron pickaxe has fewer votes. At this time, Xu Yuan's 3 pieces of iron ore were also fired into iron ingots. All players are waiting with bated breath for the final result. I saw that after Xu Yuan got the iron ingot, he put 1 iron ingot and a flint together to synthesize a flint. Then the remaining 2 iron ingots were combined into a pair of scissors. When Jiao saw Xu Yuan's operation, the whole person was stunned. It wasn't the first time he had quizzed, and this was the first time, and nothing was right. He never expected that Xu Yuan's iron sword and iron axe did not fit, and he actually came out with a flint and scissors. Could this be the brain circuit of the great god? At this time, all the players were shocked when they saw Xu Yuan's operation. At this time, in the barrage of the live broadcast room, the screen is full of question marks. Jiao, what's the? Here. The first time I didn't get any of them right. Ha 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 ha. What's the use of flint and scissors? This. Steve is the wrong guy. Just 3 iron ingots. How can I say that I have to combine an iron sword? I really can't figure out why. Why do you want this? At this time, the players couldn't understand why Xu Yuan used these 3 iron ingots to fight flint and scissors. After all, for everyone, these 2 things are really useless. Although flint can ignite the ground, but others are not stupid, who will go up on fire. Even if the flint can be ignited, it can be regarded as a bit of attack power. But scissors are such a thing? Are players thinking that scissors can do it? Do you want to shear sheep to make a bed? Just when the players were still confused about Xu Yuan's behavior, the time of 2 minutes had arrived. The positions of both sides immediately appear in the lower left corner of the screen. The first collision between the 2 sides is about to begin. At this time, Dream's side developed more smoothly than Xu Yuan's side. Dream they found something and got 5 iron ingots. They immediately made a bucket out of 3 iron ingots, and then an iron sword from the remaining 2 iron ingots. The iron sword was naturally reserved for Dream, and the others were all stone swords. Compared to Xu Yuan's side, Dream's treatment of iron ingots is much more reasonable. Dream also immediately made a bucket of water after making the iron bucket. This is what he learned from Xu Yuan, and the technique of landing water is also what he has been using. When the players saw the operation on Xu Yuan's side, and then saw the operation on Dream's side, they immediately felt that Dream won a larger face. Dream God's thinking is much clearer. Yes, iron swords, iron barrels, these are all must-haves. After all, it's a pity that without silk thread, you can't make a bow, and it feels much simpler to have a bow. It's good to find so many things in 2 minutes. If I were to give me 2 minutes, I might still be wandering around. After watching the early development, players are more optimistic about Dream's side. After all, players do not know what the role of flint and scissors is. Dream's side was just getting ready when he saw the coordinates displayed. Dream looked at the location of the coordinates and found that Xu Yuan and they had not gone far. So he said to everyone, "Go, we'll meet them." Dream naturally does not give Xu Yuan a chance for them to develop. Although for Xu Yuan's technology, Dream does not know much about it. But Dream will not underestimate Xu Yuan's strength, let alone underestimate the enemy. And the look in Xu Yuan's eyes when he said he wanted 1v4 before, Dream still remembers it very deeply. Therefore, in the face of Xu Yuan, Dream will definitely not take it lightly. Dream's group immediately set off towards the coordinates on Xu Yuan's side. After Xu Yuan saw that the coordinates had been displayed, he put away his things and exited the mine. After exiting the mine, Xu Yuan cut all the leaves on several trees next to the mine with scissors. Then he joined his teammates. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were puzzled when they saw Xu Yuan cutting off so many leaves. What is Steve doing cutting so many leaves? I don't know. What's the use of leaves? Apart from being able to pad your feet, it seems to be useless, right? I didn't understand Steve's operation anyway. After Xu Yuan and his teammates converged, they did not go to Dream's place, but continued to look for resources nearby. At this time, the perspective of the main live broadcast room slowly began to zoom away. On the map, Dream's group was hurrying towards Xu Yuan. On the other hand, Xu Yuan's side did not seem to be in a hurry at all, and he did not want to fight at all, and he was still trying to find resources nearby. The state of the two teams can be described as completely different. The Dream team is imposing here, and Xu Yuan's side is excellent. The whole picture together creates a strong sense of contrast. How come this Steve guy doesn't have any sense of crisis? Obviously Dream they're coming for him, and Steve doesn't ambush him or anything. Steve's strength is not clear, but the strength of the other three people in his team is definitely not as good as Dream them, and they ambush. Let's see if Steve can turn the tide. If the other three are killed by Dream, then Steve can't win. Steve's total combat power is definitely not as high as Dream's. It feels that as long as he kills the other three quickly, Steve is expected to lose soon. All the players are not very optimistic about Xu Yuan's side. After all, this is 4v4 not 1v1, judging from the operation of the other three people on Xu Yuan's side just now. The level of these three people is very ordinary, and it seems that the team on Xu Yuan's side has no spirit of cooperation at all, nor does it have any tacit understanding. After all, Xu Yuan and them formed a temporary team. Unlike Dream, they played together from the beginning, and the tacit understanding between them was still very high. This kind of 4v4 confrontation looks at mutual cooperation and direct tacit understanding of the team. Otherwise, there would not be such a word as pig teammate. As the players discussed, Dream's group immediately approached Xu Yuan and them. Bad, who took the lead, first discovered a player named Jiaoda in Xu Yuan's team. When Bad noticed Jiao, he immediately signaled Dream to slow them down. Look, they're supposed to be around here. What to do? Kill it. Know that in this kind of 4v4 matchup, placing a single is the most unwise choice. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was a little speechless when they saw this scene. They were also the same as Dream. They didn't expect Xu Yuan to actually not gather his teammates at this time, and let them scatter. At this time, everyone felt that Xu Yuan might really just be boasted. The flint and scissors were originally not understood, and now they are scattered. These two teams. Conducting is not hierarchical. I thought it was exciting, but it looks like the game will end soon. Hey. Shiro is looking forward to it. Since everyone is from the perspective of God, they also know that there is no ambush on Xu Yuan's side, so they all feel that this is Xu Yuan's mistake. At this time, Dream saw this and thought for a moment. He couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. After showing the coordinates of the team, Steve actually asked the team to disperse. Someone as cautious as Steve should not have made such a low-level mistake. Dream always felt that there must be fraud in this, and he felt that Xu Yuan must have set up an ambush. Dream thought about it and said to everyone, "Let's observe the situation around first. I think there should be an ambush." After Dream finished speaking, everyone sneaked around and probed together. I have to say that Dream is still very cautious. His consideration is also reasonable. After all, after displaying the coordinates, it is clear that the opposing team's team will definitely attack. It would certainly be unwise to disperse at such a time. But the truth is that Dream thinks too much. Xu Yuan was not prepared to ambush Dream at all. However, Xu Yuan is indeed designing. Xu Yuan's design was definitely unexpected for Dream. Because Xu Yuan is not designing Dream them. It's about designing his teammates. The reason why everyone scattered and continued to look for resources was to let the teammates hurry up. In this way, Xu Yuan's 1v4 idea can be realized quickly. Several people on Dream's side carefully surveyed the surrounding situation. They were very afraid that Xu Yuan was in ambush, so even if they saw that Jiaoda was left alone, they did not act rashly. And Jiaoda was also muttering while searching for resources at this time. The coordinates have already been shown. Why didn't the boss call us to gather? However, he just muttered a few words casually, and he would still do what Xu Yuan said. On the other hand, Xu Yuan at this time not only did not converge with his teammates, but went further and further away with his teammates. At this time, when all the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all sneered at Xu Yuan. Is this abandoning teammates? Instead of converging, they went in the opposite direction of them. What the hell did Steve think? Isn't he going to care about his teammates? I think Steve lost. It's a team game. How can he win if he only cares about his own development? Steve's brain circuit, really strange, a little incomprehensible. Players on this side of Europe don't like the behavior of abandoning their teammates, so their favorability towards Xu Yuan has also decreased a lot. At this time, even Jio was a little unable to understand Xu Yuan's approach. But for the sake of the program effect, he still had to make a circle, so he forcibly helped Xu Yuan explain. Steve may also do this to find more resources to the maximum. After all, they didn't find food in the first 2 minutes, and they still need food support to fight. Although the JIO is forcibly explained, it still makes some sense to players, so they also put aside their prejudices and prepared to continue reading. At this time, Xu Yuan came to a grassland terrain, and finally found some cattle and pigs here. Before, due to bad luck, in the area just now, I didn't see the figure of the animal at all. But for this chase, food is the most important thing, otherwise it will be difficult to survive. That's why Xu Yuan came to look for food away from his teammates. In fact, Xu Yuan was also very helpless to abandon them. Even if Xu Yuan was with them, with their operations and consciousness, they would be killed by Dream immediately. Since they will always die, it is better to maximize their role. So Xu Yuan let them scatter to find resources. As a result, it would take a long time for Dream to beat the other three. And Xu Yuan can also use this time to develop. Maybe some people will think that Xu Yuan is cruel to sell his teammates. But Xu Yuan takes a longer-term view. What he wants is to be able to win the game. If Xu Yuan stayed with them, they would definitely lower Xu Yuan's odds. Therefore, this is also a sacrifice that has to be made in order to win. After all, this game is about results. Even if Xu Yuan sacrificed his life to save his teammates, and lost when the time came, no one would remember how moralistic Xu Yuan was. Players will only remember one thing, that is, Huaxia is not as good as Yinguo. After Xu Yuan found the animal, he did not rush to kill the animal. Instead, he walked up to them and set fire to the grass cubes under their feet with flints. When the animal catches fire, kill it with another jump. In this way, Xu Yuan did not need to use the furnace to grill the meat, and quickly obtained the cooked meat. This also saves a lot of time. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw Xu Yuan's operation. They didn't expect that flint would actually have such a use, and they immediately felt that they had learned. It turns out that the use of flint is like this. After the flint ignites the ground, the animal burns and then kills, you can directly get cooked meat, saving a lot of time. Wonderful, it turns out that flint is so useful. Learned. This trick is really practical. In this kind of chase, perhaps food is the most important, which greatly speeds up the speed of obtaining food. After the players saw Xu Yuan's operation, their views on Xu Yuan changed again. Before everyone didn't understand Xu Yuan as a flint, now everyone knows how good the flint is. After Xu Yuan killed all the animals in this area in this way, he obtained 6 slices of cooked beef and 4 slices of cooked pork. Now that food is plentiful, there is nothing to worry about. And Xu Yuan's side had just finished getting food, and the news that Jiaoda had been killed was displayed in the lower left corner. So soon, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised, although the killing of the players in the team was expected by Xu Yuan. But Xu Yuan felt that they should be very cautious, at least after finding out if there was an ambush. Looks like it's going to speed up. After Xu Yuan saw that Jiaoda was killed, he immediately quickened his pace. He must gather more supplies before the other 3 are found and killed. Before Xu Yuan saw Dream's video, although it was indeed very exciting. But in fact, it can be seen that in some places, Dream's friends still release some water for the effect of the show. But Dream's own strength is indeed strong, which is why there are such wonderful works to show. But now the game is not a joke between friends, nor is it recording a video, but a real gun. Dream, they can't release water for Xu Yuan, and they won't do any program effects. And this chase battle depends on a lot of on-the-spot reaction and judgment of the current situation. Xu Yuan has never had such an experience, nor has he ever had a 1v4, so he can't say that he can win 9 out of 10. Therefore, Xu Yuan must collect as many materials as possible in a short period of time to improve his chances of winning. At this time, Dream's group had just finished killing Jiaoda. The 4 of them besieged Jiaoda together, and Jiaoda could not be said to have the power to resist, and soon died under the sword of Dream and his group. Since Jiaoda did not collect anything useful, the things that burst out after death did not bring any improvement to Dream's group. Seeing this, Dream couldn't help but have some doubts. In these 2 minutes, he didn't even collect anything to eat, and there was nothing useful at all. At this time, Sap heard Dream's words and laughed. It's such bad luck, I don't see any animals in this area, and I don't see any mines. Originally, Sap thought they had bad luck and only got 5 iron ingots and some food. Unexpectedly, Xu Yuan's luck was even worse, and Sap was much more balanced at once. Since the people of Xu Yuan's team were basically scattered in this small area, the other 2 people were a little flustered after seeing the death of Jiaoda displayed in the lower left corner. They immediately contacted Xu Yuan. Boss, Jiaoda is dead. Yes, boss, let's join you in the past, right? The remaining 2 players are naturally a little afraid, after all, they are not far from focus. Just now, Jiaoda died, and it is estimated that Dream and his group are looking for them. Xu Yuan saw the messages sent by the 2 players and replied, "Can't converge, you run separately, don't fight with them." Now it's just as good as possible to let the other 2 people delay time. But Xu Yuan also knew that they would not be able to drag on for long, because soon the coordinates of the 2 sides will be displayed again. After the 2 players listened to Xu Yuan's words, they both ran separately. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene from the perspective of God, and they all shook their heads. This block of people is powerless. Don't you even fight? Just run. I thought it was so exciting. The result is a one-sided massacre. Steve, is this taking advantage of the opportunity to develop? Even if you take advantage of the opportunity to develop, they are all scattered. Dream they break 1 by 1, and in the end Steve can still be 1 to 4. It's also, isn't this game out of suspense? At this time, the players from the perspective of God saw that the Dream team was working together, and Xu Yuan's side was scattering birds and beasts. The morale of the two teams was in stark contrast. This also has to make people feel that the balance of victory has tilted in Dream's side. At this time, Jio looked at the current situation and was not motivated. Originally, he thought that the game would be very exciting. As a result, there has not been a single highlight moment so far. At this time, the lower left corner of the screen shows the position of the players on both sides again. On the screen at this time, the coordinates of Dream's group are basically the same. The coordinates of the remaining 3 people in Xu Yuan's team were completely different. All 3 are in different directions. Seeing this, Dream was immediately puzzled. When they killed Jiaoda just now, they thought it was an ambush. But now after the coordinates of everyone were displayed, it was discovered that there was no ambush at all. But Xu Yuan, they just scattered. Seeing this, Bad looked at Dream and asked, "What the hell is this Steve playing?" Bad was also in the clouds at this time, and Bad thought it was a hard fight. But he didn't expect to kill a person from Xu Yuan's team so easily. And everyone else is scattered, just round up and kill them one by one. In this way, as long as Xu Yuan's other teammates are killed, they will develop another wave. One hit 4, no matter how you can win, right? Unless Xu Yuan can get a diamond set in just a few minutes. Although there is such a possibility, it is very low. So Bad really didn't understand Xu Yuan. He didn't know what Xu Yuan was calculating, or if his command ability was really too poor. At this time, Dream's thoughts are actually the same as Bad's, because he feels that Xu Yuan's ability cannot be so bad. But Dream couldn't figure out Xu Yuan's thoughts. Could it be that Xu Yuan really wanted to be 1v4, so he deliberately asked his teammates to send it? Although Dream can't believe this idea, it is the only one that makes sense so far. Dream thought of this, thought for a moment, and then said to everyone, "Bad, you go look for him in Steve's direction, don't fight him, just keep an eye on his position. Sap, Gio, you two go to the remaining 2. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Sap and Gio have no problem catching those 2 players alone, after all, their skills are good. Then Bad's technique is the best of the 3, just let him go and track, there should be no problem. After all 3 had assigned their jobs, Bad asked Dream, "So what are you going to do?" Dream said with a smile, "I'm going to do the logistics." I have to say that Dream's thinking is still very clear. If it is another player, they must go together to kill the other players and then go after Xu Yuan. But Dream sees the strangeness in it. The reason why Xu Yuan did not let his teammates converge from the beginning may be that he wanted to delay time and develop himself and then 1v4. So, Dream responded. When Xu Yuan was developing, Dream also went to find resources to develop, and then asked Bad to track Xu Yuan so that he knew his specific location. If Xu Yuan entered the mine or something, he could directly surround Xu Yuan at that time. Bad, Sap, and Gio all took action at Dream's behest. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were a little excited when they saw this scene. Because from the beginning of the game to now, there is nothing special to see, and at the moment Dream is clearly operational. This can't help but make the players start to look forward to it. Dream God has a very clear idea, since Steve is acting separately, they are also rounding up separately, so as not to delay their development. It's more than enough for Sap and Gio to deal with those 2 players. I don't know Steve's strength, so let Bad monitor, and then I will know his location immediately after the convergence. Dream Cow. It's a clear idea, so I don't think Steve's team has any hope of winning. Dream God is afraid that Steve will take advantage of the time they capture his teammates. The difference between the great god and ordinary people is that he is clear in thinking and very rational. At this time, the players bragged about Dream's response. But Dream's response was really good. At least he analyzed the situation very rationally, and was not led by Xu Yuan's nose. If he and his teammates went directly to chase other players, it would leave more time for Xu Yuan to develop. And the choice he made is also the best choice so far. Not only did he kill people, but his side could have time to develop like Xu Yuan. And the most important thing about Dream is that he didn't underestimate his enemies. After everyone separated, Sap and Gio quickly found the other 2 players in Xu Yuan's team. The 2 of them didn't use any skills, just sneaked up on them and jumped with 1 blow first. Such a sudden appearance can be said to be a surprise. And the players in Xu Yuan's team are not opponents of Sap and Gio in the first place. They are already psychologically afraid of them. Not to mention such a sudden sneak attack. That's absolutely overwhelming. The 2 players were killed by Sap and Gio without any suspense. And Sap and Gio also followed Dream's instructions, discussed the time, and kept the time for the 2 to kill is similar. Because in this way, it can create an illusion for Xu Yuan and make Xu Yuan feel that they are together without acting separately. As soon as 2 players are killed, a kill message appears in the lower left corner of the screen. After Xu Yuan saw this killing message, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Yes, I also know to split up. Xu Yuan is not a fool, although Sap and Gio are almost 2 players in the team that they killed together. But Xu Yuan clearly knew that these 2 players could not be together. Although Xu Yuan calculated that they were going to act separately, he did not calculate that Dream sent Bad to follow him. At this time, Xu Yuan's whereabouts had been exposed to Bad. Bad tried his best to keep his distance from Xu Yuan, for fear of being discovered by Xu Yuan. Once Sap and Gio converged with Dream, they started contacting Bad. Bad immediately told the 3 of them their coordinates. Dream stopped collecting resources and rushed towards Bad with Sap and Gio. Since Bad didn't go far, Dream and they quickly joined Bad. Dream asked immediately after seeing Bad. How's it going? How's he going? That's what Dream is most concerned about. Bad shook his head. I didn't have long to follow, and he seemed to have gone back to the mine, but I didn't know what he had gained. Since Bad was afraid of being discovered and was a little far away, he didn't know what resources Xu Yuan had collected. However, it is already very good that Bad can follow Xu Yuan without being discovered. Dream heard this, nodded, and then said, kill him before the next location broadcast, don't give him time to react. After Dream finished speaking, the three nodded, and then rushed towards the direction where Xu Yuan was. And this scene at this time also fell in the eyes of the players in the live broadcast room from God's perspective. It feels like Steve is going to be rounded up. It feels like the game is over. Bad, this tracking technology is really good. Several times it was so thrilling, but it was not discovered. Now Steve is the only one left, and the location has been discovered. 4 hit 1 Hey, these 4 dozen are not bullying people. I didn't expect the game to end so soon. It's only been more than 5 minutes. I don't believe Steve can turn over 1 on 4 anyway. Okay, I declare Dream win, you can return. At this time, the players saw that all of Xu Yuan's teammates were dead, and Xu Yuan's location was also discovered. So they all felt that there was no suspense in this game. After all, Dream their strength, players are clear in their hearts. Although the players did not underestimate Xu Yuan before, but some of Xu Yuan's operations after entering the game were more eye-catching than the fact that flint animals were killed. There are no other shots. So everyone thought Dream they had won. What they didn't know was that all this was arranged by Xu Yuan. Instead of ending, the game has just begun. After several teammates on Xu Yuan's side died, they all returned to the preparation area set at the beginning. At this time, several of them were downcast. They also blamed themselves, they were killed at the beginning of this game, and they didn't help Xu Yuan at all. They looked at Ken on the side, and kept apologizing to Ken. Boss. Sorry, we're too weak. We didn't help Boss Steve. Now he's left alone. It's a shame, we're too weak. Ken couldn't help but smile when he saw the appearance of all the players. In fact, Ken has long known that Xu Yuan deliberately let these players die. Xu Yuan's idea Ken also knows, Xu Yuan just wants 1v4. So no matter whether the skills of these players are good or bad, Xu Yuan will have a way to send them to death. It's just a matter of time. Don't blame yourself, this game is not over yet, you guys don't believe your Steve boss so much. At this time, these 3 players were a little stunned when they heard Ken's words. Then they all glanced at each other, but neither answered. To be honest, they really don't believe that Xu Yuan can be 1v4. After all, Dream's technical trio is clear. And as soon as he entered the game, Xu Yuan did not have any meticulous arrangements at all, but kept letting everyone scatter. This also made these 3 players question Xu Yuan's strength. Ken saw that none of the 3 spoke, but just smiled and said, watch the game. No matter how much Ken said, it was useless to praise Xu Yuan to the sky, only if they have actually seen it. Although Xu Yuan did not find bad at this time, Xu Yuan was still alert. After all, now that the rest of the team is dead, Dream will definitely be their next target. But even if they came to find it, Xu Yuan was not afraid, because some vital things Xu Yuan had already collected. At this time, Xu Yuan had just come out of the mine, and the system prompt showing the coordinates appeared again in the lower left corner. Xu Yuan looked at the coordinates of Dream's group and was immediately surprised. Coming so soon. At this time, Dream, their coordinates at this time are less than 20 blocks away from their coordinates. Xu Yuan hurriedly looked behind him. I saw that Dream's group was already rushing towards Xu Yuan with great momentum. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately ran forward at full speed. Although the situation at this time was urgent, Xu Yuan was excited at this moment. He finally wants to experience this thrilling pursuit battle. If other players knew Xu Yuan's mood at the moment, they would probably think that Xu Yuan was perverted. After all, this is surrounded by 4 big guys. After the 4 of Dream saw Xu Yuan start to speed up, they also began to speed up and run. Quick, catch him. He hasn't defended himself yet, and he's almost going to die if we are alone. Can't let him run. At this time, Dream's group also pursued at full speed. When Xu Yuan fled, Dream was still about 5 blocks away from him. Everyone's speed is the same, so Dream they can't catch up with Xu Yuan. Unless Xu Yuan stopped to eat, or something blocked in front of him. Otherwise, if they keep running Dream, they will definitely not be able to catch up with Xu Yuan. But after all, this is not a race, and the terrain of the map is not always plain. Not long after Xu Yuan ran, a mountain range appeared in front of him. Xu Yuan didn't think much about it, and immediately began to climb up. In fact, climbing mountains is also exquisite. Especially this chase battle climbing, because the distance of each square of mountains is different. Some are 1, some are 2, and some are 3. If you encounter a block, you can jump on it. But if you encounter more than 1 square, you must build a block. But building blocks will slow down your escape. Therefore, climbing the mountain in the chase battle cannot be climbed vertically. Instead, you have to jump diagonally around the mountains and jump on the high side. Xu Yuan used this method to quickly climb the mountain. At this time, the players in Xu Yuan's first live broadcast room were stunned by Xu Yuan's hand speed and camera switching. This hand speed, this climbing speed, served. Usually it's directly raised and cushioned. We climb mountains with a shovel, with a manuscript, dig where we can't climb, pad, this Steve. Too fast, right? Climbing a mountain is like walking on flat ground. Steve Guy also made a contribution. In fact, this group of people in Xu Yuan's live broadcast room originally just wanted to see how Xu Yuan died, so they all stayed. But he didn't expect that Xu Yuan would show all the players with a single quick climb. Because everyone had climbed the mountain, they all knew that it was really difficult to achieve Xu Yuan so smoothly. At this time, the players began to look forward to it, although everyone felt that the ending would not change. But at least Xu Yuan began to operate. What everyone wants to see is the wonderful operation. At this time, the dream group of people who followed behind Xu Yuan were also surprised to see Xu Yuan's fast climbing speed. Although climbing the mountain is also very simple for them, it is difficult to achieve Xu Yuan so smoothly. And this is still the case of 4 people chasing? Usually at this time, ordinary people have already messed up. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, had a clear idea. He clearly knew which square should be padded where, and whether to go left or right next. Dream couldn't help but get a little excited to meet him. Looks like Steve is going to operate. Dream has always liked difficult challenges, which is why Dream has grown up quickly. Since the beginning of the game, Xu Yuan has not shown his strength, until he was just chased, he began to operate. That's exactly what Dream wants to see, because Dream aspires to challenging goals. When Dream's group saw Xu Yuan climbing the mountain and escaping, they all began to climb along the road paved by Xu Yuan. At this time, although the players in the live broadcast room sighed that Xu Yuan climbed the mountain quickly, some powerful players were still not optimistic about Xu Yuan. Dream, they'll be able to catch up soon. After all, Steve has paved the way up the mountain. The climbing speed is really showy, but Dream they don't have to put blocks, it's definitely a lot faster. But I finally saw some wonderful operations. In fact, these players' analysis is not unreasonable. Logically speaking, even if Xu Yuan climbed the mountain one step ahead of them, Dream could quickly pursue Xu Yuan. Because Xu Yuan needed blocks to climb the mountain, this slowed down his climbing speed. But Dream they don't have to, because they just need to follow the square Xu Yuan built and go straight up. But Dream and his party followed the direction Xu Yuan took, and after walking a few steps, they found that things were not as simple as imagined. They didn't climb as smoothly as they thought. They also need to pad blocks. In some places, you only need to pad a square to go up. But Xu Yuan added a piece. This leads to the need to pad another block under your feet to go up. Seeing this, Dream was surprised. He didn't expect that Xu Yuan would actually climb the mountain quickly in this kind of chase battle, and also set up obstacles for them who were chasing. That's terrifying, isn't it? Xu Yuan had to think about where to go, where the block was placed, and where to put an extra block to hinder them. And this scene also immediately slapped the face of those powerful players in the previous live broadcast room. At this time, these powerful players were also shocked when they saw this scene. It turns out that he didn't panic. Every stone of his was calculated and then laid. Oh my god. So, is this Steve? Being chased by 4 people can also rationally and clearly analyze how to quickly go up the mountain plus set up obstacles for opponents? Cow. Steve, is it going? Steve, is he going to get started? It's kind of interesting. At this time, the players realized how extreme Xu Yuan's operation was. They no longer dared to underestimate Xu Yuan. Just Xu Yuan's operations and thoughts just now were enough to beat everyone here. Although Xu Yuan showed a hand to everyone, Dream they are not far behind. Although Xu Yuan set up obstacles for them, they all followed Xu Yuan steadily. Did not let Xu Yuan pull too far away. Seeing that Xu Yuan was about to reach the top of the mountain, Dream also quickened his pace. And at this moment, Xu Yuan, after coming to the mountain, can obviously escape from the other side of the mountain. But he didn't. After Xu Yuan came to the top of the mountain, he replaced it with a stone axe. Then sneaked up. Taking advantage of the gap that they had not yet reached the top of the mountain, this was Xu Yuan's best opportunity to counterattack. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw Xu Yuan's actions. What is Steve going to do? He actually didn't run. Is this to fight back? God? If Dream comes up and is repelled by Steve, they will definitely fall down the mountain. SHHHH, this trick is really ruthless. This is indeed the best time to fight back. This time Dream they are scattered. Steve really had 2 strokes. I underestimated him before. All the players also guessed 8, 9, and 10. This is indeed a good opportunity for Xu Yuan to counterattack. After Xu Yuan sneaked up the mountain, Dream immediately followed. As soon as Xu Yuan saw Dream appear, he immediately went up and gave him a jump. When Dream saw Xu Yuan who suddenly appeared, his whole person gasped. Before Dream could react, he saw the axe slash down at him. This split off half of Dream's health. And Dream was also repelled by Xu Yuan's attack. When Dream saw this, his heart sank. As the body descended, he quickly took out the bucket. At the moment when he was about to land, he put down a drop of landing water. This finally saved his life. All the players watching this scene were terrified. It can only be said that the game between the 2 sides is quite exciting. Xu Yuan's unexpected turn of defense into attack, Dream's extreme life-saving, are all amazing for the players. Wonderful. This kind of game is good. It's all so strong. It's so pretty. It's like watching a movie. The plot has ups and downs. At this time, after Dream was beaten down the mountain, he did not dare to relax. Talk to Bad right away. Leave me alone. Chase him. I'll come right away. Bad, when they heard Dream's words, they immediately chased after them. Bad, they go up the hill differently from Dream, so they're not much slower than Dream. Xu Yuan also wasted a lot of time because he waited for Dream and then knocked him down the mountain. This also made Bad, and they quickly caught up with Xu Yuan and gave Xu Yuan a blow. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not fight with them. Xu Yuan ran a few steps forward and found that there was no way. If you continue to run, you will only have to go down the mountain, and the mountain on this side is not as stepped as when it first came up. This time it's steep. It's almost a flat cut down the kind of hillside. Xu Yuan looked at the bat who were chasing behind him, and jumped down without thinking. At this time, all the players in Xu Yuan's live broadcast room widened their eyes. What is Steve going to do? Kill himself? He doesn't have a bucket, won't he die if he jumps? It's too panicked to jump wrong. Basically, the players in Xu Yuan's first view live broadcast room know that Xu Yuan did not make an iron bucket. Later, although Xu Yuan went to the mine, he was unlucky and only found 2 iron ingots. The synthetic iron drum requires 3 iron ingots, so it is not enough. And Xu Yuan jumped down from a height like this, undoubtedly sending him to death. Because everyone knows that if you want to jump from a height without losing blood, you need to hit the ground. At this time, the hearts of all the players were all grabbing. Xu Yuanming knew that he didn't have an iron bucket. Why did he jump down? The wonderful operation of quickly going up the mountain and setting up barricades and countering a blow just now shows that Xu Yuan is very calm and his thinking is also very clear. But at this moment, it looked like he was panicked. At this time, even Jio saw Xu Yuanfen jumping down without hesitation, and he felt that the game was about to end. The height of this mountain is enough to kill Xu Yuan. And just when everyone thought that Xu Yuan would definitely die, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. After Xu Yuan jumped off the mountain, he was about to land on the ground at the last second. Xu Yuan took out a boat from the shortcut bar. Then he quickly put the boat on the ground. Due to the boat, Xu Yuan landed safely without a trace of blood. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and their eyes and mouths were glaring. Everyone basically has a what the fuck? What is this operation? Oh, zero my god, boat can still be used like this. What's this called? Rising to sea, rising to sea. It turns out that falling from a high place does not even need an iron barrel. The inventor of floor-to-ceiling water has invented the floor-to-ceiling boat again. This time it is more material saving. I'm sorry, Steve, I blamed you wrong. I'm now voting for Dream. Since Xu Yuan was the first to make the operation of landing water, everyone thought that falling from a high place could only use water. And ships are such things. In fact, players have studied very little. I don't know that the ship actually has this usage. Now seeing Xu Yuan's operation, all the players have refreshed their cognition of Xu Yuan. In such a short exchange of less than 2 minutes, Xu Yuan performed 3 wonderful operations in a row, are proving themselves to players on the European side. And the players on the European side finally really recognized Xu Yuan's strength. They also gradually began to believe that Xu Yuan's legends were true. At this time, Bad, Sap, and Geo were also surprised when they saw Xu Yuan's operation. That works? Wow, can still, like this? Quick, make a boat first. There is actually this kind of operation. I already knew that our 3 iron ingots would not make barrels. At this time, Bad, Sap, and Geo all began to be impressed by Xu Yuan. From the chase just now, they finally saw Xu Yuan's strength. It also made them even more excited. Because of such a battle, they were able to learn a lot from Xu Yuan. Dream, who was still behind at this time, saw the 3 of them stop, so he immediately leaned over and said to the 3, I'll go down first, I'll put the water on the ground, and you guys will jump down. When Dream was in the back, he didn't see the situation in front. Seeing that the 3 of them stopped, they knew that Xu Yuan must have jumped. And in their ranks, only they have a bucket on them. At this time, when the 3 of Bad heard Dream's words, they all shook their heads and said, no need for buckets anymore. Steve didn't have a bucket just now, he used the boat on the ground the moment he landed, and the result was unscathed. We're done? Let's go? Can't let him run. The 3 of them jumped after speaking. At the last second of landing, the boat was put on the ground. Although they were both operating with landing boats for the first time, none of them made a mistake. It's all landed steadily. It has to be said that Bad's operation is indeed possible. This kind of landing boat and landing water operation generally takes a long time to practice, because this operation is very important for timing. And, since the game is holographic mode, there is still a difference between using floor water and landing boats. Water needs to be poured out, while boats need to be placed on the ground. Therefore, the difficulty of landing boats will be greater than that of landing water. Bad they can master the essentials once they look at it, which is enough to prove their strength. Bad landed safely, while Dream was a little stunned at the top of the mountain. He didn't expect that there was such an operation as a landing ship. At this time, he couldn't help but get more and more excited. The more Xu Yuan showed, the more they could learn. This competition has just begun, and Xu Yuan has demonstrated so many textbook operations and on-the-spot adaptability. Let Dream them benefit a lot. At this time, Dream really believes that Xu Yuan can be 1v4. Xu Yuan's ability to find opportunities, operation, and on-the-spot adaptability are too strong. It was clear that they were chasing Xu Yuan alone, and Xu Yuan could find an opportunity to fight back. Just like just now, he was almost killed by Xu Yuan. Dream couldn't help but be a little lucky at this time. Fortunately, it was he who was hit by Xu Yuan just now. If Xu Yuan had hit any of Bad, Sap and Geo, they might all be dead. In just 2 minutes, they were almost reduced by the pursuit of 4 people. Xu Yuan's strength is really not to be underestimated. Although Dream didn't feel that his side had won a lot, he still felt that Xu Yuan alone could not kill the 4 of them. Thinking of this, Dream also immediately jumped from the top of the mountain, put on the landing water and land safely. Immediately after that, they joined Bad. Although Xu Yuan came down earlier than them, he hadn't thrown off too much distance. Bad, they still followed Xu Yuan. The crowd continued the chase. And at this moment, although the distance between Xu Yuan and Dream is not too close, it is not far away. If you are an ordinary player, you will definitely speed up and find a way to run fast now. And Xu Yuan was actually in the mood to hunt the animals he saw on the road, and he didn't kill directly, he still killed by flinting. At this time, when the players saw this plot, they immediately rolled their eyes. He's still in the mood to eat. Oh my god. It's not like a big escape at all. Okay, there is still air to kill animals. I didn't expect. This is too much to give Dream their face. Some ordinary players saw this scene and felt that Xu Yuan was too leisurely and had no sense of crisis. However, some players with relatively strong strength saw Xu Yuan's purpose in doing so. I don't think it's not that they don't give face. Steve runs in front. These animals don't kill. I think it becomes Dream their food. After all, Dream they have 4 people, and they can let one person stay for logistics, and the others continue to chase. Yes, this is a chase battle. The hunger consumed is very fast, and sometimes when you run, you will accidentally drop some blood, and you can only rely on food to make up, so food is very important. Indeed, although Steve also did this to bring them closer to Dream, in fact, it was not a loss. Dream and the 4 of them must consume much more than Steve alone. At this time, some powerful players have begun to figure out Xu Yuan's intentions. However, they speculated correctly. Xu Yuan was actually not underestimating the enemy or looking down on Dream them. Xu Yuan ran in front. If these animals, Xu Yuan did not kill, then these foods would be Dream theirs. The most consumed in the chase battle is food, and Xu Yuan, as the person being chased, naturally puts the food reserve first. Xu Yuan ran forward while killing the animals on the road. This also brings him closer and closer to Dream. Running the front Bad, it is only 2 blocks away from Xu Yuan. Without thinking, Bad swung his sword towards Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan was hit by Bad, he lost 2 blocks of health. Then Geo also took the opportunity to follow up and gave Xu Yuan a jump. Xu Yuan's blood volume instantly fell by half. However, the attacks of Bad and Geo also distanced them. At this time, Bad can be described as excited, finally hit Xu Yuan, and then as long as he keeps chasing Xu Yuan, he will definitely be able to kill him. I hit him. Keep chasing him. I jumped and slashed him. His blood is running out. We're so close. He can't eat to replenish his blood. If only there were bows and arrows. At this time, the morale of the Dream team was greatly increased. The distance between them and Xu Yuan was very close, and the entire terrain was a relatively flat grassland terrain. Xu Yuan could only keep running forward, and there was no way to shake them off. And most importantly, Xu Yuan can't eat and replenish blood now. Once Xu Yuan stops, then everyone else will catch up with Xu Yuan, and everyone will definitely die if they come down with a knife. At this time, the players in Xu Yuan's first-person perspective live broadcast room watched this scene, which can be described as thrilling. After all, it is the first perspective, and there will be a feeling of immersion. Steve Guy, hold on. Hey, you shouldn't get those things to eat, so that the distance will be closer, and you will be in danger. Yes, I don't have a chance to eat and replenish blood now. This terrain is not powerful. If another mountain or something appears, it is estimated that it can still run. Come on, brother Steve, don't die. At this time, all the players cheered up Xu Yuan. After all, none of them want the game to end like this. They all want to see more exciting operations. And Xu Yuan himself naturally knew that he was in danger. Now he can be said to be very dangerous. Xu Yuan quickly thought of a way to deal with it in his mind. Xu Yuan quickly opened his backpack and looked at the contents of his bag. Then he took out the stone directly in the shortcut bar and began to build it up in place. Now the only way to save yourself is to ride high. If Xu Yuan continued to run with them, his physical strength would definitely be consumed quickly, and he would not be able to replenish his blood. So, this is definitely not feasible. And the reason why Xu Yuan is high is to gamble. Xu Yuan is betting on Dream. They don't have bows and arrows on them. After Dream and the others saw Xu Yuan take the height, Dream immediately commanded. Bad, you go up too. Sap, you dig the blocks under his feet as you go. Geo, you just stare at him from below. After Dream finished speaking, he also built up with Bad on the other side. At this time, when all the players saw this scene, their hearts tightened. Xu Yuan, this is obviously surrounded. And Dream's thinking is very clear. One person digs the square under Xu Yuan's feet, 2 people surround it, and there is a back road that stays below to block Xu Yuan. Dream God is so powerful. So Steve has no way back. This game is wonderful. It seems that Steve can only fight to the death, although Dream and they don't have bows and arrows. As long as they catch up, be careful and beat Xu Yuan down, they can besiege him. Even if you can't kill Xu Yuan, you can hit Xu Yuan hard. So, the game has progressed so far, and Dream still has a big chance of winning. But fortunately, there are still more squares on Xu Yuan's body. After Xu Yuan got high, he immediately ate 2 pork chops to restore his satiety. After the satiety returned to full, the blood volume slowly increased. At this time, Bad and Dream were also approaching Xu Yuan, and Sap was slowly digging the square under Xu Yuan's feet. From the perspective of God, the players in the live broadcast room can be described as dangerous at this time. Xu Yuan was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. How is this running? I think the only way to do that is to gamble, jump and run. It's a solution, but if he wants to jump, Geo keeps it. Even if they jump off Dream, they'll follow them right away. It's still the same as just now. It's hard. I can't figure out how to run. Just when all the players felt that Xu Yuan might not be able to escape. At this time, Xu Yuan took out the workbench from his backpack and put it down. Then he took out some sticks and 3 threads from the mine hole that he had previously shot spider explosions. At this time, when the players saw what Xu Yuan took out, they thought that Xu Yuan was going to make a bow. Hey, Steve actually has the material to make a bow. It seems that Dream they can't besiege it. Steve has a bow. Harm, since the material is enough, let's make it earlier. It makes us anxious. At this time, the players in the main live broadcast room are relieved, and if they have a bow, they should be able to escape this calamity. At this time, the players in Xu Yuan's first point live broadcast room were dumbfounded. They didn't know why Xu Yuan made a bow, because they kept looking down and clearly knew that Xu Yuan had not collected arrows. What do with a bow? Steve has no arrows. It's useless to make a bow. Is it to scare Dream them? Can't he be scared? He took out the bow. Dream they just put a stone directly above their heads, wouldn't it? What the hell is Steve doing with a bow? Just when all the players thought that Xu Yuan wanted to make a bow, Xu Yuan's approach surprised everyone. After Xu Yuan put the workbench down, he placed 3 wooden sticks diagonally. Then 2 silk threads were placed in the lower right corner. Soon, a fishing rod was made by Xu Yuan. At this time, all the players were stunned when they saw Xu Yuan make a fishing rod. Am I missing something? What are the rods made for? I really didn't expect to make a fishing rod. Ha 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 ha. I laughed. What do you do with a fishing rod? Before Steve made flints, we also felt useless, didn't we see the use? It is estimated that the fishing rod is also useful. What is the magic of a fishing rod besides fishing? Just look down and know. Anyway, this fishing rod, really lost. At this time, when the players saw the fishing rod made by Xu Yuan, they were full of question marks. They don't understand what a rod is for in this case. At this time, Geo, who was observing Xu Yuan below, saw that Xu Yuan made a fishing rod, and he was also confused. However, he quickly told the message to Bad and Darum. Steve made a fishing rod out. I don't know what he's going to do. Dream and Bad both frowned in confusion when they heard Geo's words. Fishing rod. Are you sure you can see clearly? Both thought that Geo was wrong. Can I be wrong about such a long pole? If it were something else, Geo could be wrong. But the size of the fishing rod is too large, and Geo is absolutely impossible to mistake. When both Bad and Dream heard Geo's words, they were lost in thought. They don't understand. Why does Xu Yuan make a fishing rod? Logically speaking, if Xu Yuan has silk thread, isn't it best to make a bow? Why waste thread to make useless rods? Although Dream doesn't understand Xu Yuan's approach, he doesn't underestimate the enemy. Since Xu Yuan made some moves, they would be careful to be on guard. Dream said to everyone after thinking about it. Maybe the rod is really useful, maybe it's a trick. No matter what, don't slack. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. After speaking, Dream and Bad continued to put up the square and approached Xu Yuan. At this moment, Bad saw Xu Yuan take out the fishing rod and aim it at himself. Before Bad could react, he saw that the bait thrown by Xu Yuan hooked his clothes. Then the unthinkable happened. Bad's body was actually lifted. Xu Yuan saw that he hooked Bad, and immediately threw the fishing rod to the right. And Bad also moved his body to the right because of the influence of the fishing rod. At this moment, Xu Yuan quickly withdrew the fishing rod. In this way, Bad was thrown from a high altitude by Xu Yuan by fishing. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw this scene. What? Oh, my God. What is this? How the hell did this work? Oh my God. The rod can stretch this long. Fishing rods can also catch people. I never knew. The rod is actually a weapon. Outrageous. This can work. Xu Yuan's operation can be said to have stunned the players in the live broadcast room. They never knew that a fishing rod could actually catch people. Players use fishing rods, which are not very useful. After all, everyone only knows that fishing rods can be fished, and fishing is basically to solve the source of food. There are also players who fish for enchanted books. Therefore, players' use and demand for fishing rods are very small. They naturally don't know that a fishing rod can not only catch fish, but also catch people. In fact, except for fish and people, any other biological fishing rod can be fished, and can tow for some distance. Therefore, Xu Yuan will make a fishing rod. In this kind of high-rise battle, a fishing rod is much better than a bow. As long as you catch someone, you can directly throw it off. At this time, all the players were truly aware of Xu Yuan's strength. The difference between a master and an ordinary person is that a master is playing a game with his brain. I can use everything to the extreme. It's like Xu Yuan. Flint, boats, fishing rods, these things players rarely use. Their use of these things is also only superficial. Flintstones are used for fire, boats are used on the river, and fishing rods are used for fishing. They never thought about what else could be used for these things. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, has taken the use of everything to the extreme. Seeing this, even if Steve loses, I think I still admire him. If it goes on like this, I think the result of the game hangs in the balance. Indeed, I have to admit that Steve is really strong. Isn't he long for a while, usually very busy? This can be studied. People are playing games with their brains. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room immediately felt that the game became suspenseful again. At the beginning, after the 3 people in Xu Yuan's team died, everyone felt that Xu Yuan could not win. After all, it is 1v4, as long as it is blocked, it is death. And Xu Yuan's opponent is Dream, and the strength of their team can be said to be the top in the entire European region. Their on-the-spot responsibility is also very strong. From Dream's various strategies and the application of what they have learned, it can be seen that Dream and their team are strong. Dream, they can be considered a big guy, but Xu Yuan is a giant? Xu Yuan knows a lot more skills than Dream. Therefore, Xu Yuan can cope with it with ease. At this time, Bad's heart was tight, and after he was thrown off by Xu Yuan, he didn't have time to react. Naturally, I didn't have time to take the boat. Bad fell directly from a height. But fortunately, the Bad ride is not too high. Such a height did not drop Bad to death, and after Bad fell, there was still half a blood left. What? Fishing rods can also catch people. At this time, Bad can be described as full of questions and shock. For the first time, he knew that a fishing rod could still be used in this way. Xu Yuan really taught him another lesson. But fortunately, I was lucky and didn't fall to my death. At this time, Dream and Geo saw this scene, and their hearts were also tight. None of them saw that Xu Yuan actually threw Bad off with a fishing rod. At this time, Dream, who was in a high place, did not dare to snub at all. Just now Bad suffered, but fortunately he did not die. I'm a little taller than Bad. If Xu Yuan came over this hook, if he didn't master the landing well, he would definitely be killed directly. At this time, Dream immediately became alert, and he had already placed the bucket in the most convenient position for the shortcut bar. Then he held the square in his hand and did not continue to climb it. If you see Xu Yuan ticking, Dream will place a square above his head, so that he can block Xu Yuan's tick. Dream then said to Sap on the team's channel, "I'll attract him, you speed up, hurry up and dig the blocks under his feet." This is the way Dream came up with to deal with it. To attract Xu Yuan's attention himself, let Sap quickly dig out the square under Xu Yuan's feet, and then knock Xu Yuan down. I have to say that Dream's on-the-spot adaptability is still very strong. Dream just finished talking to Sap, and Xu Yuan, who was at a high place, unexpectedly threw a fishing rod at Dream. Dream's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately placed a square above his head to block Xu Yuan's hook. Dream was immediately relieved when he saw Xu Yuan's hook. At this time, Sap was still 3 blocks high from Xu Yuan. Hold on a little longer, and Sap will be able to hit Xu Yuan. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and their hearts were grabbed. God, Dream is helping Sap stall for time. It's over, Sap is about to hit Steve boss. The battle of wits between the two sides is really wonderful. Steve, don't die. We want to keep watching. Xu Yuan's situation at this time was indeed very dangerous. The players all carried a heart for Xu Yuan. And just after Dream placed a square overhead, Xu Yuan did not choose to continue attacking Dream, but jumped directly from the top and used the landing ship. After jumping down, Xu Yuan rushed directly towards Bad. At this time, Bad and Geo were shocked when they saw Xu Yuan, who suddenly jumped down. Oops, he's hitting the... He's not trying to fight Dream? He's waiting for Dream and Sap to lose sight and jump down and kill us. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw Xu Yuan suddenly jumping down. Originally, from God's point of view, Xu Yuan was already in crisis. All the players did not expect that Xu Yuan actually jumped down at this time. Seconds, this is the best time? Bad has no blood, there is definitely no way to fight, and the equipment on Geo is not good. This is the best time to attack. Oh my god. It turns out that just hooking Dream is just a fake action. Steve's real purpose is to make Dream block the view, and then jump off himself. Steve hit this poor field of vision. When Dream reacts and comes down, Steve must have run away. This consciousness. This resilience. My goodness. To be honest, it's like watching a movie. I don't watch movies so seriously, it's so exciting. Steve is really strong. After Xu Yuan came down, he did not run away as everyone said. Instead, he immediately rushed to Bad, because he knew that the amount of blood in Bad at this time was not yet full. At such a time, in order to survive, Bad will definitely not resist. Instead, he will run for his life, so, after coming down, only Geo can attack him. But Geo will definitely protect Bad, and as a result, his attack rhythm will be out of order. This is the perfect time. At this time, Xu Yuan raised the stone axe and rushed towards Bad. Seeing this, Bad had no intention of resisting at all, and ran away. He yelled loudly as he ran. Geo, save me. Geo, stop him, I'm going to die. At this time, Geo saw Xu Yuan rushing over with an axe, and he was also a little flustered. Hearing Bad's shout, Geo did not think about attacking Xu Yuan at all. Instead, choose to protect Bad first. After all, Bad's HP will be violently killed as long as it eats a blow and jump. I have to say that Xu Yuan has touched the psychology of Bad and Geo very thoroughly. He just ate it right, and now neither of them will attack him. The picture at this time can be said to be very funny. The bad ghost cried wolf howling and ran. Geo followed closely behind, blocking Bad with his body, while Xu Yuan chased behind the two of them and slashed wildly. At this time, all the players couldn't help but laugh when they saw such a scene. Obviously, at the beginning, it was Dream and they chased Xu Yuan to fight, but now it is the other way around. Xu Yuan chased the two people to kill, and they didn't have the power to fight back at all. Who the hell is chasing and killing whom? Why don't Bad and Geo fight back? They panicked, and if they come down, they could definitely sacrifice Bad and let Geo fight back. Yes, Bad wants to live, and Geo doesn't want Bad to die, so it became like this. Isn't that all going to die? Probably not. Dream they should be down soon. Steve doesn't have much time. I have to say, Steve Boss is really good at this psychological warfare. He just calculated that they wouldn't fight back. Yes, even if it is a fight back, it will only be Geo who will make a move, and Bad will definitely not dare to approach Steve. It's really awesome. These big guys were all played by Steve and applauded. If they were ordinary players, it is estimated that the game would have ended a long time ago. Geo has been blocking Bad, and because he has a lot of blood, he feels that he is not in danger. He also thought that Xu Yuan would keep chasing Bad. But how could Xu Yuan be so stupid? Xu Yuan slashed at Geo's body with a jump. Geo's HP dropped by 4 blocks in an instant. Geo Dark Passage is not good. He immediately swung his sword to confront Xu Yuan. But where does the stone sword have the high attack power of the stone axe? Moreover, in the case of Xu Yuan jumping to Geo first, Geo could not defeat Xu Yuan at all. At this point, if both Bad and Geo want to survive, there is only one way. The two work together to attack Xu Yuan. This may be possible to exchange them for one. But at this time, Bad was no longer combat ready at all. He now only needs to eat a jump and die, and he doesn't dare to approach Xu Yuan at all. And Xu Yuan's goal was also changed from Bad to Geo. Without Bad's help, Geo is Xu Yuan's opponent. Xu Yuan jumped down again, and then made up for it. Geo's blood volume bottomed out and he fell right away. At this time, Bad saw this scene, and the whole person was stunned. Geo. Although he really wanted to run over to avenge Geo, he didn't dare. His own blood volume used to be dead. It all happened so fast that neither Dream nor Sap could react. By the time they reacted, Geo had already fallen. Seeing this, Dream immediately went to the ground under the floor water from the elevated place. Sap also went down to the ground by boat. At this time, Xu Yuan was picking up Geo's loot. Apart from some food, there is nothing particularly useful. After Xu Yuan took the food away, he immediately set fire to all the rest with flint. After seeing Dream and them coming down, Xu Yuan immediately turned around and ran away. The battle of Geo just now, Xu Yuan also lost some blood. Now is not the best time to fight, but now is the best time to distance yourself from them. When the players at this time saw this, they couldn't help but feel their scalps numb. Xu Yuan's game on psychology is too powerful, just a hand-to-hand, Bad only has residual blood, and Geo dies directly. At this time, no one dared to underestimate Xu Yuan anymore. It's terrible. In this instant, the situation changed rapidly. Steve was so ruthless. The timing is also very good. He knew they wouldn't win when they gathered, so he designed to disperse them, then kill them one by one. It turns out that the final use of flint is actually burning loot. If it weren't for Bad's luck, it is estimated that 1v4 would have become 1v2. Xu Yuan's psychological game directly made Dream and them reduce their staff by a general. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room gasped. They had to admit that Xu Yuan's psychological speculation was too accurate. Bad and Geo are completely toyed with. Even Dream was deceived by Xu Yuan's voice. Originally, from God's point of view, it was already dead. But Xu Yuan completely relied on his own adaptability, control of things, psychological games, these beyond miracle skills, and abruptly turned the situation around. And also killed Geo. If it weren't for Bad's luck, it is estimated that there would only be 2 people left in the Dream team now. At the beginning, everyone thought that Xu Yuan 1v4 would definitely lose. But after what happened just now, no one feels that way anymore. There are even many players who feel that Xu Yuan can win the game. Starting from Dream and they're chasing Xu Yuan, every operation of Xu Yuan is textbook level. Every response he made was unexpected. Xu Yuan is completely relying on hard power to turn the tide of the war. If Steve wins, he will probably become a legend again. I didn't believe so many legends before, but now I believe it. He's not strong in any way, he's strong in all aspects, which is outrageous. It really feels like Dream they're being played with by Steve and applauding. This psychological game, I really obeyed. It's good luck just now, otherwise, it's 1v2 by now. If Steve wins, then Dream they are probably humiliated. 1 to 4 loses. Dream, their technique is recognized by everyone, but the opponent is too strong. Yes. This is also the Dream they can force Steve into trouble several times, and the words of other players, it is estimated that the game is long over. Yes, it is because Dream they are not weak, so the game between the two sides is exciting. I feel that this game will definitely be a historic scene at that time, and it will definitely be reprinted madly at that time. This is the second time Steve has let me know that the game can still be played like this. I hope Steve Guy kills slowly. At this time, the players actually don't care much about winning or losing, because the game between the two sides is so exciting. Some players even hope that Xu Yuan will not kill the members of the Dream team, so that they can see all kinds of wonderful operations. At this time, on the map, Dream and Sap have come down from above. Xu Yuan saw that Dream and Sap had come down, and he didn't love the war. After burning Geo's things, it slipped away immediately. When Bad saw Dream and they came down, he hurried over. I almost died? Bad is still a little afraid. Just now, Xu Yuan rushed towards him with an axe, which immediately made him feel the déjà vu of the movie The Shining. If it weren't for Geo blocking him, then he would definitely die under Xu Yuan's axe. Seeing this, Dream sighed. We were all designed by him, he didn't want to hook me at all, he just wanted to force me to defend and jump. His initial targets were you and Geo. In fact, if Bad and Geo can counterattack, not to mention that they can kill Xu Yuan, but at least they can make Xu Yuan bloody. It was because Bad and Geo wanted to survive so much that it caused this ending. But Dream doesn't actually blame Bad. If it were yourself, at that critical juncture, it is estimated that you would not be able to think so rationally. And Xu Yuan calculated this accurately. Dream knows very well that they have lost the game in their hearts. Bad is also very remorseful at this time, and he also understands after he comes down now, if he hadn't always let Geo protect him, Geo would not have died. All blame me, just now I was bloodied, he came over with an axe, I was too panicked. Dream patted Bad's back and laughed. It's okay, we're not as good as others, and we've already paid the price. I just suffered a loss, and now it's still too late to find the field. Hearing this, Bad nodded. He ate 2 pieces of cooked meat to replenish his satiety, and after his blood volume returned, he was ready to follow Dream and they continued to chase Xu Yuan. Everyone was about to leave, but Dream stopped, and then said after thinking for a moment. We can't be such a group of people chasing him all the time, he's in front, and he has priority access to all the resources. Keep chasing, it's hard for us to win. How about this, Bad, you go development, me and Sap go after him. Dream's coping is still good. If the 3 of them have been chasing Xu Yuan, they themselves will not be able to develop at all, and they will be restrained by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan is so flexible, so he can't give full play to the advantage of the number of people. Only let Bad develop, and leave 2 people to prevent Xu Yuan's development, so that if the equipment has an advantage, it will be much easier to kill Xu Yuan. The reason why Xu Yuan ran away before was completely because they didn't develop. If there was a bow and arrow at that time, Xu Yuan would definitely not be able to escape. Hearing Dream's words, Bad nodded, and then said, Okay, I'll look for a mine around here, you guys be careful, keep in touch at all times. After they left separately, it immediately attracted heated discussions among everyone in the live broadcast room. Players are unanimous in their optimism about Dream's strategy. The resilience of the Dream gods is still very strong, and now they really need to develop it. If the 3 people chase together all the time, and no one does the logistical support, it will be very troublesome at night. After all, zombies, Ziobai, and coolies are afraid that they will not be divided into teams. You don't say I forgot, I want to see how the big guys deal with monsters at night. Yes, there's still night in this game. I feel like the evening should be even more exciting. I was actually wondering, can the game last until night? Also, it's only been a long time since 4 people have already been eliminated. The other 3 on Steve's team are not counted, they are obviously here to make soy sauce. As the players said, in fact, the game entered the evening, which was a very serious test for the participants. Especially Xu Yuan. Because once it comes to the evening, it will brush the monster. In the chase, zombies, coolies are afraid of everything, just run away. The most annoying thing is Ziobai. If Xu Yuan met Ziobai on the way to the height, it was still very dangerous. And Xu Yuan ran ahead of Dream and them, and he must have been 1 step ahead of them. At that time, the monsters will definitely follow Xu Yuan. This greatly increased the difficulty of Xu Yuan's competition. At this time, Xu Yuan was running while looking back from time to time at the distance between Dream and their group and himself. After seeing that Dream was about 50 blocks away from him, Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Yuan continued to run forward, and suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he looked back again. When Xu Yuan saw that only Dream and Sap were chasing him, he immediately understood Dream's strategy. Yes, I also know to act separately to develop. Dream's resilience is really good, and he is also very sensible and clear-headed. Generally, at this time, if other players 1v4 are killed by Xu Yuanxia and kill a person, they must have collapsed a little. Dream, on the other hand, can still think calmly and make the most accurate countermeasures. It seems that I have to think of a way to develop it well. It's certainly not a matter of being chased by them all the time, and Dream they can go out and develop separately. But Xu Yuan can't. Xu Yuan wants to develop and avoid them. Although there are only 2 people chasing Xu Yuan now, but Xu Yuan will definitely not be reckless and fight hard in the past. Dream's strength is still not to be underestimated, so you can't take this risk. Xu Yuan ran while thinking of a way to get rid of Dream them. It was about 5 minutes ahead. Xu Yuan suddenly saw that not far ahead, there was a canyon. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. There is a way. After seeing the canyon, Xu Yuan immediately thought of a way to get rid of Dream and them. At this time, Xu Yuan deliberately slowed down his running speed. From time to time, he chopped down the trees next to him with an axe, hit a dozen passing animals from time to time, and ate something from time to time to restore his fullness. The purpose of this is to bring Dream closer to him. When Xu Yuan did all this, he did it very naturally. It doesn't look like it was intentional at all. At this time, Sap behind Xu Yuan was overjoyed to see that the distance between Xu Yuan and them was gradually narrowing. Dream, quick, the distance is closer. Seeing this, Dream felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't say anything was wrong. Before Xu Yuan had been running forward at full speed, although Xu Yuan had also killed the animals on the road, he would definitely not fight. And now, Xu Yuan's various stagnant actions are too much. It's kind of like deliberately waiting for them. Dream thought so, but continued to speed up. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Due to Xu Yuan's deliberate slowdown, Dream and Sap quickly caught up with Xu Yuan. At this time, the distance between them is about 10 tiles. Seeing this, Xu Yuan calculated in his heart. No, it has to be closer. After calculating the distance, Xu Yuan immediately took out the cooked beef and ate a piece. And it is precisely because of eating meat that Xu Yuan's speed has slowed down, and Dream and Geo are closer again. At this time, their direct distance is only 5 blocks. Well, that's pretty much it. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately ran at full speed. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room from Xu Yuan's first-person perspective who saw this scene were puzzled. Why did Steve eat meat when he was just full? Yes. It's not a waste of time, it's because of eating meat. Dream they caught up. And just now Steve has been eating. He has only lost 2 blocks of fullness, and he has not lost blood. He is eating. Even if there is plenty of food, you don't need to waste it like this. Would Steve do such a thing? Yes. I also feel that from the beginning of, Steve seems to be deliberately slowing down. You guys see that too. I thought it was my delusion. Hiss. What does he want to do? At this time, the players in Xu Yuan's first view live broadcast room all saw the strangeness. If it weren't for Xu Yuan's full appetite to eat meat, they should not have seen the clues of Xu Yuan's previous actions. But Xu Yuan's actions just now were too obvious. After seeing so many wonderful operations of Xu Yuan, everyone naturally did not think that Xu Yuan had just eaten cooked beef because of a mistake. Many players with keen intuition immediately noticed that there must be fraud in this, but no one knew what Xu Yuan wanted to do. Could it be that Steve eats cooked beef to shorten the distance between Dream and him? So it seems to be true. But why would he do it? Shorten the distance, isn't this looking for death? Steve guy would die so easily? Is it still a high rod like you just did? Fishing rods are such a thing, just to be surprisingly successful, and the second time you use it, Dream they must be on guard. Yes, it's useless for Steve to take a ride now, Dream they won't be fooled, they just guard Steve below. The players didn't know what Xu Yuan's purpose was, so they could only figure it out separately. At this time, Dream and Sap were already very close to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan deliberately slowed down, and Sap saw that the distance was enough, and swung a sword towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan was immediately knocked out of some blood. And this is also in Xu Yuan's plan. As long as Sap can hit him, he will chase forward without hesitation, and he will not think so much. After Xu Yuan was beaten, he continued to run forward. It is about to reach the canyon ahead. This canyon is not wide, and the limit distance can be jumped. But to control the timing, you must jump after approaching the edge of the canyon, otherwise you will definitely fall. After Xu Yuan came to the edge of the canyon, he immediately jumped over. It didn't just fall on the edge of the block on the other side of the canyon. At this time, all the players were terrified when they saw this scene. Can you jump so far, Lying Groove? The control of this distance. Really awesome. Oh my god. I thought he was going to fall. It's all gone. What an extreme distance. The jump was a little farther and fell down. It's a heartbeat. At this time, Xu Yuan just jumped over the canyon, and he continued to run forward. Sap followed closely behind, saw the canyon in front of him, and jumped without hesitation. This kind of small canyon is still difficult to Sap, and Dream has specifically found this kind of canyon to practice in order to train them before. So Sap did not hesitate in the slightest and jumped directly. At this moment, Xu Yuan, who had just continued to run forward, suddenly turned around. He saw Sap jumping over and swung an axe at Sap. It's over. Sap saw Xu Yuan turn back and already knew that he had been hit. Sap was hit by Xu Yuan on the way down, and immediately fell down the canyon. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room saw a scene, and they all exploded. That works? Oh my god. This time, Sap was desperate. This person, why is his ability to seize opportunities so strong? Oh my god. I just saw that Sap hit him. I thought Steve would run over the canyon, but I didn't expect to turn back. It was a surprise. Served. Sap doesn't know how. This caught me off guard. These are the barrages of players in the main live broadcast room. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room from Xu Yuan's first perspective were numb in their scalps at the moment. Perhaps the players in the main live broadcast room will think that Xu Yuan is temporary. But the players in Xu Yuan's first view live broadcast room clearly know that all this has been premeditated for a long time. The slowdown just now, eating with full food, and deliberately being beaten up were all premeditated by Xu Yuan. It's terrifying. Steve, this man. It's horrible. He started calculating from the very beginning when he saw the canyon. Oh my god. Seeing the canyon, deliberately slowing down, closing the distance, and then deliberately beating Dream to avoid suspicion to lure Dream them to kill him, and then jumping into the canyon, gesturing to escape, in fact, to turn back and fight back. My scalp is numb. I'm turning powder. It's terrible, this man. If anyone goes against him, they don't know how they died. It's really Extreme counter kill. I served. Don't say it, I'm going to press Steve and wins. At this time, all the players were shocked by the scene just now. Everyone didn't expect Xu Yuan to actually turn back. And just when everyone was talking about the scene just now, Xu Yuan made another amazing move. After Sap was pulled down, fortunately, the canyon was relatively deep, and Sap immediately took out the boat from the shortcut bar and landed safely. At this time, Dream followed Sap and saw Sap jump over and be shot down. Dream, who had been about to jump together, stopped. And at this moment, Xu Yuan took out the fishing rod again. Dream only saw that the fish hook had been hooked on his clothes, and then his body fell directly down the canyon with the pull of the fishing line. What? When the players in the live broadcast room saw that Xu Yuan had just confidently turned back and knocked Sap down the valley, they thought that there was no follow-up. Unexpectedly, at this time, Xu Yuan actually took out the evil fishing rod again and pulled Dream down. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and goosebumps rose. It's terrifying. Who the hell is Steve? I really served. This is okay too. It's over. I don't think Dream they have a chance of winning. Heart convinced. I hope Dream God can pass this level. I'm afraid this fishing rod will become a necessity in the future, right? It's really a textbook level counter kill. The canyon is deep, Sap is not dead, Dream should not be dead. If it had been me, I've gone black. It's so strong. I don't think I care about winning or losing the game anymore. Steve's strength is indeed higher than Dream's. Indeed, in the 1v1 case, none of them were Steve's opponents. At this time, the players in the European region did not want to admit that Xu Yuan was stronger than Dream. But they had to admit it. In the case of 4 chasing 1, in less than 10 minutes, he was almost killed by 2 counter kills. And in less than 15 minutes, he was almost killed by 2 more. During this time, the 4 of Dream did not even cause any fatal injuries to Xu Yuan. It seems that it has always been Xu Yuan's initiative to attack. Such a situation is enough to show Xu Yuan's strength. If it had been 1v1, the game would have ended long ago. Dream also reacted quickly after being knocked down the canyon, and a bucket of landing water saved his life. At this time, Sap at the bottom of the valley was surprised to see that Dream also came down. You were knocked down by him too. Dream heard Sap's words and shook his head and smiled bitterly. I wasn't beaten down, I was hooked down by a fish hook. Seeing this, Sap couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Can't the 4 of us beat him alone? At this time, Sap was actually a little discouraged. Originally, he thought that the 4 of them could be said to be the top players in the game. There is absolutely no problem with a dozen 4s. Unexpectedly, these few times came down. Not only did they not gain anything at all, but they even lost a lot. Geo died, Bad almost died before, and now even himself and Dream almost died. On the surface, they were chasing Xu Yuan, but in fact, it was Xu Yuan who was pressing them to fight. Xu Yuan can always find the right time to fight back, and grab one by one. Sap's self-confidence has been destroyed by Xu Yuan little by little. At this time, Dream was also very decadent. Dream has always felt that his skills are good, but in front of Xu Yuan, he didn't even have the power to fight back. It's so hard to even fight for. Dream couldn't help but think that if he insisted on 1v1 with Xu Yuan at that time, it is estimated that the game would have ended a long time ago. It was Dream's first taste of frustration. Although the game is not over, Dream already feels like he has lost. Xu Yuan's resilience, the use and operation of all props, etc. are higher than his own. Dream couldn't help but feel a little frustrated when he thought about this. I think it's hard for us to win. After we were left to the bottom, he had plenty of time to gather supplies. It's so hard without equipment, and when he is equipped, it will be even more difficult to fight. When Sap heard Dream's words, he immediately looked at Dream with an incredulous expression. Are you Dream? When Dream heard Sap's words, he immediately looked at Sap with a blank expression. What are you talking about? Seeing this, Sap said with a firm look in his eyes. The Dream I know never threw in the towel, are you Dream? In Sap's eyes, Dream never threw in the towel. No matter what Dream faces, Dream will do its best to find a way. It is precisely because of this spirit of Dream that it has influenced Sap. At this moment, Dream actually said, I think it should be difficult for us to win. This is something Sap never expected. Dream's spirit of not admitting defeat has been broken. At this time, Dream heard Sap's words and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. My previous self really never admitted defeat. But just now, why is there a mentality of admitting defeat? Dream thought for a long time before he had an answer. For so long, he has been at the top of players in Europe. Enjoying the worship of thousands of people, everyone thinks that he is the first player. So it also gave Dream the illusion that he was the strongest. And after meeting Xu Yuan, his vanity was shattered little by little, and only then did he see his true self. Looking back, I haven't studied the game features and operation skills for a long time. Although Dream has a strong talent, it has not improved for a long time. He's like a frog at the bottom of a well. He enjoyed the praise of the players, but he didn't know that the sky outside was more expansive, and there were many more powerful people outside than him. Dream thought of this and finally understood. In fact, he doesn't care about winning or losing anymore. A game allows him to see his true self, and he has learned so much, which is enough. Even if you lose this game, it is meaningful. Then he looked at Sap and said, let's go, let's see what tricks he can do. Sap looked at Dream, and the light in Dream's eyes at this time was different from before. He knew Dream was back. Go, let him see how good we are. Inspired by Sap, Dream finally gained confidence. Dream immediately began planning. The belief has now been thrown off by him. He will definitely develop for a while, and we will take the opportunity to develop quickly. I happened to be dumped in this canyon, and I saw that there were still a lot of minerals on the canyon wall. Now after being thrown off the canyon by Xu Yuan, it is definitely impossible to catch up with Xu Yuan immediately. But fortunately, the rules of the game are to broadcast the coordinates once in 2 minutes, and with such rules, it is not possible to completely find Xu Yuan's location. Now Dream, what they have to do is to develop quickly like Xu Yuan. Sap heard Dream's words and nodded. Well, let Bad come and join us first. The fishing rod is a good thing, we have to make one too. After Dream and Sap discussed the countermeasures, they immediately got busy. At this time, Xu Yuan finally got rid of the pursuit of Dream and Sap and could develop a wave. In fact, it is very important for Xu Yuan to develop. After all, Dream, their strength is still very strong. Just now, Xu Yuan made several unexpected attacks, all of which allowed them to dodge. So far, Xu Yuan has only killed Geo alone. And now, the three of them must be getting more and more cautious. If you want to kill them, you definitely can't use those previous tricks. Therefore, Xu Yuan still has to ensure his own development while creating another way. After throwing off Dream and their pursuit, Xu Yuan looked around the map for natural mines. In fact, the canyon side is a good development area. When Xu Yuan passed through the canyon, he saw that there were many minerals on the canyon wall. It can definitely develop quickly over there. Well, such a good place can only be left to them. Xu Yuan couldn't delay any longer for a moment now. Dream, after they were beaten down the mountain by Xu Yuan, they will definitely develop in the canyon. Therefore, Xu Yuan must also develop rapidly. Xu Yuan has been shopping for a long time, but he has not seen a natural mine cave. Just when Xu Yuan was about to give up looking and dig straight down, suddenly, there seems to be an abandoned hell door frame ahead. Generally, there will be chests next to the abandoned hell door frame. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately ran over. Sure enough, there is a box next to the abandoned hell door frame. Xu Yuan opened the box and looked at the contents of the box. A pair of enchanted golden boots, 3 iron ingots, and 2 loaves of bread. Xu Yuan was in a good mood after seeing the contents of the box. Good luck. I have to say that Xu Yuan's luck is still very good. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw this scene. A pair of enchanted boots, 3 iron ingots. This may be Emperor Ou. I'm afraid he can open diamonds. If that's the case, I'll report it. Steve had bad luck from the beginning, and now it's finally a little bit of luck. Let's guess what these 3 iron ingots Steve will do. Forget it. Don't guess. It's not interesting to find yourself. It is estimated that after what happened last time, even JIO doesn't know what to guess. Ha 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 ha. Xu Yuan took out all the contents of the box. When Xu Yuan saw the enchantment attribute of those golden boots, the whole person became excited. It's actually a frost walker. Yes, the enchantment of these boots is the frost walker. After Xu Yuan saw this enchantment, he couldn't stop smiling. He had already figured out what to do with Dream. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were a little puzzled when they saw this scene. A Frostwalker's enchanted Steve boss is so happy. This Frostwalker is useless, it's just that it can walk the waterway. There doesn't seem to be any ocean terrain near this map, just some small lakes or something. I feel that this enchantment is useless. How do you feel that Steve is very excited when he sees this enchantment? Hey, the brain circuitry of the big guy, we don't understand. At this time, all the players did not understand what Xu Yuan was excited about. And what they don't know is that soon another good show is about to be staged. After Xu Yuan packed up his things, he took out one of the 3 iron ingots in the box and made a shield. I didn't make a shield before because everyone had just entered the map before. After 2 minutes of development, I rarely think about making a bow. And to make a bow you need 3 silk threads. During the day, except in the mine, spiders are rarely encountered. So, there was no need for a shield before. But now it's different. After Xu Yuan used the fishing rod, Dream they will definitely make a fishing rod out. With a shield, you can effectively restrain Dream's fishing rod and prevent damage from arrows. After all, the time is not early. If the night comes, if there is no shield, Ziobai is still difficult to prevent. After Xu Yuan made his shield, he thought for a moment. He desperately needs to go into the mine now, but it is not long before the next location announcement. Dream, they expect to catch up soon, too. Instead of looking for holes everywhere, save time and walk back. After all, the veins of the canyon are all exposed, which also saves time. The canyon is so big, just avoid Dream them. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan began to walk towards the other side of the canyon. At this time, when all the players saw this scene, they were a little stunned. What is he going to do? Steve is going back. Instead of wasting time in the search for mines, it is better to go directly to a ready-made place. And the canyon is still very wide. As long as you are careful, you can still avoid Dream them. Xu Yuan didn't go far just now, so he quickly folded back. After coming to the edge of the canyon, Xu Yuan first sneaked to see the location of Dream and Sap. At this time, Dream and Sap were digging iron ore in the canyon wall. Xu Yuan saw that even Bad, who had just been absent, rushed over and dug ore with Dream. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly shrunk back. Fortunately, Xu Yuan reacted quickly, and was almost discovered by Dream. After Xu Yuan determined Dream's position, he began to walk in the opposite direction of them. After walking about 20 blocks, after determining that the distance was about the same, Xu Yuan immediately jumped from the bottom of the canyon. Seeing this, all the players in the live broadcast room were stunned. Isn't it? Steve is so daring. Dream there right next to him. Yes. Bad came over, and now Dream is 3 of them. If Steve has a bucket of magma in his hands right now, I think he could try to fight back. How long does it take for the magma to flow? Do you think the Dream guys can't react? Steve shouldn't have come to fight back, right? Yes, he should have come to mine. Is this what wealth is in danger? All the players didn't expect Xu Yuan to be so bold, and they were so close to Dream for mining. But the old saying is true, the most dangerous place is the safest place. After Xu Yuan jumped off the canyon, he looked at the canyon wall while observing the situation on Dream's side. On the canyon wall where Xu Yuan came down, there is a recessed place, which according to the shape should be a mine cave. Seeing this, Xu Yuan came to the place where the mine was located, and began to carefully put the block on it. And the square that Xu Yuan used to build up was not an ordinary square, it was the leaf that Xu Yuan cut with scissors before. Xu Yuan knocked off the leaves below while riding it. The reason why the leaves are used is because, after the leaves are cut, they can be used as blocks. And after knocking it off, there will be no traces. If you put ordinary blocks up now and knock them off from above, the blocks will definitely fall. In this way, the whereabouts are exposed. And with leaves, knock off the leaves, and the leaves will disappear directly, leaving no traces. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene and suddenly realized. They never knew before what Xu Yuan was doing with scissors cutting so many leaves. Now I finally know the correct use of leaves. That's how the leaves are used. At this time, use other squares. If you knock it off, it will definitely fall, and you don't have to worry about using leaves. Learned. There is a tiger in the heart and sniffs the rose. Steve is too thin. This is really strategic, and you can still do it so unconsciously when you turn it back. During the heated discussion of the players in the live broadcast room, Xu Yuan had already entered the mine. And from Xu Yuan down to the canyon, found the mine cave, and built a high into the mine cave. Dream they did not notice the slightest. But think about it, after all, who would have thought that Xu Yuan would fold back? Before Xu Yuan ran to the canyon to get rid of Dream and them, it was hard to get rid of them. Dream they naturally would not think that Xu Yuan would come back again. After Xu Yuan came to the mine, he immediately began to search. Fortunately, this mine is still rich in minerals. Xu Yuan dug for a while and dug up 9 iron ingots. Together with the 2 iron ingots left before, Xu Yuan now has 11 iron ingots on his body. Xu Yuan immediately took out the workbench. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room saw Xu Yuan take out the workbench and immediately discussed it enthusiastically. Guess what Steve will do right now? I think this will be so much iron, it should be made into armor, right? It doesn't seem to be anything weird done, right? In the discussion of the players, Xu Yuan had already prepared an iron armor. There are still 3 iron ingots left, and Xu Yuan has not synthesized anything, so he will put them away for the time being. With the armor value will be much higher, so that they will not be helpless when facing Dream. After Xu Yuan made the iron armor, he continued to explore the mine. And at this moment, the left side of both sides is displayed in the lower left corner again. At this time, Dream was mining, and after seeing Xu Yuan's coordinates, he was suddenly a little stunned. Xu Yuan's coordinates are very close to theirs. If you calculate the straight line distance, it may be 100 meters. At this point, Dream, Sap, and Bad are all a bit unbelievable. Is this coordinate displayed incorrectly? He was so close to us. He actually, near this canyon.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.